001. Life choice system. I choose. Qin Luo, let me ask you, why did you not tell everyone you are from the Qin family after saving an entire city? Cough, cough. I am not from the Qin family. In the study, the young man knelt on the ground, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the floor. His face was pale, as if he had just crawled out of hell. The young man was Qin Luo, this year's top scorer in the Great Xia College entrance examination, who had advanced to the fourth realm at just 18 with his life energy. Surpassing 10,000, Qin Luo looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat of the study and the woman beside him. The man had a square face and sat upright in a master chair, exuding an aura of authority without anger, resembling Qin Luo to some extent. He was the current head of the top family in Great Xia, the Qin family, and a ninth-tier martial emperor. The woman beside him wore a red garment made of seventh-tier silk, embroidered with various auspicious beasts like phoenixes, exuding extraordinary nobility. Qin Luo answered with a strong and resolute voice, though slightly delayed due to his injuries, still expressing his determination. After finishing, the young man's bright eyes closed, seemingly struggling internally. After a long silence, there was no movement, as if he were dead, or perhaps calming himself. His heart skipped a beat. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Luo felt confused. Pain, too much pain. It felt as if his body were being torn into pieces. A wave of unfamiliar memories surged in his mind, and Qin Luo clutched his head. The greatest genius of Great Xia, top scorer in the college entrance examination, S-level talent. Both parents are top-tier powerhouses from top family. Had he crossed over? As memories flashed rapidly like slides, Qin Luo had originally thought he was about to reach the pinnacle of life. After accepting the memories, he realized it was not the case. He cast a cold glance at the couple nearby and slowly got up from the ground. Kneeling? He didn't have weak knees. You, unfilial son, did I tell you to get up? A wave of pressure was released, and Qin Luo's legs softened, causing him to kneel on one knee. Already injured, the added pressure made him feel powerless. Qin Luo still held on, disregarding the blood flowing from his mouth, and managed to stand up. After all, this life was a free gift that he slowly walked to the side, reached out for a stool, and sat down heavily. After doing all this, Qin Luo gasped for breath, his body twitching in pain from his injuries. Qin Zhuangyan quietly watched his eldest son, dragging his injured body, but was more concerned about the challenge to his authority as a father. Not having any sense of belonging to the family, not maintaining the family's honor, was nothing but an unfilial son. I ask you, did you engage in a violent fight with other members of the Qin family at the martial arts arena, completely disregarding family unity and harmony, sending them to the hospital? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Is that what they said? Qin Zhuangyan suddenly slammed the table, suppressing his inner anger and continued questioning. Bang! It felt as if the air trembled. I ask you, did you go to a foot massage parlor with your so-called friends? I remember that's not what Qin Jiang said. Qin Zhuangyan looked at Qin Luo, feeling even more disgusted. Are you implying that your brother would frame you? Qin Luo looked at his parents sitting in front, the words rising to his lips. He had to say, is it impossible? Perhaps he is jealous of me. My talent and strength are better than his? The bias in human hearts had already become a mountain that he could not move. Even if he couldn't move it, he had to speak out. Some words left unsaid were like being scammed in a game without cursing, and later there would be no opportunity to curse. Qin Zhuangyan's disgust for Qin Luo rose another level. How could he have given birth to such a rebellious son, not only refusing to acknowledge his mistakes, but also speaking ill of his brother? Moreover, he had done various things that violated family rules, truly giving them no peace of mind. Fortunately, he did not immediately give the family token to Qin Luo, otherwise he did not know what Qin Luo would do that would damage the family's honor. Qin Luo, you will stay in a manner prepared for you by the Qin family and are not allowed to go out and embarrass yourself. Qin Luo listened to the words of this so-called cheat father. Even with his identity as a transmigrator, having seen how big families prioritize interests, he still did not understand why saving a group of people would provoke such a reaction. After being brought back to this large manor while heavily injured, his parents did not ask him about his injuries. Instead, they questioned him about why he said he was not a member of the Qin family during the interview. What kind of top 12 martial emperors of Great Xia were they? questioning him without any grace. Perhaps to outsiders, Qin Luo was one of the 12 martial emperors, a descendant of a top family in Great Xia, enjoying countless glories. But only Qin Luo knew that it was not like that. Instead, during the months he had been in the Qin family, he had faced disdain from many peers in the family. They said he reeked of poverty and should stay away from them at that time. Qin Luo thought perhaps it was true and specifically bought a set of new clothes worth several thousand. Brand name goods? Our Qin family's clothes are all custom-made from big brands. Low-key luxury with connotation. Brand name goods will only make people think we are nouveau riche. When Qin Luo first arrived, he tried to build relationships with his peers by occasionally treating them to food. Coming from a poor background, he could not afford to dine at high-end restaurants. After 3 visits to persuade them, the peers agreed. However, at the dining table, they did not hesitate to say that the food he treated them to was not up to their standards, saying that a child raised by poor adoptive parents was nothing but a disgrace. He had talked to Qin Zhuangyun about it, but the other party had no interest in listening and just told him to leave. 2 months ago, he saw that for his brother's birthday, their parents gifted him a 7th-tier weapon, the Qin Yu sword. His birthday was on the eve of the college entrance examination, and Qin Luo had hoped to receive a weapon too, but he was not given anything, not even a happy birthday. When he went to ask the steward of the Qin family for his identity token, he was told it would take some time to prepare, that it seemed that in this vast Qin family, he was merely a passerby. Since they did not consider him a member of the Qin family, why should he acknowledge himself as one? After having this thought, Qin Luo left the Qin family before the college entrance examination and returned to the small town where his adoptive parents lived to take the exam. On the day of the exam, Qin Luo activated his S-level talent, broke through to the 4th realm, and forcefully became this year's top scorer. The result was that on the very day after the examination, a 5th realm cultist came to assassinate him. To prevent the small city from being affected, Qin Luo lured the cultist away, fighting far from the city, burning through his talent, and ultimately sacrificing his cultivation and the dissolution of his soul to kill the cultist. Just now, he had been shaken by the opponent's pressure, causing the last bit of his soul to dissipate. Regarding what his predecessor had done, Qin Luo expressed that he saved an entire city, very much like a MANAS for Qin Zhuangyun. In Qin Luo's eyes, he had just killed his predecessor and was a thorough murderer. Originally, he thought returning to the Qin family would lead to healing even without talent. Relying on his understanding, Qin Luo felt he could still return to the peak. Before awakening his talent, Qin Luo could rely on cultivation and limited resources to reach the later stage of the 3rd realm. That was his confidence. Now, Qin Luo naturally would not agree to this arrangement. As the top scorer, he had received admission letters from the 4 best martial arts universities in Great Xia. The universities had plenty of resources that could accelerate his recovery. If the Qin family would not provide resources for healing, he would earn them with his own hands. I want to go to Qinglong Academy and fulfill my dream. The anger that Qin Zhuangyun had just suppressed could no longer be contained. You are already useless. Your proud S-level talent is gone. Going to Qinglong Academy will only bring disgrace to the Qin family. You have the blood of the Qin family flowing in you. You should prioritize the honor of the family. Hearing this, Qin Luo recalled his experiences in the Qin family over the past few months. That it seems I have never enjoyed the honors and benefits that come with being part of the Qin family. On the contrary, in your Qin family, I have suffered cold stares and ridicule. With just a single sentence, the air in the study instantly froze. Beside him, Jiangling frowned and looked at Qin Luo. Luo, how come my Qin family members ridicule you? They're all your family. Luo, you have been back in the family for 4 months. You don't even know the family rules. For the Qin family members, everything is centered around the honor of the Qin family, and one must obey the commands of the family head. Cough, cough. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. May I ask if you have given me the waste token that everyone in the Qin family possesses? I remember the family rules. Without a waste token, one cannot be considered a member of the Qin family, right? Moreover, it seems you have not announced to the outside world that I am a member of the Qin family. Qin Luo looked at the two and slowly uttered 2 sentences. After these words fell, Qin Zhuangyun's expression darkened even more, and the pressure in the study dropped once again. That a trace of the pressure from a 9-realm martial emperor emanated, causing Qin Luo to cough up blood continuously. Are you blaming me for not giving you a waste token to test your temperament? Qin Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but remained firmly seated in his chair. Since I do not have a waste token and am not a Qin family member, how could I tarnish the honor of your Qin family? If there's nothing else, I will take my leave to the Qinglong Academy. Seeing Qin Luo's indifferent attitude, Qin Zhuangyan could no longer contain his anger. He snorted coldly, and the pressure intensified. Unfilial son, how dare you speak to me like this? Kneel down and admit your mistakes. Qin Luo's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the floor of the study, splattering a bright red flower. Qin Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed as he lifted his head to stare directly at Qin Zhuangyan. If it weren't for his insufficient strength, he would have kicked up and flown away. Life choice system activated choice 1. Kneel down, admit your mistakes to your parents, and plead for their forgiveness, saying that your temperament is immature. Reward: a grade martial talent, Dragon Tortoise. This talent has astonishing defensive power. After reading the first choice, Qin Luo decisively rejected it. This kind of choice was simply rubbing his dignity into the ground. Choice 2. Suddenly say nothing, turn around and leave, leaving the other party with a lonely and sad back. Reward: Scray talent, Solitary Sword Heart. Looking at the second choice, Qin Luo still felt unsatisfied. Being wronged and silently leaving did not suit his temperament. Initially, he had been mocked by those in the Qin family for his adoptive parents and himself being country bumpkins, but before leaving, he had regained some face in the martial arts arena by using the excuse of guiding their strength. His gaze fell on the third choice. Choice 3. Choice 3. Sever all ties with such double-standard parents from now on. Reward: Super Divine Level Talent, Evil Sword Immortal. Qin Luo glanced at it. This was the choice he wanted. Even without the reward, Qin Luo would choose it wouldn't let go of his dignity. His life was given to him for free. He couldn't just be a turtle with a system. Having been reborn, who would still endure such humiliation? One of the 12 strongest martial emperors of the Great Xia. What great authority. What? Does the martial emperor only know how to show off his power in front of his son? If you have the ability, kill me. Qin Zhuangyan swallowed blood, which tasted very foul, and the more he thought about the things he had experienced, the more agitated he became. Luo, shut up. Can't you see your father is angry? Jiang Ling did not intervene to stop her husband from reprimanding their eldest son. She also felt that Qin Luo had gone a bit too far. As a son, he had defied the will that they, as a couple, had discussed. I think you should shut up. Stop pretending to be a gentle mother. If you truly regarded me as your son, you would have treated my injuries long ago, rather than questioning me together with your man. Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura of a martial emperor was also released from her. She was also one of the 12 strongest martial emperors of the Great Xia, with a cold ice divine sword heart talent, paired with top-tier martial arts, making her a force to be reckoned with against foreign races. The temperature in the study seemed to drop as if winter had arrived overnight. Jiang Ling looked at Qin Luo with disappointment, unable to understand why he was like this. Compared to her obedient and well-behaved younger son, he was truly worlds apart. She just wanted Qin Luo to understand that if he made a mistake, he would have to face punishment. Now that Qin Luo's talent was already wasted, even if his injuries were healed, it would be impossible for him to reach a high realm. Qin Luo rubbed his shoulder, feeling a bit cold. Truly a couple, one bed could not produce two kinds of people. Using pressure to intimidate, wanting him to submit? He had never enjoyed the benefits of the Qin family, but was still asked to admit his mistakes. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Qin Luo continued to vent. For months ago, when you found me, what promises did you make to let me experience family affection, saying it would make up for my past? I was a bit happy. Competing for resources with others since childhood was quite exhausting, and if I let my guard down, I would be bullied. I thought such a large family as the Qin family wouldn't have such issues, but it turned out to be worse than an ordinary family. Before the college entrance examination, on my birthday, you didn't even give me a 5th-tier weapon. If I had a 5th-tier weapon, I could have killed that 5th realm heretic with one hand. You two, renowned martial emperors, couldn't even produce a 5th-tier weapon, right? Also, after all, the 7th-tier weapon was given to the younger son. What else is there to give me? Jiang Ling listened to her child's questions and recalled that not long ago, the couple had been in seclusion and seemed to have forgotten Qin Luo's birthday. However, Their cultivation was also very important. Refining a spiritual herb was in a critical stage that, if they came out for Qin Luo, it would affect their refining progress, and delaying by even a day might hinder their breakthrough to another realm they had long yearned for. Luoer, how can you compare yourself to your brother? Is it because he has what you don't, and you resent us? Qin Luo scoffed. Indeed, some people never think they are wrong, especially those who have always been in high positions. They never reflect on themselves, they only think it is their fault. Who said at the beginning that they would take me back to let me live a life without lack of resources and focus on cultivation? Bringing me back, only to see you two living harmoniously while the other Qin family members ridicule me as a bastard. After venting, Qin Luo felt much of the pent-up frustration dissipate. He reached out and tore off a blood-stained piece from his clothing, casually tossing it to the ground. I, Qin Luo, am not your Qin Zhuangyun's Qin. I am Qin Luo's Qin. Qin Zhuangyun glared fiercely at Qin Luo, staring at him intently. His anger had built up to a point where the surrounding space distorted. He wanted to slap this unfilial son to death. How could he, a dignified martial emperor, have such a son? Jiangling sensed the resentment in Qin Luo's heart and was momentarily stunned. You actually dare to compare with your brother? Whatever good things he has, of course, will be given to him. Now that you are back, once you pass the test, we will also give you many resources. Your temperament is lacking, your character is improper, bullying your own kin, all of this is to temper your mind. Qin Luo scoffed repeatedly, still testing, still tempering. The memories in his mind told him that even if he were to start over, it would still be the same, that if they were truly his parents, they would have immediately given their son all kinds of things after throwing him out for over a decade, eager to compensate him. In this so-called family, all Qin Luo saw were an overbearing father, an indifferent mother, a younger brother secretly scheming, and a shattered self. Then why did you throw me to others? Is it really for my own good, to let me experience life? What a good father, letting me endure for 18 years. The Qin family is so large. Is there really no one who could bring me back in these 18 years? Or are you doing it on purpose? The consecutive questions immediately plunged the couple at the desk into silence. Even the old butler waiting outside felt a shiver in his heart. The onlooker sees clearly. Qin Zhuangyun opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but found himself unable to say anything. Indeed, the Qin family is so a martial emperor. How could he admit his mistake to such a rebellious son? He couldn't be wrong either. Jiangling also didn't know how to respond to Qin Luo, as this was the truth. In his heart, Qin Zhuangyun felt a trace of resentment. It's always men who say to raise sons with hardship, wanting their children to understand that a good life is hard-earned. Seeing the two fall silent, Qin Luo continued. You can keep your grand plans to yourself from now on. We're done with each other. As the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt the world open up. Rewards have been distributed. Do you want to fuse? Estimated fusion time: 3 days. After fusion is complete, there will be a phenomenon in the world. At that time, you can choose whether to shield it. Fuse. He silently muttered, and Qin Luo immediately felt that his previously broken body seemed to undergo some kind of change. Originally, due to the disappearance of his talent, there had been some irreversible damage within his body. It was this damage that kept Qin Luo in a severely injured state. After fusing with the evil Sword Immortal's talent, Qin Luo clearly felt that the irreversible damage was slowly repairing. Even if his injuries healed, this irreversibility would still have a significant impact on Qin Luo's future. With an S-level talent, Qin Luo could advance to the 10th realm and become a more powerful martial sovereign than a martial emperor. After his talent shattered, Qin Luo felt that he could at most reach the 6th realm. Now, with an external aid, what is a 9th realm martial emperor? Even 11th realm martial saint would be easy, and a 12th realm martial god is not a dream. Furthermore, as the talent fusion completes after his recultivation, he would definitely be even stronger at the same realm. This means he really needs to go to the Azure Dragon Academy. He doesn't have any cultivation resources, while the Azure Dragon Academy has countless resources. Qin Luo exhaled a breath of turbid air. The Azure Dragon Academy typically has 2nd realm martial artists. It took him a year to break through. Before now, it should take about half a year. There are also a few old friends waiting for him at Azure Dragon University to spar together. Qin Luo still sat in his chair, preparing to wait for his strength to recover a bit more before leaving this cursed place. At the desk, Qin Zhuangyun's expression was as dark as water, as if he would erupt like a volcano at any moment. 003. He has never used a single penny from the family. What a disgrace. You have indeed picked up the traits of countless petty citizens, always comparing yourself to your brother. If your brother has something and you don't, you just indulge in debauchery, going to those places of ill repute, tarnishing the reputation of the Qin family. How could I, Qin Zhuangyun, give birth to such a rebellious son like you? If it weren't for us guarding the heavenly pass, blocking the attacks of ferocious beasts and foreign tribes, you would have died long ago. Qin Luo waved his hand, saying that wearing a high hat doesn't benefit him at all. Then why did you bring me back if you want to guard your heavenly pass? Don't talk nonsense. I don't have a waste token. I'm not a member of the Qin family. When you abandoned me to be raised by my adoptive parents, why didn't you just feed me to the ferocious beasts? All the disciples of the Qin family have a so-called guardian when they go out. Why is it that when I told you I wanted to return to Floating Cloud City, no one followed me? I have never enjoyed any of the benefits that all other Qin family members have. On what basis do you say I'm a member of the Qin family? Qin Zhuangyun was stunned. Just because he didn't arrange a guardian for Qin Luo, this rebellious son defied him, making such a fuss. Jiangling also didn't expect that Qin Luo knew all the rules of the Qin family. Didn't Jiang say her brother was uneducated, even engaging in illegal fights, deliberately bullying others? How could he have time to study the rules of the Qin family? The father and son were getting more and more heated, and it was becoming irreconcilable. Jiangling was afraid that if they continued to argue, it would be impossible to resolve, and finally couldn't help but speak. Luo, we just want you to know that before enjoying the honor of the Qin family, you must prioritize the family's honor. We have overlooked some things regarding you, but you shouldn't speak to us like this. Qin Luo hated this the most. People who have contributed nothing, yet put on a facade of being for your own good. He wasn't the previous person. He didn't have a filter for your parents, who were both 12 martial emperors. More from an observer's perspective, he saw the attitudes of others towards the previous person, and he had no feelings for them at all. He was not like the previous person, hoping to enjoy two familial affections. Qin Luo was not disgusted by the fact that the other party had abandoned him in a small town for 18 years. On the contrary, he admired Qin Zhuangyun for guarding the heavenly pass and killing foreign tribes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to acknowledge this father under the circumstances of having no feelings. Rather, it was the actions of the entire Qin family over the past 4 months. His parents didn't care and were even somewhat hostile. His brother and others isolated him together. Many servants of the Qin family even looked down on him. If his parents occasionally neglected their son because of their cultivation, it might be understandable. But after a full 4 months, they remembered the younger son's birthday, but not the elder son's birthday. Damn, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't hold it in, not at all. Parents who only saw what they wanted to see were better off without him. From now on, I, Qin Luo, will have no relation whatsoever with you, Qin Zhuangyun, Jiangling, or the Qin family. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he supported himself on the chair, stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out. He paid no attention to the couple behind him, who were already on the edge of anger. Coming to the Qin family, there were many people watching. If he died in the Qin family, Qin Zhuangyun, who took pride in his family, would definitely not want to accept such a stain. Qin Luo was precisely calculating this point, so he was fearless. Otherwise, with 2 ninth realm martial emperors, a single slap could send him flying. Outside the door stood a hunched old man, said to be the chief steward of the Qin family. The old man cupped his hands towards Qin Luo, bowing respectfully. Young master. Qin Luo waved his hands repeatedly. Please don't embarrass me. I am Qin Luo, not the young master of the Qin family. I have no relationship with the Qin family. You can call me Qin Luo, or like others, call me the illegitimate child or a poor wretch. The old steward smiled bitterly. As a servant, how could he call him that? He knew about that title. After all, since Qin Luo returned to the Qin family, he had been secretly protecting Qin Luo's safety. However, as a steward, he couldn't say much without the master asking. Jiangling listened to the conversation between Qin Luo and the old steward, looking at the blood-stained rags on the ground. She didn't understand why it had come to this. Even if her elder son was just 1/10 as excellent as the younger son, she would have been satisfied. The younger son had awakened his S-class martial arts talent early and became a disciple of a strong master who was also one of the 12 martial emperors. He even fell in love with the daughter of the head of the top family, the Shun family in the Great Xia. But the elder son was like a ruffian. She had hoped to wash away the bad traits of her elder son and wanted to temper Qin Luo's character through experience. Perhaps it was because he grew up among commoners. Qin Luo had picked up many bad habits typical of ordinary people. He liked to curse, was sarcastic, and didn't he know how to maintain family honor. However, as a mother, Jiangling felt that perhaps she had overlooked one thing. She had forgotten her son's 18th birthday. It was normal for her son to feel a bit upset, but he shouldn't be angry with his mother. That was disrespectful and unfilial. Bubi, Liu erish upset. Should we go and coax him back now? Qin Zhuangyun slammed his hand on the desk. Bang! The expensive desk worth millions shattered instantly. It seemed he still couldn't vent the anger in his heart. As the head of the Qin family, one of the 12 strongest martial emperors in the Great Xia, he had always been decisive. Yet today, he was humiliated by his rebellious son. Coax him. Let him go. Old steward, come in and calculate all the expenses and resources that rebellious son has used in the family, converting them into money at market price. If he wants to leave the Qin family, I will let him know that without the Qin family, he is nothing. The old steward entered, bowing his head and standing at a distance. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Qin Zhuangyan noticed the steward's hesitation. Speak. The old steward's body hunched even more. Master, young master has never used a single penny from the family. Qin Zhuangyun's face turned sour. He never expected this result. In 4 months, I don't believe this rebellious son has used any family resources. The old steward nodded. Yes, because according to family regulations, without a waste token, he is not considered a member of the Qin family and cannot receive various resources. Jiangling felt a vague sense of something being off. Everyone knows Qin Luo is our son. How could he not be given resources? The old steward felt cold sweat breaking out on his back. I won't blame you, madam. The master said that the young master has picked up quite a few bad habits, is combative, doesn't know moderation, and has a narrow mind. If he were to receive too many resources, he might develop habits of laziness. So, we should observe his character before considering whether to give him resources. Jiangling's gaze fell on Qin Zhuangyun, her eyes slightly reproachful. Even if he has various bad traits, you can't withhold resources from him. At most, you can reduce some. Qin Zhuangyun's tone softened. Madam, I didn't expect this rebellious son not to come to me for resources. If he had come to me, I would certainly have given them to him. The old steward was shocked to hear this. It's not that he didn't come, but you didn't give him the chance. After calming his wife down, Qin Zhuangyun continued, go throw away everything in his room, so I don't have to see it and get annoyed. The old steward, as hunchback, finally bowed down. He also realized that things were becoming increasingly strange. Master, you said before to act according to the rules. So since the young master doesn't have a waste token, he doesn't have a residence in the family estate. The study was silent. The old steward held his breath, not daring to make a sound. Qin Zhuangyun, look at the good things you've done. You didn't even arrange a house for Luo. No wonder he has such a big grudge against us. Qin Zhuangyun was silent for a moment. Madam, I wanted to give the child more tests. Didn't you agree? Jiangling also fell silent. Before bringing Qin Luo back, she had inquired about his character from various sources. Knowing that Qin Luo had some bad habits, she had agreed to her husband's proposal to discipline the child. Jiangling suppressed the turmoil in her heart. Then why was he able to arrive at the Qin family's martial arts arena on time every day during the first month? The old steward lowered his head and explained softly, Madam, the young master is living in a simple house outside the family. That's where he stays. The Qin family occupies a vast area, and there are no other residents nearby. Let's go. Take me to see it. Upon hearing this, the old steward's expression grew even more bitter. Madam, perhaps it's best not to go. Jiangling's heart trembled. Go, lead the way. Qin Zhuangyun waved his hand. It's fine to take a look. The old steward nodded. Since the head of the family had said so, he had no choice but to lead the way. He hoped that the head of the family wouldn't vent his anger on him. Qin Zhuangyun said to Jiangling beside him, since he has left and doesn't want to stay in the family, let Jiang'er take that engagement that was previously arranged for Qin Luo. Jiang'er is only a few months younger than Qin Luo, so they are quite compatible. We want him to change his character for his own good. Jiangling nodded. She faintly felt that she owed Qin Luo something, and after soothing him, she would find a good family for him as compensation. The current Qin Luo was no longer worthy of the engagement that had been arranged before. Qin Zhuangyun was furious, his face always dark. This ungrateful child, even leaving the family, made him restless, disobeying him and severing ties with the family. In his life, Qin Zhuangyun had always acted in a certain way. The old steward lowered his head and turned to leave. He felt that the head of the family had too high expectations of the eldest son. He had always been watching the eldest son. Everything had its reasons. Even if one defeated several peers from the Qin family, It was still a mockery of the eldest son's adoptive parents. Going out for massages and foot baths was not to the kind of places one might think, but a legitimate massage parlor specifically for relieving mental fatigue after practicing martial arts and repairing physical injuries. Yet somehow, it became distorted by the time it reached the head of the family. There was also another matter, which was that the eldest son saved the lives of people in a small town. The adoptive parents of the eldest son were in that small town. If they didn't rescue them, that would be too cold-blooded. The old steward didn't say much. As a steward, there were some things he couldn't speak too much about. Saying too much would bring trouble upon himself. He hoped the eldest son would live safely through the remaining years of his life. Qin Luo walked through the Qin family estate, turning left and right, and finally approached the main gate. Just as he reached the gate, he saw a young man following a girl dressed in a white dress. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, and her looks were quite impressive, like a princess. Qin Luo didn't know the girl, but he recognized the young man beside her. It was his younger brother, who was almost a year younger than him. Precisely 10 months. One can imagine that after their so-called parents abandoned him, they immediately began planning to have another child. Because of this, Qin Jiang, like him, was also a college entrance examination candidate this year, ranking 4th in the nation. Late stage in the 3 realms, S-grade talent. Qin Jiang drew a long sword from his hand and strapped it to his waist. Unexpectedly, he ran into Qin Luo here. Qin Luo, are you going into the estate? When the girl heard the name Qin Luo, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. But when she saw Qin Luo covered in blood, looking weak and as if he were gravely injured, a trace of disdain arose in her eyes. Compared to the handsome and well-dressed Qin Jiang beside her, he was like heaven and earth apart. How could she possibly marry someone like him? Shen Shiyue raised her chin and walked up to Qin Luo. You're my former engagement partner. You look decent, but it's a pity your character doesn't match. You bully the weak, disrespect your parents, and do not uphold the family's honor. Even if you hadn't wasted your talent, I still wouldn't like you. I prefer someone like Qin Jiang. I came today to find you about the engagement. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. He had no idea there was still an engagement. He suddenly understood that she had been keeping it from him because she thought he was unworthy. And then there was this Qin Jiang. Damn, playing around with big families is really extravagant. If you like your Qin Jiang, can you not block my way? Someone like you, who is brainless and lacks figure, is perfectly matched with Qin Jiang. Shen Shiyue raised an eyebrow. Being called brainless, she was actually among the top 10 in the college entrance examination this year. An S-grade talent and a genius student at the Zhuke Academy. Ever since she learned about her engagement with Qin Luo, Shen Shiyue had wavered. Because in every aspect, Qin Luo was better than Qin Jiang. Having such good talent, it was only normal to choose an excellent boy. Now that Qin Luo was already wasted, Qin Jiang became her best choice. You are just a poor loser, a wasted person, and you dare to talk to me like this. Shen Shiyue got angry. If it were before, she wouldn't have dared to speak to Qin Luo like this. Now, Qin Luo was just like a waste. Qin Jiang's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. Qin Luo, kneel down. How dare you speak to a guest like that? Qin Luo turned to look at Qin Jiang. This guy really lived up to being the son of this couple. His character was exactly the same. Not only did he smear his name in secret, but he also wanted him to kneel. Idiot. Qin Luo couldn't be bothered to deal with such a person. He didn't even have the interest to talk to him. Staying in this damned place was physically uncomfortable, so it was better to leave quickly. Seeing that he was being ignored, Qin Jiang looked at Qin Luo's figure, and his killing intent could no longer be suppressed. Did he really think he was still that former top student with an SS grade talent in the college entrance examination? With a movement, he slapped Qin Luo on the shoulder. Qin Luo immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries worsened again. If it weren't for the fact that he had integrated his talent and recovered a little, that slap would have been enough to take his life. Qin Luo turned back and glanced at Qin Jiang. All right, very good. I will remember this grudge. In the distance, Qin Zhuangyun and his wife, who had chased out intending to give Qin Luo one last chance, couldn't help but frown. How could their youngest son hit his older brother? The youngest son should have some sense. But it was fine. It was just right to let him teach Qin Luo a lesson. Qin Jiang, why is your strength so weak? You didn't manage to kill me? You claim that you've had all kinds of top-tier resources to assist in your training since childhood, yet you still haven't broken through to the 4 realms. Is this what you call effort? I think if you gave your resources to a dog, it would have already reached the 4 realms. Living in a greenhouse for over a decade, and this is all he could do. Qin Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He feared he had never spat so much blood in his life. This Qin family was truly repulsive. Qin Zhang's expression changed repeatedly. It was as if the most painful scar in his heart had been poked, and he was ready to act against him again. Hey, those two people, a lot of people saw me come to your Qin family. If I die, your so-called honor would surely become even more noble. Qin Zhuangyun originally wanted to let his youngest son continue to act against Qin Luo, to make Qin Luo understand the consequences. If the youngest son really killed Qin Luo, their family's reputation in the daxia would be ruined. But he opened his mouth to stop it. Doing so would make him seem too passive. Even when facing a foreign warrior of the king level, he was not so passive. You ungrateful son. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Shen Qiue walked away with her head held high, passing by Qin Luo with only pity in her eyes. In Shen Qiue's heart, Qin Luo was like a stray dog. Qin Jiang walked past Qin Luo, glancing at him sideways, as if he were a victorious male dog competing for a mate. After watching Qin Luo leave, the old steward sighed inwardly. The young master really is quite rude to his brother. Master, do you still want to visit the place where the eldest young master is staying? 004, building a house. He did it all alone at this moment. Qin Zhuangyun had long lost his mood and wished to find a place to vent his pent-up frustration. He no longer felt like checking what kind of place Qin Luo lived in. He decided not to go. From the old butler's reaction just now, Jiang Ling could tell that her younger son had taken action against her elder son, and the old butler seemed unsurprised. Instead, he had a feeling of expectation. This made Jiang Ling very unhappy. She vaguely felt that she had overlooked something. We must go see. Qin Zhuangyun, you have to come with me. Qin Zhuangyun mumbled in just wanted to finish this matter as soon as possible. The three of them were all martial arts experts, moving quickly, and they arrived at the place where Qin Luo was staying in just a few minutes. Under a tree, a few wooden boards were haphazardly put together. It was very small, only a few square meters. There were also a few large stones piled up outside, forming a makeshift stove. Jiang Ling was shocked, staring at the old butler, taking a deep breath. You didn't take us to the wrong place, did you? Qin Zhuangyun glanced around. How could Qin Luo possibly sleep in a place worse than a doghouse? The old butler was in a difficult position. The master's words had completely blocked his way out. Madam, I brought you to the wrong place. The old butler lowered his head, not daring to speak. For some reason, Jiang Ling felt a sense of relief. Where does Luo live? Take me to see. The old butler thought to himself. You two are forcing me into a corner. After serving the Qin family for decades, couldn't he have a peaceful retirement? Madam, I don't know. To be honest, is this not where Luo lives? The old butler remained silent, head bowed. Silence was the best answer. Qin Zhuangyun's square face was filled with disbelief. This place was even worse than where his younger son's pet dog lived. Uncle Gong, are you sure? The old butler nodded. He vaguely felt that he had taken on a wrong task. He feared that a storm was about to come. Sure enough. The next moment, Qin Zhuangyun's suppressed voice came out. Uncle Gong, why didn't you tell me he lived in such a place? Uncle Gong had a dejected expression, speaking with a lack of confidence. Master, I reported to you 3 times. Each time I mentioned the eldest son, you interrupted me before I could finish. You only said that as long as he wasn't dead, there was no need to report to you, and let him continue to settle down. Qin Zhuangyun looked at the place worse than a doghouse, and seemed to understand Qin Luo's pain. These wooden boards, I don't even know where they were found. Why didn't you help him build a better house? Master, I also want to help, but you. Qin Zhuangyun quickly stopped, sensing a pair of angry eyes on him. Qin Zhuangyun, take a good look at these few wooden boards. This is where Luo has lived for 4 whole months. And you still told Uncle Gong not to help. Is Luo really not your son? Jiang Ling quietly examined the few wooden boards, which couldn't even shield from wind and rain. Although with Qin Luo's strength, wind and rain wouldn't disturb him. Practicing in such an environment would still have an impact. No wonder Luo was so decisive when he left, with no attachment to this family. The more she thought about it, the sadder and angrier she became. Qin Zhuangyun, I already said that once we finish our business, we would bring Luo back. But you disagreed, saying that men need to be tempered. He has suffered for 18 years outside, and hasn't he enjoyed a bit of warmth after returning to the Qin family? Tempered? Touch your conscience. Have you ever endured this kind of suffering in the Qin family? Qin Zhuangyun fell silent. At that moment, he also began to examine himself. He indeed didn't understand this eldest son well enough. More often than not, he learned about him through his younger son. His younger son told him that the eldest son had a foul mouth and frequented entertainment venues. The eldest son was about the same age as the younger son, and naturally, the younger son spoke more. Thus, he had developed a significant bias against the son. Linger, this is also because of Qin Luo, the ungrateful son. Why didn't he tell me? If he had told me, how could I have let him live in such a place? The old butler recalled previous events and said, Master, The eldest son did come to find you, but you told him to wait until you finished your seclusion. I remember he came to see you 3 times, and each time was like this. Once, he even asked me if you and Madam would come out for his birthday. Jiang Ling felt tears welling up in her eyes. Even when she fought against a powerful warrior from another race and was seriously injured, she and T cried. She seemed to see Qin Luo, filled with anticipation, wanting to share his grievances with his parents and hoping for their congratulations. At 18, no matter where one was, it was a special age. I ask you, how did Luo spend his 18th birthday? The old butler rubbed his eyes. Madam, at that time, the eldest son took 3 bird eggs from the forest and cooked them here to eat. He sighed. I'm old. I've never seen anyone celebrate a birthday so miserably. 3 bird eggs, and 2 of them had already developed. Only 1 could be eaten. After speaking, Uncle Gong wiped away a tear. Even though he was just a servant of the Qin family, he had never experienced such misery during a meal. Jiang Ling could no longer hold back, and tears fell. In this forest, there isn't even a single person. He should have money on him. Why didn't he go out for a nice meal? Uncle Gong sighed. The eldest son spent most of his money trying to build good relationships with his peers in the family, treating them to meals. Uncle Gong didn't continue. There were many things he hadn't said. He was afraid he couldn't control himself and would reveal the fact that the 2 martial kings were too biased. He was just a servant. Unless he wanted to die, he couldn't speak out. Jiang Ling fixed her gaze on Qin Zhuangyun. Qin Zhuangyun, if you don't bring Luo back to me, don't expect to sleep in my bed again. Jiang Ling thought of the suffering her son endured, although part of it was due to her own actions. More of it stemmed from this man's complete indifference to Luo. He even deliberately instructed Uncle Gong not to help Luo while he remained utterly unaware. Jiang Ling looked at Qin Zhuangyun and soared into the air. She needed to go back and think carefully about how to mend Luo's shattered heart. Qin Zhuangyun watched his wife leave, and the anger in his heart had unknowingly disappeared, turning into bitterness. Uncle Gong, go find Luo and tell him that if he is willing to kneel and admit his mistake to me, I will give him a waste token. Qin Zhuangyun would never admit he was wrong. Based on Qin Luo's previous decisiveness, if he wanted to bring Qin Luo back, he had to apologize to him. Uncle Gong opened his mouth, but said nothing more. He turned and flew off into the distance, preparing to ask Qin Luo. After leaving the Qin family, Qin Luo turned around and got into a car to leave. The Qin family was located in a remote area of the capital, and it was quite a distance from the Qinglong Academy. Fortunately, he still had the admission voucher for Qinglong Academy on him, so he wouldn't be left without a place to stay. Outside Qinglong Academy, Qin Luo got out of the car, trembling as he walked toward the academy's gate. Just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by someone. 005, Qinglong Academy. The sun is just right. A man in a security uniform blocked Qin Luo's way. He could see that Qin Luo was seriously injured, seemingly hanging on by sheer willpower. The injuries on his body were quite shocking, with some wounds even oozing blood. At that moment, several other security personnel approached, surrounding Qin Luo to see if he needed any help. I didn't expect that this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination would shatter his talent after saving City. He has already been taken back to the Qin family, rumored to be of their bloodline. What? He's of the Qin family bloodline? Then they should be able to treat Qin Luo's injuries, right? Without his talent, he should still be able to cultivate to the grandmaster level with his understanding. I heard that during the college entrance examination, he didn't activate his talent, yet he was still a genius in the late stage of the 3rd realm. As the security personnel chatted, they surrounded Qin Luo. Hearing this, Qin Luo blinked. Is the information in this world transmitted so quickly? From the words of these security guards, it seems they believe he is a member of the Qin family. No, this fact must be clarified. Several uncles. I have inside information. Qin Luo is not a member of the Qin family. A few of them looked at Qin Luo suspiciously, clearly not believing him. Student, you should talk less. With such serious injuries, I doubt you'll survive if you say a few more words. The news that Qin Luo was of the Qin family bloodline came from our Qinglong Academy. Could it be that your information is more credible than that of Qinglong Academy? Qin Luo smiled proudly, but inadvertently aggravated his injuries, causing his smile to freeze. He took out a bloodstained notification letter from his pocket. Let us not mention anything else. No one knows this information better than I do. The security guard, skeptical, reached out to take the paper Qin Luo handed over. The paper was covered in blood, but one could faintly see the information on it. Martial Arts History 1000, top scorer Qin Luo. The security guard's hand trembled, and he quickly called for someone to support Qin Luo. Quick, help him. Our top scorer. The other security personnel also scrambled to help. with someone immediately channeling power into Qin Luo to stabilize his injuries. Qin Luo, weren't you taken away by the Qin family? Why haven't they treated your injuries? Qin Luo smiled. I'm not a member of the Qin family. Why would they treat my injuries? He felt a bit worried. In the eyes of others, he was now a useless person. As one of the 4 strongest martial arts universities in Daxia, would Qinglong Academy still want him, this useless person? That is true. If you're not part of the family, those martial arts families wouldn't treat your injuries. Wait a moment. We've already reported it. Once it's confirmed that your notification letter is real, we'll take you inside. Seeing that there was no mockery on the security guard's face, but rather admiration, Qin Luo relaxed a little. He tentatively asked, does Qinglong Academy still want me, this useless person? The security guard's expression became serious. Qin Luo, even if you're this year's top scorer, I still need to criticize you. At Qinglong Academy, we encourage students and teachers to protect the weak. We have a dedicated support system. Since you've received your notification letter and have come to report to Qinglong Academy, you're now one of us. And your basic support for life is absolutely guaranteed. We at Qinglong Academy do not allow any hero who has shed blood for Daxia to end up starving and being laughed at. Qin Luo observed the several security guards around him, noticing that each had some form of disability. Some had lost a hand and had metal arms, while others had metal legs. The pride on the faces of the security guards as they spoke was unmistakable. Look at us. We were all once part of Qinglong Academy. We became disabled in battle, and the academy takes care of us. We feel embarrassed, so we came to be security guards. Yes, don't worry. Qinglong Academy is not like those martial arts families that prioritize family honor. Once you're disabled, you're just disabled. In martial arts families, if a branch descendant becomes useless, they don't even provide treatment. Qin Luo nodded heavily. At that moment, he felt that attending Qinglong Academy seemed to be a good choice. At least the feelings expressed by these security guards were sincere and could not be faked. While a group of security guards chatted with Qin Luo, they quickly confirmed that the notification letter was real and that Qin Luo was indeed genuine. At this time, everyone looked at Qin Luo with even more eagerness. As long as it's real, let us first take Qin Luo to the school hospital for treatment. Damn. The school announcement stated that Qin Luo killed a 5th realm cultist and 7 or 8 4th realm ones. If it weren't for the school's message, I would believe that Qin Luo was this fierce. What a pity. If he could study in the academy for a year, those guys would be cut down like vegetables. Don't worry, the school will provide you with the best treatment, ensuring that your body won't have any hidden dangers. Qin Luo nodded and was soon surrounded by a group of people as they made their way to the affiliated hospital of Qinglong Academy. He did not notice a stooped old man in the distance, his expression bitter. Uncle Gong had actually arrived long ago. With the authority of the Qin family, it was very easy to investigate Qin Luo's whereabouts. He overheard the conversation between Qin Luo and the security guards, and Qin Luo's words showed no concealment of his disdain for the Qin family. With the difference in treatment between the lady and the master, if it were him, he would probably feel heartbroken as well. Uncle Gong shook his head and went to register his identity at Shenwu University. He still needed to carry out the orders given by the head of the family. He was well aware that a heart that has been hurt will not love again, especially since he knew that Qin Luo had done many things to integrate into the Qin family. Qin family. Qin Zhuangyun asked a question and learned that Qin Luo had entered Qinglong Academy. He became even more furious, blaming this rebellious son for causing arguments between himself and his wife. Meanwhile, inside a certain building of the Qin family, a group of Qin family disciples gathered together. The leader was Qin Jiang. Now that Qin Luo has gone to Qinglong University, those of you in Qinglong University should keep an eye on his movements at all times. If possible, find an opportunity to delay his recovery speed, preferably to the point where harms his foundation. Yes, young master. A group of branch descendants of the Qin family rubbed their hands in excitement. A cold intent condensed in Qin Zhang's eyes. He remembered that during their sparring, whether it was swordsmanship or martial arts, Qin Luo's understanding was 2 or 3 levels higher than his own. They were only less than a year apart. Qin Jiang felt that even if he were given another year, he still wouldn't reach Qin Luo's level of mastery over swordsmanship. Qin family. Qin Zhuangyun received the news. Head of the family, the eldest son publicly stated that he does not have the bloodline of the Qin family. This was information returned from the Qin family's intelligence network. Qin Zhuangyun, who had finally calmed his emotions, turned dark instantly upon seeing this news. Rebellious son, truly a rebellious son. He had already set aside his pride and instructed Uncle Gong to bring him back, yet he still said such things. If other families found out, wouldn't they laugh at the Qin family? Going to Qinglong Academy? Qin Luo practices swordsmanship, and the notification letter he received was also from the Swordsmanship Institute. I just happen to know the vice president of the Swordsmanship Institute at Qin Luo Academy. I'll have him say a few words. If Qin Luo cannot find a good mentor, he will naturally recognize the power of the Qin family. At that time, he will obediently return to admit his mistake. 006. Go back. That's impossible. Qin Luo Academy, affiliated hospital. Qin Luo lay in bed. The security guards around him had already left. He recalled that just a moment ago, a few security guards had said that once he recovered from his injuries, they would invite him out for drinks. He found that feeling quite nice. Qin Luo, right? You can't engage in combat for at least a month. Your injuries are too severe, and even with various healing potions and elixirs, you need a rest to allow your body to recover to its best condition. The Qin family really should have taken him away. Even if he wasn't of the Qin bloodline, they could at least stabilize his injuries. If it had been earlier with your foundation, you might have had a chance to reach the 7th realm. Now, too much time has passed, and the damage is too great. Your chances of reaching the 6th realm in this lifetime are even less than 10%. A doctor of the 6th realm sighed and left after saying a few words. He still had many patients to treat. Of course, this was to give Qin Luo hope, to help him accept this reality. He had seen many geniuses collapse mentally after being injured, unable to accept becoming useless. Qin Luo nodded. A month? Too long. In 3 days, he could completely merge his talent. With the existence of a super god-level talent, the damage to his foundation was negligible. The deeper the talent fusion, the more Qin Luo could clearly sense that his perception was gradually strengthening. He could sense whether the person outside the door was male or female. This made Qin Luo increasingly look forward to his super god-level talent. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Luo ignored it. He wouldn't see any members of the Qin family. Young master, I am Butler Qin Sigong. The head of the family has sent me to invite you home. The Qin family was a large clan, and the head of the family did this for the sake of the family. Qin Luo initially wanted to ignore what the other party said. 3 options appeared in his mind. Option 1. Go back with the other party, kneel before Qin Yun, and tell him that from now on, he would be a good child in the eyes of his parents. Reward. After mastering the A-level martial art, Dragon Turtle Transformation. Incredible defense. Qin Luo glanced at it. How did the system get involved with the Dragon Turtle? The first option was not even worth considering. Option 2. Tell the other party that unless the Qin family is completely destroyed, he would go to the Qin family to burn some paper for them. Reward. S-level martial art, Ghost Flash. Qin Luo thought this option was not bad. At least it sounded more human than the first. He wouldn't make a decision until he finished reading the third option. Option 3. Tell the other party that going back is impossible. Reward. Divine-level martial arts technique. Infinite demon skill. After reading it, Qin Luo's lips curled up slightly. The last option was very much to his liking. Come in. I want to talk to you. Uncle Gong pushed the door open and gently closed it behind him. He looked at Qin Luo, who had changed into a hospital gown and stood respectfully beside the bed. Young master, if you're willing to go back, I believe the master and mistress will definitely compensate you well. Qin Luo waved his hand. Stop. I'll let you in to tell you that going back is impossible. Not only will I not go back, but I will also make my affairs in the Qin family public. Right and wrong. We will let many people in the Great Xia judge. I'm done. You can leave now. Don't appear in front of me again. It won't work no matter who comes. Reward has been issued. Please collect it as soon as possible. Collect. His mind was filled with numerous memories. The techniques he had previously practiced were merely ordinary techniques, only capable of reaching the 5th realm. The complexity of divine-level techniques was far beyond that of 5th realm techniques. If not for the system directly implanting the memories, relying on himself to memorize them would have taken a long time. Please practice for 1 minute to unlock automatic cultivation of the technique. Uncle Gong bent over and stared blankly at Qin Luo, and his guess was about right. Young master, the master and mistress did not do it on purpose. I've noticed they seem to have some regrets. What does their regret have to do with me? Also, don't call me young master. You can call me Qin Luo. Young master, I am a servant. How could I dare to call your name directly? Uncle Gong said, panicking and cupping his fists repeatedly. Here, there is no young master. Only Qin Luo. Also, my hospital room does not welcome any members of the Qin family. Qin Luo assessed the situation. He still needed more than half a day for talent fusion. He should first resolve the automatic cultivation of the technique. 1 minute should be manageable. There were too many troubles, combined with a body weaker than an ordinary person's due to his serious injuries and the constant urgency of worrying about himself being finished. 1 minute later, Qin Luo let out a long sigh of relief as the technique began to operate automatically. His special mental will had been in a tense state for a long time. It was already overwhelmed and now could finally relax and take a nap. Uncle Gong remained silent for a long time, unsure how to handle the situation. So he could only choose to leave and then go back to report truthfully to the head of the Qin family. Before leaving, Uncle Gong took a deep look at Qin Luo and gently closed the door. Qin Luo fell into a deep sleep, and his fatigued spirit began to recover quickly. At Qinglong Academy, in a conference room, several instructors gathered together. The person at the forefront had green hair and an exceptionally cold expression. This person was Zhou Linze, the vice president of the Sword Institute at Qinglong Academy. In the mid-8th realm, possessing a perfect SS-level martial art, the Green Dragon Sword Technique. He was well known in the Great Xia. Today, we called a few instructors here to see how you all plan to deal with Qin Luo. The others spoke freely, without reservation. Listening to Zhou Linze, the other 5 were momentarily unsure of his intentions and tentatively spoke up. Qin Luo is a remarkable individual, willing to sacrifice himself to save a city of citizens. The Academy's commendation for him is completely justified. Our Qinglong Academy has always upheld the principle that heroes can bleed, but must not make heroes cry. I believe our Sword Institute must also commend Qin Luo to demonstrate our institute's grandeur. I agree with this proposal. We cannot let the genius among ordinary people lose heart. Zhou Linze's expression remained unchanged, and his voice showed no hint of joy or anger. Qin Luo entering the Sword Institute. It seems no one has objections. I have another question. Who among you wants to take Qin Luo as a disciple can step forward? Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. The news of Qin Luo's injuries reached the Sword Institute's instructor group immediately. They all understood very well that with his talent wasted, even if Qin Luo could cultivate to the 7th realm, his strength would at most be considered average among equals. They wanted to take in the talented Qin Luo, who possessed SS-level talent and dazzled everyone. Moreover, since Qin Luo was not of the Qin bloodline, taking him in would not help establish a good relationship with the Qin family. If he were of the Qin bloodline, he would not have come to Qinglong Academy without any treatment. Vice President Zhou, weren't you wanting to take Qin Luo as a disciple before? Taking him as a disciple doesn't prevent you from taking another one. Zhou Linze did not respond. If there were no accidents, he could indeed take Qin Luo as a disciple. At his age and level, what he pursued was nothing more than 2 things: power and reputation. Taking in a student like Qin Luo, who had good character, would also make a good story in the future at Qinglong Academy. Seeing Zhou Linze fall silent, the others breathed a sigh of relief. The other few were still in the 7th realm, wanting to take in more geniuses to cultivate them and increase their influence in the academy in the future. Since you all won't take him in, I will spare myself the trouble. 007, do you want to be a guinea pig? The Qin family. Qin Zhuangyun has been wanting to do something intimate with his wife these past few days, but has been rejected. He knows this is because his wife feels they owe Qin Luo. Jiang Ling shook off the man's hand, still filled with anger. Qin Zhuangyun, if you can't bring Qin Luo back, you can forget about sleeping with me for the rest of your life. Don't worry, dear, it won't take more than 2 days. That ungrateful child will come back to apologize to us. If he doesn't, I'll personally go find him. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. These past few days, she has been contemplating the words Qin Luo said before leaving the family. From Qin Luo's resolute attitude, it couldn't possibly be just about jealousy over his younger brother. The more Jiang Ling thought about it, the more she felt that perhaps she and her husband had overlooked many things. However, as a mother, how could she lower herself to ask Qin Luo? After leaving the study, Jiang Ling went to the Qin family's training ground, where she found some of the younger members of the Qin family. It was from this group that she heard how Qin Luo, relying on his strength, bullied them. At the training ground, a group of Qin family members were joking and sparring, improving their combat skills. Suddenly, they noticed the elegant figure appear, and the group of youths became tense. Gulp, Madam Head of the family, what brings you here? Jiang Ling got straight to the point and asked, why did you all fight with Qin Luo back then? The training ground fell silent. The group exchanged glances, and one person stepped forward. Madam Head of the family, we fought because we said Qin Luo was not as good as the young master, and he got angry. Yes, we just spoke the truth, and he got defensive, giving me black eyes. Madam Head of the family, you must stand up for us. Our Qin family cannot bully the weak. Look at the young master, gentlemanly and refined. He answers all our questions, unlike Qin Luo who resorts to violence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's doubts were partially alleviated. There was some tension in the youth's words when facing her. Not to mention a group of second-stage youths, even their parents would feel nervous in front of her. She sighed inwardly, realizing that aside from not giving a birthday gift, They had not wronged Qin Luo in other aspects. As long as Qin Luo was willing to come back and stay at home obediently and say sorry to them, she would not blame him anymore. After Jiangling left, the group let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the young master had us unify our statements. On the third day at noon, in the hospital room, Qin Luo woke up slowly. Evil Sword Immortal Talent. Fusion Countdown. 138. 59. Qin Luo could clearly feel that the deep-seated weakness in his body had mostly disappeared, and he felt stronger. His injuries had fully healed after the talent fusion. Aside from not having the formidable strength of a martial artist, Qin Luo was now just like an ordinary person. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Sensing it, he realized it was not a familiar presence, but a stranger. Come in. Qin Luo, I'm Zhang Yong, who spoke with you during the college entrance examination recruitment. I wanted to ask if you have a mentor in mind that you'd like to apprentice under. Today is the new student and mentor selection meeting. Any mentor looking to accept students has logged into their account and is showing as online, and you can also go directly to their office to inquire. If you're considering apprenticeship, you can try to communicate with the mentors and see their conditions for accepting students. Qin Luo nodded. The saying, a big tree provides shade, applies everywhere. In his current state, he appeared to everyone as a waste, lacking much potential. In this era where strength is respected and talent reigns, there probably aren't many willing to accept him. Teacher Zhang, when you were recruiting, you promised to recommend me to the vice president of the Sword Academy. Zhang Yong shook his head. Qin Luo, I'm not sure. Such a situation has never occurred in Qinglong Academy. I can't be certain if what Vice President Zhou said about being willing to personally teach you holds any water. I can ask Vice President Zhou for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo understood that the hope was slim. His injuries were mostly healed, so he could take the opportunity to ask today. The probability of becoming an apprentice under an 8-stage martial king was quite low, as it was merely a recommendation. If his talent had not disappeared, Qin Luo felt confident about his chances. He stepped outside. It was absolutely not to show off the miraculous phenomenon after the talent fusion. Zhang Yong handed Qin Luo the school's identity chip and various basic items. Normally, he would have to handle these matters himself, but due to Qin Luo's special circumstances, the school sent him to sort it out. Qin Luo got out of bed, preparing to change into a clean set of clothes. Suddenly, he froze. He had no spatial ring and no clothes to change into. He glanced at the blue and white striped hospital gown, feeling as though he was wrapped in weakness. Teacher Zhang, could you lend me some cash? There's a street outside the hospital. For someone like Qin Luo, who had only a few coins to his name and had even broken his phone during the fight, it was a pressing matter. Zhang Yong eyed Qin Luo suspiciously. According to the feedback from the doctors, Qin Luo's condition would take at least a month to recover fully. Now, it seemed his recovery speed was quite fast. I don't have cash, but if you have a phone, I can lend you some. Qin Luo shook his head. At that moment, a man in a white coat walked in. He was Qin Luo's attending physician, a 6-stage master with an A-grade talent in the spirit healing domain. During these days, Hinan would often come to Qin Luo's bedside because he found Qin Luo's recovery speed exceeded all expectations. In his decades of experience as a physician, he had seen many individuals who burned their talents, but he had never encountered a recovery speed like Qin Luo's. Moreover, he sensed a powerful force within Qin Luo slowly reviving. As this force revived, the potential in Qin Luo's body, diminished after the talent was burned, was also recovering. This feeling was akin to the legendary rebirth through nirvana. Hinang had never seen such a situation. Now that Qin Luo was awake, he could finally ask about the patient's condition. Qin Luo, have you sensed any changes in your body? Are you feeling well? Qin Luo nodded. He had never thought to hide the fact that his talent was recovering or even improving. In this world where talent and strength are paramount, how could one garner investment without showcasing their talent? Hining's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. What does it feel like? Can you describe it? Under Hining's eager gaze, Qin Luo pondered for a moment and slowly replied, I feel as if the talent that shattered is coming back. Is it possible that my talent could return? Qin Luo looked at his doctor, subtly guiding him. If the other party didn't catch on and play along, it would be quite disappointing. Hining's breathing quickened, and his gaze towards Qin Luo grew more fervent. What Qin Luo said confirmed his suspicions. Good. I really didn't guess wrong. Given this recovery speed, your second talent should be quite impressive, at least A-grade. Hinang stepped closer, his eyes ablaze, and said to Qin Luo, let me check you thoroughly and see your recovery speed. If your talent truly returns, could you do me a favor? Qin Luo felt Hinang's intense gaze, as if a volcano that had accumulated pressure for countless years was about to erupt, and it was terrifying. That gaze is as if he wants to dissect himself. Help! I certainly don't have the awareness to dedicate myself to the medical profession. Qin Luo distinctly sensed a gentle force circulating within him, warm and comforting. This is a capability possessed only by martial artists above the fourth realm, where the internal origin force manifests and can harm others from a distance. No, I still have things to do. Hina was quite surprised. When he came for a checkup yesterday, Qin Luo's body was still riddled with injuries, his organs shattered. Now he is almost completely recovered, hardly different from a normal person. If it were an A-rank martial artist with such recovery ability, it wouldn't be surprising. How did Qin Luo achieve this? An A-rank recovery talent? Or an S-rank recovery talent? Hina didn't expect Qin Luo to refuse before he finished speaking. Qin Luo, listen to me. Your reference is of great significance. Qin Luo shook his head repeatedly. Reference significance? Indeed, he wants to use me as a guinea pig. I have already suffered. There's no need to be a guinea pig for others. Teacher Zhang, let's go. Please take me to find a master. Zhang Ren's heart was unsettled for a long time. If it were an A-rank talent, perhaps others. He had heard of He Ning's reputation. He originally thought Qin Luo's quick recovery was due to this person's influence. But unexpectedly, it was due to Qin Luo himself. Teacher Zhang, please don't tell anyone that Qin Luo's talent has recovered. I am a guest elder of the Ji family. Please keep the secret. Zhang Ren's body trembled. A guest elder of the Ji family? The Ji family, the #1 family in the Great Xia, has never been shaken in its position. All right. After Qin Luo left, He Ning took out his phone and sent a message. Ji Tian, accept Qin Luo as a disciple. Qin Long Academy, Sword Path Institute. 2 members of the Qin family were standing outside the building, chatting and laughing. The young master is too cautious, actually having us specially guard this place. How could that useless Qin Luo, with his injuries, come here to seek a master? Moreover, someone like him. How could a mentor take him as a disciple? Who can say for certain? What if Vice Dean Zhou accepts Qin Luo as a disciple? Suddenly, a person dressed in a blue and white hospital gown entered their line of sight. Oh, look over there. Isn't that person in the hospital gown Qin Luo? 008. What are you barking like a dog for? Qin Yu and Qin Hu, dressed in the distinctive clothing of the Qin family, wore broad smiles on their faces. Today, the 2 of them had also become disciples under 2 6th-level martial artists. Of course, with their B-level talent, they naturally did not meet the requirements for discipleship under 6th-level martial artists. It was their young master who had fought for this opportunity for them. The young master had a little something hidden under his fingernail, enough for them to benefit from for a long time. Who is that boy in the hospital gown? He looks quite handsome, but his aura seems a bit weak. Son, you don't even know him? He is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. He hasn't even come to school yet. He was targeted by a cult and became the fastest top scorer to fall from grace in history. So it's him? I heard he is already crippled. Why is he here to pay his respects to a master? I don't know. We with B-level talent can't even become disciples under 6th-level mentors. He is already crippled, so it's probably impossible for him. Let us go. Let's go eat some melons. Qin Luo listened to the discussions around him without caring. How could a divine dragon care about the chatter of ants? He used to be in a different world from these people. Now it's even more so. Zhang Renyi walked beside Qin Luo, introducing him to the mentors of the Sword Path Academy. Wang Jujian, late stage of the 7th realm, a level talent, with an SS-level martial skill, the Demon Slayer sword. Practiced to a profound level, his strength is formidable. Xie Huangshang, late stage of the 7th realm, a level talent, his strength is comparable to Wang Jujian. Zhang Renyi continued to introduce while speaking. Qin Luo naturally noticed the 2 Qin family members. They looked somewhat familiar, mainly because those 2 were too eye-catching, dressed in Qin family clothing, their faces displaying an air of superiority. They looked as if they had eaten 10 bowls of happiness, very arrogant. Of course, the main thing was still the Qin family's clothing, which Qin Luo was very familiar with. Qin, who walked up to Zhang Renyi, hands in his pockets. Teacher, why are you introducing a cripple to a mentor? Our Sword Path Academy has high standards. If I remember correctly, Qin Luo is already a cripple. Zhang Renyi's expression changed. He naturally recognized the identity of the boy from the Qin family who was speaking. He didn't understand why the Qin family members would say this to him. This student, Qin Luo, has an admission notice from the Sword Path Academy. According to the rules, he is naturally allowed to come and pay his respects to a master. Hearing this, Qin Hu smiled and nodded. The teacher is right. Qin Long Academy will not deprive any student of their rights. However, for such a cripple, it's probably very difficult for him to become a disciple of a normal mentor. Zhang Renyi listened to the conversation, his mind working. This person from the Qin family seems to imply that accepting Qin Luo as a disciple would be an abnormal action. Qin Luo quietly looked at the two, his disgust accumulating. The Qin family really is haunting him. He had come to Qinlong Academy and still encountered members of the Qin family. Don't you two remember how I beat you in kneeling on the ground, looking as pathetic as tadpoles searching for their mother? The smiles on Qin Hu and Qin Yu's faces instantly stiffened. Back then, they mocked Qin Luo for being raised by a beggar. And Qin Luo took the opportunity to beat everyone except Qin Jiang. It was that beating that made them band together to slander Qin Luo for bullying the weak. Qin Luo, that was in the past. Everyone has peaks. Don't take a moment for eternity. You still think you're the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Now you're just a cripple. What a fool, sacrificing your own future to save some irrelevant people. Zhang Renyi stared at the two, picking up a lot of information. It seemed that Qin Luo knew these people. Could it be that Qin Luo was truly a member of the Qin family? However, when Qin Luo arrived earlier, he publicly explained that he had nothing to do with the Qin family. The gossip fire was burning fiercely. Qin Luo calmly stared at the two and suddenly smiled. They are truly two qualified watchdogs. Once this was said, Qin Yu and Qin Hu turned red with anger. Qin Hu suppressed his urge to confront Qin Luo. This was Qinlong Academy. If it were at the Qin family, Qin Luo would surely face a beating today. Qin Luo, you don't think you can still become a disciple of any mentor in the Sword Path Academy, do you? How naive. If you can become a disciple of a mentor above the 6th realm today, I will take your surname. Qin Luo chuckled. If he had no talent, he wouldn't even be able to become a disciple of a teacher. With his super divine level talent, after half an hour, he would surely be able to become a disciple of a top-tier powerhouse. However, Qin Luo came here thinking about choosing a mentor with good character, rather than someone with double standards like those from the Qin family. If he didn't even despise his mentor now, his character must be relatively good. As for whether the teacher was strong or not, Qin Luo didn't care. In any case, they would all be brought up by him in the end. It's better to uplift a good person than to uplift a disgusting one. I could never have a junior like you. If I were your father and knew you were this useless, I would have thrown you out long ago. After saying this, Qin Luo walked inside. After waiting half an hour, he wanted to see if these two could still keep bouncing around. Zhang Renyi didn't speak. He certainly couldn't afford to offend these two from the Qin family. This is the tragedy of those without power or influence, mixing in society. Zhang Renyi brought Qin Luo to find several teachers, but none were in their offices. He was starting to panic. They were clearly avoiding Qin Luo. Did the teachers from the Sword Path Academy inquire about any news, asking if anyone else wanted to take Qin Luo as a disciple? Qin Hu and Qin Yu crossed their arms, their mouths filled with cold laughter. Ha ha, Qin Luo, how is it? I told you. You can't become a disciple of a 6th-level master. You look like a clown that no one wants. It's truly pathetic. Qin Luo was not surprised. It seemed that everyone was avoiding him. He turned to look at the two. It appeared that no one in the Sword Path Academy was willing to take him as a student. Since that was the case, let's play a big game. Why are you barking like dogs? Dogs that bite don't bark. You should belong to the category of dogs that dare not bite. If you don't dare to act, then hurry up and roll. Don't swagger in front of me. Qin Hu and Qin Yu instantly turned red, their faces resembling monkey butts. They indeed did not dare to confront Qin Luo. After all, Qin Luo was the son of the family head, even if he had already fallen out with the family head. Who knows if one day Qin Luo would run back and kneel before the family head. He might just return to the Qin family. Moreover, according to the Qin family's hierarchy, Qin Luo was indeed from their father's generation. Qin Hu and Qin Yu felt extremely suffocated. After a long while, they managed to squeeze out a sentence. Qin Luo, from now on, just be the mascot of Qinlong Academy. In the Deputy Dean's office of the Sword Path Academy, Zhou Linzi sat in the main seat, with 5 other teachers present, all of whom had not yet received students this year. Qin Luo is a smart person. He should understand the implication. If he still doesn't get it by finding the Deputy Dean's office, that would be too foolish. What a pity. If Qin Luo's talent hadn't disappeared, I could still take him as a disciple. If he still had SS-level talent, there would still be a place for you. Zhou Linzi sat in his seat, showing no signs of joy or anger. Qin family head, I have done as you requested. In a few days, I will have a 5th-level instructor go tell Qin Luo to apologize to you. First, let us temper his character. Make him understand that in this world, strength is paramount. Without the Qin family, he is nothing. Zhou Linzi put down his phone, and the office door suddenly burst open. Shards flew everywhere, and the entire office was instantly in disarray. Zhou Linzi, Give me an explanation. You can't fulfill your promises? Why did you actively contact Qin Luo back then, but now refuse to take him as a student? 009. Is Qin Zhuangyin your father? You trust him so much? Zhou Linze stood up, looking at the man outside the door, eyebrows raised, a surge of aura emanating from him. A sword hung at his waist, and a weathered wine gourd was by his side, his right sleeve empty. The Swordsmanship Academy's mentor, Ji Jianhan. Ji Jianhan, what madness are you here for? Whether I accept students or not is my business and has nothing to do with you. The other mentors also looked at Ji Jianhan, a hint of wariness flashing in their eyes. This madman, anyone who provoked him would be cursed, and there have been many instances of him drawing his sword in anger. Several mentors in the Swordsmanship Academy have experienced Ji Jianhuan's unreasonable behavior. He also has a nickname, the Drunken Sword Madman. However, even when being chased with swords by Ji Jianhan, no one dared to retaliate. The reason is simple. His background is very strong. He is the younger brother of the head of the Ji family, the first family of the Great Xia, and the only super powerhouse to break through the martial respect realm in a century. The value of that status is self-evident. Even if Ji Jianhan went mad and destroyed the Swordsmanship Academy, he would only be taken back home, and the Ji family would come to repair it. Zhou Linze was also a bit of a headache, wondering how he had attracted this plague god. Why does the Qinlong Academy offer great privileges to discarded students or mentors? It could almost be said to be driven by Ji Jianhan. This person despises anyone who deprives heroes of their deserved benefits. Once discovered, he would draw his sword and attack. Thinking of this, Zhou Linze frowned and reached out to gently block the sword tip that was already close at hand, using a bit of force to push Ji Jianhan back. Mentor Ji, I cannot accept a waste as a student. Moreover, no matter who accepts Qin Luo as a student, it won't affect the benefits he deserves. So whether or not he can be my student is of no concern. Zhou Linze's expression turned somewhat ugly. Ji Jianhan was not giving him any face. At this time, Qin Luo had just arrived at the door and heard the conversation inside. The reason he came here was that Ji Jianhan had brought him. Knowing that it was impossible for him to be accepted as a disciple by a mentor, he was about to leave. However, before he could walk away, he saw a one-armed middle-aged man striding toward him with a face full of murderous intent. The aura on him was as if he were about to kill someone. Qin Luo was so frightened that he thought he was facing a cultist. If he didn't know this was the Qinlong Academy, he would have shouted out loud. After Zhang Ren's introduction, Qin Luo finally understood the man's background. Then, after Ji Jianhan patted his chest and promised to find justice for Qin Luo, he angrily charged into Zhou Linze's office ahead of everyone else. And then the earlier scene unfolded. Watching this, Qin Luo felt a warmth in his heart. This was the first person willing to step up for him. He pulled up the panel and glanced at the fusion progress. Evil Sword Immortal Talent. Fusion Countdown. 8:59, about 9 minutes left. He clearly heard what Zhou Linze had just said. An 8th realm martial artist could not possibly be unaware of their movements. Inside the office, Zhou Linze looked at Ji Jianhan, thinking that provoking Ji Jianhan would be a bit troublesome. He exerted a gentle force, causing Ji Jianhan to take 2 steps back. Mentor Ji, if you want to ask properly, we can have a good talk. If you want to fight, I, Zhou Linze, will accompany you. Upon hearing this, Ji Jianhuan's face, covered in thick beard, showed no signs of joy or anger. Fine, you think you can bully me just because of your realm? Huh? Just wait. One day when my brother comes, I'll let him fight you and see if you can withstand even one move. Zhou Linze's expression froze. A 10th realm martial artist fighting him could easily kill him with a single slap. Of course, he didn't believe that the head of the Ji family would bully an 8th realm martial king like him. Zhou Linze didn't say much more. It was absolutely not because he was afraid. Seeing that he once again had the initiative, Ji Jianhan continued. I came today to ask you this group of pretentious people one thing. When you were recruiting back then, were the chips you offered still valid? Zhou Linze breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, glancing subtly at the shattered door frame. Naturally, they were no longer valid. And not to mention that Qin Luo's SS-level talent had already disappeared. Just based on his performance in the Qin family, he did not deserve to be my disciple. Bullying the weak, not respecting his parents, and being frivolous in brothels shows his poor character. I, Zhou Linze, have lived my life with integrity, so I could never accept such a vile student. Upon hearing this, Ji Jianhan felt a slight joy in his heart. It seemed that Zhang Ren hadn't leaked anything. Otherwise today, he would have to use some tricks. As for what Zhou Linze said, Ji Jianhan remained skeptical. He did not believe that someone who could sacrifice himself to save a city would do the kind of things Zhou Linze described. The other mentors nearby, Hearing Zhou Lin's words also changed their expressions. If they didn't act now, and the vice president was forced by Ji Jianhun to accept Qin Luo as a student, it would be a waste of a quota. There was no limit to the number of students a mentor could accept, but their energy was limited, generally accepting at most one per year. More than that, they couldn't manage to teach them all, although it would affect their annual assessment results. It would delay their own cultivation and improvement. Gu Sangsheng, will naturally not accept a student with poor character. Someone with poor character does not deserve to be our student. I think we should let him be the first student in history without a mentor to temper Qin Luo's character. I naturally believe the news coming from the Qin family, especially since I heard that Qin Luo seems to have some connection with Qin Zhuangyun and might even be his illegitimate son. Upon hearing that people inside were saying he had a relationship with Qin Zhuangyun, Qin Luo didn't care about the rest, but felt it was necessary to clarify this matter. Hey, you guys, don't talk nonsense. Qin Luo, from Floating Cloud City. I have nothing to do with the Qin family. Don't think that just because you have short hair and limited experience, you can say whatever you want without understanding the situation. And you, Zhou Lin's, right? You're not a good person either. Whatever Qin Zhuangyun tells you is what you believe. Is Qin Zhuangyun your father? Why do you trust him so much? Qin Luo was never polite to those who slandered him. Whether he could beat them was another matter. He just wanted to vent his frustration first. Ji Jianhun turned a glance at Qin Luo. This kid was a bit interesting. Without a background, he still dared to speak to Zhou Linza like that. After all, he was the vice president of the Swordsmanship Academy, and taking care of Qin Luo would be easy. Zhou Linza coldly stared at Qin Luo, his impression of him dropping to the lowest point. As an 8th realm martial artist, he naturally couldn't engage in a shouting match with Qin Luo. He had plenty of ways to deal with Qin Luo. Taking out a piece of paper from his spatial ring, he quickly wrote his name on it. It was correct for the Qin family to temper Qin Luo's character. With such a temperament, he would only bring endless trouble to himself in the future. The other 7 realm martial artists looked at each other, never having seen such a bold young man. Did he really think that because he was from the Qin family, he could do whatever he wanted? At this moment, Qin Hu and Qin Yu arrived outside the office and heard Qin Luo cursing Zhou Linza. The two exchanged glances. Was Qin Luo this brave, considering that he dared to oppose the family head in the Qin family and curse an 8th realm martial artist? It seemed a bit hard to accept. Zhou Linza casually pushed, and an A4 paper flew in front of Qin Luo. Sign it. My Swordsmanship Academy does not need someone like you, who does not respect his elders and has poor character. Qin Luo took it, glanced at it. Expulsion of Qin Luo from the Swordsmanship Academy. 010. The elixir bought with all my savings is criticized for having too many impurities. Qin Luo quietly looked at the words above, and after reading them, understood that they implied he was morally corrupt, arrogant, and disobedient to his parents, which made the Sword Academy unwilling to accept such a student. After reading, Qin Luo's gaze fell on Zhou Linza, and he took a deep breath. Ji Jianhun snatched the paper away, and after reading its contents, his aura spread out without any restraint. The entire vice president's office was filled with a stifling atmosphere. Zhou Lin, Zhe, is this how you abuse your power? Bullying someone who has shed blood for the great Xiao? I will report this. You are unworthy to be the vice president of the Sword Academy. Zhou Linza remained silent. To him, such words were simply the cries of the weak, without any threat. The other mentors of the 7th realm felt their hearts skip a beat upon witnessing this scene. No matter who it was, they couldn't afford to offend him. This situation is not good. Vice President, I suddenly have insights into SS-level sword techniques, so I will go back to seclude myself. What a coincidence, so do I. How about we have a spar? My daughter's full moon is tomorrow. I'll go back to prepare for the banquet. Zhang Run had long retreated to the door, watching quietly. Hearing the words of this group of mentors, he felt even more discomfort in his heart. A talented individual who made contributions was treated like this. He had promised to bring Qin Luo into the Sword Academy, and now the latter couldn't enter Zhou Lin's tutelage. This made him feel uneasy, not knowing how to face Qin Luo. Zhou Lin's expression was stern. Sign it, go back to your Qin family, and be your useless self. Qin Luo chuckled. No wonder you're a dog of the Qin family. You're just the same. Sign? I entered the Sword Academy based on my own abilities. Why should I sign? Ding, choice 1. Sign on the spot, shatter the dream of the Sword Academy. The weak are bullied. The world is a vast, dark forest. Reward. A level sword technique, broken sword technique. Qin Luo glanced at it, and the action he had prepared stopped. This choice treats him like he is not human. Cut it off, cut it off. Choice 2. To be human and not retaliate when bullied. Are you still human? Spit at Zhou Linze. Reward. A level martial skill, Xian Gui Spit. Qin Luo looked at the choices, and his eyes lit up. Spitting is too humiliating. Throwing mud would be better. A martial king should have great demeanor. If someone throws mud at him, he should plant flowers with it. Let us hold on and see choice 3. Choice 3. Counterattack. No matter the method, make Zhou Linze angry and break his defense. Reward. Pure body. Qin Luo glanced at it. This choice was simply perfect. Pure body means there are no impurities in the body, making it very suitable for cultivation. When martial artists are young, they must eat to replenish energy. Any food has impurities, and when these impurities accumulate in the body, they will affect cultivation speed to some extent. A pure body means no impurities, leading to very fast early-stage improvement. Generally, it requires being above the 5th realm, where a martial artist's life force is strong enough to gradually eliminate impurities from a body. Only then can one transform their body into a pure body at the 6th realm master level. At this moment, Qin Luo's gaze became focused as he pondered how to make Zhou Linze angry enough to break his defense. A physical counterattack was definitely out of the question. He was not Zhou Linze's opponent right now, so it had to be psychological. Making an 8th realm martial artist break defense is somewhat difficult. After all, martial artists also focus heavily on their mental state. If their mental state is lacking, they might not even reach the 8th realm martial king. Qin Luo glanced down at the paper in his hand and noted that there were still 2 minutes left on the talent fusion countdown, and he thought carefully. Relying solely on talent might not be enough to make Zhou Linze break defense. He would need some tactics as well. Zhou Linze stared at Qin Luo. Silence? Do you really think that putting on a weak appearance will make me change my mind? Qin Zhuangyan could not directly do what he had said. So today, he was helping Qin Zhuangyan. Today, he wanted to tell Qin Luo that even with a background, one must maintain due respect when facing a stronger opponent. Qin Luo, sign it. I'll spare you out of consideration for your father. Remember, when facing strong opponents, you need to keep a humble heart. With your current mindset, even with talent, you will never reach the peak of martial arts. Qin Luo thought for a moment, walked up to Zhou Linze's desk, pulled out a piece of paper, and picked up a pen without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Ji Jianhun felt somewhat disappointed. He had deliberately stepped forward to tell Qin Luo that at least someone was standing behind him, so he didn't need to worry too much. He was hoping that with Qin Luo's talent re-emerging, he might be a genius. Now, deliberately remaining silent was just to see how Qin Luo would handle this situation. A swordsman should be brave and determined, wholeheartedly striving for invincibility. Without that invincible heart, how could one reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Even if Qin Luo's talent could be reborn, an S-level talent might not necessarily lead him to higher realms. There are those with S-level talent who still cannot break through the 8th realm. If Qin Luo chose to sign, Ji Jianhun would not accept him as a disciple. Considering that he saved a city, he would find Qin Luo a job to live off for the rest of his life. Outside, Qin Hu and Qin Yu were getting excited and quickly reported the progress of the situation. Meanwhile, Qin Jiang was with his mother. Jiang Ling thought about her debts to Qin Luo and still felt somewhat unsettled. Mom, don't be sad for Qin Luo. We recently learned a massage technique. With his personality, he needs to be tempered. Now that he is useless, he will realize how ridiculous it is to leave the Qin family. I will have the Qin family members at Qinglong Academy keep an eye on him. I won't let him be bullied by others. Jiang Ling rubbed her forehead. If your brother could be half as considerate and filial as you, I would be at ease. Qin Jiang replied with an Besides martial arts talent, he was better than Qin Luo in every way. Now that Qin Luo's talent was wasted. He was the strongest talent of this generation in the Qin family and could inherit the Qin family and become the head of the Qin family. Mom, I feel that with one more 5th rank elixir, I can break through to the 4th realm. Jiang Ling waved her hand, and a 5th rank elixir appeared in her hand. Take it. Break through to the 4th realm soon and bring some face to your parents. Qin Jiang took the elixir but didn't leave. Because of Qin Luo, his mother had been in a low mood these days, and he needed to accompany her more. While giving his mother a massage, Qin Jiang complained, Mom still loves me, unlike Qin Luo, who gave me a 3rd rank elixir as a birthday gift. And it had so many impurities. Jiang Ling was stunned. Her younger son asked her elder son for an elixir. The key point was that the elder son actually gave it. Jiang Heir, did you ask your brother for an elixir? Qin Jiang's tone was full of disdain. Yeah, it was my birthday gift from him. He even said he spent most of his savings on it. How could one elixir possibly cost him most of his savings? Jiang Ling's heart trembled, as if she had thought of something. Previously, Qin Luo had said that they were too biased towards him. If he could spend most of his savings to prepare a birthday gift for his younger brother, Qin Luo shouldn't be that kind of person. All right, Jiang Heir, go cultivate. Break through to the fourth realm soon. I need to go into seclusion as well. Qin Jiang, without any doubts, nodded and left happily. Jiang Ling remained silent for a long time before finally calling Uncle Gong. Ever since Qin Luo returned home, Uncle Gong had been secretly protecting him and should know Qin Luo's situation very well. When Uncle Gong found the head of the family, he lowered his head, not daring to look up. He feared that the head of the family would blame him for not bringing Qin Luo back. Uncle Gong, I have something to ask you, and you must answer truthfully. Uncle Gong lowered his head, feeling that his later years might very likely be affected by the eldest son's affairs, leading to misfortune. Madam, you ask. I ask you, did Qin Luo spend more than half of his savings on the birthday gift he gave to Qin Jiang back then? 011. The mother who knows the truth shed tears. After Qin Jiang stepped out the door, holding her phone, a cold smile appeared in her eyes. Even the 8th realm martial king from the Sword Dao Academy dared to offend him. Qin Luo was indeed bold. However, offending the vice president meant that Qin Luo's good days at Qinglong Academy were coming to an end. The more Qin Jiang thought about it, the happier she became. She had truly overestimated Qin Luo. A reckless person like him would be nothing after leaving the Qin family. Just now, Mom had asked Uncle Gong to come over, and she didn't know what it was for, but she had to warn Uncle Gong. If Uncle Gong exposed her, she feared she would be punished by her parents. So, Qin Jiang waited outside. Inside the hall, Uncle Gong lowered his head, constantly weighing his words, thinking about what to say and what not to say. He had to think clearly. He couldn't mention the issue of the eldest young master being targeted, nor could he talk about the youngest young master deliberately distorting the facts. Suddenly, he realized there were so many things he couldn't say, and Uncle Gong felt increasingly troubled. He ultimately decided that he would answer whatever the lady asked. As long as it was what the lady asked, he would answer truthfully. With the lady's strength, she could easily sense whether he was lying or not. Uncle Gong didn't understand why the lady had not discerned that the youngest young master was lying. Yes, madam. The eldest young master had nearly spent all his money to buy that third-grade elixir for the youngest young master. He even pawned his only second-grade weapon. Jiang Ling stared blankly at Uncle Gong, her phoenix eyes dull, and her calm heart was suddenly stirred. She knew that Qin Luo was not living well, but she didn't expect him to be so poor that he had to pawn his weapon to buy a third-grade elixir. With a trembling voice, Jiang Ling softly asked, "Why is he so foolish as to ask us for money to buy things for his brother?" Uncle Gong lowered his head and did not answer. He could see that the lady's emotions seemed a bit off. He decided not to tell the lady more about the third-grade elixir, as there were deeper reasons behind it. I ask you again, why haven't we heard Jiang Heir mention it? Madam, I am responsible for supervising the eldest young master, and do not know why the youngest young master has not mentioned it. After saying this, Uncle Gong fell silent again. He had already made up his mind. For every question the lady asked, he would answer one question, absolutely not saying more. He was about to retire and couldn't fall here. Then tell me, what was Luo Heir's reaction after giving things to Jiang Heir? Uncle Gong's hunched back fell as if it were crushed by an invisible mountain. With a thud, Uncle Gong knelt before Jiang Ling. Madam, I beg you to punish me. I really didn't mean to overhear. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ling had an ominous premonition in her heart. Speak. Say it truthfully. I absolutely won't punish you. Uncle Gong wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking anxious. Madam, I accidentally heard the eldest young master say, "Why are you begging me for a third-grade elixir?" Yet despising the third-grade elixir I sent as trash, too many impurities? I absolutely did not mean to overhear. Madam, please judge. Jiang Ling activated her talent and sensed the fear in Uncle Gong's emotions. It seemed that saying this had cost him a great deal of courage. She was not a fool. From this sentence, she could feel Qin Luo's feelings at that moment. Wronged, as if what he had given was trampled upon by others. If this statement were true, Jiang Ling couldn't imagine. Wasn't it saying that her youngest son was deceiving her? Many things Qin Luo did. She had heard from her youngest son's mouth. If this matter was false, then were other things also false? Jiang Ling recalled the expressions of the younger generation when she had inquired at the training ground earlier. They seemed very troubled. Her talent was S-level Spirit Sword Heart, which was considered a powerful talent even among S-levels. This talent granted Jiang Ling a special ability to sense whether a person was lying. The accuracy rate was as high as 99%. Unless the talent level was not much different from hers, or even higher, they could not deceive her perception. However, Jiang Ling had never used it on her family. Just now, to confirm that Uncle Gong was not lying to her, she had specifically used it. With this use, the sky had fallen. Jiang Ling didn't dare to think further. She stood up and walked toward the secret room where her husband was. Her eyes were filled with tears. She realized that she seemed to be an incompetent mother. Some things had to be clarified today. Otherwise, she would live her whole life in a state of guilt. Uncle Gong wiped the sweat from his forehead and got up from the ground. He sighed. As someone who had been given the name by the Qin family and could change his surname to Qin, having served 2 family heads, he was now at retirement age, ready to enjoy his old age. Yet such a thing happened. It seemed that the lady had already sensed something was wrong. His role as a steward was soon coming to an end. How could such a thing happen just before retirement? Uncle Gong's face was full of bitterness as he walked outside. Just as he stepped out, he saw Qin Jiang standing to the side, her expression changing unpredictably. Young master. Uncle Gong bowed respectfully, lowering his head. At this moment, Qin Jiang's heart was filled with clouds, coldly staring at Qin Sigong. Her narrow eyes seemed to emit a coldness like that of a poisonous snake. Uncle Gong, what did you say to my mom? Why is she ignoring me? Uncle Gong glanced at Qin Jiang's eyes and felt his heart skip a beat. At such a young age, how could she have such terrifying eyes? He quickly lowered his head. Young master, I didn't say anything. I just answered the questions the lady wanted to understand. Perhaps because it involves the eldest young master. The lady is in a bad mood. Hearing this, Qin Jiang withdrew her gaze. Damn Qin Luo. He has already left the family. Is no longer a member of the Qin family. Yet he still makes my parents worry about him. He's truly a waste. Why can't the evil cult just kill him off in one go? That would settle everything. Uncle Gong, I believe you know what should be said and what shouldn't be said. Uncle Gong bent over and nodded repeatedly, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. After serving diligently for 100 years, he ended up with such a master. After thinking it over, Uncle Gong decided to resign from serving the family head's lineage. Even if he became a steward for the family head, he would be respected wherever he went. Once he retired, if his son took over and met Qin Jiang as the family head, he would probably not know how he died. After Qin Jiang finished speaking, she returned to her secret room, took the elixir, and prepared to begin her cultivation to break through to the 4th realm. Jiang Ling arrived at the family head study and saw Qin Zhuangyun still practicing calligraphy. This was Qin Zhuangyun's way of calming down after encountering troubling matters. In the past, Jiang Ling thought this method was quite good, but today, for some reason, she felt a bit irritable. Qin Zhuangyun, when will you care about your eldest son instead of practicing calligraphy here? You've been practicing for half your life. Why haven't you become a calligrapher yet? Qin Zhuangyun looked up, staring blankly at his wife, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Madam, what's wrong? Jiang Ling felt a knot in her heart. Do you know that Luo Heir pawned his 2nd-grade weapon just to buy a 3rd-grade elixir for Jiang Heir? That was what his adoptive parents spent a lot of money to buy for him. It was the only valuable thing he had. Hearing this, Qin Zhuangyun was somewhat taken aback. No wonder he hadn't seen Qin Luo carrying his sword after his younger son's birthday. At least he had a bit of conscience, knowing to treat his brother better. Madam, this is a small matter. 012. I hope you won't regret it later, my lady. This is a small matter. When Luo returns, I'll give him double the weapons, a 4th-tier weapon. After saying this, Qin Zhuangyun continued practicing his calligraphy, almost letting this rebellious child ruin the calm mood he had finally managed to achieve. Jiang Ling stared blankly at her man. She thought about how they hadn't given anything to Qin Luo during his coming-of-age ceremony. Now, after forcing Qin Luo out of the house when he returns, would it only be a 4th-tier weapon? Qin Zhuangyun, do you think a 4th-tier weapon is enough to make up for Luo? Qin Zhuangyun shook his head and nodded. Unless he comes back and sincerely admits his mistakes, what is wrong with giving him a 5th-tier weapon? Hearing this, Jiang Ling slammed her hand on the desk. Qin Zhuangyun, you heartless thing, do you know why Luo sold that weapon? Qin Zhuangyun was startled and looked at his wife, whose anger was evident. It had been a long time since he had seen her angry. He quickly stopped writing, walked to Jiang Ling's side, and gently hugged her shoulders. My lady, don't be angry. I just want to teach Luo a lesson. Moreover, she is now crippled and may never reach the 4th tier in her lifetime. Giving her good weapons would be a waste. Tell me, why did Luo sell the weapon? Jiang Ling broke free from Qin Zhuangyun's embrace. Her anger grew stronger as she recalled many past events. I initially wanted you to bring Luo back to cultivate after getting out of danger. But then you made me pregnant, and with Jiang on the way, you said it was impossible to bring back Luo with 2 children, so the plan was shelved. Years passed, and when Jiang grew up, I told you to go pick him up. You said you wanted to break through to the 9 Realms Jade Emperor, and were afraid you wouldn't be able to accompany the children. Now that the children have grown up, their strength is even greater than our personally trained son. Yet you still say he is of poor character and needs to be honed. Qin Zhuangyun, when will you truly treat Luo as your son? Let me tell you, Luo sold the second-tier weapon to gather money for a third-tier pill for Jiang. Think about it. A son who could sell the weapon given by his parents to buy a pill for a brother he has little affection for. Could he really be the child of poor character you speak of? The more Jiang Ling thought about it, the sadder she became. She had no idea how much determination her eldest son had put into this. For her eldest son, a second-tier weapon was already his greatest asset. The exchanged third-tier pill was even despised by his brother for its poor effect and impurities. Tears welled up in Jiang Ling's eyes. She couldn't bear to think about what Luo must have felt when he said those words to Jiang. Was it heartache or sorrow? Qin Zhuangyun was stunned. He had never expected this outcome. A third-tier pill was indeed not impressive, and it was normal for the younger son to think it was trash. Why didn't this kid tell me? If he had told me, I would have given him the money to prepare a birthday gift for Jiang, no matter what. My lady, don't worry. In a few days, he will realize he can't survive in the Sword Dao Academy, apologize to us, and return to the Qin family. I've already asked Zhou Linze from the Qinglong Academy, Sword Dao Academy, to teach Luo that this society is one of the survival of the fittest. People can be taught. A single lesson is enough for Luo to understand that leaving the Qin family will only bring him disdain. Jiang Ling stared blankly at Qin Zhuangyun, her graceful face frozen in sadness. She was dazed. Why did it seem like her man didn't understand her point? You want people to target Luo, making it impossible for him to stay in the Sword Dao Academy? Qin Zhuangyun nodded and walked to Jiang Ling's side to gently embrace his wife. He had noticed that his wife had been in a bad mood these days. If he couldn't stay in the Qinglong Academy, he would naturally return to the Qin family. Jiang Ling suddenly broke free. As a woman, her thoughts were naturally more delicate than a man's. From the butler Gong Shu's repeated hesitant expressions, she knew many things were not as she thought. Perhaps from the beginning, they had a bias against their eldest son. Qin Zhuangyun, if Luo doesn't come back, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. When Luo returns, I will go back to the Qin family. Come with me. I will let you see just how wrong you are. After saying this, Jiang Ling turned and flew away. As she thought about it, she decided to find the old butler to learn more before leaving. She wanted her husband, who was always dictatorial and wanted everything to go according to his ideas, to see the real truth. Qin Zhuangyun was stunned. His own mistakes? What mistakes did he make? Training his eldest son's character to better support his outstanding younger brother. In their Qin family, there was no system of primogeniture. Whoever was excellent could take the lead. Rebel child, when you return, you must kneel in the ancestral hall for 10 days and nights. Qin Zhuangyun hurriedly chased after her, needing to appease his wife. It was the first time in so many years that he had argued with her. It was all that rebellious child's fault. Qinglong Academy. At this moment, Qin Luo had finished writing and handed a sheet of A4 paper filled with words to Zhou Linze. Here, sign it. Zhou Linze did not take it. With a thought, his elemental power erupted, and the paper flew in front of him. I, Qin Luo, am unwilling to accept the management of someone who ignores the rules of Qinglong Academy and deliberately targets the warriors who bleed and cry for ordinary people. Therefore, today, I decide that as long as Zhou Linze is the vice president of the Sword Dao Academy for a day, I will not join the Sword Dao Academy for a day. If Zhou Linze admits to targeting me, I can voluntarily withdraw. After reading this, Zhou Linze couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! Qin Luo, you are neither a member of the Qin family, nor do you have enviable talent. What does it matter even if you sign it? Today, I will let you know that the first thing ordinary people need to learn is to respect the strong. Zhou Linze snorted coldly, waved his hand, and wrote his name on it. As for signing it, it was no different from putting a target on Qin Luo. He didn't care. A waste, in this lifetime, would probably only be able to cultivate to the 6th realm at most. Even the Qin family wouldn't invest too many resources in Qin Luo. Qin Luo's gaze fell on the paper. 3 characters clearly written. Good. I hope you won't regret it later. Zhou Linze shot a cold glance at Qin Luo, as if looking at an ant. How could a divine dragon care about the provocations of an ant? His state of mind was still not cultivated enough. He hadn't expected to be angered by a kid who hadn't even grown hair yet. Youth is good. One can speak harshly at any time. Pulling open the panel, Qin Luo took a glance. Do you want to block the anomalies of heaven and earth? No, with a thought. Qin Luo's internal injuries had completely healed. According to the cultivation method of the Wujimagong in his mind, it had already started to operate automatically. If we're going to play, let's make it a big one. Suddenly, Zhou Linze felt a strange aura emanating from Qin Luo. Similarly, Ji Jianhun sensed it as well. The surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly entering Qin Luo's body. This speed of absorbing spiritual energy was faster than even when he had his SS-level G talent. Ji Jinhun and Zhou Linze suddenly raised their heads, their gazes falling outside the window. The sky, which had just been sunny, suddenly turned dark as ink. Was it a celestial dog eating the sun? 013. Let you know, respecting the strong is a mandatory lesson. What the hell? Is it a solar eclipse? I didn't hear anything about it happening today. Are you an idiot? It's not ancient times. This is called a solar eclipse. Inside the Qin Luo Academy, many students looked up at the sun being gradually devoured. Everyone was stunned. How could such a thing happen? Only a very few people keenly sensed the spiritual energy in the world converging toward a certain place. That direction was precisely the Sword Path Institute. These people were all strong practitioners of the 6th and 7th realms. Their experience far exceeded that of the students, and they vaguely associated it with something impossible. Someone had awakened an SSS-level talent. Only an SSS-level talent could trigger such a significant celestial phenomenon. Immediately, many rushed towards the area of the spiritual energy fluctuations, eager to see who had awakened the SSS-level talent. The martial arts era had passed for so many years, and there had been a few instances of people enhancing their talents. None of them failed to grow into renowned figures in the Great Xia. Among the 12 ninth realm martial emperors, the one ranked first, the most likely to break through to the 10th level martial sovereign in the past decade, had his talent upgraded from S to SSS. The commotion it caused back then was nothing compared to this. This was a solar eclipse from ancient times, already one of the top-tier phenomena. Qin Luo felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was difficult to absorb after the shattering of his talent rushing into his body, being refined by his Wuji demon technique, wildly enhancing his strength. He originally had quite good comprehension. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the peak of the 3rd realm before the college entrance examination without much resource. Now, it was equivalent to recultivating. Qin Luo felt his strength rapidly increasing and was about to break through to the next realm when a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, causing him to stop. He hadn't yet received the reward for the pure body. According to the memories in his mind, the purer the body, the stronger the power at the same realm. With his system, he was definitely the strongest, but who could refuse to be even stronger? Just like those all-powerful Reader Emperors, originally at 20C. They wouldn't mind growing to 21C in just 1 or 2 nights. Looking through the window, the sky had darkened significantly, as if suddenly transitioning from day to night. Qin Luo clicked his tongue. No wonder it was a super god-level talent. The celestial phenomenon created was far greater than his previous S-level Scarlet Flame Sword Heart. Ji Jinhun stared at Qin Luo, not understanding why this kid had stopped absorbing spiritual energy. The speed at which he had just absorbed, it was even faster than before. It was definitely an SSS-level talent. This meant that Qin Luo's talent had grown back, far stronger than his previous Scarlet Flame Sword Heart. Good boy. Deliberately digging a pit for Zhou Linze. However, since he already had evidence against this person, there was no need for him to be polite. Zhou Linze narrowed his eyes, seemingly expressionless as he looked at Qin Luo. In reality, he was already panicking inside. He hadn't expected Qin Luo's talent to reappear, and even at a deeper level. He had only heard of a very few people whose talents could evolve after refining special materials and treasures. He had never heard of anyone whose talent had disappeared and could reappear. The commotion outside, of course, was clear to an 8th realm martial king. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. The mindset of an 8th realm martial king was indeed strong. What he had just displayed hadn't even broken through this person's defense. He glanced down at the A4 paper in his hand. The person next to him, Ji Jinhun, was from the Ji family, the undisputed first family of the Great Xia. With evidence in hand, it should be possible to overturn this martial king. Ji Jinhun, may I ask, according to the rules of Qin Luo Academy, if a mentor is targeting a student for no reason, and the student has evidence acknowledged by the other party, how should it be dealt with? Outside, Qin Hu and Qin Yu dug in their ears to ensure they hadn't misheard, then exchanged glances. Is Qin Luo really that bold? Just a few days ago, he had just confronted the family head, and now he was confronting the vice president of the Sword Path Institute. Does he really think he is the young master of the Qin family? The two shook their heads disdainfully and walked outside, preparing to see the celestial phenomenon. Qin Luo had already stirred up no waves. There was no need to report anything. Ji Jinhun also felt a bit of admiration for Qin Luo's bravery. Good boy. He liked this personality. It was simply too suitable for the things he had created. I will report this. According to Qin Luo Academy's regulations, once confirmed at the very least. A certain punishment must be imposed. Zhou Linze coldly stared at Qin Luo. Ji Jianhun, being from the Ji family, if it weren't for the talent being destroyed, he wouldn't have been able to provoke this person at all. Even now, he still couldn't provoke Ji Jianhun. He had also sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy on Qin Luo, but for some reason, it had now stopped. Yet the celestial phenomenon outside was still ongoing. Was it not triggered by Qin Luo? Qin Luo, you merely found a method to absorb spiritual energy again. How dare you speak to me like this? If you had strength, you would definitely bully the weak. Your character is unfit to be a student of Qin Luo Academy. I will report this and request the school to expel someone with such a lowly character. Zhou Linze said, then immediately walked out. The celestial phenomenon outside continued. Perhaps it was some genius without a master. He had all the advantages in the Swordpath Institute. This disciple was definitely Zhou Linze's. Go back and reflect on how to face strong practitioners and seniors and show the humility and respect that should be shown. Did you think you were the genius who triggered this celestial phenomenon? Zhou Linze left, his gaze proud and arrogant. He had initially considered Qin Luo and the Qin family's identity being so disrespectful to him. Even if Qin Zhuangyan found out, there was nothing he could say. How coincidental. I really am the one who triggered this phenomenon. Zhou Linze couldn't be bothered with it anymore and left a sentence behind. He was too lazy to waste time with Qin Luo. Delusional. Seeing this, Qin Luo held the paper in his hand. This was the key to breaking through Zhou Linze's defenses later. Black and white, something signed cannot be faked. Qin Luo walked towards the rooftop. The celestial phenomenon would soon merge with his body, bringing a tide of spiritual energy bestowed by heaven and earth. This was a gift from heaven and earth after the birth of a genius. If it didn't show off, how could he make Zhou Linze regret it and let his brother, who had always targeted him, see what kind of existence he had provoked? Everything would slowly come back to him after today. Qin Luo arrived at the rooftop, looking up at the darkened sun that had been devoured. In the sky, countless dark clouds gathered, as if nurturing a demonic god. Ji Jianhun looked at the young man before him, seeing something called youthful ambition. Once upon a time, he was like this, but unfortunately, after his talent shattered, that youthful ambition had been consumed in despair. Ji Jianhun felt that the celestial phenomenon above might be related to Qin Luo. Such a celestial phenomenon was probably very rare even among SSS level talents. He just didn't know who had awakened the SSS level talent. Qin Luo turned to look at Ji Jianhun. Of course it's me. The youthful, handsome boy stated the facts softly between his brows. As his words fell, the endless black clouds in the sky rolled, forming a human-shaped figure. The figure was so large it might span dozens of miles. The face resembled Qin Luo by about 70%, holding a giant sword made of dark clouds in his hand. More and more people from Qin Luo Academy came out, all wanting to see this unprecedented sight. Ji Jianhun looked up at the figure before him, then at Qin Luo, whose profile was very similar. Qin Luo virtually grasped the sword in his hand. As if holding a blade, he gently waved the sword in his hand, and the black figure in the sky also waved its sword, making the same motion as Qin Luo. Ji Jianhun, upon seeing this scene, nearly had his heart shattered. He stared intently, his face full of confusion. No, is this really Qin Luo's celestial phenomenon? He had never heard of a celestial phenomenon synchronizing its movements with a person. When Zhou Linze saw the profile in the sky, his pupils constricted and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. It looked a bit like Qin Luo. Impossible. It absolutely cannot be Qin Luo. Qin Luo's talent has already been ruined. Damn, this is the first time I've seen a celestial phenomenon being a person. What a person? This is called a sword immortal. Shut up, look, that celestial phenomenon is moving. 014, I should believe that he has SSS level talent. The Qin Luo Academy hasn't seen this in many years, and most people have come out to watch the excitement. Everyone's attention was drawn to the massive figure above, wielding a giant sword made of dark clouds. Damn, I asked students from other schools, and they could see it too. Such a level of celestial phenomenon, even if it's said to be SSS level, I believe it. It's too enormous. I wonder which SSS level expert has had their talent raised to the SSS level. Talent enhancement is a privilege exclusive to geniuses above S level. For those of us at A level, it's very hard to improve our strength. Our school has only a few dozen experts above S level. It should be that one at the 8th or even 9th realm. Zhou Linze's eyes sparkled with immense excitement. I hope this person's realm strength isn't too strong. It would be best if they were a freshman, so I can take in a good student. If my student becomes a super ninth realm powerhouse in the future, I can leave a significant mark in the history of Daxia. Everyone, if this person is a student and not a mentor, this time, I'm definitely taking this student. Vice Dean Zhou, didn't you say you wouldn't taken students these past few years? Just let me have this one. Teacher Li, you're only at the late stage of the 7th realm. Wanting to teach a genius of this level is still a bit lacking. Vice Dean Zhou, if you say that, then our Sword Path Academy S-Dean is even more qualified than you. What coincidence. I previously let an S-level talent student go to the Dean, and it was agreed that one student wouldn't compete with me. A group of Sword Path Academy mentors side. Right now, that person hasn't come out yet, and it's highly likely they are a student. If they were a high realm warrior, they wouldn't fear being discovered. Only a student would still think about pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Zhou Linza's heart stirred, his voice enveloping the Sword Path Academy. Classmates, you can safely awaken your talents without worrying about safety. I, Zhou Linza, the Vice Dean of the Sword Path Academy, will protect you. His voice wasn't loud, but it precisely reached everyone's ears in the Sword Path Academy. Some mentors from other academies shook their heads when they saw the phenomenon in the sky. Zhou Linza, you're really damn lucky. It's a phenomenon of sword talent. If it were another talent, I would definitely let him know why the flowers are so red. I think so too. Vice Dean, it's like no one is different. What a pity, I'm damn talented in saber. Qin Hu and Qin Yu exchanged glances, both seeing envy in each other's eyes. Having an 8th realm martial king as a master, even in Qinglong Academy, on average, their ISNT even 1 per year. However, that huge phenomenon's face looks a bit like Qin Luo. How could Qin Luo be worthy of having an SSS level phenomenon? Surely, if poor Qin Luo could have a phenomenon, I would directly perform a shit-eating act. The two seemed to be cheering each other up and quickly regained their confidence. They had never heard of an SSS level talent that had broken and could be raised again. Qin Luo also noticed that the phenomenon above seemed to have a certain connection with him, mirroring his movements. Zhou Linza's words echoed in his ears, and Qin Luo smiled broadly. Teacher Ji, could you help me with a favor? Call Zhou Linza up here. Ji Jianhun looked at the figure in the sky, swinging a sword lightly. He was increasingly certain that it must be Qin Luo. Sure, Ji Jianhun sighed inwardly. This kid really holds grudges, but he likes it. A warrior without a fearless heart. How can they climb to great heights? Zhou Linza, come here. That genius has something to say to you. Ji Jianhun's voice rang out in the air. In an instant, many high realm warriors rose into the air and flew over. Did Ji Jianhun discover that genius? Zhou Linza's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well that Ji Jianhun came here today to take Qin Luo as a student. He remembered what Qin Luo had just said, that the phenomenon was triggered by him. Zhou Linza shook his head. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. He moved and appeared on the building where Qin Luo was located. At a glance, he saw Qin Luo holding an imaginary sword, continuously waving it. The phenomenon in the sky was also quickly mimicking Qin Luo's movements. It was as if a sword immortal was practicing swordsmanship, causing a resonance between heaven and earth. Zhou Linza's mind exploded. As a sword path expert, he could naturally see that the celestial phenomenon above had a special connection with Qin Luo. This level of celestial phenomenon is definitely SSS level. Have I accidentally offended an SSS level monster? Zhou Linza's body trembled, taking a deep breath. A hint of an awkward smile appearing on his face as he hurried over to Su Jiming. Ji Jianhun watched Zhou Linza's flustered expression and couldn't help but laugh. Just a moment ago, he was high and mighty, and now he looked worried. What is called karma? This is called karma. Qin Luo gently waved his hand, stopping his actions. He smiled at Zhou Linza, who had just been looking down on him. Vice Dean Zhou, hello. Zhou Linza's heart trembled. At this moment, Qin Luo's smile seemed to mock his ignorance. How could a person with SSS level talent be mocked by himself? Damn, Qin Zhuangyun, that bastard tricked me. What kind of talent is wasted? You call an SSS level talent wasted? The Qin family only had that ancestor who seemed to have SSS level talent. There hasn't been any SSS level talent since. At this moment, Zhou Linza understood that Qin Luo had been plotting against him. At such a young age, he had such cunning. If he grows up, I might be played to death by Qin Luo. If previously, Qin Luo was a waste, even if I targeted him, I wouldn't be punished. Now that he has SSS level talent, I will surely pay a heavy price. I should have believed Qin Luo when he said he had SSS level talent. The top priority is to stabilize Qin Luo first. If I lose the position of Vice Dean of the Sword Path Academy because of Qin Luo, it will be too much of a loss. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Linze put on a flattering smile. With a thought, he released his energy to block the sound, so only he and Su Jiming could hear. Qin Luo, I didn't know you had SSS level talent before and did some rather excessive things. I can compensate you, as long as you're willing to give me that piece of paper. Qin Luo chuckled. He was indeed in need of resources right now. An 8th realm martial king should have more than enough resources. I must help my good student use some. Vice Dean Zhou, you're already an 8th realm warrior. That previous attitude of I can't do anything to you is what befits your martial king identity. This current attitude is very unfamiliar to me. Zhou Linze felt a surge of anger in his heart. He really wanted to control Qin Luo and snatch that piece of paper from him. But there were a few 8th realm warriors around, so he didn't have the chance to act. Qin Luo, you haven't grown up yet, and you've left the Qin family. Being enemies with a strong person like me won't benefit your growth. If you're willing to hand over the paper, I can take you as my closed-door disciple and do my utmost to help you grow quickly. Qin Luo waved his hand, flicking the white paper with his right index finger, producing a crisp sound. Vice Dean Zhou, I'm already 18. I'm not a child anymore. You'd better offer something practical, or I will hand this paper in. Zhou Linze's expression changed, but he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. It's good that we can negotiate. You say, what conditions do you need? I'll try my best to meet them. The Tianlu had gathered a considerable number of people, and most were curious about what Zhou Linze and Qin Luo were discussing. Zhou Linze frowned, unsure of what kind of conditions Qin Luo would propose. 015, I choose to strike you with a sword. I have a few requests. The first request is for 100 elixirs for each realm. Something like spirit condensing pills, 9-turn golden pills, give me 10 or 8 bottles. Upon hearing this, Zhou Linze's expression turned cold. The 9-turn golden pill, a grade of elixir he had never even seen as an 8th realm martial king, let alone consumed. As for the spirit condensing pills, he only had 3 in his spatial ring, which were specially reserved for him by the mentor of the school's alchemy department. The elixirs you mentioned are too precious, I can't buy them. The 9-turn golden pill can only be found in ancient ruins, and I don't have any. Qin Luo pouted, thinking he was such a poor wretch. But in his heart, he was contemplating how to make this 8th realm martial king break down. How could his determination be so strong? No wonder he's a sword cultivator. He has a thick skin. Wait, you're an 8th realm martial king, and you don't even have some elixirs? You just said I could propose any conditions. Listening to Qin Luo's mockery, Zhou Linze's anger was building up. Just because he lowered his stance didn't mean he was afraid of Qin Luo. What he feared more was the Qin family behind Qin Luo. Otherwise, given Qin Luo's talent, although astonishing, it would still take time to grow. And many geniuses fail along the way. Only those who grow into true geniuses are real talents. Qin Luo, I admit I misjudged you before, but that doesn't mean you can insult an 8th realm martial king like this. Even if you have SSS level talent, it will still take decades to break through to the 8th realm. By the time you reach the 8th realm, I will have already broken through to the 9th realm. Qin Luo felt a surge of joy in his heart. He couldn't help but feel that this tone was on the verge of breaking down. He needed to add fuel to the fire. It's a pity, Teacher Zhou, I want to see how strong your resources are. My talent is SSS level, and the resources required for each realm are immense. I've already fallen out with the Qin family. If I were to become your disciple, how could I quickly improve without guaranteed resources for cultivation? While speaking, Qin Luo shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Zhou Linze's heart stirred upon hearing this. Falling out with the Qin family? Qin Zhuangyan only told him part of the story, not the whole thing. Hearing that Qin Luo had fallen out with the Qin family, he instantly felt a chill in his heart. However, judging by the way Qin Zhuangyan spoke to him at the time, he seemed quite eager for Qin Luo to return to the Qin family. He needed to confirm before deciding how to treat Qin Luo. An SSS-level disciple would be truly eye-catching in the future. So tell me, why did you fall out with the Qin family? If you become my disciple, I will do my utmost to guarantee your cultivation resources. Even the Qin family won't dare to come to Qinglong Academy to cause you trouble. Qin Luo turned his back to Zhou Linze, brewing for a moment before speaking in a low tone. Qin Zhuangyan questioned me about why I didn't immediately say I was from the Qin family during someone else's interview. He said I didn't value the honor of the Qin family and didn't deserve to be a Qin family member, claiming I was a waste and even less deserving. Zhou Linze felt a surge of joy in his heart upon hearing Qin Luo's words. This was indeed something Qin Zhuangyan would do. He valued the honor of the Qin family more than life itself. What do you think? If you want to return to the Qin family, I can help you out. Qin Luo lightly waved his finger. Return to the Qin family? In that kind of place, even if they begged me on their knees, I wouldn't go back. Zhou Linze sensed Qin Luo's determination and breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze deepened further, not wanting to return and still acting so arrogant. No wonder Qin Zhuangyun wanted him to knock some sense into him. Today, he felt like he was doing a good deed. Qin Luo, since you don't want to return to the Qin family, who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Zhou Linze released a trace of pressure. If Qin Luo didn't return to the Qin family, it would take him much longer to reach a higher realm. Now, I give you two choices. The first choice, kneel and apologize, and I will take you as my disciple. The second choice, refuse me, and I will expose your situation with the Qin family. With the connection to the Qin family, no one will dare to take you as a student. I will give you 10 seconds to consider. 10, 9, 7, 3. As the countdown began, Zhou Linze continued to release pressure, putting pressure on Qin Luo. If such a student didn't have a trace of inner demon left in his heart, it would be a disaster for him. What Zhou Linze wanted to do was simple. While Qin Luo was still weak, he wanted to instill fear in him, becoming Qin Luo's nightmare. In this way, Qin Luo would always be suppressed by him in the future. As for an SSS level talent, it wasn't that the great Xia hadn't seen SSS level talents fall. Compared to his own future, Qin Luo's future was insignificant. Qin Luo felt the pressure and grinned. Indeed, just as he thought, such a selfish person wouldn't negotiate properly with him. He gently touched the phone in his pocket, having felt the pressure of a martial emperor. What was a martial king to him? You bastard, I choose to strike you with a sword. Qin Luo's palm moved lightly, and the enormous phenomenon in the sky synchronized with his movement. The massive dark cloud sword descended with a thunderous roar. The sword's tip pointed directly at the location of Qinglong Academy. Countless people who noticed this scene stared at the colossal humanoid phenomenon in awe. Even though many knew that the phenomenon caused by talent wouldn't affect people, at most it was a little scary. When that dark cloud sword, spanning countless kilometers, fell, it evoked fear in many. What the hell? Why do I feel like this phenomenon wants to chop us to death? I feel the same way. It's too scary. I'm still a virgin. What if I die? Who is it that can invoke such a massive phenomenon? In the future, they are likely to be an incredibly powerful sword immortal. Qin, who stared blankly at the figure resembling Qin Luo above, as if it could stir the fear in his heart. It reminded him of the scene over a month ago when so many peers from the Qin family teamed up against Qin Luo, yet were easily defeated by him. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Qin, who dare not look up, turning to look at Qin Yu, he found the other person's eyes filled with fear. Why do I feel like this phenomenon was invoked by Qin Luo? No, I must inform the young master. Qin Hu quickly took a photo, capturing the outline of the heavenly phenomenon. However, he forgot one thing. The Qin family was also within the capital's area, although closer to the edge. But such a massive phenomenon had already been noticed. Qin Zhuangyun and his wife had just found their butler, Uncle Gong, ready to ask questions. This phenomenon looks very much like Luo. How could it be? That rebellious son's talent has been wasted. A phenomenon of this level absolutely has SSS level talent. If he has SSS level talent, I will personally go find him. Zhang Ling remained silent upon hearing this. As a mother, her intuition told her that it would be hard to mend the heart that Qin Luo had hurt. Uncle Gong, tell us everything that happened to Luo in the Qin family, the matters between him and Qin Jiang, as well as the battles with those young people from the Qin family. Please tell us the specifics. I won't blame you. Zhang Ling calmed her emotions and softly said to Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. It had come too quickly, and he wasn't prepared. Gritting his teeth, he thought, death is inevitable. I might as well die today. Yes, madam. At that moment, the phenomenon in the sky changed, and the three were drawn to the activity above. 016, I'm still too kind. Zhou Linze was stunned for a moment as he listened to Qin Luo's words. When he saw Qin Luo swing his sword down towards him, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Qin Luo to break the mold. The giant sword fell at a rapid speed, descending from an unknown height in the blink of an eye, bringing with it countless dark clouds. The clouds rolled, as if summoned. At the same time, Qin Luo felt countless powers merging into his body from the heavens and the earth. It was not spiritual energy, but a power entirely different from it. Qin Luo activated his talent and took a glance. Super God-level talent. Evil Sword Immortal. Exclusive to Qin Luo. Ability 1. Devour the 7 emotions and 6 desires of all living beings as nourishment. Ability 2. Naturally a Sword Immortal. Sword Dao connects to the divine. Qin Luo looked at these 2 abilities. They were very simple. Based on his experience of reading for over 10,000 hours on a certain platform, system introductions generally indicate that the fewer the words, the more powerful the ability. His body and soul were ravenously absorbing countless special powers. In just a moment, his body had reached the limit of about to break through the first realm. Qin Luo did not break through immediately. He needed to squeeze out a bit more of his potential. The infinite demon technique was running, and he sensed he could still devour more. At this moment, the tip of the dark cloud giant sword was hovering above Zhou Lin's head. Qin Luo's anomaly suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes that fixed intensely on Zhou Lin's. Zhou Lin's made contact with those eyes and felt an uncontrollable fear rise from the depths of his heart. What kind of eyes were they? It was as if they gathered the grievances of all living beings, like resentful spirits emerging from hell. Zhou Lin's bowed his head, not daring to make eye contact with those eyes. At this moment, in the Qin Luo Academy, countless powerful individuals also made contact with those eyes, and none felt anything but a chill in their hearts. Damn, is this really a Sword Immortal? Why do I feel like I should add a demon in front of the title Sword Immortal? Those eyes were too terrifying. This was just a gathering of dark clouds. If that person were to unleash all of his talents, just a glance would probably make me explode. Damn it. Is another strong cultivator of the demonic path about to emerge in our great Xia? What demonic path? What nonsense are you spouting? The righteous and demonic paths are in the heart. No matter how strange the talent is, as long as it is used against the enemy, that is a good talent. It's not necessarily a strange talent. Aside from those eyes, nothing else seemed unusual. Only a few powerful individuals capable of levitating in the air had their gazes fall upon the youth on the rooftop. They had previously lamented the SS-level talent, but now it seemed that good things were still to come. At this moment, the deans and vice-deans of several branches were watching below. The dark cloud giant sword hovered above Zhou Lin's head, seemingly wanting to strike him dead. They were somewhat curious about what Zhou Lin had said to Qin Luo after shielding his elemental force that had provoked Qin Luo's anger. The massive dark cloud anomaly instantly dissipated, transforming into wisps of cloud that scattered. The entire Qin Luo Academy seemed to be shrouded in a strange gray zone. Moments later, in the sky, golden sunlight broke through the clouds and fell upon the earth. Many individuals of lower realms still felt a bit of fear in their hearts. Today's celestial anomaly had opened their eyes, but they did not know who had caused it. Jianhan rubbed his forehead. The SSS level G talent seemed to be an incredibly terrifying sword path talent. He probably had no qualifications to be Qin Luo's mentor. What a pity. The sword technique he had created would likely be lost. Qin Luo glanced at Zhou Linza. The reward had already been obtained. It was indeed somewhat difficult to break through the defenses of an 8th realm martial king. Reward, pure body. Your body is as pure as that of a fetus in its mother's womb, possessing extremely strong plasticity with a thought. Qin Luo fully activated the infinite demon technique. The energy wandering through the heavens and earth was rapidly enhancing his strength. Perhaps the anomaly's commotion was too great, causing intense emotional fluctuations. Qin Luo's strength was rapidly increasing. First realm, early first realm, peak of the first realm. After more than 10 minutes, his strength remained at the peak of the first realm, with not much distance left to break through to the second realm. Qin Luo was very satisfied. Feeling the immense power within him, he was far stronger than he had been at the peak of the first realm before. With one hand, he could probably crush 10 of his former selves. Qin Luo walked towards Ji Jianan. Stop. Zhou Lin's gaze fell on Qin Luo, his eyes gathering murderous intent. Upon inspecting his body, he realized that he had just felt fear under an attack that had no power in the anomaly. He was a martial king, having killed countless alien races and achieved remarkable military accomplishments. How could he be afraid because of an anomaly? Zhou Linza had a premonition that if he did not wash away this humiliation, he might never break through to the late 8th realm in his lifetime. Qin Luo, you, who were expelled by Qin Zhuangyun, do not deserve to stay in our Qin Luo Academy. Bullying the weak and taking advantage of family members, entering and leaving places of ill repute, it's a violation of propriety. Qin Luo looked at Zhou Linza in a daze and gave him a thumbs up. Are you this bold? Qin Luo initially did not want to go to extremes, but it seemed he was still too kind. From now on, if anyone dared to provoke him again, he would just slap them down. If he couldn't win, he would wait until his strength improved to deal with them. Taking out his phone, he opened the recording app. I give you two choices. Zhou Linza stared blankly at Qin Luo, completely panicked. He didn't expect the commentary to record him. You. Qin Luo waved his hand. What about me? Do you know the vice dean, threatening students, has a bit of a martial king demeanor? The most important thing is I think you are truly trash. You haven't even succeeded in threatening me. If I were you, I would just commit suicide. G Mentor, please help me deal with a mentor who wants to destroy the future of an SSS level talent. It tarnishes our Qin Luo Academy's reputation. Zhou Linze thought of the punishment he was about to face and suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. In his emotional agitation, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had already shattered his Dao heart, and being stabbed at again by Qin Luo made him lose control. Qin Luo blinked. I'm indeed worthy of being a sword immortal. Just a few words can make an 8th realm martial king spit blood. You're such a trash 8th realm martial king. Just saying a few words makes you want to pick a fight with me. Seriously, even if you stood there for me to cut, I still couldn't break through your defenses. All the mentors saw it. I didn't even touch him. Zhou Linze felt darkness before his eyes again, and fresh blood spilled from the corner of his mouth once more. This time, he would probably become the laughingstock of the entire academy. Not only a laughingstock, but he would also be nailed to the pillar of shame for a lifetime. The stronger Qin Luo became in the future, the longer he would be on that pillar of shame. Thinking of how he had always strived for reputation, this time it was good. There was no need to strive anymore. A reputation that would stink for eternity was, in some sense, quite famous. Zhou Linze forcibly suppressed his injuries, rising into the air, his figure trembling, exuding an indescribable desolation. This scene fell into the eyes of others, and they all shook their heads. A few 8th realm martial kings who wanted to take Qin Luo as their closed-door disciple, after hearing Zhou Linze's words, pondered for a few minutes and then left into the sky. They would observe first. Qin Luo's talent was too sinister. They had never seen such a sword path talent. Moreover, the Qin family's attitude toward Qin Luo was also very intriguing. Ji Jinhun, holding the phone, looked at Qin Luo. You borrowed the phone just to record? Qin Luo nodded. I guess he would definitely threaten me, and I was right. Anyone who can be swayed by the Qin family is not a good person. There is not a single good person in the Qin family. Ji Jinhun became interested and put away the phone. I'm going to ask Qin Luo what exactly is going on. Downstairs, Qin Hu and another person received the news that the one who caused the anomaly is Qin Luo. The two felt as if their hearts had stopped for a few seconds, as if someone had gripped them tightly, making it hard to breathe. Gulp. They shook their heads wildly. Should we report this up? Should we tell the family head? Or should we tell the young master? Let's tell the young master first. The family head will probably find out soon. 017. The mother who knows the truth, tears falling down. The Qin family. A few people watched the strange phenomenon transform into clouds and rise into the sky. Qin Zhuangyun's stern, square face flashed with a hint of envy. As a renowned martial emperor of the 9 realms in the Great Xia, there were not many who could make him envious. An SSS-level talent, if well nurtured, could definitely be elevated to the 10th realm. If another 10th realm martial sovereign appeared in their Qin family, their family's influence would likely rise to another level. Only at his level did he understand how difficult it was to break through from the 9th to the 10th realm. Uncle Gong, speak. Uncle Gong knelt down in front of Qin Zhuangyun and his wife with a thud. His head hit the ground heavily, producing a loud bang. The thick green stone slab cracked into pieces instantly. One could imagine the force he used to bow his head. Head of the family, madam. What I am about to say is based on my own observations and experiences, without any emotional bias or exaggeration. Please do not blame me. Qin Zhuangyun was stunned and felt something was amiss. Madam, let us go back to training. Jiang Ling snorted coldly, her dignified face full of determination. Even though she could directly ask Uncle Gong, the intuition of a martial emperor told her that the truth was something she could not bear alone. It must be shared with her husband. No, today I must know why Luo left us so decisively. Qin Zhuangyun nodded, responding with a sound of agreement. Their phones suddenly received messages, but neither of them had the mood to check. Uncle Gong, go ahead. Uncle Gong lowered his head, feeling a mix of emotions. Head of the family, madam, everything the eldest young master did was under duress. Many things are not as you think. Qin Zhuangyun snorted coldly. How is that possible? I would misjudge this rebellious son? Upon hearing this, Uncle Gong realized that this prejudice was something he could not bear if he were the son. The eldest young master had endured it for months. In a sense, the eldest young master's character was better than that of this 200-year-old man. From the day I joined the family, I strictly followed the head's arrangements and secretly observed and protected the eldest young master. The eldest young master first sought out family members for an identity token, and upon learning that he had not passed the test and could not obtain a family token, He did not lose heart despite having no place to stay. I personally witnessed the eldest young master take out paper and pen and list the possible tests he might face during this process. The first thing he thought of was to book a room at the hotel closest to the Qin family. Later, because he had to greet you daily and ran out of time, he built a simple house. Jiangling didn't know where to place her hands and could only clasp them behind her back. She thought of that wooden board that couldn't shield against wind and rain and shuddered. What had they done to their son? You mean he moved out from the hotel? Uncle Gong nodded. Jiangling turned to look at Qin Zhuangyun, her eyes already filled with a hint of anger. Qin Zhuangyun, look at the good things you've done. We thought Luo had a room in the family and could greet us on time every day. Qin Zhuangyun felt a bit at a loss and was also shocked. Madam, this is something I overlooked. Once Luo comes back to admit his mistakes, I will compensate him well. After repeatedly assuring her, he finally calmed his breath and signaled to continue. The eldest young master didn't have much money, and staying in a hotel had already cost him a lot of savings. Later, he thought you might test his relationships with his peers in the family. So he actively integrated into their group and spent most of his savings to treat them to meals. However, at the dinner table, many mocked the food the eldest young master treated them to, saying it wasn't worthy of the Qin family's standards. After being hurt, the eldest young master still said nothing and even specially bought a new outfit, only to be mocked for lacking taste, as if he were a newly risen nouveau riche who had just climbed into the Qin family. And then you all know about the incident at the young master's birthday. Qin Zhuangyun's face turned ashen, his expression constantly changing. He faintly felt that what Uncle Gong said was the truth. Everything he had heard before was false. Why didn't you tell me? Head of the family. Every time I wanted to report to you, you told me to speak later. Uncle Gong explained quietly, bracing himself. Qin Zhuangyun choked on his words and didn't continue. Then tell me, why did the younger generation of the Qin family collectively say that Qin Luo bullies the weak? After a moment of silence, Uncle Gong immediately replied, I believe the eldest young master did nothing wrong in this matter. Once at the training ground, Qin Hu said the eldest young master looked too shabby, implying that his adoptive parents were probably beggars. To defend his adoptive parents, the eldest young master beat Qin Hu, who then called for help but still got beaten. The entire younger generation, dozens of them, took turns fighting the eldest young master, but he defeated them all. It was only when the young master told the eldest young master to stop that the matter calmed down. Uncle Gong didn't elaborate further. His words were based on his observations, told as calmly as possible, but the more he spoke, the more sympathy he felt for Qin Luo. Qin Zhuangyun could no longer hold back. These events were completely different from what their younger son had told them. Naturally, he believed what his younger son said. But Uncle Gong had been the steward of the Qin family for decades and couldn't possibly deceive him. If what Uncle Gong said was true, had he always misunderstood Qin Luo? Was it his fault? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wrong, all wrong. You actually wanted to deceive us. He recalled that day when Qin Luo had retorted his question. How is it not possible? What if he was jealous of my strength being greater than his? Everything had a trace to follow. Qin Zhuangyun felt confused. At this moment, he felt as if his worldview had been refreshed. The younger son he had been nurturing as the heir of the family could actually do such things. Deceiving his parents, colluding with family members to exclude his own brother. When a younger son emerges from seclusion, he must ask him about it. However, he didn't believe his younger son would be that kind of person. But he had personally raised him. There must be some misunderstanding. Uncle Gong trembled in fear, his body shaking. Head of the family, if I, Qin Sihong, have exposed falsehoods, may my heart of martial Dao shatter, and may I have no connection to the martial path from now on. Qin Zhuangyun stared blankly at the sky, his authoritative tiger eyes seeming to lose their brightness. Jiangling's eyes sparkled with tears, unable to hold back any longer. Tears felt like a dam bursting from her eyes. Qin Zhuangyun, think about it. How will Luo feel about us misunderstanding him so much? If you were constantly misunderstood as a debauched person with poor character, how would you feel? I want to ask you, how does your younger son compare to your elder son? Qin Zhuangyun's face turned pale, and he felt an immense panic in his heart as he listened to his wife's questioning. Madam, I just want to test his character. What is wrong with that? Jiangling coldly stared at Qin Zhuangyun. Don't you understand? Luo was never wrong. How can you test him now? A poor character is simply your colored glasses looking at Luo. Qin Zhuangyun closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Reflecting on the details Uncle Gong had mentioned, he suppressed the surging emotions within him. Perhaps he really had wronged Luo. As long as he was willing to admit his mistakes to him, he shouldn't go against his wishes. He would compensate him well. His injuries had not yet healed, and his talent had disappeared. Uncle Gong, go to the Qin Academy and bring him back. Uncle Gong, then have someone prepare Luo Heir's family token. We will set off immediately. Uncle Gong trembled as he got up and walked towards the Qin family's interior. Beep, beep, beep. Qin Zhuangyan picked up his phone and took a glance. It was a message from Zhou Linze. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. The matter should be resolved. He had misunderstood, but as long as Qin Luo apologized to him, he would still make amends to her. Madam, I had Zhou Linze give Luo Heir a warning. It should help him understand the harsh realities of society. Let's go together to pick him up from Qin Academy. Jiang Ling wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, still feeling very wronged. She had wronged Luo Heir for so long. He must hate her very much. She could understand how he was able to say those hurtful words back then. Let's see what Zhou Linze said. Qin Zhuangyan nodded and opened the 60-second voice message sent by Zhou Linze. Qin Zhuangyan, are you trying to harm me? 018. Regretful parents, jealous brother Qin Zhuangyan. Your own son has SSS level talent and you don't even know it. Damn, you're making me train him for you. I see you want to harm me. His talent is so sinister that if I provoke him, my Dao heart is already shattered. Now I can only wait for the school to revoke my position as vice president. Qin Zhuangyan, this isn't over between us. Head of the family, did you see that phenomenon in the sky? It was caused by Qin Luo. Old Qin, your son has such great talent. How about marrying him to my daughter? Qin Zhuangyan, I didn't expect you to secretly hide such an outstanding son. You must be laughing in your sleep. Qin Zhuangyan did not continue to open the dozens of other messages, all from people who had a good relationship with the Qin family. There were also a few messages from the heads of major families who were not on good terms with him, seemingly showing concern but filled with sarcasm. Qin Zhuangyan snorted coldly, a bunch of trash that he had suppressed for decades. Deep down, he didn't believe Qin Luo could awaken a second-level talent. But with so many messages coming in, he had to believe it. After pondering for a moment, Qin Zhuangyan accepted the fact that his rebellious son could awaken another stronger talent. Thinking about that strange phenomenon that seemed to occupy the entire world, he felt even more regret. A son with SSS-level talent could definitely elevate the Qin family to new heights. Perhaps he was truly wrong? Qin Zhuangyan thought to himself that it was just a moment of negligence. Even if Qin Luo had strong talent, it didn't justify opposing him, disobeying his arrangements, or not upholding the family's honor. Jiang Ling stared blankly at her phone, filled with various messages. She clearly heard Zhou Linze's angry scolding just now. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Qin Luo actually shattered the Dao heart of an 8th realm martial king. She didn't know what kind of means he had used. Qin Zhuangyan, you better send someone to protect Luo Heir well. If Luo Heir gets hurt by Zhou Linze, I won't let this go. Qin Zhuangyan, it's all your stubbornness that forced Luo Heir away. Qin Zhuangyan was already regretting it, and a bitter expression flashed across his stern face. He thought about his identity. Such emotions absolutely could not be shown. Even if he was wrong, that rebellious son was not without fault. Why did he have to go against his will? Linger, how could I know that Luo Heir could awaken SSS-level talent? If he had told me, how could I have let him leave the Qin family? Jiang Ling sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was a test from heaven for their couple. Who would have thought that after Luo Heir left, he could activate such a super talent? Madam, I will send someone to protect Luo Heir. We absolutely cannot let anyone harm him. We need to find Luo Heir now and clear up all misunderstandings. Jiang Ling snorted coldly. You still have a bit of conscience, knowing that you misunderstood Luo Heir. Qin Zhuangyan hummed in agreement. It was only in front of his wife that he would soften a bit. As for Qin Luo, he knew it was just because he held a grudge against the misunderstanding between himself and his wife. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, he would naturally obediently return to the Qin family. Only the Qin family could provide Qin Luo with enough top resources for rapid advancement. In the martial world, everyone who has gone through 9 years of compulsory education knows. The higher the talent, the more resources are needed for cultivation, and of course, the stronger the realm. Qin Zhuangyan thought about himself. Without the Qin family's resources, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the 7th realm at over 30. Lingya, it may not be suitable for us to go to the Qin Academy right now. Jiang Ling nodded. She spoke of the plan she had just thought of. You send someone to bring Luo Heir's adoptive parents here. Let him see their true colors. Let him know that we love him too. Everything before was just a misunderstanding. Qin Zhuangyan was stunned for 2 seconds, understanding his wife's intentions. He gave his wife a thumbs up. Madam, you are so clever. Jiang Ling did not respond and disappeared from sight. At this moment, she was completely focused on how to bring Qin Luo back home. In the top secret chamber of the Qin family, Qin Jiang pushed open the door emanating the aura of a fourth realm martial master. Feeling the powerful force within his body, Qin Jiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the entire Qin family, he was now the only genius who broke through to the fourth realm before the age of 18. This speed of cultivation was not inferior to that of his father. Qin Luo, who was a year older than him, was only at the fourth realm. By the time he turned 18, he would have already broken through to the fifth realm and might even start challenging the sixth realm, becoming renowned in Daxia. Qin Luo would forever have to look up to him. Opening his phone, Qin Jiang saw that the group chat he created to target Qin Luo had exploded. It had already reached 999 messages. He was even happier, sure they were discussing whether he could successfully break through to the fourth realm after this retreat. He opened the group chat and sent a message. How did you know I broke through to the fourth realm? After sending, Qin Jiang prepared to welcome the envy and jealousy of the younger generation of the entire Qin family. He opened the messages sent by others. Young master, you finally came out of seclusion. We've gotten ourselves into big trouble. Qin Luo actually awakened SSS level talent. Although we don't know what the talent's name is, the phenomenon is terrifying. If the family head finds out about what we did, we might face punishment. The smile on Qin Jiang's face gradually faded, replaced by endless disbelief. How could someone whose talent was destroyed still have talent? In the history of martial arts, there have been a few cases of talent being destroyed and then reappearing. However, in Daxia's martial arts over the years, there have only been a few such cases. What qualifications does Qin Luo have? What kind of luck is this? Most importantly, it is still SSS level talent, even more powerful than the previous SS level talent. Qin Jiang was unwilling to believe it. However, a sense of panic surged within him. He feared that if Qin Luo returned to the Qin family, he would take away half of his familial affection. There was one more thing. If his parents started investigating what he had done before, what excuse could he use to explain? He was very clear about how taboo his parents considered such brotherly conflict. After thinking for a while, Qin Jiang sent a message to a few young members of the Qin family studying at Qinglong Academy. You guys, go test Qin Luo's talent and strength. You must probe under the guise of caring for family. After receiving replies from Qin Hu and Qin Yu, Qin Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to his training room. Until he figured out a perfect explanation, he couldn't leave seclusion. Damn Qin Luo, you clearly fell into the dust. Why are you coming back? You should go be a peasant and stay in that small city for your whole life. Qin Jiang thought about a certain possibility for the future. His father would no longer take pride in him, and all he would hear from his mouth would be Qin Luo's name. His mother would also often inquire about Qin Luo and not care about him at all. The love he now enjoyed alone from his parents would be divided away, perhaps even entirely. This result, Qin Jiang could not accept no matter what. A handsome face twisted in the dark with sinister shadows. 019. Did you provoke Qin Luo and regret it now? Qinglong Academy. Inside a certain building, all the powerful warriors above the 8th realm in the entire academy gathered together. These individuals all have a certain degree of influence within Qinglong Academy. The person at the forefront is none other than the president of Qinglong Academy, Chu Long, a powerful 9th realm warrior. Although he is not ranked among the 12 strongest martial emperors of the Great Xia, his strength is still formidable among martial emperors. More importantly, Chu Long has served as the president of Qinglong Academy for over 150 years, mentoring many powerful warriors. Chu Long sat at the main seat, calmly observing Zhou Linze. The gaze made Zhou Linze's heart tremble, filling him with increasing fear. Since he came to Qinglong Academy, Chu Long has always been the president of the academy. Today's gaze reminded him of the first time he met Chu Long. That calm gaze made him incredibly nervous. He remembered when Chu Long asked him a question. As a teacher at Qinglong Academy, one must have the demeanor of a teacher. If one were to do something that violates the ethics of a teacher, I will not spare anyone. As his strength increased, he originally thought that facing Chu Long would no longer make him feel tense. But the moment he met Chu Long's gaze, Zhou Linze's heart shook. He still underestimated the power of a 9th realm martial emperor. Chu Long wore a gray Zhongshan suit, his appearance ordinary, but his bright red hair was quite striking. Ladies and gentlemen, I called you here to discuss two matters. The first matter is how to deal with Zhou Linze. I have told every mentor who enters Qinglong Academy one thing. I believe many may have forgotten it by now, so I will reiterate it today. Chu Long's gaze met with the more than 28th realm martial kings present. Only a few dared to meet his gaze calmly. Others might be reminded of their past actions or feel apprehensive of a martial emperor's authority. Chu Long withdrew his gaze and lightly tapped the wooden table with his fingers, producing a soft sound. It felt as if he was tapping on everyone's hearts. A teacher must have the demeanor of a teacher, and I hope everyone will remember that. Zhou Linze intentionally suppressed a student who contributed to the Great Xia. Regardless of the purpose, he has already violated the rules of Qin Luo Academy. Zhou Linze went to the front line of Qin Luo Academy to guard it and killed 10 alien warriors of the same realm. He could be credited for it. Do any of you have objections? Zhou Linze stared blankly, opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. His Dao heart had already shattered, even among those of the same realm. He could only be considered the lowest level of existence. Killing 10 alien warriors of the same realm was an extremely difficult task for him. He feared he would be stuck on the front line for the rest of his life. He had originally held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking that Qin Luo Academy would not want to part with an 8th realm martial king like him. A deep resentment towards Qin Luo arose in his heart. If Qin Luo had said earlier that he had SSS level talent, he wouldn't have treated Qin Luo this way. That damn thing even dug a pit for him and recorded it. And Qin Zhuangyun, knowing full well that his son had SSS level talent, still put him through trials. Just a single 8th grade pill was used to dismiss him. Once he was on the front line, if anyone from the Qin family went to train, he would definitely take good care of them. If Qin Luo went to the front line, he would also take good care of him. Zhou Linze had no objections. No objections. Chu Long did not respond, his voice calm as flowing water. The second matter is to ask you if you have any thoughts on Qin Luo, who possesses an SSS level talent that has never appeared before. Hearing this, Zhou Linze thought of the feeling he had when he first locked eyes with the ominous phenomenon. Fear surged within him, as if he were facing a collective of 10,000 spirits' grievances. It felt as if all the beings he had killed were demanding their lives from him. Zhou Linze's body trembled slightly, and an uncontrollable fear rose within him. President, Qin Luo's talent is too eerie. Those eyes, I dare not look. Chu Long examined Zhou Linze. A mere 8th realm martial king was terrified to the point of shattering his Dao heart just from locking eyes with an ominous phenomenon. Such a reaction was truly unbelievable. I have never seen an ominous phenomenon that could be controlled by someone, and coupled with Zhou Linze's situation, that talent is indeed too strange. I suggest we observe for a while and see how Qin Luo's temperament is. No matter how strange the talent is, it still relies on a person to control it. There have been instances of individuals with innate toxic body talents who self-destructed to save an entire city. I suggest we take a conservative approach. We still don't know how Qin Luo's SSS level talent will manifest, so we should first observe his performance. What if his talent is too strange and it's hard to find suitable martial techniques to unleash his potential, resulting in a Shang Zhongyong scenario? A group of 8th realm warriors voiced their opinions, engaging in a heated discussion. Chu Long sat quietly beside them, listening. After about 150 seconds, Chu Long gently tapped the table. First, we will observe, and then we will determine who will take him as a disciple. Dismissed. Subsequently, the group of people disappeared without a trace. After seeing everyone leave, Zhou Linze stood in place, looking at him with a face full of pleading. President, could you reduce the number of 8th realm alien warriors? My Dao heart is shattered, and I can no longer improve. Chu Long waved his hand, ignoring Zhou Linze's request. You reap what you sow. You can choose not to take him as a student, but if you choose to target Qin Luo to appease the Qin family, you should be prepared for this outcome. Zhou Linze watched Chu Long leave, closing his eyes as if all the spirit and energy had been drained from him. His legs went soft, and with a thud he sat down in the chair. The 4 legs of the chair suddenly jolted, making an unpleasant creaking sound on the floor. Listening to a voice, Zhou Linze felt as if someone was using a small knife to cut into his heart repeatedly. It was unbearable. He longed for mushrooms. Zhou Linze lowered his head, wishing he had a pill of regret. After Chu Long left, he arrived at a certain villa. As one of the 4 most famous top martial arts universities in the Great Xia, each mentor has a dedicated villa. He came this time to personally see how Qin Luo's talent is. If possible, he wanted to take him as a disciple first. What he had said to others before about observing first was merely a delaying tactic. Teaching ordinary students and teaching prodigious students are entirely different educational models. For prodigies, one only needs to provide martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, and resources. There is no need to worry about anything else. This is the experience Chu Long has accumulated over the years. He had just arrived outside Ji Jinhuan's door when he saw 3 individuals, all presidents of the branches of Qin Luo Academy. They were peak 8th realm martial kings. When they saw Chu Long arrive, they looked at him with disdain. They had come to Qin Luo Academy around the same time as him, so they naturally understood who Chu Long was. Each relies on their own abilities. No one can bully others through connections. Chu Long raised an eyebrow at the three old fellows. They were subtly mocking him. Inside the villa, Qin Luo and Ji Jianhun sat across from each other, with 2 cups of tea placed on the table between them. Zhou Linze had already been dealt with and sent to the front line to guard the academy. What do you think of this outcome? The phone you wanted? I bought it for you. Qin Luo took the phone, skillfully opened it, and logged into a messaging app. Ding, ding, ding. Countless messages popped up, including some from friends he had met during competitions and messages from his foster parents. Qin Luo opened them, and all he saw were various messages indicating that transfers had been returned. At the bottom was a transfer from an hour ago. 358, 963. 25. Qin Luo rubbed his eyes and saw the message below. Luo Heir, are you at the Qin family? We want to see you. 020. If your thighs aren't thick, you'll end up in the ICU morning and night. Qin Luo took a deep breath and sent a message to his adoptive parents. His phone had been damaged in the previous battle, and since he was broke, the money to buy a new phone was borrowed from Ji Jianan. Mom and Dad, don't go to the Qin family. I'm not there. I'm at the Qinglong Academy. Good son, you finally replied to my message. Is everything okay? I heard your talent was ruined because you saved us. Is there a big problem? We borrowed some money to buy you a few pills. Qin Luo felt warmth in his heart. Thinking of the differential treatment from Qin Zhuangyun and the concern in his parents' words, Qin Luo's resolve grew stronger. I have already recovered. If you are worried, you can come to Qinglong Academy to see me. I guarantee I am full of energy. Qin Luo did not accept the money his adoptive parents had saved for decades. He returned the money as it was. Now he was at least a first-level master, and with a little effort, he could earn money for himself. He was already in college and a first-level martial artist. Did he still need his parents' money? He was not that useless Qin Jiang, who, despite having mountains of resources, was only at the 3rd level, and now probably at the 4th. Ji Jianhun quietly observed the young man's reaction before him. Previously, when this kid took action against Zhou Linze, he was quite decisive, even against an 8th-level martial king. He dared to swing his sword at the opponent, knowing he was far from a match. This kind of courage was probably something only Qin Luo could have at this age. Before, Ji Jianhun thought that since Qin Luo had fallen out with the Qin family, perhaps his character needed some consideration. He specifically had someone investigate, and although he didn't get much result, he learned from Qin Luo's high school and junior high school teachers, as well as most of the neighbors, that Qin Luo had always been the kind of child that others admired. There was nothing bad about his character, nor was he someone who bullied the weak. The only thing that came out of the investigation was that Qin Luo, in his 3rd year of junior high, had beaten up a few punks who demanded protection money from his parents, relying on his status as a peak first-level martial artist. Ji Jianhun was very pleased with this. That was why he specifically lent money to Qin Luo, wanting to see how Qin Luo would react to his adoptive parents' concern. He was very satisfied with this reaction. This way, he could confidently introduce a powerful mentor to Qin Luo. Qin Luo put down his phone and learned that his parents had already boarded the high-speed train to the capital. He glanced down at the clothes he was wearing. He needed to hurry and make some money to buy a new outfit. It felt quite bad to owe others money. Although Ji Jianhun was not short of money, Qin Luo did not want to owe anything to anyone. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Qin Luo turned to take a look, and outside the yard stood 4 old men. The most eye-catching was the old man with red hair. His beard was white, and he probably had 1 foot in the grave, but still sported a head of red hair. He looked them up and down. He didn't recognize any of them. They probably wanted to take him as a disciple. Jianhun kid, your actions are quite fast. Fortunately, we are not slow either coming here. Ji Jianhun smiled widely at the words. Are you all here to take Qin Luo as a disciple? I remember you are not sword practitioners, so you are not suitable to teach Qin Luo. With that one sentence, the faces of the 4 old men, all at least peak 8th-level martial kings, suddenly turned awkward. The path of martial arts may be different, but even though we are not sword practitioners, we can still teach Qin Luo. Qin Luo scanned the few of them. They all wanted to take him as a disciple. He indeed had intentions of finding a mentor. After all, he was now in demand. And if he didn't find a good teacher, what if the Qin family tried to pull some stunt to take away his talent? Without a sufficiently powerful backing, he would have no one to stand up for him if he was bullied. However, after the incident with Zhou Linze, Qin Luo did not trust these people, especially since they were not sword practitioners. Of course, if there was a 10th-tier powerhouse, it didn't matter if they practiced sword or not. The main thing was to have a big tree to provide shade. As long as they could provide him with resources, that was enough. The dean of the Alchemy Academy was the first to speak, looking at Qin Luo with increasing satisfaction. Qin Luo, I am an 8th-tier alchemist. As long as you become my disciple, I will ensure you have plenty of pills. With your talent and sufficient resources, your strength will improve very quickly. Qin Luo did not refuse. Choice 1. Become a disciple of the 8th tier alchemist, and you will never have to worry about food or drink in the future. Reward. Recipe for the 5th tier great recovery pill and the method to refine it. Qin Luo curled his lips. Only a 5th tier pill recipe as a reward? Too stingy. He decided to look at the other options first. Choice 2. Become the disciple of that red-haired old man and become the top disciple of Qin Luo Academy. Reward. A-level martial skill, sword drawing technique. Qin Luo looked at Qin Luo twice, surprised to find that this old man was the president of Qin Luo Academy, a 9th level martial emperor on the same level as Qin Zhuanyuan. However, since this person had not entered the 12 strongest martial emperors, it indicated that his strength was somewhat inferior to Qin Zhuanyuan's, so this big tree was not big enough. Choice 3. Only children make choices. Accept all masters. If one thigh is not thick enough, then use the other mosquito legs instead. Reward. S-level martial skill, 9 Shadows Absolute Dark Sword. Qin Luo glanced at the last option, which was not bad, but he was afraid that if he said it out loud, these old geezers would act unethically and take action. Choice 4. If your thighs are not thick enough, you will end up in the ICU sooner or later. Stick with Ji Jianhun. Acknowledge him as your elder brother, and you will have the strongest family in the Great Xia as your backing. Reward. SSS level martial skill, grass character, sword technique. Qin Luo glanced at the group. The strongest family as a backing? He absolutely was not choosing this because he didn't want to pay back the money. He genuinely felt that Ji Jianhun was proactively helping him because Ji Jianhun was kind. All the mentors here, please submit your resumes. I'll take a look first to see if there's anything that satisfies me. If I'm satisfied, I might consider it. As soon as these words came out, the people present were stunned. Normally, when others sought to become disciples, it was others showcasing themselves before them. Today, how did it turn into them showcasing themselves before Qin Luo? Submit a resume? They weren't here looking for jobs. They were here to take on disciples. The four of them glanced around, seeing a few competitors. With only one student, it did have some sense of submitting resumes for a job. Jianhun raised his eyebrow, increasingly impressed by Qin Luo's boldness. This kid had already been fierce when he publicly provoked Zhou Linze. Now, he was making a group of powerhouses standing at the top of Qin Luo Academy submit resumes to him. These martial kings shouldn't be that desperate, right? The dean of the Alchemy Academy coughed twice. You all go ahead and submit. You all go first and I'll reconsider the conditions. No, you go first. I'll see the situation. If your conditions are too good, I'll give up. Immediately, the few of them began to decline, feeling a bit nervous. It was their first time applying to be a mentor. It felt like a young girl getting married for the first time. Outside the villa, Qin Yu and Qin, who stood outside. They had heard that Qin Luo had activated his SSS level talent and originally did not want to continue on Qin Zhang's sinking ship. But since they were already on board, they couldn't go back. They knew that Qin Luo held grudges. If they lost Qin Zhang's protection, they might not be able to withstand Qin Luo's revenge. Look, there are several people surrounding Qin Luo. All are the deans of several departments and our academy's dean. Qin Hu swallowed hard. No, they didn't have the courage to test Qin Luo's talent in front of so many top powerhouses. 021. The elder said a few words to you. Just endure it. Qin Hu and the other person perked up their ears, standing outside the villa listening. They were both at the peak of the second realm, considered above average among the students of this year's Qin family. Moreover, the group inside didn't deliberately hide their conversation, and they could hear everything clearly from several dozen meters away. When they heard Qin Luo asking several deans to submit their resumes, seemingly wanting to select one from among them, the two exchanged glances and a hint of jealousy arose in their eyes. How could he be so lucky? If it were me, I would choose Dean Chulong first. He is the top authority. The dean of the Dan Academy is also good. If I become his disciple, I would have no shortage of cultivation resources. I just need to work hard on my cultivation. An 8th realm powerhouse, if I could enter someone's sect, it would be enough. The two quietly listened inside. About 10 minutes passed, and the dean of the Dan Academy was the first to state his conditions. I have been stuck at the peak of the 8th realm for over 50 years, accumulating many 8th tier and 7th tier pills. I can give you all of them if you need. Once I break through to the 9th realm, you will be a 9th realm martial emperor and a 9th realm alchemist. Perhaps this old man, Chulong, will retire, and you could even become a disciple of the dean of the Qin Luo Academy. Chulong shot a cold glance. The dean of the Dan Academy felt a chill run down his spine from that gaze, but he was willing to take the risk for an SSS-level talent disciple. There were so many 8th realm martial kings in Daxia, and countless 9th realm martial emperors had appeared. Only a very few could leave a significant mark in Daxia's history. Qin Luo's appearance provided them with such an opportunity. The other few people felt a jolt in their hearts upon hearing this condition. Most alchemists were hoarders and greedy. Old Go, you really are a dog. We come to buy 8th-tier pills from you, and you 1T sell them, yet you give them to your disciple. The dean of the Dan Academy snorted coldly. You should also look at your own talent. You only have an A rank. Can you compare with Qin Luo? The other two shot fierce glares at the dean of the Dan Academy. Aren't you the same? If you were S rank, you'd probably be flying high. Another person, the dean of the Blade Academy, coughed lightly. I had someone forge a 9th-tier weapon for you as a master-disciple gift. Recently, I gained some inspiration, and at most 10 years, I can break through to the 9th tier. As long as you become my disciple, I will go all out to let Chu Long retire and become the dean of Qinglong Academy. At that time, I will directly command Old Go to refine pills for you in my capacity as dean. I will provide the resources you just need to cultivate. The dean of the Dan Academy said, "You are so high-minded. Do you think you can treat me like a beast?" Another person offered similar conditions, providing a 9th-tier weapon and a full set of SSS-level martial skills. After the three finished speaking, they looked at Qin Luo with hopeful eyes, only to find that Qin Luo showed no sign of being moved, and they sighed inwardly. They originally wanted to take advantage of Qin Luo's ignorance of Chu Long's identity to gain an upper hand. I am Chu Long, the dean of the Qinglong Academy and a late-stage 9th realm martial emperor. This group of old fellows must listen to my orders. If you want anyone to guide you, I can have him guide you. Every year, I can have the dean of the Dan Academy refine 10 batches of pills for you, and the dean of the Blade Academy can spar with you to hone your martial skills. The other three immediately became displeased. This was packing all their conditions into one. Chu Hongmao, can you have some face? Why should I listen to you? Do you think just because you are the dean, you can command us? Qin Luo was slightly tempted. However, he still didn't want to be a disciple and be controlled by others. None of these conditions could compare to having a big brother with the background of Daxia's first family. Ji Jinhun, standing nearby, estimated that Qin Luo would choose the dean as his master. Reaching the 9th tier, guiding Qin Luo's early cultivation would be no difficulty. What a pity. He was the one who discovered this top genius first. He never expected Qin Luo's talent to be so monstrous. Yi Yanhun sighed, unfortunately. He was just an ordinary 6th realm warrior. Apart from having a decent family background, a 10th-tier older brother, a powerful family, and a monstrous niece, he had nothing else. He also had nothing to offer that would make Qin Luo interested. Brother Ji, don't you want to apply for the position? This remark made Chu Long and the others' expressions stiffen. With their strength, they could naturally tell that Qin Luo was sincere. Ji Jinhun glanced at Qin Luo and saw the sincerity in his eyes. Calling himself brother, he recalled the conversation between Qin Luo and those two young men from the Qin family, which seemed to have hidden implications. Ji Jinhun was smart and quickly grasped the key point. Since that's the case, why not give it a try? If it works out, as the big brother, he could ask Qin Luo how to awaken his talent to the 2nd level. A younger brother shouldn't keep secrets, right? I can't offer much. My brother is at the 10th tier, and our family still has a say in Daxia. If anyone tries to pressure you, with me around, they definitely 1T dare. Hearing this, Qin Luo nodded. A smart person could understand his hint. Seniors, I already have a big brother, so I 1T trouble everyone. If you can help me fend off Qin Zhuangyun, I can also acknowledge you as my big brothers. Chu Long's expression was calm. This result was somewhat unexpected, but also within reason. He had someone investigate Qin Luo's situation when the anomaly appeared. He learned that Qin Luo left the Qin family after a fierce argument with Qin Zhuangyun. The specifics he didn't know, but hearing it said, it should be quite serious. In all of Daxia, only the Ji family could stabilize the Qin family. If Qin Zhuangyun really came to forcefully take someone, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to stop it. If Qin Luo was unwilling to have any connection with the Qin family, would a master come out to help his disciple? Not coming out was also fine. At worst, he would just be disliked by Qin Luo. He had seen what happened to Zhou Linze. The other three peak 8th realm martial kings sighed upon hearing this. The dean of the Dan Academy raised an eyebrow, feeling something was off. We know you had a little issue with the Qin family. It's just that the elders said a few words to you, and as a junior, you should just endure it. Qin Luo kept smiling. Well said, no more talking about it in the future. The dean of the Dan Academy, upon hearing this, suddenly felt embarrassed. Qin Luo, you, with your SSS level talent, how can you not listen to the advice of your elders? Qin Luo waved his hand, another person trying to leverage age. Fortunately, he was firm in his heart and not tempted by a few pills. Otherwise, he would have to go through that kind of hard life in the Qin family again. If you knew my experiences, could you endure being like this? Qin Luo gave the dean of the Dan Academy a thumbs up. My brother's villa doesn't welcome you. Can you leave now? The dean of the Dan Academy was left speechless. He didn't expect that just by saying one sentence, he would provoke Qin Luo's verbal attack. Qin Luo, if you can buy a pill from the Dan Academy in the future, I will take your surname. Ji Jianhun was immediately displeased upon hearing this. He had worked hard to take on a younger brother, and now he was being threatened in front of him. Little brother, don't worry. Even though my G family isn't strong, we still have pills. Big brother is poor and can't give you much. But this 8th tier golden pill will serve as a meeting gift. Old Go, what kind of threat is bullying a junior? If you have the ability, come, threaten me. Ji Jianhun pulled out an 8th tier golden pill, and the entire villa instantly filled with countless spiritual energies, almost turning liquid. A voice echoed in Qin Luo's ears. You've shown off enough. Now get it back to me. The dean of the Dan Academy widened his eyes, staring blankly at the golden Dan medicine, which had 8 dragon patterns on it. The golden Dan was already of the highest grade, and only a few relics still contained such items. Even a 9th realm martial emperor could fall in those relics. You just gave it away? Ji Jianhun snorted coldly. Second brother, it's just an 8-turn golden Dan. As soon as these words were spoken, the several 8th realm martial kings present frowned. 022, it's all talent that has brought about 1's downfall. Ji Jianhun casually tossed a golden pill wrapped in spiritual energy towards Qin Luo. Seeing this, Qin Luo reached out and caught it steadily. As for returning it, now that it was in his hands, how could he return it? The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to penetrate his skin and enter his body. His skin expanded, as if just taking a breath of spiritual energy could extend his life. Outside the door, Qin Hu and Qin Yu looked at the 8-turn golden pill with greedy eyes. They had only heard of such things, never seen one. Who was the person capable of producing an 8-turn golden pill? And why did Qin Luo choose to call this person his big brother? It seemed this person was as strong as several deans. The dean of the Pill Institute's face turned extremely dark upon witnessing this scene. Ji Jianhun seemed determined to protect Qin Luo. If it were an ordinary 6th realm martial artist, being slapped in the face like this without any regard for his dignity, he would have already acted, slapping him into a meat pie. Ji Jianhun truly did not dare to act. He was once the most favored youngest son of the Ji family. If it weren't for that accident, he would probably have already broken through to the 9th realm and achieved the title of martial emperor. Even so, no one in Qinglong Academy dared to make a move against Ji Jianhun. The dean of the Pill Institute flicked his sleeve and left. If he stayed any longer, he might lose all face. He remembered Qin Luo. No wonder he was driven out by the Qin family. He deserved it. The other 2 8th realm martial kings exchanged deep glances at Qin Luo. They had now acknowledged him. It seemed that with this kid around, Qinglong Academy would not be peaceful in the future. No matter who it was, regardless of their status, as long as he said something displeasing, they would be directly confronted. If they tried to reason with him, they would end up like that old man Go, with a face full of dirt. If they didn't confront him, they would feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Old man Go was simply unlucky. Knowing that Qin Luo disliked the Qin family, he still brought it up. Outside the villa, Qin Hu and Qin Yu kept their heads down, not daring to look at the martial kings. Yet, they felt exceptionally pleased in their hearts. Qin Luo hadn't taken anyone as his disciple, yet he recognized a useless person as his big brother. The 2 of them were unaware of Ji Jianhun's background, only knowing he was a discarded 6th realm martial artist. Just a 6th realm martial artist. They had no reason to be afraid of him. Upon reaching the door, their confidence returned to their faces. Now, they just had to wait for Dean Shu to leave before they would challenge Qin Luo and see how capable this SSS-level talent really was. Chulong looked at the 8-turn golden pill in Qin Luo's hand. Even he had never obtained such a pill. Ji Jianhun truly was generous to give away such a pill so easily. Qin Luo, I need to confirm something with you. Let me see how your talent is. Is it as wicked as rumored? Qin Luo felt a sense of inevitability. What was coming would come. In the vision, the figure holding the sword seemed to be related to swords. As the dean of Qinglong Academy, Chulong could not allow someone with potentially demonic talent to remain in the academy. Some people's talents allowed them to absorb blood to enhance their strength. Once such talent appeared, they became targets for close monitoring. A very small number of people could not control their desire to rapidly improve and resorted to slaughtering ordinary people to enhance themselves. These wicked talents had once brought great disaster to Daxia. Qin Luo's talent, based on its current performance, was also like this. Ji Jinhuan's expression turned serious as he looked at Qin Luo with some apprehension. If Qin Luo's talent was truly wicked, it could easily shatter a martial artist's resolve. He must give Qin Luo a good talk and not let him casually ruin others' resolve. As for someone like Zhou Linze, he deserved it. Demonstrate your sword technique. Qin Luo nodded and demonstrated the B-level Gale sword technique from his memory. Both of them knew Qin Luo's background. Information about a college entrance examination champion was easily obtainable for their level. As Qin Luo wielded the sword technique, a subtle breeze seemed to rise in the air. It was gentle and soft, like a light breeze caressing. Outside the villa, Qin Hu and Qin Yu, seeing this, scoffed. Just a B-level martial technique. Even the younger generation of the Qin family had never practiced such a pathetic technique. Soft and flabby, like a woman's sword technique. In our Qin family, the worst sword practitioners are at least S-level. A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Long's eyes. He hadn't expected Su Jiming at such a young age to have mastered a B-level martial technique to such an advanced level. Mastery of martial techniques is divided into 7 levels. Entry, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, peak mastery, transcendence, and returning to simplicity. Generally speaking, achieving perfection in a martial technique at Qin Luo's age was quite impressive. The higher the level of the martial technique, the greater its lethality. Under the same level of mastery, a peak mastery B-level martial technique might not necessarily be inferior to a major achievement S-level martial technique. Chu Long glanced over but could not discern anything. He could only sense that Qin Luo's strength was at the peak of the first realm, not far from the second realm martial artist. Looking outside the villa, Qin Luo's sword technique was balanced and calm. He had grasped the true meaning of the Gale sword technique. However, this did not reveal how wicked Qin Luo's talent was. It seemed that only through battle could this be determined. Chu Long spoke in a deep voice. You two come in. Qin Hu and Qin Yu's expressions tightened, and they felt a pang of panic in their hearts. After calming down for a while, they lowered their heads and pushed each other into the villa, one in front and one behind. Seeing their shrinking expressions, Chu Long shook his head internally. The two lacked any aura befitting someone from a top family. Compared to Qin Luo, they were far too lacking. This kid, Qin Luo, if he was displeased, regardless of your realm, would directly curse you out. This mindset might seem foolish to others, but Chu Long felt it was the true nature of a warrior. After demonstrating the sword technique, Qin Luo quietly stood aside, many insights flashing through his mind. The Gale sword technique had reached transcendence. It was accomplished. Ji Jinhuan and Chu Long were top-tier experts with very keen senses. They subtly sensed a change in Qin Luo's aura. Qin Hu and Qin Yu stood respectfully to the side, not daring to breathe. Qin Luo looked at the two of them. Having been outside for so long, he had long noticed. They were likely sent by Qin Jiang to test him. Qin Luo sensed the enhancement of his sword technique and the power within him, which was no less than that of a second realm martial artist. The energy that had come to him must be well utilized. The more intense the emotional fluctuations, the faster his strength improved. Chu Long spoke quietly. You two are from the Qin family, right? What are you doing here? Qin Hu and Qin Yu swallowed hard, and ultimately it was the bolder Qin Hu who spoke. The family had sent us to ensure Qin Luo's safety. Chu Long naturally knew they were lying, but he did not expose them. He wanted to see Qin Luo's reaction. You two have really increased your skill in telling lies, haven't you? First you slander me, and now you come here saying this. Are you itching for a beating? Come here, I'll give you a good lesson. Qin Hu felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. Qin Luo, do you still think you're the peak of the third realm? I can defeat you with one hand now. A smirk crossed Qin Luo's lips. He sensed that strange power he absorbed had increased again. Just as expected. Things were getting more interesting. This talent was simply too enjoyable. No, I must control myself. Before I crossed over, I was just a freshly graduated, kind-hearted soul enjoying a couple of months of good fortune. It's all talent that has brought about one's downfall. Oh, a defeated opponent can speak so fiercely? I guess you must think that after my recultivation, my strength is still below that of a first realm martial artist, right? Qin Hu snorted coldly. He indeed thought so. Even if he was at the same level as Qin Luo, he didn't dare to fight him. Seeing that Chu Long beside him did not support Qin Luo, Qin Hu felt that it was because he had just mentioned the family head. After all, very few people in the Great Xia dare to disregard the family head's authority. Qin Luo, you're so arrogant. Do you dare to spar with me? If you're afraid, I can suppress my realm to match yours. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo smiled slightly. Defeating you is just a matter of one sword. The entire place fell silent. Next time we meet, I won't let you off. Qin Luo paused for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter, holding his stomach. Do you really think you're still the genius you once were? Come on. I want to see how you plan to defeat me with a single sword. Ji Jianhun heard Chu Long's voice in his ears. Ji Kid, what do you think? How does the senior think Qin Luo's chances are? Both of them could sense that Qin Luo was at the peak of the first realm and had a general understanding of his strength. After pondering for a moment, Chu Long expressed his opinion. I don't think Qin Luo is a match, but I have to admit that his SSS level talent is terrifying. In just a few hours, his strength can reach the peak of the first realm. Ji Jianhun agreed very much, acknowledging that SSS level talent was indeed frightening. However, he felt that this kind of terror was still acceptable because Qin Luo had a foundation and an understanding of martial arts. As a swordsman, his intuition told him that Qin Luo's comprehension of sword techniques might be even more terrifying. He wanted to see if that feeling just now was real. Just one practice session could elevate his sword technique to a higher realm. I actually think Qin Luo might win. Chu Long shook his head slightly, thinking Ji Jianhuan's words were quite normal. After all, both of them had similar experiences, and it was normal to have blind confidence. Qin Luo and Qin, who were a whole major realm apart. Unless Qin Luo could perfectly master his SSS level talent in such a short time, it was simply impossible. If Qin Luo had mastered his SS level talent in just a few days after the college entrance examination, he wouldn't have been forced to burn his talent by a 5th realm martial artist. Mastering SS level talent would take at least a few months to fully integrate it into martial techniques, not to mention higher level talents, which were naturally even harder to master. The difficulty in mastering it was a good thing, as it meant Qin Luo would need to use more talent to truly showcase the essence of that talent. Chu Long absolutely would not allow a student who could pose a threat to the Great Xia to emerge from the Qinglong Academy. In Ji Jianhuan's courtyard, various weapons were displayed for casual selection. Qin Luo walked to the weapon rack and chose a black long staff over 2 meters in length. Standing in the open space, he pointed it at Qin Luo. Come on, let me see your strength. Qin Luo glanced over. He remembered that Qin Luo practiced not staff techniques, but sword techniques. Underestimating yourself. Qin Luo walked to a nearby tree, reached out, and snapped off a branch about 1.5 meters long. I won't even need a sword to defeat you. Qin Luo's smile froze, and he could no longer suppress the anger inside him. He had never thought he would be so underestimated. With A-level talent and mastery of 3 S-level martial techniques, he was confident he was not weaker than anyone else at the same realm, except for those with S-level talent. There were only a little over 10 S-level talents in the Great Xia this year. No matter how strong Qin Luo was, he was still at the peak of the first realm. The gap between them was too large. How dare he underestimate himself like that? The more Qin Luo thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to hold back any longer. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Qin Luo wanted to say a few more words, but Qin Luo could no longer contain himself, brandishing the long staff as if he was ready to attack. Your temperament isn't good, you still need to practice. Just a few words and you've broken down. After finishing his sentence, Qin Luo's face turned red. He really couldn't hold it anymore. How could he say his temperament was lacking after being so underestimated? No, a normal person would be unable to tolerate such contempt. You. Qin Luo felt an additional surge of power, and the infinite demon technique was instantly refined, making him increasingly pleased. This feeling of needing no training and only using his mouth to enhance his power was simply too enjoyable. It seemed he needed to stir up more trouble to elevate his strength while lounging around. The more people, the better. Sigh. He was such an introverted person. TSK. Cough. Calm down. Qin Luo waved lightly, finding it quite suitable. Come on. Qin Luo could hardly wait. Fortunately, he still had a bit of reason, fearing that acting too soon would leave a bad impression on Chu Long. Let me borrow an S-level martial technique, the first form of the Overlord sword technique. Overlord bids farewell to the concubine. Qin Luo's entire body trembled with power, immediately launching into the 9th form of the Overlord sword technique, Overlord Kill. Forget about the first form. He was just trying to deceive Qin Luo. He had to strike Qin Luo down in one blow to demonstrate his strength. What if Chu Long took a liking to him and accepted him as a disciple? Qin Luo glanced at him, still trying to deceive him. However, the first form and any other form are the same. After integrating the evil sword immortal talent, his overall abilities received a tremendous boost, and he could see the flaws in Qin Luo's technique at a glance. Using a staff instead of a sword had numerous vulnerabilities. He gently poked with the branch in his hand. Seeing this, Qin Luo looked quite disdainful. A stick with a diameter of less than 1 centimeter thought it could defeat him? It would break with just a light touch. When the branch collided with the long staff, Qin, who only saw the branch break, as if it had been directly shattered. A smile, just beginning to form at the corner of his mouth, froze in an instant. In the next moment, Qin, whose eyes widened. More branches appeared before him. 1, 2. His pupils were filled with branches. Qin, who reacted quickly and immediately made a move. What the hell is this phantom? He shook his wrist, and the long staff instantly struck the branches, shattering them all with a single touch. Just as Qin, who let out a sigh of relief. Cold sweat dripped down his back. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his groin, as if he could hear the sound of eggs cracking. The long staff in Qin, whose hand could no longer be held, falling to the ground. I hiss. Qin Luo, you. Qin, who used Shaolin Wudong skills, lying on the ground in pain. His face instantly donned a mask of agony. Holding the branch, Qin Luo revealed a wicked smile. He activated the infinite demon technique, refining it in an instant. Pain was indeed an emotion. Qin Luo thought of that couple with double standards. Since they pampered their son so much, defeating their son in front of them would likely yield a lot of power. Before the Third Realm warrior, the infinite demon technique was laying the groundwork to transform his body into an infinite demon body. The time originally required was very long and needed the expulsion of impurities from the body. With the flawless physique, the time was greatly reduced. Qin Luo felt that at this current speed, he would break through to the Third Realm in at most a month. With the Third Realm, combined with his persistence and effort, he could definitely defeat Qin Jiang. That palm strike from back then was something Qin Luo had kept in mind. Qin Yu, standing nearby, widened his eyes, completely failing to see the move Qin Luo had just used. He only saw Qin, who seemingly gaining the upper hand, and, the next moment, he was down. He silently squeezed his legs together, feeling a chill run through him. Swallowing hard, he took out a pill from his pocket and fed it to Qin Hu. Qin Yu felt a darkness above his head, and a voice came through. I remember your name is Qin Yu, right? Can you bear to watch your good brother suffer alone? After taking the painkiller, Qin, whose legs still involuntarily spread apart, twitching. He really wanted to pull down his pants in public to see if he had indeed been injured, meeting those eyes that seemed to carry a hint of wickedness. Qin, who lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact. Being defeated in such a bizarre manner, he knew he was definitely not the opponent. Qin Yu swallowed hard, not daring to agree. The two were evenly matched in strength. If Qin, who was defeated, he certainly was not the opponent either. I concede. Upon hearing this, Qin, who felt a vague sense of loss for some reason. It was as if no one was there to share that heart-wrenching pain with him. If brothers couldn't share in each other's hardships, what kind of brotherhood was that? Qin Luo grinned and turned his gaze to Qin Yu. He could roughly guess the purpose of these two people coming here. After what happened with Zhou Linze, he knew that he must not show mercy to the enemy. All right, next time we meet, I won't let you off. Qin Yu saw Qin Luo turn around and felt a huge sigh of relief in his heart. The next moment, a smiling face appeared in his sight. What a coincidence, we meet again. 024, unlike that ungrateful son, not adding any honor to the family. After Qin Hu fed Qin Yu a pain relief pill, he helped Qin Yu up and the two of them limped away. They couldn't stay here any longer. Originally, they wanted to test Qin Luo, but they ended up being easily defeated. They must report back to the young master that Qin Luo is a threat. They were already somewhat regretting provoking such a monster to defeat him with just one move at the first stage. They wondered what the young master would think upon hearing this. He would probably despise Qin Luo even more, right? Dean, how about it? Our sword practice, intuition is strong, and the two of them are no match for him. This confirms it. His talent is SSS level, and it won't have any impact on others. Ji Jinhun was overjoyed. What he said about Qin Luo being able to win has now come true. Doesn't this mean that his judgment is better than that of the Ninth Realm Martial Emperor? The more he looked, the more he felt Qin Luo was to his liking, giving him a good boost in reputation. Not bad, a good seedling. Chu Long appeared calm on the surface, but was actually shocked inside. The sword technique was indeed at a transcendent level. However, he vaguely felt it was unbelievable. How could one demonstration lead to such a breakthrough? Upon careful thought, Chu Long felt that Qin Luo must have been close to a breakthrough already. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that Qin Luo's talent was formidable, truly worthy of being SSS level. Regardless of any martial skill, those who can reach a transcendent level have usually immersed themselves in it for decades. Even in the Qin Long Academy, there are only a few individuals who can reach such a level at Qin Luo's age. Your talent is not an issue. Just practice well. Don't let your talent go to waste, and you will become a pillar of the great Xia in the future. in the Qin Luo Academy. The Qin family wouldn't dare to touch you. After reminding him a couple of times, Chu Long's figure disappeared. Qin Luo was silent, thinking that if they didn't dare in the academy, they would dare outside. How could he cause trouble then? He needed to find a bodyguard first to ensure his safety. Causing trouble had to be done in a safe manner. He turned his gaze to Ji Jianhuan's older brother. Apart from an SSS-level martial skill, he had nothing else. Not to mention, he didn't even have a clean set of clothes or a decent weapon. Big brother, can you lend me some money? Ji Jianhuan stared at Qin Luo in shock. Chu Long wasn't a swordsman and didn't know that Qin Luo had just broken through to the transcendent level of the Gale sword technique in that fleeting moment. The two young men from the Qin family were completely oblivious, and after being defeated, they looked as if they had lost their mother. They wouldn't appreciate the benefits of a transcendent level sword technique. So what if they were from the Qin family? They didn't know that one must practice martial arts diligently, or they would end up at the 6th realm in the future. Trash, bringing shame to the martial arts family. I lost my talent. Otherwise I would have reached the 8th or even 9th realm long ago. Borrowing money is fine, but you must return me the 8 transformation golden pill. Just putting on a show is enough. Qin Luo stared at Ji Jianhuan, looking somewhat incredulous. He quickly clutched his pocket. This was a valuable item. The 8 transformation golden pill was a lifesaver, and it was not an exaggeration to say it could bring the dead back to life. Of course, it could also be used to refine and enhance strength. Qin Luo wouldn't be so extravagant as to use it for refining. Big brother, the item has already been given. You can't take it back. Ji Jianhuan saw Qin Luo's expression and estimated it would be hard to get it back. That won't do. I only have a few. 1, and if I give it to you, what will I use in the future? This is a lifesaver, and besides, you can't use it right now. I'll exchange it for something new. Qin Luo shook his head repeatedly. What if I get injured? Moreover, you're from the Ji family. You can't go back on your word, right? So many people saw you give it to me. If I let it slip that you wanted it back, wouldn't people laugh at you, saying the Ji family is too stingy? That would tarnish your family's reputation. Qin Luo acted as if he was considering Ji Jianhuan's interests. This made Ji Jianhuan feel a painful twitch. When he gave the golden pill, everything was said nicely, but now it couldn't be taken back. That won't do. Qin Luo widened his eyes, and once it was in his pocket, he would never take it out. Big brother, you wouldn't want the second brother to get drunk and accidentally let it slip, would you? Ji Jianhuan raised an eyebrow. How about this? If you can learn the technique I created within 5 days, no, 3 days, I won't ask for the 8 transformation golden pill back. Qin Luo nodded. It's just a technique. Sure. Ji Jianhuan saw how readily Qin Luo agreed and sneered coldly to himself. This kid really thinks that having SSS level talent is all-powerful. Even with SSS level talent, it takes a full month to enter the basics of training. For Qin Luo, it would take at least half a month. Thinking of how Qin Luo had improved to the transcendent level after practicing the sword technique just once, Ji Jianhuan felt uncertain again. Fortunately, he had said 3 days. What secret method? Ji Jianhuan took out a thick book from his pocket, the cover inscribed with a few crooked characters. Sword body. Qin Luo took it. Opened the first page. The first page of the sword manual read, "No women in the heart." Qin Luo looked up, staring at Ji Jianhuan. Big brother, is this secret method serious? Is the second page going to say, to practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself? Ji Jianhuan coughed a couple of times and shook his head. No, the castration part is on page 386. Qin Luo stood up and left. To practice a secret method, one must castrate oneself? What a joke. Before this, he was just a young man in his 20s. He had been single for over 21 years. No one knew how Qin Luo had spent those 21 years. He could only secretly open the browser at night to relieve his loneliness. Fortunately, he had been using incognito mode, so when he died suddenly, he still had a clean reputation in this world. Now that he had traveled to another world, with the perseverance and effort necessary to reach the pinnacle of life, he still had to castrate himself? He was a TA fool, not practicing anymore. Qin Luo clutched his pocket tightly, deciding to find someone and leave as if he had made up his mind. Oh, I forgot to tell you one thing. The first 1,000 pages have all been overturned. No need for castration. Good big brother. I knew you definitely wouldn't practice such a technique. Qin Luo turned back, smiling as he opened a book of over 2,000 pages. Inside were densely packed notes. While reading, Qin Luo absorbed the useful information within. Sword body, a special technique belonging to body tempering. Practicing to the end can turn the body into a sword, possessing indestructible strength. It is very suitable for those without talent to cultivate. After trying to practice it a bit, Qin Luo felt as if he were being sliced by a knife. Only with immense willpower could one succeed in practicing it. After trying for a while, Qin Luo gave up directly and continued reading along Ji Jinhuan's line of thought. He had a talent for swordsmanship, and his comprehension speed of the sword far exceeded ordinary people's imagination. The more he read, the more astonished Qin Luo became. Ji Jinhuan had something. No wonder he was once a genius with S-level talent. Even after his talent was shattered, he could still develop a cultivation method that didn't require talent but was similar to having talent. The more he read, the more furrowed Qin Luo's brows became. He felt that Ji Jinhuan had gone astray. Big brother, why are you thinking of tempering your body into a sword? Do you want to become a lowly person? Ji Jinhuan suspected Qin Luo was insulting him, but he had no evidence. He stared at Qin Luo, faintly sensing that Qin Luo should have seen something. The smile in his heart vanished, and he straightened his posture. It was like a student suddenly being called on by the teacher. The Qin family, Qin Zhuangyun and his wife, along with their youngest son, were in the study. Mom and Dad, I was influenced by them at the beginning, saying that Qin Luo might target me. After all, Qin Luo has been used to a hard life, and if he sets his sights on our Qin family's resources, it could lead to bad intentions. I just wanted to protect the family's assets. Mom and Dad, how can I seek my brother's forgiveness? Since learning that Qin Jiang had come out of seclusion, Qin Zhuangyun had called his youngest son over for questioning. Hearing his son's explanation, Qin Zhuangyun felt a sense of relief. His youngest son already understood the importance of maintaining the family's interests, unlike that rebellious son who did nothing to add to the family's honor. What he raised himself was certainly more obedient than what others raised. All right, Jiang, let's let this matter pass. Your intentions were good, but the approach was wrong. After all, Luo is your brother. Jiang Ling was overjoyed. She had said that her youngest son would definitely not be the kind of person who would envy his brother. Their youngest son was the one they had raised closely and nurtured. Beep, beep, beep. Head of the family, bad news. The eldest son has recognized Ji Jinhuan as his elder brother. 025. Why doesn't the cult just kill him directly? When Qin Zhuangyun heard Uncle Gong's report, his thick eyebrows raised. Yi Yanhun? He seemed to have heard of this person before. Suddenly, he remembered. It was the one who wanted to create a special technique that could suppress those with talent without needing any talent himself. He was once an SS-level talent, a super genius known far and wide. How could Qin Luo be related to Ji Jinhuan? Uncle Gong, who was responsible for keeping an eye on Qin Luo's movements, stood respectfully beside him and recounted the information from the person who had sent news from Qinglong University. Master, I have investigated Ji Jinhuan's information. It seems that the technique he wants to create has hit a bottleneck and requires validation from those with broken talents. Perhaps for this reason, he found the eldest young master. Qin Jiang stood beside him, head lowered. Jiang Ling, upon hearing news about Qin Luo, was somewhat anxious. Lower, is he okay? Uncle Gong nodded. Madam, the eldest young master is fine. Perhaps because his talent is too powerful, he has already recovered. The eldest young master's adoptive parents, after investigation, had already left Floating Cloud City and boarded a high-speed train to the capital. Qin Zhuangyun and Jiang Ling exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Keep an eye on that couple's movements and inform us of any news. Since they have come, we don't need to specially find someone to bring them here. With this couple around, they can definitely bring Qin Luo back. Previously, a bottle of 4th grade pills was enough to convince the couple to return to their side. At most, 10 bottles of pills will allow this couple to cooperate with them in a performance, letting Qin Luo know that apart from them, no one else is worth trusting. Uncle Gong nodded and quietly withdrew. He felt that the master and Jiang had probably already discussed how to bring the eldest young master back to the family. An SSS-level talent. Such a talent is enough to elevate the Qin family to another level. Perhaps it could become a family like the Ji family. Qin Jiang stood nearby, originally feeling fortunate, but suddenly felt a surge of jealousy. He knew that Qin Luo's return would take away his familial love. So what if it was an SSS-level talent? His talent was not bad either. He was among the top of the S-level talents, and perhaps he still had a chance to advance to SSS level. Moreover, his talent might just be remarkable in appearance and not necessarily strong. Qin Jiang also left the study, planning to go back and deepen his relationship with Shun Xiaomei. He hadn't seen Shun Xiaomei for several days as he had been diligently in seclusion. Young master, Qin Luo is very strong. He is probably already training back to the second realm. He defeated both of us with one move. His talent must be SSS level, otherwise he couldn't have defeated us so easily. Qin Jiang looked at the message, a handsome face flashing with distortion. How is that possible? He could improve to the second realm so quickly? Defeating Qin, who with one move, has he already recovered to the 4th realm? Qin Jiang shook his head. It shouldn't be possible. If he recovered to the fourth realm so quickly, he would have no chance at all. What would he use to compete with Qin Luo for their parents' love? At this moment, Qin Zhang's mind was in turmoil. Absolutely not allowed. Why the hell hasn't that damned cult just killed Qin Luo directly? Why leave a future problem? At the Shun family, Shun Xiaomei emerged from her seclusion. Her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with excitement and joy. She had finally broken through to the fourth realm. Opening her phone, she looked at the message sent by Qin Jiang. Sister Yu, I broke through to the fourth realm. Her face, still considered beautiful, was quite happy. It seemed that her choice was not wrong. Qin Jiang was a few months younger than her, yet he broke through to the fourth realm before her. Among their peers, they should be the first two to break through to the fourth realm. Qin Luo didn't count. He was already wasted. She casually opened a social media app, intending to post a message to let so many sisters envy her. Coming from a top family, being very beautiful, and with great strength, Shun Xiaomei was also a blogger with hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. Today I broke through to the fourth realm. The breeze is gentle, and the sunshine is just right. Goddess Yu is so amazing. She might be the first to break through to the fourth realm this year. Speaking of which, Qin Luo was the first to break through, but he is already wasted. How can he be compared to Goddess Yu? Exactly. I am willing to support Goddess Yu as this year's strongest goddess. Looking at so many comments, Shun Xiaomei's eyes curved with joy. She felt increasingly grateful for her choice. If she had married Qin Luo, she would have had to care for a waist for a lifetime. She opened the trending list and found that the top search was dominated by a message. Heavenly phenomena appeared in the capital today. Everyone is curious about who activated the SSS level talent. Shocked, terrifying phenomena appeared in the capital. Who awakened the SSS level talent? Seeking answers. Has anyone revealed who activated this top talent? Shun Xiaomei clicked on one of the videos and watched the phenomenon in the sky. Looking at the face in the phenomenon, she felt like she had seen it somewhere before. A person's appearance flashed through her mind. Shun Xiaomei felt she was going crazy. It couldn't be that waste. Qin Luo? Impossible. He has already been wasted. How could he activate an SSS level talent? Just then, she opened a messaging app where many people had sent her messages. Xiaomei, you should take the time to deepen your relationship with Qin Luo, resolve the misunderstandings between you. He has an SSS level talent. Shun Xiaomei looked at the message from her mother, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shun Xiaomei looked at the message, feeling it must be fake. How could a wasted person reactivate a talent, and an even stronger one at that? An SSS level talent had only appeared a few times in the history of Daxia. A prodigy of this level, as long as they don't fall, breaking through to the 10th stage is a certainty. Shun Xiaomei thought about Qin Luo breaking through to the 10th stage and possibly becoming stronger than her in the future, feeling an indescribable sensation. Did she just reject the opportunity to marry someone who could become a 10th stage martial master? Shun Xiaomei didn't believe it and picked up the phone to call. You broke through to the fourth realm? Not bad, not bad. Now you're more deserving of Qin Luo. Xiaomei, as long as you keep Qin Luo by your side, our Shun family might be able to take a step further. As for the misunderstandings, you can find any excuse to resolve them. Listening to her mother's words, Shun Xiaomei felt a myriad of emotions. Today was supposed to be her happy day for breaking through to the fourth realm. In the past, every time she broke through, her mother would praise her. Now, all she could talk about was Qin Luo, saying that breaking through to the fourth realm made her more deserving of him. Shun Xiaomei hung up the phone, feeling a flash of discontent. How could a poor loser like Qin Luo be worthy of her? She firmly believed that her choice was not wrong. Qin Jiang was so gentle, treating her better than anyone else. The Qin family was training Qin Jiang as the heir to the family. Qin Luo had already been expelled from the family, making him incomparable to Qin Jiang. Besides the SSS level talent, what else did Qin Luo have that could catch her eye? Nothing. Shun Xiaomei felt sour and bitter, as if she had bitten into an unripe apricot. I need to go to the Qin family to gather some information and see how the Qin family feels about Qin Luo. If Qin Luo can be trained as the next family head, I might reluctantly apologize to him. With this thought, Shun Xiaomei hurriedly made her way to the Qin family. 026. With such a monstrous talent, the Qin family will definitely regret letting him go. At the Kyoto high-speed railway station, a couple with dark skin got off the train side by side. The man, a square-faced uncle, was not tall and wore a clean military green short-sleeve shirt. The woman beside him held a bag and looked nervously at the tall high-speed train. Old Qin, your high-speed railway station is much bigger than ours in Floating Cloud City. Of course, This is Kyoto. If the high-speed railway station isn't a bit larger, how can it match the city? The couple spoke Mandarin with a hint of a Sichuan accent. Bang! At that moment, the man felt a bump from behind. A tall young man with yellow hair, holding a cigarette in his mouth, turned around. Hey, you country bumpkin, why did you suddenly stop walking and bump into me? The woman was very displeased and said, It was you who walked. Qin Daqiang gently pressed his wife's shoulder, signaling her not to speak. Sorry, we didn't mean to. Let us go. Let us see Luo. I don't know how the Qin family is treating him. Where did Luo say we should find him? Qinglong Academy? The yellow-haired youth glanced coldly at the couple, thinking they really were country bumpkins, dressed in shabby clothes, clearly from a small city. Qinglong Academy? Do you really think your son is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination? Coincidentally, he also needed to go to Qinglong Academy to find a friend. If he didn't run into the couple, they would just be pretending. Qin Daqiang and Wang Shulian walked while checking the navigation on their phones. They hadn't heard from Qin Luo for several days. The couple was terrified, fearing something had happened to their son. After discussing it, they left Floating Cloud City, where they had never moved from in their lives, to come to the most prosperous city in Daxia. Make sure to keep those things the Qin family gave us safe. They might help with the child's recovery. We must not let any hidden dangers affect our ability to have grandchildren. When Luo came back last time, he seemed very unhappy. I feel he must have been bullied by the Qin family, but he wouldn't say anything when I asked. At Qinglong Academy, Qin Luo relied on the powerful swordsmanship to feel that there were some issues with the technique created by Ji Jianshin. However, if mastered, this technique would be very strong. Brother Ji, I have a few questions I want to ask you. Ji Jianshin nodded and gestured for Qin Luo to speak. Don't you have any descendants yet? Why do you ask that? Qin Luo shook his head and closed the book. I wanted to ask if the ladies said anything to you when you went out to wash your feet. Ji Jianshin raised an eyebrow, thinking how this kid could bring up something like washing feet. Moreover, he usually went to wash his feet secretly. How could Qin Luo possibly know? As a man who had been single for decades and was a martial artist, it was normal to want to relax a bit. I haven't gone. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo stared blankly at Ji Jianshin and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. To endure for decades without going to wash his feet, it was clear he understood the struggle. I feel this technique has a great starting point. It refines the body through sword intent, allowing the body to transform and endure more sword intent. Not to mention, during the cultivation process, one suffers unimaginable pain. But there is a very important issue. It is very easy not to have descendants. After all, even billions of descendants have sword intent, and no female can bear children with sword intent. Ji Jianshin listened intently to Qin Luo's words. Initially, he didn't think much of it, but when Qin Luo mentioned the unbearable pain during cultivation, he became emotional. Others only saw his strength being immensely powerful within the same realm. Even without talent, he could still fight evenly with others of SS talent in the same realm. But every night, he understood the feeling himself. He had been used to using his right hand in his youth, but now that his left hand was broken, he could only use his left hand, which was incredibly awkward. He had also taken on a few students, but none could endure such pain, and they all eventually gave up. However, Qin Luo didn't know that his own didn't have sword intent. The reason was that refining the vital parts with sword intent was too painful. He had tried dozens of times, but each time he gave up halfway. Even with his willpower, he couldn't endure the refinement to become a sword chicken. Of course, he couldn't tell Qin Luo this. It would ruin his good big brother image. Just from reading once, he could discover so much. Ji Jianshin had a renewed appreciation for Qin Luo's monstrous talent. A true monster, undoubtedly a monster. He had made the right choice in taking such a good little brother. You understand me. You have talent and don't need to cultivate this technique. Qin Luo nodded. Enduring such suffering, constantly refining the body with sword intent. That kind of pain, I can't handle it. Instead of that time, I might as well cultivate the SSS level martial arts I obtained, the grass character sword technique. Brother, I'll provide you with an idea. You can go back and see if it works. Yi Yanhun nodded. It doesn't hurt to listen. He had tried countless methods, and the first 1,000 pages were summaries of failures after attempts. Qin Luo's talent was indeed strong, but ultimately he had too little cultivation time, and his understanding of martial arts was relatively shallow. Creating a technique requires experience and vision, both of which are indispensable. He didn't have much hope for Qin Luo to offer any constructive advice. Refining the body with sword intent is too painful. My suggestion is to replace it instead of refining it. using sword intent to replace flesh, bones, and soul. Once these words came out, Ji Jianhun stared blankly at Qin Luo. Are you treating me like a fool? Refining the body was already very difficult. What Qin Luo suggested was even harder. Using sword intent as a replacement, wouldn't that turn him into a walking sword? Are you sure? Qin Luo looked at Ji Jianhun's stunned expression, his empty right hand appearing particularly helpless. Brother, of course, what I mean is that you can comprehend another kind of sword intent, like the water sword intent. Water becomes blood, earth as flesh, metal as bones, wood as meridians, fire as the soul. Ji Jianhun was stunned, as if struck by lightning, his body trembling slightly. For others, it might be very difficult. Comprehending a kind of sword intent with his understanding shouldn't be too hard. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he didn't continue. Having said so much, if Ji Jianhun still couldn't comprehend it, it would be better to just find a block of tofu to die. Ji Jianhun stood up and slapped the stone table heavily. Truly an SSS-level talent. A slight move is already my limit. A swordsman is a swordsman. Let us do it. Ji Jianhun rubbed his hands and took out his phone to send a message. Little brother, I'm going into seclusion. If I succeed, I feel I can break through to the 9th level in one go. When I come out, you point and I'll hit. Ji Jianhuan's face was full of excitement. Based on what Qin Luo said, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. The realm of intention is incredibly profound and can be cultivated continuously. What if he had no talent? As long as the comprehension of intention is deep enough, it can be stronger than talent. Ji Jianhun saw a broad road leading directly to the 10th level. The 10th level was beckoning to him. He even suspected that Qin Luo's talent might not just be SSS level. Super SSS level talent? He hadn't heard of it, but it seemed there were some vague records in certain ancient ruins. With such a monstrous talent, the Qin family would regret letting Qin Luo go. And what about the 9th realm martial emperor? How could he do something so foolish? Before that, he needed to establish a good relationship with his little brother. You don't know enough about Qin Luo Academy, and also, the Qin family might come looking for you. I'll get you a bodyguard. Just wait here. It will take about 10 minutes. After saying that, Ji Jianhun left with an excited expression, leaving Qin Luo standing there. A bodyguard? Qin Luo thought for a moment. A bodyguard who isn't afraid, even in front of Qin Zhuangyun, should be at least level 9, right? Is this the foundation of the first family of Daxia? 027. Beautiful girl, are you available? Qin Luo Academy. Inside the martial arts building, a group of boys is selecting their favorite martial skills, but their eyes occasionally drift to a girl beside them. The girl is about 7 meters tall, wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and loose jeans. She is stunningly beautiful, with an icy demeanor, like a glacier on a mountain, giving off an intimidating aura. At this moment, a boy nearby adjusts his clothes and takes out a mirror to check his appearance. This classmate, I am the son of the 8th stage martial king, Yu Yishan. May I ask if you are free tonight? The boy shows a gentle smile, appearing very sunny. In the crowd, several girls' eyes light up. They are definitely not moved by the son of the martial king. Yu Xuechuan is the son of the martial king? Why have I never heard of him before? These days, Qin Luo Academy has hidden talents. Even the son of the martial king can't be considered top tier. That Qin Luo you mentioned is from the Qin family, right? Haha, true. Every year there are at least 10 descendants of martial kings in our school. This girl has never heard of him. She must be from some small city and is likely to be taken down. Ji Yoshue feels her phone vibrate and extends her long, white fingers to take it out. Sister, go to my villa and help me protect Qin Luo, that SSS-level talent kid. If the Qin family tries to pressure him, remember to stop them. Ji Yoshue puts her phone away and returns the martial skill to the bookshelf. Her beautiful eyes land on the son of the martial king in front of her. Calm, with a silent sense of oppression. In less than 3 seconds, the son of the martial king coughs and turns to leave in embarrassment. Ji Yoshue turns to leave. She still can't come to the library to select martial skills. There are too many people, and she always encounters such situations. Ji Yoshue leaves the library with a cold, beautiful face, leaving behind a group of confused students. Does anyone know this girl's information? 3 minutes, I want all the information. So handsome. I just made eye contact with those eyes, and it felt like they were saying, I am so trash, I don't deserve to look into her eyes. What the hell? Who is this girl? I feel like I've never heard of her. This appearance, this icy demeanor, can kill all those goddess rankings. I know who she is. She seems to be a special recruit from last year and hasn't appeared in public before. Qin Luo waits quietly. From a thing Zhang Ren gave him earlier, he sees his residence. Number 798. Qin Luo Academy has 2 students living in one villa. It's not as big as Ji Jinhuan's villa, but it's probably half the size. He hopes to get a top-tier 9-stage strongman as a bodyguard. During this time, Qin Luo begins to practice the grass sword technique in his mind. The infinite demon art can operate automatically, but the grass sword technique requires self-cultivation. Qin Luo closes his eyes and sits on the stone bench. The sword path connects to the divine, a born sword immortal. He emits a special aura. Unknowingly, Qin Luo immerses himself in comprehending the grass sword technique and forgets the passage of time. A cold figure descends from the sky. If anyone else saw this, they would probably be shocked. A sophomore student, already at the 6th stage? In their Qinglong Academy, even the most outstanding graduates among the seniors only reach the 5th stage. Only 6th stage master-level martial artists can fly. Ji Yoshua immediately spots the boy sitting at the stone table. Qin Luo, SSS-level talent, just like her. Her talent, apart from being the absolute core of her family, is unknown to anyone. This is also the first time she has seen someone else with SSS-level talent besides herself. Ji Yoshua takes a chair from her spatial ring and sits about 10 meters away from Qin Luo, quietly watching him practice. The sharp aura seems to subtly suppress her talent. Sword path talents should have very strong combat power. Ji Yoshua also senses that special aura. It feels like a sword immortal is sitting there. This is also the first time Ji Yoshua has felt the suppression from someone else's talent. What should she do when he wakes up? Ji Yoshua frowns, feeling a bit troubled. She doesn't like talking to people. She doesn't know how long it has been. Qin Luo slowly opens his eyes. He has already mastered the basics of the grass sword technique. It's a significant gain. He is indeed a born sword immortal. With SSS-level martial skills, he can quickly grasp the basics. Soon, Qin Luo notices the girl in the distance, sitting quietly there, effortlessly attracting attention. Unfortunately, having studied engineering before, he can't come up with 2 sentences. He can only say she's stunningly beautiful. Qin Luo stares blankly. Is this his bodyguard? No, this is his real elder sister. He didn't waste his advice to her. Think. Option 1. Ask which family's little sister she is, if she is lost, and if she needs help from an uncle. Reward. A 3rd-tier pill. Qin Luo glances. He is not a pervert. No, that would damage my sword immortal image. Option 2. Directly ask her, are you available? Reward. A set of romantic insights from Master Tong. Qin Luo raises an eyebrow. He decisively discards it. Option 3. You're the bodyguard sent by my brother, right? Follow me, and you'll have 12 meals in 3 days. Reward. A recipe for a 3rd-tier beauty-enhancing pill can be directly refined. Qin Luo keeps choosing and finally settles on option 3. Ji Yoshua quietly looks at Qin Luo, but inside she feels a bit flustered. She didn't expect Qin Luo to be able to maintain eye contact with her for so long without losing. Usually, as long as she faces peers, they can't maintain eye contact for more than 3 seconds before losing. Could it be that she has met someone like herself? Should she add a contact on WeChat and chat across the screen? Ji Yoshua's mind is slightly concentrated as she continues to make eye contact with Qin Luo. You're the bodyguard sent by my brother, right? Follow me, and you'll have 12 meals in 3 days. Ji Yoshua is taken aback. 12 meals in 3 days? Shouldn't it be 9 meals? There's also a late-night snack every day. Qin Luo explains, noticing that this bodyguard seems a bit slow. She belongs to the beautiful, strong, and somewhat dull type. She has been staring at him without blinking. She must be coveting his looks. Ji Yoshua slightly nods. Her 4th brother asked her to help look after Qin Luo. Just right. She has recently hit a bottleneck in her cultivation and has nothing to do. Bodyguard. My name is Qin Luo. What's your name? Ji Yoshua. Qin Luo remembers. The name fits her demeanor, high and cold like an iceberg. He is not afraid of the Qin family's bodyguard. At least she should be at the peak of the 8th stage. Most likely, she's also in her 80s or 90s. Bodyguard, I have a task for you. First, escort me to Villa 798. Ji Yoshua stands up and nods. Her body rises into the air. Qin Luo suddenly realizes she can fly. She is an older woman, but she looks well-preserved, appearing like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. It's normal for women to maintain a youthful appearance with some technology and effort as they age. When he refines the 3rd-tier pills, he might make the bodyguard work even harder. Senior Ji Yoshua, I can't fly. Hearing Qin Luo call her senior, Ji Yoshua feels a different sensation in her heart. She is about the same age as Qin Luo. This is also the first time in her life that someone has called her senior. This feeling is quite novel. When others call her senior, shouldn't she act like a senior? Ji Yoshua moves her body and directly lifts Qin Luo by the shoulders, rising into the air. As they ascend, Qin Luo looks at Ji Yoshue's stunning profile that seems not of this world. He glances down at the ground, and when he sees they are over 10 meters off the ground, his face suddenly turns pale. 028, the silent foster parents. They can't provide proof of parentage. Ji Yoshue had just picked up Qin Luo when she sensed something was off. She felt her arm being tightly held, and a distinct masculine scent rushed towards her. A pair of cold, clear eyes were confused, and her heart felt a bit flustered. What was going on? Looking at Qin Luo's terrified expression, Ji Yoshue felt bewildered. What are you doing? Qin Luo still clung tightly. Senior, I have a fear of heights. Upon hearing this, Ji Yoshue thought, only more than 20 meters off the ground. That is not high at all? Even if he fell, with Qin Luo's peak strength at the first level, he would at most be half dead. Ji Yoshue concentrated and landed on the ground. Let go. Qin Luo reluctantly released her. This senior's hands were quite soft. However, it was a bit scary to take off into the air for the first time. She clapped her hands and followed Ji Yoshue's pace. Ji Yoshue walked ahead, her cold face seemingly devoid of emotion. Only her slightly hurried footsteps revealed that her heart was not at peace. Qin Luo walked behind, admiring Ji Yoshue's elegant and beautiful figure, feeling quite good. However, he was puzzled. This senior didn't seem very old. Somewhere in the shadows, someone was secretly watching Qin Luo and Ji Yoshue, their face filled with shock, their left fist almost clenched. That damn Qin Luo dared to take advantage of my sister. If it weren't for the fact that you provided me with some ideas, I would definitely break your third leg. As Qin Luo walked, he clearly felt a surge of power suddenly swell within him. It must be some fool who is jealous of his good looks. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Qin Luo felt a bit cold on his back. Villa 798. Xiao Huahua had just returned. His family had sent someone today to ask if he wanted to return to the family. As an illegitimate child, Xiao Huahua relied on his own abilities to get into Qinglong University. He had not accepted any favors from his Xiao family, which made him very conflicted. Sitting in a chair, he gently rubbed a black, ancient ring in his hand. If it weren't for this ring absorbing most of his training power, he probably wouldn't have barely passed the entrance exam to Qinglong Academy. My roommate hasn't arrived yet. He has probably a family offspring and one come. Xiao Huahua thought it was better that he didn't come. What if the topic of their training speed came up? He might be ridiculed again. That girl I saw in the library today was so beautiful. Just then, footsteps were heard from outside. Xiao Huahua walked out and looked, thinking he must have seen it wrong. How did that girl come here? There was someone following her who looked somewhat familiar, like he had seen him somewhere before. Who was this person, a tale? Even the son of an 8th-level martial king couldn't catch up with others. This guy was a bit impressive, able to follow this beautiful girl. Villa 798. Qin Luo saw the young man standing outside the door. Dressed ordinarily, he probably came from a small city like him. Hello, Qin Luo. Xiao Huahua looked at Qin Luo, a flash of shock in his eyes. No wonder he looked familiar. It turned out to be Qin Luo, the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, once a prodigy. However, due to saving someone, his talent was wasted. In a way, they were still kindred spirits. Xiao Huahua breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he wouldn't be ridiculed for his slow training speed. Xiao Huahua, so you're Qin Luo? I've heard a lot about you. Qin Luo nodded, noticing no power emanating from his roommate. The other's expression was just a bit surprised. His SSS-level talent had not yet been revealed. Qin Luo guessed that the higher-ups of Qinglong Academy had limited the scope to a certain extent. This was also good. It prevented him from being targeted by evil cults. Thinking of that evil cult, a cold light flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. I picked a room on the second floor. There are 5 or 6 other rooms you can choose from. Qin Luo nodded. He waved to Ji Yoshue behind him, took out the phone he had prepared earlier. Let us add each other as friends. If something comes up, I can find you. Ji Yoshue nodded and took out her phone to add him. Brother Ji, can you lend me $1 million? I'm in seclusion, can you? Just after adding each other, Ji Yoshue saw a message from Qin Luo. She thought for a moment and transferred the money to Qin Luo without saying a word. As long as he didn't talk to her, money was no issue. Ji Yoshue left. Qin Luo put away the money, looking down at the hospital gown he was wearing. He finally had money to change his clothes. Wearing this outfit felt like being wrapped in weakness, uncomfortable. Beep, beep, beep. Qin Luo and Xiao Huahua's phones rang simultaneously. Luo, I've arrived at the school gate. Qinglong Academy is huge. Come pick us up. Okay. Qin Luo tucked his phone away and walked outside. Xiao Huahua also received a message. The people sent by his family wanted to have a good talk. At the main entrance of Qinglong Academy, Qin Daqiang and his wife looked at the grand entrance of Qinglong Academy, as well as the security guards exuding powerful auras. Even the weakest among them had the strength of the fourth realm, comparable to the lord of Floating Cloud City. The young people coming and going wore confident smiles, filled with bright prospects. Some parents seemed to be visiting their children. Judging by their attire, they were either rich or noble. The blond guy scrutinized Qin Daqiang and his wife, feeling a hint of suspicion. Could it be that their son really was in Qin Luo Academy? At that moment, a security guard noticed the group and walked over. Do you have any business? If you want to visit Qin Luo Academy, you must have an appointment. If you're here to see your child, they need to come out and greet you in person. Qin Daqiang and the security guard exchanged glances and quickly lowered their heads, feeling a bit anxious. He had never spoken so closely to a martial artist above the fourth realm. Moreover, this one was so gentle with him. Yes, my wife and I are here to see our son. He'll be out to greet us soon. The couple had done their homework before coming. The security guard nodded and smiled, continuing to chat with Qin Daqiang. What is your son's name? We need to register. Qin Luo. The security guard's expression became somewhat strange. Could it be the Qin Luo he was thinking of? He looked over Qin Daqiang and his wife. Their temperaments seemed very honest. Is he this year's college entrance examination top scorer? When Qin Daqiang heard the security guard ask this, a smile appeared on his face. Yes. He then thought of how his son had lost his talent to save an entire city, and his mood became a bit low. Your son is great. Having such a student at Qin Luo Academy is our pride. Qin Daqiang nodded, originally expecting to be ridiculed, but he didn't expect the security guard to say this. The couple felt a bit moved. In the distance, the blond guy added nonchalantly, I see you and Qin Luo don't look much alike. You're not here to deceive us, are you? Just that one sentence seemed to poke at the sore spot of Qin Daqiang and his wife, and they fell silent instantly. The security guard also felt something was off. Qin Luo indeed didn't look much like this couple. Instead, Qin Luo resembled the famous Qin family martial emperor more. This was also why when Qin Luo was taken away, many said he was of the Qin family bloodline, and most people believed it. Although Luo doesn't look much like us, he really is our son. The blond guy saw the couple fall silent, seemingly having hit the nail on the head, and felt increasingly pleased. You say Qin Luo is your son. What evidence do you have? For example, a birth certificate or a paternity test. If you can't provide that, you're probably here to deceive us. You two really have the guts to deceive even Qin Luo Academy. Qin Daqiang suddenly got anxious, but he really couldn't produce anything. They were Qin Luo's adoptive parents. How could they have these things? Seeing that Qin Daqiang couldn't come up with anything, the yellow-haired guy grinned. A few security guards, could you please take them away? I think they look like scammers. Qin Daqiang and his wife were stunned. What was going on? Why were they being taken away for no reason? 029. No one is leading you. You're not qualified to enter. Xiao Chongbing looked at the expressions of Qin Daqiang and his companion, increasingly convinced that they were two fraudsters. Fortunately, he had a keen eye. They had bumped into him earlier without apologizing. Now, he must make them pay the price. Unless they compensated him with 70,000 yuan, he would ensure they ended up in jail. Xiao Chongbing shook his yellow hair and crossed his arms, adopting a spectator's attitude. The security guard looked at Xiao Chongbing, feeling quite displeased. After all, he was also a security guard at the Qin Luo Academy and had once bled for the great Xia. Now he was a fourth-tier martial artist. When had he ever been ordered around like this? Moreover, he trusted this honest couple even more. Shut up, this is Qin Luo Academy. Didn't you hear someone say that their son is coming soon? Even if they weren't Qin Luo's parents, they would just be educated a bit and told not to make the same mistake again. What's it to you? Xiao Chongbing's expression changed rapidly, alternating between green and purple. He didn't dare to refute the other two, but he was sure he could deal with these two who were below the first realm. He planned to resolve the situation quickly and then regain his face from the couple. Qin Daqiang cast a grateful glance at the security guard. Thank you for your understanding. My son will be here soon. The security guard nodded, signaling the couple to move to a shady spot nearby. He was also somewhat puzzled. How could Qin Luo's parents be two ordinary people without any talent? The couple was completely ordinary, not even first-tier martial artists. Deep down, the security uncle didn't believe the two were Qin Luo's parents either. Wang Shuyan gently adjusted the denim bag on her back. Suddenly, she saw a boy in a blue and white hospital gown walking out of the school, his figure resembling that of her son. Dad, is that Luo? Qin Daqiang nodded repeatedly. He recalled what the Qin family had said when they took Qin Luo away. If it weren't for Qin Luo being seriously injured and not responding to them, they wouldn't have come to Qin Luo Academy to see him. He hoped the Qin family wouldn't cause trouble for them. Yes, it's Luo. The couple hurried over, their eyes fixed on Qin Luo, wanting to see if he had recovered. Xiao Changbing also saw Xiao Huohua, who had come with Qin Luo. He glanced at Qin Daqiang and his wife and felt a jolt in his heart, seeing how excited they were. Could they really be Qin Luo's parents? But they really didn't look like it at all. Qin Luo quickly walked out, looking at the familiar faces. Perhaps due to inheriting the memories of his former self. He clearly remembered how the couple treated him. The call of mom and dad was sincere. It seemed he had recovered quite well, right? Qin Daqiang examined Qin Luo back and forth, filled with countless worries he couldn't articulate. On the other hand, Wang Shulian stepped in front of Qin Luo and began to check him over. Is it painful? Did you hurt anything important? I brought you some eggs. They can help you recover. Don't leave any after effects. Qin Luo sensed the concern in his adoptive parents' words and felt warm inside. Indeed, after leaving the Qin family, the sun was bright. Mom, don't worry, I'm in great shape. Have you registered? I'll take you to see Qinlong Academy. Qin Luo took the heavy backpack from Wang Shulian. Wang Shulian turned to glance at Qin Daqiang, seeking her husband's opinion. Let's go. We can ask properly once we're inside. The security guard perked up his ears. Hearing Qin Luo call them mom and dad ignited his curiosity. He never expected this couple to truly be Qin Luo's parents. Qin Luo smiled at a group of security guards. He was a sort of mortal, clear about grievances and entanglements. These security guards were quite decent. Nearby, Xiao Changbing pointed at Qin Luo and posed a soul-searching question to Xiao Huohua. That person is this year's college entrance examination champion, Qin Luo. Xiao Huohua nodded. Xiao Changbing took a deep breath. It really was Qin Luo. However, since Qin Luo was already finished, even if that couple were his parents, what did it matter? Letting him be scolded by security? Did he really think his early-stage third realm was nothing? Two ordinary people dared to embarrass him. Xiao Huohua, let me ask you something. Are you willing to return to the main family and become the family's future protector? If you agree, the family will provide you with corresponding resources each year based on your realm to help you improve faster. Xiao Huohua looked at Xiao Changbing without immediately refusing. How many resources each year? Before you reach the third realm, 3 pills of the same realm each year. Before you reach the 6th realm, 1 pill each year. But you must swear an oath of martial arts. Xiao Huohua snorted coldly. It felt like they were treating him like a pig. The responsibilities of a protector were simply too many. If the family encountered a strong enemy, he must sacrifice his life to stop them. Plus, he had to swear an oath of martial arts, which meant they didn't want him to break through to a higher realm. Once he made the oath, if he didn't fulfill it, it would be easy for his heart to shatter and his realm to stagnate. If the resources offered were sufficient, he might consider it. 3 pills of the same realm each year. He could earn a pill in a month just by doing tasks at school. The cost versus the return simply didn't add up. Just because they thought he was a stray bloodline, they could dismiss him like this. Seeing that Xiao Huohua didn't agree, Xiao Changbing decisively turned and left, his eyes darkening. If you don't agree, I can add a little more. I'll give you 1 extra pill each year. Xiao Huohua snorted coldly and directly raised his middle finger. Provoked like this, Xiao Changbing couldn't take it anymore. Just as he was about to chase after him, a security guard's big face appeared in his line of sight. Without a student to guide you, you are not qualified to enter. Xiao Changbing's face turned ugly as he looked around. A few other security guards were also sizing him up, clearly ready to act if he made a move. He turned and left, standing at a distance, waiting for the couple to come out. It was definitely that couple that brought him bad luck. As for Xiao Huohua, he still thought he was a genius. His strength hadn't improved in a long time, and if it weren't for good luck, he wouldn't have made it into Qinlong Academy. Qin Luo walked with Qin Daqiang and his wife along the road of Qinlong Academy. Qin Daqiang took out a bottle of pills from his pocket and handed it to Qin Luo. Take this. This bottle of pills was originally meant for you when you got married. Take it now and refine it sooner. Qin Luo took the pill bottle and examined it. 4th tier pills, Yan Yuan Dan, each worth around 100,000 yuan. A bottle contains 10 pills, totaling 1 million. His adoptive parents were ordinary people and couldn't possibly afford such expensive pills. Dad, I know my body. I'm really already recovered. Qin Daqiang's eyes widened, and he exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze obscured by the smoke. Just take it. We asked around. Even if the Qin family treats your external injuries, your body will still need a long time to recover. Yang Yuan Dan can strengthen your foundation and is beneficial for you. Wang Shulian added from the side. We can't use these pills. Qin Luo looked at the pills in his hand and examined them again. Produced by Qin Family Pharmaceuticals, they must be top-notch. There is only one Qin Family Pharmaceuticals in the Great Xia, and the pills are made by the Qin family. A flash of inspiration crossed Qin Luo's mind. Ding! Choice 1, 030. Qin Zhuangyun and the others are not fit to be parents. Option 1. Find out where the elixir really came from. If it was given by the Qin family, are the adoptive parents here to act as intermediaries for the Qin family? Reward: Tier 3 weapon, Qing Yuan sword. Qin Luo looked at the elixir in his hand, knowing for sure it was given by the Qin family. Choosing the first option would mean rubbing his intelligence into the ground. Dog system, do you really think you're a fool? Come out and apologize to your host. Unfortunately, his system was just a tool, only triggering options at certain specific times. At other times, it was as unresponsive as a dead fish. The system had nothing to say about this, only wanted to say, feed me peanuts. Qin Luo turned his head away and directly looked at the second option. Option 2, eat 10 elixirs on the spot, blow yourself up, and show the adoptive parents that there's really no problem. Reward: Tier 4 weapon, Qing Feng soft sword. A soft sword? Is the system implying that I'm very soft? Qin Luo was quite displeased, so he cut this option off. Option 3, tell the adoptive parents that my body has truly recovered and that I have an SSS level talent, a future super god level powerhouse. Reward: Tier 5 weapon, Wind Spirit sword. After reading this option, Qin Luo felt it was quite good. Mom and Dad, I really have recovered, and I've reawakened my SSS level talent. An unprecedented one. Reward has been issued, stored in system space, can be claimed at any time. Upon hearing this, Qin Daqiang let out a deep breath. Damn it. You said the injury wasn't serious, and now you're having hallucinations. Luo, just accept it. There's no need to say comforting words. We've asked the doctor. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. As expected, suddenly saying this, with the knowledge of the two elders, they wouldn't believe it. Unfortunately, after his talent fused into his body, he couldn't produce any phenomena. He had to let the two elders accept it slowly. After a moment of thought, Qin Luo came up with a method. You should open a certain app. The trending topic should still be there. Take a look. There was a huge celestial phenomenon in the capital that everyone could see, and so on. The couple, with a hint of doubt, opened their phones. A quick search showed the trending topic about the phenomenon. In this world, trending topics were dominated by powerhouses, especially SSS-level phenomena, representing future strong individuals. The couple set their phones down and looked at Qin Luo. Do you really have SSS-level talent? Qin Luo lightly patted his chest, a confident smile on his face. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Seeing this, the couple nodded. Even if he had SSS-level talent, recovering from such a serious injury shouldn't be so fast. The Qin family must have given you a lot of resources. You should stay with the Qin family. They can provide you with plenty of resources. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's smile faded. If it weren't for the fact that his parents were still carrying things, he would suspect they were sent by the Qin family as intermediaries. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Luo decided to tell them the truth, to avoid bringing it up later and causing distress. Mom and Dad, my injuries have healed, and the Qin family didn't provide any resources. It was the academy that took care of me. Also, there are some things I didn't tell you when I came home before. I'll share them with you today. The couple looked at Qin Luo's serious eyes. Their hearts slightly stirred. There was no one around. The students of Qinglong Academy were all focused on cultivating and improving themselves. Qin Luo sensed a slight increase in the power coming from the two elders. Clearing his throat, in a calm tone, he explained everything. Qin Daqiang remained silent, merely pulling out a cigarette and lighting it quietly. However, his eyes grew deeper, unsure of what he was thinking. Wang Shulian, on the other hand, was filled with heartache. She hadn't expected her son to not be enjoying life at the Qin family, but rather being mocked by so many people. Qin Zhuangyun and the others were simply unworthy of being parents. They promised to take good care of you. What about becoming a martial emperor? I see he is even worse than the limping Oldly in our neighborhood. Qin Luo nodded. I think so too. Oldly can still occasionally buy lollipops for his daughter. He clearly sensed that the emotional energy he received from the couple was growing stronger. After refining the infinite demon skill, he was getting closer to the second realm. After spending a long time with the two elders at Qinglong Academy, repeatedly assuring them that he was fine, they finally felt relieved. Let us go, Mom and Dad. I'll take you out. I need to buy some clothes. Wearing this sick outfit makes me feel sick even when I'm not. The two nodded. Without saying a word, they transferred another 300,000 yuan to Qin Luo. Qin Luo still returned it. You're healed, but cultivating still requires money. Mom and Dad can only help you this much. Qin Daqiang said nothing, only muttering, keep it. Qin Luo smiled slightly, took out his phone, and opened the e-wallet. Mom, count it. How much is it? 1, 2, 3, 6 zeros? 1 million. Where'd you get so much money? It can't be from doing something illegal, right? We're poor, but we can't lack ambition. You'll have money in the future. Don't do that kind of thing. Wang Xiuyan was a bit nervous, fearing Qin Luo might have done something. Qin Luo shook his head. I have an older brother who is rich and said my clothes were too shabby, so he sent me these. When I make money, I'll pay him back. The couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiuyan, let us go. Since the child is fine, we should head back. Qin Daqiang casually tossed the cigarette but into the trash can. Wang Xiuyan nodded, took out the things she brought from her pocket, and handed them to Qin Luo. There were eggs, cured pig legs, and other things Qin Luo liked to eat. Qin Luo took them and led the two to his villa. After putting the things away, Qinlong Academy is nice. Each person has their own villa. You should get along well with your roommate in the future. Qin Luo nodded repeatedly. Why not stay for a night? We have plenty of empty rooms in our villa. I could just tell my roommate. Qin Daqiang looked around the villa. A villa like this, he probably wouldn't be able to live in for a lifetime. Perhaps, as the Qin family members said, they and Qin Luo were not from the same world. Qin Daqiang thought about what Qin Luo said earlier. He knew his son had suffered grievances. Qin Luo clearly sensed that Qin Daqiang's emotional fluctuations were intense. With the evil sword immortal talent, he could discern what kind of emotions a person had. However, Qin Luo usually didn't use it, but directly transformed it into emotional energy for refining. His father's hair had a few gray strands, and he wore a calm expression. After thinking for a moment, he said, let us go, I'll take you out. The couple couldn't refuse Qin Luo, so they had to let him accompany them. When they reached the school gate, Qin Luo clearly sensed a strong malice coming from a distance. Following the direction of the emotion, he saw a yellow-haired person looking at them coldly. He was sure he didn't know this person. Could this be someone sent by the Qin family? Qin Luo thought for a moment and directly walked out, heading straight for the person. Seeing the scene, Qin Daqiang pulled his wife along and followed. He didn't know what Qin Luo wanted to do, but as a father, he had to ensure his son's safety. Xiao Changbing looked at Qin Luo walking towards him, the coldness in his eyes unabashed, glancing at the security guards in the distance. He knew he couldn't take on the guards as a mid-stage third realm. He needed to find a more secluded place to teach these three a harsh lesson. 031. After nurturing credit for so long, it's time to withdraw. In an alley, Qin Luo looked at the yellow-haired guy standing there with his arms crossed, staring at him coldly. Do you have malice towards me? Are you some idiot sent by the Qin family? Xiao Changbing stared blankly at Qin Luo, thinking, no, this person is a bit strange. How could he sense my malice? He was planning to ambush Qin Luo. How do you know I have malice towards you? Because you looked at me one more time in the crowd. Xiao Changbing sneered coldly, thinking that no matter how strange it was, in the face of absolute strength, he could only await his doom. He was already at the third realm, and he had long known that Qin Luo's strength had dropped to that of an ordinary person. He, a top student, was from two different worlds, yet now he could deal with Qin Luo. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, wishing he could deal with Qin Luo immediately. However, he wasn't anxious. He would wait for that couple to catch up, and then they could deal with him together all at once. What Qin family? I'm from the Xiao family. So what if I don't like you? Qin Luo coldly looked at this person. Since he had malice towards him, he would have to pay the price. He could defeat the peak of the second realm, Qin Hu, with one move. This person was at most at the third realm. It was just right to test another use of his talent. Qin Luo clenched his fist and threw a punch directly at Xiao Changbing. Your aura is only at the peak of the first realm, yet you dare to strike at me, a third realm warrior. I'll let you see what it means to be ruthless and cruel. Xiao Changbing flicked his yellow hair, wearing an expression of a lonely expert. He raised his hand and punched straight at Qin Luo. The next moment, he sensed a power completely different from that of an ordinary first realm warrior coming at him. Crack! 5 fingers broke. Xiao Changbing gripped his hand tightly, staring at Qin Luo in disbelief. He didn't expect Qin Luo's strength to far exceed his own. Hiss! Why you don't come over? Qin Luo smirked, feeling the fear from his opponent, but he also sensed it transforming into his own power. The fear of the enemy, transformed into strength, felt incredibly wonderful. Crack! Qin Luo felt his strength increase again, breaking through to the second realm. Get up! Keep being arrogant. Qin Luo closed in step by step, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Changbing stared blankly at Qin Luo, realizing he had definitely been careless. If 50 of his strength couldn't defeat Qin Luo, then he would use martial skills. His fully mastered B-level martial skill would definitely make Qin Luo beg for mercy. Qin Luo, you forced me. Take my explosive dragon claw fist. Qin Luo grinned, regretting that he didn't have a sword. Otherwise, he could make this guy scream. Xiao Chongbing gathered all his strength, his body exuding a wild aura. At the entrance of the alley, Qin Daqiang and his wife had just entered. They immediately felt a massive pressure and saw that yellow-haired guy jump high, smashing down towards Qin Luo. "Luo, be careful," the couple exclaimed in unison. Qin Daqiang's eyes flashed with determination, and he quickly took several big steps towards Qin Luo. Wang Shulian turned pale. How could her son confront that yellow-haired guy? It mustn't go wrong. Her heart was almost in her throat. Luo, run no. With his palms spread open, substituting for a sword, he unleashed the Wind Fury sword technique. Xiao Chongbing only felt a gust of wind brush past, followed by waves of pain throughout his body, as if he had been struck by a tornado. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Qin Luo smirked, delivering a heavy palm strike to the yellow-haired guy's kidney. Puffed. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Xiao Chongbing fell heavily to the ground, his body sweeping away the dust on the floor. Clutching his stomach, waves of piercing pain surged through him. He felt as if his kidney had split. Qin Luo walked over, sensing that the power provided by the other party was still increasing. Fear was great. Qin Daqiang had just rushed out 4 or 5 meters when he saw this scene, stopping in place, unsure of what to do. So strong? It seems my worries were unnecessary. Qin Daqiang silently retracted his steps. This yellow-haired guy was deliberately waiting here, likely targeting them as a couple. He had noticed earlier at the entrance that after being scolded by the security, the guy's gaze towards them was extremely sinister. He kept this in mind. Luo must have discovered this. That's why he came out? Qin Daqiang felt incredibly gratified. His child, protected for over 10 years, was now protecting himself. It felt indescribable. As if in an instant, his child had grown up. Qin Daqiang withdrew his gaze, since his son did not wish to recognize the Qin family as relatives. They must help Qin Luo out. With this in mind, Qin Daqiang immediately borrowed money from his relatives and friends. Before coming, he had seen how much those 10 fourth-tier pills were worth, around 1 million. The pills would be given to the child to help him increase his strength. The remaining money, he would borrow no matter what. Qin Luo stepped forward, placing a foot on Xiao Chongbing's stomach, causing the latter's face to twist in pain. Tell me, why do you have malice towards me? Xiao Chongbing stared blankly at Qin Luo, not understanding how merely glancing at him had led to being detected for malice. The excruciating pain in his body told him he couldn't afford to mess with Qin Luo. Wasn't this person already useless? How could he still have such powerful strength? If I had known he was still this strong, I would never have sought trouble with him. Unless you don't hit me, otherwise I won't say. Qin Luo paused for a moment and gave this person a thumbs up. You're brave. He lifted his foot and stomped hard in the middle of his pants. The next moment, Qin Luo clearly sensed his power had increased significantly. Not saying? I'll say. Xiao Chongbing covers groin, feeling as if he had been castrated. His fingers lightly touched, feeling as if they had shattered. It's your parents who made me lose face. I want to take revenge on them. A surge of immense power was absorbed by Qin Luo, transforming into his own strength. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's eyes narrowed. This person was at the 3rd realm, not particularly strong for him. However, it would be hard for his parents to resist. Fortunately, he had followed them. Otherwise, things he didn't want to see might have happened. Looking down at this person, his eyes were filled with coldness. Killing was out of the question. He would squeeze out value first. You scare my parents and made me expend a lot of effort. Now tell me, how much compensation are you preparing to give me? After speaking, Qin Luo sensed the immense resentment in the other party's emotions. I don't have much money. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. Exuding a dangereux. Seeing Qin Luo raise his right foot, Xiao Chongbing felt immense fear. I may be poor, but I'll do my best to compensate. Qin Luo lowered his foot and took out his phone from his pocket. Here, scan this. Xiao Chongbing unlocked his phone and immediately transferred all the money on him to Qin Luo. Only 83? You're a 3rd realm warrior and this poor? Xiao Chongbing's body trembled, thinking Qin Luo was dissatisfied, forcing himself to ignore the pain in his groin. Us warriors also need to spend money on training resources. Qin Luo glanced at the phone, noticing various loan platforms on it. How much is your credit limit? Xiao Chongbing looked at Qin Luo as if he had seen a devil. No, even more terrifying than a devil. Not much. Not much. You still need to borrow it. Your credit has been nurtured for so long. It's time to withdraw. Qin Luo sensed the enormous fluctuations in the other party's emotions and grinned. So this is what it feels like to be a sword immortal. Awesome. Hurry up. 032. Preparing for the couple to step out for their child. Xiao Chongbing, finally, while covering his groin, took out a loan online. Many loans were approved in minutes, but the interest rates were relatively high. No matter how high the interest rates were, they were trivial compared to the foot hovering above his groin. A payment of 630,000 yuan arrived. Coupled with the previous 700,000, he already had over $1 million. Qin Luo cast a cold glance at this person and stomped hard on his face. Remember, don't let me see you again. Xiao Chongbing trembled and nodded repeatedly. If someone comes to find you later, you better answer everything as it is. After exiting the alley, Qin Luo took out his phone and dialed 110. Police. I have subdued someone who tried to rob my money. He has yellow hair. The address is. A dozen minutes later, a team of plainclothes police officers looked at the limp Xiao Chongbing on the ground. So you're Xiao Chongbing? Did you get into a fight that you couldn't win? Xiao Chongbing nodded. Did you want to bully two ordinary people and got caught in the act? What is it to you? Xiao Chongbing recalled what Qin Luo had said and thought about what Qin Luo had done to his doppelganger, and he could only answer truthfully. Cuff him and take him away. In Kyoto, you dare to rob in broad daylight? You must not want to live. One of them directly cuffed him, leaving Xiao Chongbing confused. No, I didn't. Suddenly, he remembered what Qin Luo had said before leaving. An endless fear surged in his heart. Damn, he set me up. This is the end for me. In a place like Kyoto, even the Xiao family has no connections. Those two sentences left a terrible impression on the police. Explaining would take a long time. After Qin Luo left the alley, he found that his foster parents had already left. Luo, cultivate well. Your mother and I will go back first. The Qin family. Shen Xiaomei found Qin Jiang and prepared to ask him what was going on. She discovered that Qin Zhuangyun was explaining how to practice sword techniques to Qin Jiang. Father and son in harmony. She calmed down and quietly watched from the side. It was completely different from Qin Zhuangyun's performance when facing Qin Luo. She knew that the Qin family didn't favor Qin Luo, but the difference in how Qin Zhuangyun treated them was too stark. Seeing Jiang Ling quietly watching from the side, Shen Xiaomei walked over and stood beside her. Aunt, Qin Jiang is amazing. He broke through the fourth realm before me. He can use many high-level resources, and his improvement speed is faster. Jiang Ling smiled slightly upon hearing this. She was aware of the feelings between Shen Xiaomei and her younger son. The marriage agreement set by both families when the parents were young was thought to be a joke. You're not bad either. You've already broken through the fourth realm. Keep up the good work. The future belongs to you young people. Shen Xiaomei smiled sweetly, not directly asking. In top-tier families like theirs, face matters most, so direct questions are not advisable. Aunt, I'm about to break through to a third-tier alchemist, but I feel I'm still a bit short. Can you help me with that? Jiang Ling nodded. She was the honorary president of the Daxia Alchemist Association, one of the few ninth-tier alchemists in Daxia. She developed a second-tier pill that slows down the aging of appearance, which became a bestseller in Daxia. She won first place in the International Alchemist Competition of the 100 Nations, surpassing the top alchemists worldwide. If she weren't so devoted to the family, she could definitely become the president of the Alchemist Association. Shen Xiaomei always regarded Jiang Ling as an idol and would often seek her advice on alchemy. Jiang Ling nodded, but her mood was not high. She had already sent someone to bring Qin Daqiang and his wife over, preparing to give them enough pills to help them speak. If they were willing to stay in the family after Qin Luo returned, she would provide them with enough money that they wouldn't be able to spend in 10 lifetimes, sending them to a city where Qin Luo could not find them. Your control over your talent is still a bit lacking. You need to be more mindful to better control the flames and create stable pill liquids. Jiang Ling gestured for Shen Xiaomei to demonstrate her refining skills, and she immediately spotted the flaws. After pointing them out, Jiang Ling quietly awaited news from Uncle Gong. She heard that Uncle Gong was requesting to resign from his position as steward and was preparing to retire at home. However, she and T agreed since she was used to having him around. She planned to ask Uncle Gong what the reason was. A sixth-realm martial artist with a lifespan of over 400 years was only 200 years old now, far from retirement. Not bad, not bad. Slightly better than I was when I was young. If this trend continues, when your brother returns, I'll have him tutor you well. He is the most suitable as our family's strongest protector. Hearing this, Qin Jiang sighed in relief. The strongest protector still had to be under the jurisdiction of the family head. Shen Xiaomei also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't care who was stronger or weaker. She simply wanted to be the head of a top family. Since the Qin family had no plans to train Qin Luo as the next family head, even if he had SSS-level talent, it meant little to her. Talent was just one aspect. What mattered more was resources. With resources, even an S-level talent might not train slower than an SSS-level talent and could even be faster. Qin Luo was probably still at the first realm. Sister Yu, what brings you here? Shin Xiaomei smiled sweetly. I wanted to ask Anne about something and came to share with you. The combat power you just displayed, I'm afraid I'm not your match anymore. Qin Jiang chuckled, his eyes never leaving Shin Xiaomei. The youthful admiration was hot yet unmasked. Shin Xiaomei didn't mind Qin Jiang's gaze. Being liked by such a young prodigy was enough to show her charm. Perhaps even someone with SSS-level talent like Qin Luo would be attracted to her in the future. At that moment, Uncle Gong walked in and said a few words in front of Jiang Ling, causing her gaze to instantly turn cold. Xiaomei, you and Jiang Er go play. We have some matters to attend to. Jiang Ling transmitted her voice to Qin Zhuangyan, and the two immediately walked toward the entrance of the Qin family. Qin family. A couple dressed plainly looked up at the lavish gates and the ancient architecture, swallowing hard. Honey, are we really going to find a Qin family? Wang Xiuyan felt a bit anxious. This was the top family of Daxia. She didn't know what it meant to be a top family, but as ordinary people, they couldn't even meet the city lord of Floating Cloud City, a fourth realm martial artist. And a fourth realm martial artist was like an ant before the Qin family. Qin Daqiang felt some fear in his heart. But thinking of his son's disdain for the Qin family, he felt he had to do something. Don't be afraid, no matter how strong they are. They can't be unreasonable. Qin Daqiang encouraged himself and approached the security guard of the Qin family. What are you two doing? This isn't a place for you to visit. This is a private estate. A Qin family guard looked at the two with a blank expression. Qin Daqiang shook his head. We're here to see Qin Zhuangyan to discuss something very important. The guard stared blankly at the two middle-aged people before him, who had no aura and even appeared a bit timid. You dare to directly call the family head's name. What's your name? I'll report it. The guard felt uncertain. Those who dared to directly call the family head's name were probably not someone he could provoke. Without any aura, these two could very likely be hidden big shots. Qin Daqiang's tension eased a bit. My name is Qin Daqiang. Just tell Qin Zhuangyan directly. After saying this, Qin Daqiang felt much calmer in his heart. No matter the opponent's strength, identity, or status, they were all Qin Luo's parents. At least at this moment, he and Qin Zhuangyan were equal. The guard nodded and was just about to notify them when he saw Butler Gong Shu coming out. He respectfully said to the couple, "Please come in. The master and mistress are waiting for you inside." The guard felt a jolt in his heart and instantly felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Luckily, he hadn't looked down on them. They were indeed powerful figures who knew the master and mistress. But why do these big shots like to pretend to be ordinary people? What a strange hobby. Is it really that enjoyable to play the pig, to eat the tiger? Maybe he should try it himself sometime. The guard inwardly sneered a couple of times and continued with his duties. In the Qin family's hall, this time, Qin Zhuangyan didn't call many people. He was confident that he could dominate the scene in front of two ordinary people. He was afraid that if too many people were called, the couple would feel they were being bullied. He wanted to see what these two were up to by coming to the Qin family on their own. 033. Wrong Jiangling. Ordinary people are also trying to snatch their son? Under the guidance of Butler Gong Shu, Qin Daqiang and his wife walked through the luxurious manor. The more they walked, the more uncertain they felt. Qin Daqiang had seen online that those fake mountains that could emit green light cost millions. Qin Daqiang remained silent. He felt uncertain, but the anger in his heart was accumulating. The Qin family was indeed very wealthy, but they had never spent a single penny on Qin Luo. At Qinglong Academy, he could hear the grievances in his son's heart. Perhaps what his son said was just the tip of the iceberg of his grievances. Qin Daqiang had never thought that there were such biased parents in this world. If his son really had a bad character, then he would deserve it. But so many neighbors praised Luo as a good child, and some were even preparing to introduce girlfriends to Luo. The Qin family must be deliberately bullying their son. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the Qin family's reception hall, Qin Daqiang immediately saw the couple sitting in the main seats. They were dressed in understated luxury, exuding an aura of long-standing power that made Qin Daqiang's heart tremble. Taking a deep breath, Qin Daqiang stepped forward. Wang Xiuyan closely followed behind him. No matter what decision her husband made, she supported him, especially when it was to stand up for their son. Butler Gong Shu stood quietly outside, silently guarding. Seeing Qin Daqiang and his wife walk in like this, a sense of admiration rose in his heart. It was the first time he had seen ordinary people with such courage to face the head of the family. Qin Zhuangyan looked down at the two of them, as if shooting invisible pressure from his eyes. Sit. At these words, Qin Daqiang's body involuntarily wanted to sit beside them. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he grabbed his wife's arm. I want to sit. I came to ask the head of the Qin family a question. For some reason, Qin Daqiang felt he could not sit in the chair. It was as if sitting on the chair would cause the anger in his heart to dissipate under the immense pressure. Qin Zhuangyun and Jiang Ling exchanged glances, still holding onto some dignity. Speak. The voice was cold, as if facing two ants. In their eyes, Qin Daqiang and his wife were indeed like ants. If it weren't for wanting them to speak a good word for Qin Luo, the couple would never have had the chance to see them in their lifetime. I want to ask the two martial emperors why Qin Luo has suffered such great grievances. If you don't want Qin Luo as your son, please return him to us. Qin Zhuangyun's eyes widened, and an invisible pressure fell upon Qin Daqiang and his wife. Qin Daqiang stiffened his neck. He had never made eye contact with someone in a high position, but once, when he was working on a construction site, and the foreman refused to pay him, he calmly stared at the other person, determined not to show any fear. Thus, Qin Daqiang widened his eyes and stared back at Qin Zhuangyun. Are you questioning me? Qin Zhuangyun found it hard to believe. He had been mocked by geniuses of the same realm and angered by ninth-level martial emperors. But he had never expected that one day he would be questioned by an ordinary person. Where did Qin Daqiang get his courage? What audacity! How dare an ordinary person? Qin Daqiang nodded. Yes, I am questioning you. Before the college entrance examination, Luo came back in a very bad mood. When we asked him, he didn't tell us anything. Now we know that everything you Qin family said when you took him back was nonsense. Saying you would properly compensate the child and provide him with better growth conditions, we believed your words. Yet you didn't even give Luo a single penny. Qin Zhuangyun, although you and your wife are esteemed martial emperors, in my eyes, you do not deserve to be Luo's parents. Even when Luo was severely injured, did you give him treatment first? Instead, you questioned him for not mentioning his Qin family? You are the Qin family, and so are we. After finishing, Qin Daqiang shielded his wife behind him. He was very worried that due to the character of Qin Zhuangyun and his wife, they might kill them out of anger and shame. However, he felt guilty towards Luo. When their son suffered grievances, how could parents not stand up for him? Jiang Ling stared blankly at the couple below, trembling in fear, yet so brave. For the first time, she felt that in front of these ordinary people, they truly did not deserve to be Qin Luo's parents. They had problems, and their eldest son had problems too. Why didn't they come to explain? After suffering so many grievances, why didn't they come and talk to her that day? How could she not investigate? A sense of grievance rose in Jiang Ling's heart. These two ordinary people wanted to snatch her Luo? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She must ensure that Luo returns to the Qin family and is properly compensated. Qin Daqiang, have you forgotten the promise we made when we entrusted Luo to you? Jiang Ling did not get angry, but instead calmed down. We agreed that on the day we took Luo back, we would compensate you. We gave you the compensation, and you should have let go of Luo and not come back to meddle. No matter what grievances Luo has suffered, it is not for you two outsiders without blood ties to point fingers at in our Qin family. Jiang Ling calmly stated a fact. In her view, the blood flowing in Qin Luo's body was their couple's blood, and no matter what, Qin Luo would ultimately return to the Qin family. Hearing this, even though Qin Daqiang and his wife were mentally prepared, their hearts still felt as if they were being tightly gripped. This morning, that yellow-haired man had said they did not have Qin Luo's birth certificate, so they could not prove they were Qin Luo's parents. Now, they were being told this by the Qin family. The couple supported each other, afraid they might not hold on. Qin Luo had no blood relation to them, which was an eternal thorn in their hearts. It was fine when it wasn't mentioned, but once it was brought up, I don't care. I treat Qin Luo as my son and have raised him for 18 years. I want to allow you to bully him like that. Wang Shuyin stared intently at the couple who looked so tense. Old Qin was like this. Once someone hit a sore spot, he would only respond with silence. Qin Zhuangyun looked at the two of them, and for some reason, felt a wave of annoyance rise in his heart at their defense of Qin Luo. He wished he could slap them dead. However, he knew that this was impossible. Every move he made represented the face of the Qin family. If he really killed Qin Daqiang and his wife, it would not only be a small matter of not being able to bring that rebellious child back to the Qin family, but also a big deal of losing the family's honor. If one bottle of 4th-level nurturing pills is not enough, then I'll give you 10 bottles. If 10 bottles aren't enough, then 100 bottles. As long as you two disappear from Qin Luo's world from now on, you can name your conditions. Wang Shuyin gently tugged at Qin Daqiang's arm, her eyes showing a hint of panic. 1 bottle costs 1 million, and 100 bottles would be 100 million. The conditions could be casually named. She had no doubt that the Qin family could come up with it. If they had that much money, they could also provide great help to Qin Luo. Qin Daqiang also heard this, hesitating for 2 seconds before saying, "We will gather the money to return your nurturing pills." As long as you can return Luo to us. Whatever conditions you have, just name them. As soon as these words came out, Qin Zhuangyun was stunned for a second, then couldn't he help but laugh. The entire hall was filled with Qin Zhuangyun's seemingly indifferent laughter. To Qin Zhuangyun, Qin Daqiang and his wife's words were like two ants telling a dragon, "I'm coming to snatch your son," no matter what, whether he was biased or not. Or whether he treated Qin Luo poorly, Qin Luo was still his bloodline. Ha ha, what can you possibly offer us? 034. Let that ungrateful child come back and clarify things. Do you see that stool next to you? It's made of spiritual wood, and one stool costs millions. Our Qin family. We can casually take out something worth more than what you, two ordinary people, could earn in a lifetime. Qin Zhuangyun's smile slowly faded, and his eyes burned like torches. Staring at Qin Daqiang, he wasn't someone who liked to show off. But at this moment, he set aside the lofty dignity of a ninth-tier martial emperor. He was a father whose son was about to be taken away. Although he was not satisfied with Qin Luo, since they were here, he wanted these two ordinary people to know when to back down. Qin Daqiang was stunned, not expecting a stool for one person to be so expensive. Fortunately, he hadn't sat down. What if he broke it and had to pay for it? He truly couldn't afford that much money, nor could he provide Qin Luo with good training conditions. Qin Daqiang fell silent. We could provide warmth for Qin Luo's home. At least he won't be laughed at. Wang Shulian shot a fierce glare and stepped forward. Although men were braver than her husband's character clearly wasn't suited to handle such a scene. We can give Luo as much as we have, rather than depriving him of training resources and letting him live alone outside. No matter how rich your Qin family is, if you don't give Luo a single cent, it has nothing to do with him. We are poor, but everything we have belongs to Luo. Upon hearing his wife's words, Qin Daqiang couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in his heart. It really is his wife. Jiang Ling and her husband were stunned. She thought again about Qin Zhuangyun not giving Qin Luo resources and shot a fierce glare at Qin Zhuangyun. Because of one thing, they were at a disadvantage. They couldn't even refute. However, this was clearly not the time to place blame. The couple had fought together countless times, repelling attacks from martial emperors. And they could also repel the enemies trying to take their son. Jiang Ling had a vague feeling that among so many opponents, Qin Daqiang and his wife weren't even the weakest. Even the alien races that died in the aftermath of their battle could easily kill them. The level of difficulty was probably a notch above that of the martial emperor aliens. What happened in the past is in the past. Once Luo returns, we will naturally provide him with plenty of resources. Enough pills, enough weapons. Just one 5th-tier pill we take out, and you two would probably need 30 years without eating or drinking to save up for it. Wang Shulian shook her head. No one knows a child better than their mother. She was very clear about Qin Luo's expressed disdain for the Qin family. However, in the face of resources, she wasn't sure anymore. After all, they were a top family in the Great Xia, with resources from the purple families. Luo's speed of improvement would likely be very rapid. I think Luo may not need your resources. He doesn't like your Qin family. No matter whether Luo likes it or not, she had already said it. Anyway, the couple came here today with only one goal, to make the Qin family give up. Luo is still young. He might be afraid when facing a behemoth like the Qin family. They weren't afraid. Jiang Ling frowned, coldly looking at the two. To actually say that their eldest son didn't like the Qin family, that's just temporary. We simply misunderstood back then. Luo doesn't know the power of our Qin family. Outside the hall, Uncle Gong pricked up his ears, increasingly admiring Qin Daqiang and his wife. Their courage was commendable. Uncle Gong, what are they doing in there? Who are those two poor-looking people with a strong air of poverty? Hearing this, Uncle Gong sighed inwardly. No matter what, the young master shouldn't have said that to Qin Daqiang and his wife in person. According to the rules of the Jianghu, the young master should also address these two as elders. He was just a servant. Young master, they're the adoptive parents of the eldest young master. Qin Jiang stood outside and listened for a while, catching on to the general idea. The more he listened, the more delighted he became. Are they here to take Qin Luo back? Qin Jiang calmed the excitement in his heart and walked into the hall. Mom, Dad, I've already sent Sister Yu away. After saying that, Qin Jiang walked to Jiang Ling's side, looking like a well-behaved child. Qin Daqiang, we don't have time to waste with you. As long as you help us persuade Luo to come back, kneel down and admit your mistakes to us, and return to the Qin family, you can choose any condition. Qin Zhuangyun said coldly. He was most annoyed by this kind of verbal sparring. If it were on the battlefield, he would have rushed out long ago and slapped the enemy to death. But with these two, he had overwhelming power, yet couldn't use it, which was too frustrating. No way. The hall fell silent. The air pressure inside was too low. Uncle Gong outside didn't dare to say a word. Seeing the scene, Qin Jiang softly uttered a sentence. This time, they must make Qin Luo completely leave the Qin family, with no chance of competing with him for Shun Chuyu ever again. Mom, Dad, I think discussing like this won't yield an answer. We need to call the person involved over first to better negotiate a result. If he is willing to come back, the Qin family will definitely have a place for him. Qin Zhuangyan nodded upon hearing this. Jiangya, you contact that ungrateful child and have him come back to clarify things. Qin Zhang's face showed a hint of embarrassment. How could he possibly have Qin Luo's contact information? That kind of person, full of an air of poverty, didn't deserve to enter his social circle. Dad, he blacklisted and deleted me. I wanted to apologize yesterday. I misunderstood him before. Qin Zhuangyan snorted coldly. Ungrateful child, even blacklisting his own brother. Uncle Gong, go bring him here. Jiang Ling raised her head and glanced at her youngest son, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She had been using her spiritual sword heart talent to better find the psychological weaknesses of Qin Daqiang and his wife, but unexpectedly sensed that her youngest son was lying. She didn't know what her youngest son was lying about. Could it be that he had already contacted Qin Luo and was deliberately saying he hadn't, wanting her to find his brother and give him a surprise? Jiang Ling felt that it must be so. Qinglong Academy. Qin Luo went straight to the Dan Institute and rented a refining room. He suddenly remembered that old man at the Dan Institute had said he wouldn't sell pills to him. He could still refine them if he wouldn't sell to him. He recalled his adoptive parents leaving and felt something was a bit off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. First, he would refine the beauty pill. He remembered that the Qin family had a pill industry, and one very popular second-tier pill, called the beauty pill, could delay skin aging and sold very well. His beauty pill would be even more effective and would definitely sell better. In addition to delaying aging, the beauty pill also had body-enhancing effects, which was just right to refine and send back to his adoptive parents. Qin Luo didn't consider himself a good person, but at least he had a conscience. His adoptive parents had come to the capital to see him and even gave him money. In the Dan Institute's refining building at Qinglong Academy, there were various spiritual herbs available. It didn't take Qin Luo much time to gather all the herbs. Following the system's guidance, he quickly began refining. Qin Luo originally thought refining pills would be very difficult, but when he opened the pill furnace, he saw 10 thumb-sized white pills. He picked one up and tasted it for saltiness. The pill quickly dissolved in his body. Qin Luo walked to the mirror and vaguely felt that his skin seemed to be much more delicate. He was already quite handsome, just slightly inferior to the reader's lord. After taking the beauty pill, his skin was fair with a hint of a sunny aura. The effect was quite impressive, although it was leaning towards a pretty boy look. Qin Luo pouted. If he was called a pretty boy, that was a compliment to him. Just as he stepped out of the Dan Institute, Qin Luo's gaze sharpened as he looked at the crowd. The shadows of the past lingered. 035. Does Qin Luo want to break ties with the Qin family? Uncle Gong was quite surprised to see that Qin Luo had discovered him immediately. He was a 6th-level master and could serve as a mentor at the Qinglong Academy. How could he be detected by someone at the 1st level? Uncle Gong raised his gray eyebrows, realizing that he couldn't sense Qin Luo's aura. That's impossible. It doesn't make sense. As a master, one should easily sense the aura of a 1st-level martial artist, even from hundreds of meters away. After pondering for a moment, Uncle Gong suspected it was due to the SSS-level talent. Qin Luo glanced at Uncle Gong, who was approaching him, and did not hide his displeasure. Uncle Gong dared not say anything or show any dissatisfaction. With cupped fists, he respectfully said, "Young master, the family head wants you to return. There is something that needs your attention." "If I don't go, don't call me young master," Qin Luo replied. The place where Qin Luo was standing was the alchemy department of Qinglong Academy, which had a high foot traffic. Soon, people gathered around to see what was happening. Among the students of Qinglong Academy, there were many from prominent families. Someone recognized Qin Sigong. "I know him. He is the steward of the Qin family, responsible for serving the family head. I heard him call that not-so-handsome guy young master. Is he the eldest son of the Qin family? Isn't there only Qin Jiang in the Qin family? In such families, only the family head son can be called young master. The eldest son? Oh my, this is a huge scoop. The family head of the Qin family, one of the 12 martial emperors, actually has an illegitimate child?" Uncle Gong looked around, feeling something was amiss. The circumstances surrounding Qin Luo and the Qin family were already not glorious. With so many people paying attention, it would likely spread quickly. The bitterness in his heart grew. If he mishandled this, he might even lose his life. Qin Sigong lowered his head. "Young master, the family head insisted that I bring you back. Your adoptive parents are at our Qin family." Qin Gong chose to transmit this message, ensuring that not many people could hear it. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow and took out his phone, preparing to ask, but thought better of it. He was just wondering why his father had such a thoughtful expression, not expecting it was about going to the Qin family. Regarding his adoptive parents, who would boast about having seen a second-level martial artist, Qin Luo had no idea how much courage his adoptive parents mustered to face Qin Zhuangyun and his wife. "I can go with you," Qin Luo said, taking out his phone to send a message to Ji Yoshue. Originally, he planned to wait until he became stronger before confronting the Qin family, but with the situation changing, it was better to bring his bodyguard along. "Bodyguard, I need to go out. There might be risks. Can you come to ensure my safety?" "Where to? If it's dangerous, I can call for help." Qin Luo sent a thumbs-up emoji. "I'm going to Qin family. Qin Zhuangyun and Jiang Ling might attack me. Call a few 9th-level martial emperors, so they won't dare to act against me." Ji Yoshue, "Cow, you have that ability? You can make 9th-level martial emperors act against you?" "Of course. I even blocked an attack from a 9th-level martial emperor and survived." "No problem. I'll call a few influential ones. They won't dare to act against you." "Where are you? I'll come find you." At the entrance of the alchemy department, Qin Luo thought for a moment and sent another message. "Senior, please help me with one more thing. Have some reporters wait at the gate of the Qin family. This time they're a big scoop. It will definitely embarrass the Qin family." Qin Luo's lips curled up. Doesn't the Qin family love honor? Let us make them famous this time. He trusted Ji Yoshua's abilities, or more accurately, he trusted the strength of the Ji family that Ji Yoshua represented. After all, they were the family that had produced the most 10th-level experts in the Great Xia, and naturally had connections in various fields. Since they also had business competition with the Qin family, he didn't believe the Ji family would miss such an opportunity to strike a fallen foe. Even if this wouldn't cause significant harm to the Qin family, it could still annoy them for a while. Uncle Gong quietly stood by, indifferent to the strange looks from those around him. His mind was solely focused on one thought. He wanted to bring up retirement when he got back. He didn't want to get involved in this anymore. In under 2.5 minutes, a figure descended from the sky, followed by an old man with white hair. Qin Gong assessed Ji Yoshue, sensing her powerful aura. Being at the same 6th level, he felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand even one of her moves. There was something vaguely familiar about the girl's face. She must be a descendant of someone he knew. Qin Luo glanced at Ji Yoshue and the old man behind her, still somewhat in disbelief. "Senior, can this person withstand the attacks of Qin Zhuangyun and Jiang Ling?" Ji Yoshue didn't speak. The old man following her looked at Qin Luo intently, with a strange expression. Did this kid mistake the young lady for a senior? I could just stand there and let Qin Zhuangyun attack. He wouldn't dare. If he really did attack, I could block it. Qin Luo gave a thumbs up. That was a bit too boastful. He looked down on the character of Qin Zhuangyun and his wife, but he never underestimated their strength. A 9th-level martial emperor could destroy the entire capital with a single slap. Taking on 2 at once would be quite challenging. The old man smiled without speaking. Uncle Gong remained silent, a bit dazed. Qin Luo called for help to prevent being attacked by Qin Zhuangyun. From the old man, he could sense no fluctuations at all. The gap between them was too great. It seemed the family head's plan to bring the young master back to the Qin family today would be quite difficult to achieve. "Oh my goddess has come out? Wait, who is that person? Why is my goddess bringing someone with her?" "I remember now." He asked the top scorer from this year's college entrance examination, Qin Luo. "I heard rumors that he was from the Qin family. It turns out he really is from the Qin family." There's a scoop. A group of students perked up their ears, eager to hear what was going on. Qin Luo looked around, deciding to make a big deal out of it. After all, he had the ability now to retaliate. He had to strike back at that murderous thing. The more people there were, the more emotions he could absorb, and the faster his strength would increase. It was really something how he used to be so introverted that he would get nervous reading aloud in class. "Classmates, I completely understand your desire to get the scoop. If you want to hear about it, come to the gate of the Qin family, and I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Just afraid you won't dare to eat this big scoop from the Qin family." Qin Luo waved his hand and walked outside the school. A group of students exchanged glances. Hearing the person involved say that, the gossip flames blazed brightly. "Let us go. I was planning to return and take off. But today I'll delay that plan and go get the scoop. The big scoop from the Qin family must be firsthand. I don't want to eat the scoop. I just want to see my goddess a bit longer. I can't be fooled by someone like Qin Luo." Uncle Gong looked around at so many people. He probably had to report this up. He sensed determination in Qin Luo's words, as if he wanted to break ties with the Qin family. However, how could Qin Luo possibly wrestle with the top family of the Great Xia, the Qin family. Qin Luo hadn't grown up yet. He was just an egg hitting a rock. Seeing Qin Luo walk toward the school exit, looking a bit unsteady, as if waiting for something. Qin Luo was indeed waiting for the media to gather outside the Qin family. He didn't believe the Qin family had no competitors. 036. Does that rebellious child still have a reputation for going against his parents? Qin family, reception hall. Qin Zhuangyun lowered his head, looking at the message from the artist, and involuntarily released a breath. The aura of a martial emperor instantly made Qin Daqiang and his wife pale. Qin Daqiang quickly pulled Wang Xiuyan behind him, his eyes resolute. Even if a martial emperor wanted to crush them, he would still make sure to splash the opponent with blood. Jiang Ling frowned and waved her hand to shield the surroundings with a surge of energy. What's going on? Qin Zhuangyun snorted coldly. That rebellious child. He wants to incite some media to come to the Qin family, probably to confront us and make other families laugh at our Qin family. Madam, we must find a way to let him know that a single person cannot resist a family. He needs to see reality. Only then can he return to the family with peace of mind. Jiang Ling pondered. She truly didn't want to use force to make Qin Luo submit quickly. She just wanted Qin Luo to come back, cultivate well, be filial to his two brothers, and make up for her previous shortcomings. Let's wait and see. Perhaps Luo just wants to take advantage of so many people to announce his return to the Qin family. Qin Zhuangyun shook his head firmly. Madam, you have the sword heart of clarity. Can't you sense that rebellious child's determination? After leaving for just a few days, if he wanted to admit his mistake and had thoughts of returning, he would have contacted us long ago. I see he has been living too comfortably and doesn't realize that everything comes from the identity of the Qin family. He must recognize reality. A bunch of media is nothing. No media can ignore the pressure from our Qin family. Qin Jiang stood nearby, listening to his parents discuss Qin Luo, feeling very uncomfortable. Every day, it's Qin Luo coming and going. If it weren't for Qin Luo, his parents would still be extremely loving. How could there be disputes? It's all Qin Luo's fault. Mom and Dad, I do have an idea. We can make Qin Luo realize his mistakes faster. We must take strong measures to let him know the power of our Qin family. He is too much of a worry for you. Qin Zhuangyun nodded. It's good that the younger son knows how to share their worries. If that rebellious child had even 1% of the younger son's understanding, I wouldn't have to test him. Speak. It's true that Qin Luo saved his city, but he bullies the weak, doesn't listen to his parents' arrangements, and frequently breaks family rules by going to those places. Such a person, even with SSS-level talent, has a bad character and cannot be a key training target for the Qinglong Academy. The Qinglong Academy didn't know this before. We just need to let the public know what kind of person he is. When the time comes, when the Qinglong Academy expels Qin Luo, we can tell we can keep it under wraps. But the condition is that he returns to the Qin family. Jiang Ling was taken aback. Looking at her younger son, who seemed to be quite excited as he spoke out, she felt as if she was getting to know him for the first time. Your brother didn't go to those places. He went for a massage to relieve fatigue. And everything else is false. You can't possibly not know that, right? Your brother, being closest to you, should have told you. Upon hearing his mother's words, Qin Jiang felt a surge of anger for some reason. It's all Qin Luo's fault that his mother doubts him. No wonder his mother has seemed troubled lately. But fortunately, he had already thought of a strategy. Mom, I really didn't know. When he told me he was going for a foot wash, I thought it meant going to that kind of place. I misunderstood. And when he comes back, I will explain this misunderstanding well. As long as he is willing to return to the Qin family, I can accept it. Hearing this, Jiang Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was a misunderstanding, it was fine. She had been thinking that her obedient younger son could not possibly slander his own brother. This had made her feel down for the past few days. After her younger son's explanation, she finally felt relieved. She didn't want to see siblings turning against each other in her family. It seems that the younger son is indeed sensible. If the older son had half the understanding of the younger son, she would feel more at ease. Qin Zhuangyun remained silent, contemplating the feasibility of his younger son's suggestion. After a moment of silence, he felt it had great operability. As for the rebellious child, facing some criticism at the beginning of the public opinion's fermentation, considered a punishment for not listening to them and for opposing them. The Qin family is a family that distinguishes between rewards and punishments. Once the rebellious child integrates into the Qin family, they can later release a statement saying it was all a misunderstanding. At that time, people will also know that the Qin family has clear punishments for those who make mistakes, leading to even more admiration for the Qin family. All right, let's do it this way. Jiang Ling looked at her husband, her eyes filled with disbelief. No, this might make Luo resentful. Moreover, it could ruin his reputation. Qin Zhuangyun shook his head. Madam, What reputation does that rebellious child still have? Disobeying parents, being unfilial. Although he isn't completely gone bad, he still needs to be refined. If he returns to the family and remains like this, how can we have so much time to refine his character? This time, as parents, we must teach him to grow up, which inherently requires sacrificing something. We cannot protect him for a lifetime. With his personality, he is too easy to offend others. Jiang Ling fell silent. She was also dissatisfied with Qin Luo's character. He was too rebellious. Seeing her husband's tacit agreement, Qin Zhuangyun waved his hand. Jiang you go handle this matter, call the media under the Qin family's banner, and spread the public opinion. Qin Zhang nodded seriously and went straight out. He must handle this matter beautifully. What if he has SSS-level talent? He still needs to be suppressed. Qin Daqiang and his wife watched the couple of martial emperors, unsure of what they were discussing. They wouldn't want to kill us to silence us, would they? Who knows? The two whispered to each other, and to Jiang Ling and her husband, it sounded like tanks firing cannons in front of them. The two ignored Qin Daqiang and his wife and waited quietly. Outside the Qin family manor, famous media from the capital flocked to the Qin family, having received news that something big was about to happen today. Shun Xiuyue had just arrived at the entrance when she sensed something was off. After thinking for a moment, she decided to stay and see. A few minutes later, Shun Xiuyue saw Qin Luo walking in front of a media company with several people. Xiwan Media Company, ranked second in the Great Xia, is backed by the Qin family. In this age where traffic is king, every top family has its own media company. Whether it's the release of newly developed pills or the recruitment of talents, media plays a significant role. Shun Xiuyue walked over, watching Qin Luo confidently speaking in front of the media company, feeling extremely satisfied. This is the boy she likes. Qin Luo, facing such a scene, would probably just tremble in fear. A country bumpkin coming from the countryside. How could he have seen such a big occasion? After Xiwan Media uploaded the video online, driven by some mysterious force, it instantly topped the trending searches. Shocking. College entrance examination champion Qin Luo secretly turns out to be this kind of person. Countless marketing accounts, like cats sensing blood, immediately started editing. In the world of high martial arts, rumors about strong individuals are just like those about celebrities on Blue Star. So it turns out that the college entrance examination champion is a bloodline left behind by the head of the Qin family? I said, how could such a top genius appear in a small town? Wow, it turns out that the college entrance examination champion is actually this kind of person behind the scenes, bullying his own clan and secretly going to those places. Hey, I kind of envy that sister who first took the college entrance examination champion's blood. I myself. And I didn't expect that I actually slept with the top scorer of the college entrance examination. I work at Jinzhou Impression, and I even gave him a red envelope of 12 yuan. Qin Luo arrived outside the Qin family manor and found it crowded with various media. He turned around and asked, does the Ji family have so many media? Among the crowd, a sharp-eyed person recognized Qin Luo and rushed over. Qin Luo, do you have anything to say? 037. I have surpassed you, and you will never catch up to me. The person approaching is a middle-aged man. He didn't expect that he couldn't squeeze into the Qin family gate and ended up running into the person involved. Over the years, he had worked hard to cultivate speed martial arts, and finally, it came in handy today. The first interview of the day is his. Qin Luo looked around, hearing waves of discussion. That's Qin Luo. He is quite handsome, but unexpectedly, he is also quite extravagant, wanting 10 in one night. According to rumors, I heard that Qin Luo wants 10, each lasting less than 2.5 minutes. It's too tragic. He makes people feel awkward. Indeed, a beastly heart beneath a human face. I didn't expect the top scorer of the college entrance examination to secretly bully people from the same family with his strength. Such a person does not deserve to be the top scorer. Strength and talent can only filter out the strong, not those with good character. Qin Luo's gaze grew colder. Indeed, the Qin family is quite impressive. With so many people around, he doesn't know how much emotion they can provide him later. Most of them are strong. Perhaps they can help him break through to the late stage of the second realm. Ji Yoshua looked at Qin Luo, sensing that this young man was suppressing himself. The events happening in the Qin family were unknown to the Ji family. The old man beside him raised an eyebrow. He wanted to see how Qin Luo would fight back. He really likes the Qin family, pushing such a prodigy towards their Ji family, believing in such a cultivation method. He is sure that Qin Luo's future will be incredibly terrifying. A 10th realm martial sovereign can definitely break through, and even a higher 11th realm martial saint might be possible. A martial saint is an existence that has never appeared in the Great Xia. This time, His purpose is not just to help Qin Luo, but more to showcase the strength of the Ji family to him. Qin Luo, did you save a city back then to cover up your poor character? Qin Luo glanced at the middle-aged man holding the microphone. Excited and agitated, his face was flushed. For someone like him, Qin Luo knew the best way was to ignore him. Bodyguard, clear the area. Do not let these idle people get close to me. The old man raised an eyebrow. This kid really took him for a bodyguard. However, if it meant that Qin Luo helped resolve Ji Jianhuan's cultivation issues, he could reluctantly play the role of a bodyguard. Step aside. The old man's deep voice rang out, and those surrounding them, regardless of their realm, felt an unmatched great force surging towards them, causing them to involuntarily step back. Qin Luo walked to the entrance of the Qin family and saw Xin Xiuyu, along with a smirking Qin Jiang. Eldest young master, let's go in. As long as you admit your mistake to the family head, he will forgive you. The family head has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Uncle Gong transmitted his voice to Qin Luo, unable to help but advise. Once the events happening to Qin Luo are exposed, it will greatly impact the reputation of the Qin family, especially for the family head and his wife. Two renowned martial emperors of Great Xia, treating their eldest son this way would only leave people amused. Qin Luo stood there without raising his head. He would never step into the Qin family again. This place is disgusting. If it weren't for his adoptive parents, Qin Luo would never come here. Go call Qin Zhuangyan out, and if my adoptive parents are harmed in any way, your Qin family will pay for it. Uncle Gong sighed. These few words had already said it all. The eldest young master was determined to clash head-on, and he could only hope the family head would be a little gentler with him. The eldest young master had never seen the family head's methods. He had. Qin Jiang walked over, and he immediately noticed Ji Yoshue, as pure and cold as a snow lotus on a high mountain. Xin Xiuyu appeared insignificant in front of Ji Yoshue. He didn't know how someone like Qin Luo could, in just a few days, attract such a super beauty. Qin Luo, if you crawl in here on your knees to admit your mistake to your parents, I can help you say a few words. Desiring face. You will only suffer. Qin Luo looked at the impatient Qin Jiang. Since he wants to make a name for himself, he might as well help this good younger brother. First, he would collect some interest from the earlier beatings. With his current cultivation speed, it wouldn't be long before he could step on Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang, it seems you have forgotten how you were beaten badly when you came to ask me about sword techniques. Do you need me to help you recall? The surrounding media instantly captured this important information. What? Qin Luo is so fierce that he can defeat Qin Jiang? Qin Jiang has always been personally taught by the two martial emperors. It seems that Qin Luo truly deserves to be this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. One of the few geniuses in the history of Great Xia who broke through the fourth realm. He really lives up to the name. Good talent does not mean Qin Luo isn't a scum. Initially, when Qin Jiang said he bullies the weak, I had some doubts, but it seems to be true. Qin Luo should be the kind of person who, being strong, enjoys finding a sense of superiority over those weaker than him. Qin Luo clearly felt the emotional fluctuations of the people around him escalating. This made him feel slightly pleased. As for the discussions, as long as they can make him stronger, he doesn't mind how they talk. It's time for a reversal, and the emotional fluctuations will be even greater. Qin Jiang's expression froze, his face changing from blue to purple. When Qin Luo returned to the Qin family and learned that Qin Luo also practiced swordsmanship, he wanted to spar with him. The result was that he was completely crushed. The past is the past. Don't take a moment as eternity. I have now broken through to the fourth realm. While you are still at the first realm, I can defeat you with one hand. Qin Jiang said confidently, standing proudly, looking down at Qin Luo. Without resources to assist in cultivation, Qin Luo's speed of improving his strength would be greatly slowed. It would take 2 years to retrain to the fourth realm. In 2 or 3 years, he would have already broken through to the sixth realm. Xin Xiuyu was somewhat surprised, not expecting Qin Luo, who was once so outstanding, could defeat Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang's strength is not weaker than hers, and he might even be slightly stronger. What a pity, without the family's favor, even an SSS-level talent needs to slowly settle. A 9th-level martial emperor personally teaching, with family resources freely available, and yet only now breaking through to the fourth realm. Indeed, a genius. Qin Luo was left speechless, his face flushed with anger. How could he not hear that Qin Luo was mocking him? If you have the ability, come and fight me. I'll let you use one hand. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, beckoning with his finger. Qinlong Academy has methods to suppress battles at the same realm. Do you dare? Qin Jiang snorted coldly. Of course, he didn't dare. Fighting Qin Luo at the same realm, he could only lose. However, with so many people watching, he naturally couldn't back down. I, Qin Luo, will never be weaker than others in my life. Unlike you, who only bullies the weak. You have already been surpassed by me and will spend your life watching my back until you can no longer see it. Hearing Qin Zhang's confident declaration, Shenxiu Yu liked him even more. This kind of confident boy is the most charming, unlike Qin Luo, who is just a waste. Click, click. The sound of countless cameras taking pictures rang out, with numerous media outlets scrambling to snap photos. So domineering, this statement makes my blood boil. This is a true young genius. Compared to Qin Jiang, Qin Luo is far behind. The couple, Qin Zhuangyun, who had just arrived at the manor, also heard their younger son's words and couldn't help but nod. This is the child they are proud of. Outstanding, confident, perhaps he could surpass them in the future. Qin Daqiang and his wife looked at Qin Luo, surrounded by a crowd, and the couple couldn't help but want to step forward and explain for their son. Qin Daqiang, I didn't expect the Qin family to be such a family. We must take Luo back. 038, unfilial son, kneel and admit your mistakes. Wang Shilian looked at Qin Daqiang with some concern. She felt that the martial emperor couple had just been discussing how to take their child away from them. Qin Daqiang shook his head. He didn't know either. He took out a cigarette case, preparing to light one to ease his mood, but thought better of it since this wasn't his home. Just as they were worried, Uncle Gong walked in to report to Qin Zhuangyun, head of the family. The eldest son has arrived, but he is unwilling to enter the estate. Qin Zhuangyun pressed his palm on the armrest of the chair, and upon hearing this, he suddenly exerted force. Crack! The armrest of the chair instantly shattered into wood chips. Does he want to go see him? Qin Zhuangyun was extremely angry in his heart. Not only did he not come in to pay his respects, but he also wanted them to go see him. How could parents go looking for their son? Uncle Gong said nothing. He knew that Qin Luo meant exactly that. The eldest son also said that if Qin Daqiang and his wife lost a single hair, the Qin family would pay the price. Qin Daqiang and his wife exchanged glances and silently stood up, preparing to go see their son. They didn't expect their son to come because of them. This made them somewhat worried about what Qin Zhuangyun might do to their son. They exchanged glances. Do you remember the way? I don't remember. What should we do? Jiang Ling, listening to their quiet conversation, couldn't help but want to laugh. The Qin family estate covered several square kilometers. How could two ordinary people remember the way on their first visit? For some reason, she always felt that this time might make her son hold even more resentment against Qin Zhuangyun. She even had a premonition that if things continued to develop like this, she would lose her son, Qin Luo. She had to do something. All along, her talent had never missed a significant premonition. The current situation was already somewhat out of control. Her eldest son and husband seemed not to be the type to bow their heads voluntarily. Luo was the same. What was wrong with admitting a little fault as their parents? How could parents harm their own child? They were still too rebellious. And this ordinary couple had not educated Luo well. Let's go out and take a look. Jiang Ling stood up and walked outside, her lips moving slightly. Qin Zhuangyun heard Jiang Ling's voice in his ear. Qin Zhuangyun, I hope this time you can let Luo return to the family. If not, I'll go back to the Jiang family. Whenever Luo comes back, I'll return. Qin Zhuangyun was puzzled. He always felt an ominous premonition. Why did his wife suddenly say this? Returning to the Jiang family, with his unreasonable father-in-law, if he mistakenly thought he was bullying his daughter, he would probably be in trouble. The only 10th-tier old monster in the Jiang family could handle him like a toy. Since this unfilial son wouldn't come in, then I will go see what he wants. Qin Zhuangyun moved and appeared next to Jiang Ling, and the two walked side by side toward the Qin family exit, followed closely by Qin Daqiang and his wife. Outside the Qin family, many media outlets were already excited. The recent confrontation between Qin Luo and the others had revealed too much. This time, the scoop would not be small. Ji Yoshue took out her phone and sent a message to Qin Luo. Why didn't you refute? Qin Luo heard his phone beep, took it out, and saw that it was his bodyguard messaging him. He looked suspiciously over. About 2.5 meters away, why not speak? Acting aloof. Strong people always have some peculiar habits. That's normal. It wasn't the right time yet. Yoksu frowned prettily. She always felt that Qin Luo wanted to do something big, but she didn't know how. However, regarding the discussions around them, saying Qin Luo was a bully, her intuition told her it was impossible. A person who could choose to sacrifice his SS-level talent to save an entire city and his adoptive parents could never do such things. However, she knew Qin Luo was decisive when it came to dealing with enemies. Take that little family's people to the station for tea. Strive, keep it up. I'm standing behind you representing the Ji family. After sending the message, Ji Yoshue stood behind Qin Luo. Qin Luo looked at the emoji and felt a bit strange. Could it be that he misunderstood? Why did it feel like the senior's chat style was a bit like that of a young person? After his strength increased, he could naturally maintain his youth. Qin Luo thought for a moment. Since she was a senior in her 60s, she would probably like a beauty pill. Senior, I recently refined a type of pill that can maintain and improve skin. Qin Luo wanted to boast a bit more, but secretly glanced at Ji Yoshua's beautiful face that was bubbling with charm. He couldn't continue. I didn't hear you were also an alchemist. Let me see. The most famous beauty-improving pill was from the Qin family. Qin Luo took out a beauty pill from his pocket and handed it to Ji Yoshua. Ji Yoshua took it, holding the white pill up to her nose and sniffing it. It had a pleasant fragrance, very nice. Perfect quality pill? She was somewhat uncertain and handed the pill to the elder beside her. The elder took it, sniffed it, and a glint flashed in his murky eyes. He nodded slightly. Do you have more? Give me another one. Ji Yoshua took out her phone and sent a message to Qin Luo. Qin Luo nodded and gave her another one. Ji Yoshua pinched the pill between her fingers and put it into her red lips. It was soft upon entry, transforming into a surge of power. The medicinal properties merging into her body, starting to improve her skin. Ji Yoshua carefully felt it. For her, the effect was very minimal because she was only a little short of reaching the seventh realm. The medicinal power was mild. Even ordinary people could consume it, and it had a certain effect of delaying aging. It was much better than the most popular pill from the Qin family. Ji Yoshua didn't care much for cultivation resources, but she knew this was a good thing. The perfect quality pill was too well hidden by Qin Luo. Moreover, it was a brand new pill. The elder scraped a bit of the pill and tasted it. He looked deeply at Qin Luo and immediately sent a message to the family head. It seemed that no matter what, they had to bind Qin Luo and the Ji family together. A third-tier pill, still of perfect quality, indicated that there was no trace of pill toxins remaining. Even someone who claimed to be the most likely to break through to a 10th-tier alchemist in nearly 100 years wouldn't be able to refine perfect quality pills at Qin Luo's age. Moreover, he possessed SS-level talent, a good temperament, remained calm in the face of significant matters, and was organized in his actions. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He was qualified to marry into the Ji family. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly. The Qin couple had come out, and he would wait for Qin Luo to resolve the current matter before discussing further. The second-tier pills from the Qin family had been studied by their families for a long time. Outside the Qin family gate, a couple stood side by side. The man had a just and dignified appearance, exuding an air of authority. The woman was elegant and noble, with an aura of wealth that intimidated those around her. Qin Zhuangyun and Jiang Ling had not yet come out, but they had already attracted countless gazes. Hundreds of people quietly watched Qin Zhuangyun, many with fervent expressions. Wow, Zhuangyun, the martial emperor, is out. Still so imposing. Just making eye contact with him fills me with fear. Ling Jian, martial emperor Jiang Ling, is also coming out. It seems something big is really going to happen today. And Qin Jiang, looking quite impressive too. I wonder who will benefit from that girl in the end. Qin Zhuangyun and his wife stood there quietly, automatically becoming the focus of many. Qin Zhuangyun paused for 2 seconds, his gaze falling on Ji Yoshua and the elder beside Qin Luo. How did these two come to stand with Qin Luo? The elder was a strong figure from their previous generation, known as the strongest among the 12 martial emperors. Ji Yoshua's reputation in the top families of the Great Xia was such that she was rarely seen, only heard of, the holy maiden of the Ji family. Every word and action could represent the Ji family. Qin Zhuangyun speculated in his heart, with his hands behind his back, walking towards Qin Luo. No wonder this rebellious son came back so late. It turns out he wanted to find someone to back him up. Qin Zhuangyun stood 3 meters away from Qin Luo, and his imposing voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. Rebellious son, aren't you going to kneel down and confess your wrongs? Jiang Ling felt as if she had lost something very important. You frequent places of ill repute, tarnishing the reputation of the Qin family. Today, in front of so many people, kneel and admit your mistakes. I can allow you to return to the Qin family and refine your character from now on. Qin Zhuangyun's voice was like a great bell, deep and precise, echoing in everyone's ears. The media were stunned, staring at Qin Zhuangyun's imposing face. Countless camera shutters clicked. This was the aura of a martial emperor. Even when his own son made a mistake, he could bravely punish him in front of the public, showing great stature. Our Great Xia's 12 martial emperors are indeed so charming. No wonder he is one of the 12 strongest martial emperors. Qin Luo stared in disbelief. So this is what I once saw. With strength, there are great scholars to debate for me. Mom and Dad, come over. Let me see if the Qin family has harmed you. With this one sentence, All the media instantly focused their attention on Qin Daqiang and his wife. The couple felt a bit nervous under so many gazes. When had they ever seen so many people paying attention to them? The pressure was immense. Luo or we're fine. The media observed as Qin Luo shielded the two ordinary-looking people behind him and even called them mom and dad. They keenly sensed that this was a shocking revelation. Those two people didn't look like Qin Luo at all. Could they be his adoptive parents? What on earth was going on? If I knew, I could probably instantly trend to the top of the hot search list. Qin Zhuangyun had never been so ignored. A chilling aura began to coalesce in his eyes. He had clearly given Qin Luo a chance, yet he did not cherish it. Unfilial son, have you had enough of your antics? As soon as these words were spoken, the discussions around them seemed to be choked off, falling silent. The crowd hushed. It was the first time they had seen a nine-realm martial emperor angry, and it was a bit terrifying. Qin Jiang stepped in front of Qin Luo, immediately putting on a heartfelt expression. Qin Luo, just kneel and admit your mistakes to your parents. That way we can still be a family, and you can still be the eldest son of the Qin family. He was sure that Qin Luo would definitely refuse to kneel and admit his mistakes. As long as he intensified Qin Luo's anger, Qin Luo would only drift further away from the Qin family. His position as the lesser head of the family would only become more secure. Among the crowd, many media people shook their heads at this sight. The martial emperor family also had its own difficult scriptures. Had I a son who frequented places of ill repute, I would have long had 7 wolves serving me. Zhuangyun martial emperor's second son was not bad. He knew to count his brother as a person of talent. Comparing the two sons, Qin Luo was simply beyond words. Not only was his talent ruined, but his character was also lacking. Jiang Ling stood by, her heart filled with 1,000 words. Yet she didn't know how to express them. Caught between her husband and son, she didn't know how to choose. As a mother, her intuition told her that Qin Luo's gaze was exceedingly unfamiliar. Ultimately, it condensed into one sentence. Luo, if you admit your mistakes to your dad, he will definitely forgive you. When Jiang Ling said this, and her gaze met Qin Luo's eyes, her heart trembled. What kind of eyes were those? Calm as water, as if looking at a stranger. Jiang Ling could accept Qin Luo's anger and roar, but his expression made her afraid. It was as if she had lost something very important. Qin Luo smiled slightly, amidst the gazes of everyone. Slowly, he raised his middle finger. Fuck off. You bunch of idiots. Do you really think that slandering me will make me yield? Returning to your Qin family, a den of snakes and rats, makes me feel disgusted. As soon as this was said, the entire venue was shocked, especially many media people. What? Did I hear wrong? Qin Luo cursed? He even cursed the Qin family. Impressive. Regardless of character, just looking at his temperament, he probably far exceeds us. This is the rebellious genius. But unfortunately, he still hasn't recognized the facts. Angering the 9-realm martial emperor's parents, he will have to suffer later. Qin Luo clearly sensed that the speed of his Wujimagong's operation had accelerated significantly, and his strength was rapidly increasing. Indeed, the more people there were, the greater the emotional fluctuations, the faster he would improve. Especially the man with the square face and stern expression in front of him. His eyes widened as if he wanted to eat him, filled with endless rage. The emotional power provided by a 9-realm martial emperor was almost a quarter of what others combined could offer. And the woman beside him, acting all pretentious. Was there a hint of regret in her shock? No, regretting now is too late. Her character was too unstable and too early. She should have waited until he took out the beauty-enhancing pills and secured a portion of the Qin family's profits before regretting it. Wang Shulian looked at Qin Luo, her heart filled with endless pity. From the moment these few spoke, she knew what kind of life Qin Luo had lived in the Qin family. Her son, whom she held in her hands for fear of hurting, had suffered so much in the Qin family. As for Qin Luo cursing, it was certainly influenced by the group of neighbors who often fought. Qin Daqiang, we must get our son back. The Qin family is inhuman. Qin Daqiang took a deep breath. He could see it too. His obedient son was being suppressed like this. He did not believe that Luo would go to such places. Nor could he possibly bully the weak. Qin Zhuangyun, you are talking nonsense. My son, Qin Daqiang's son, would never visit a brothel. If you do not acknowledge this son, do not regard him as your son, then return him to us. Your pills, I will return them to you. Aren't they just 10 fourth-grade nourishing pills? We do not covet them. I will transfer the money back to you immediately. Qin Daqiang roared, his shoulders slightly trembling, his dark face reddening with excitement. The usually honest man could not hold back when he saw Qin Luo being bullied like that. Qin Luo turned to glance at his adoptive parents. It was only from them that he truly felt the warmth of family. Qin Zhuangyun and his wife. They were not even worthy of carrying his parents' shoes. Qin Jiang stepped forward, coldly staring at Qin Daqiang. You, an ordinary person, dare to speak to my dad like this? You deserve to die. Releasing the aura of a four-realm martial artist, he aimed to pressure Qin Daqiang and his wife. Qin Luo's gaze turned icy as he waved his hand. You still want to lay hands on my parents? Good. I hope Qin Jiang can withstand the blow. Release our chat records. As soon as this was said, Qin Jiang's face visibly panicked. In the chat records, he had said many things implying that Qin Luo was a waste and unworthy of the Qin family. If it were to be revealed, it would definitely be a devastating blow to him. Jiang Ling saw this scene and felt her younger son's panic. It seemed the chat records would have a very serious impact on him. Luo, don't mess around. Just admit your mistakes to us. We still love you. You and Jiang have misunderstandings. It's all a misunderstanding between brothers. Isn't it because you didn't express yourself clearly that led to Jiang misunderstanding you? Qin Luo stared blankly. Truly a fool. In his words, there was nothing but protection for the younger son, without any grasp of the real situation. Love you, my ass. Don't put on a false show of concern. If I didn't have SSS-level talent, would you think of letting me return to the Qin family? What martial emperor? They're just people who are a bit stronger, who love wealth and despise the poor. Madam, don't put on a false show. It's disgusting. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Qin Luo has SSS-level talent? Could it be that the strange phenomenon that appeared in the capital a few days ago was caused by Qin Luo? Damn, I'm starting to have some doubts now. An SSS-level talent? It seems like the Qin family doesn't have one, right? If that's the case, why would the Qin family expose what Qin Luo has done? For someone with SSS-level talent, those things are trivial. I feel like something is off. Do you really believe that someone willing to burn their talent would bully the weak? Under the interference of mysterious forces, public opinion began to quietly reverse. After getting approval from Ji Yoshua, the person in charge started playing the chat records of the two on a short video platform, driven by a more powerful force. This video instantly topped the trending list, and countless people saw the chat records of the two brothers. Qin Zhuangyun remained silent, thinking about how to deal with Qin Luo. He has realized that Qin Luo is determined not to return to the Qin family. If force won't work, then he'll have to take a softer approach. Starting with Qin Daqiang and the others. 040 exposed chat records, an angry father, a panicked younger brother. On the short video platform, various comment sections gathered a significant number of people condemning Qin Luo. Qin Luo simply does not deserve to be the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Such a person is simply embarrassing for our daxia. The top scorers of the college entrance examination represent our daxia. How could such a thing happen? I apply for the Qinglong Academy to expel Qin Luo. On the front line guarded by Qinglong Academy, Zhou Linze looked at the current trending topics and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. No matter how talented Qin Luo is, under such overwhelming public opinion, Qinglong Academy could not possibly hold him back. In these past few days, he finally repaired a bit of his Dao heart. If he could see Qin Luo's miserable situation, his Dao heart would probably return to its original state. Thinking of this, Zhou Linze transformed into a keyboard warrior, acting as a troll in the comments. He even felt it wasn't enough and spent money to hire people to smear Qin Luo further. Watching the public opinion turn overwhelmingly against Qin Luo, Zhou Linze felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Suddenly, a video that suppressed the trending topics appeared. It revealed some unknown secrets about the college entrance examination top score Qin Luo. The title was very eye-catching, resembling an expose video. Zhou Linze clicked in, scrolling with a smile on his face. Indeed, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. This would surely make Qin Luo unable to recover. What if he is talented? Without a sufficient mindset, Qin Luo could never break through to a higher realm. The feeling of watching an SSS-level talented prodigy fall, and even participating in it, was simply too satisfying. Qin Luo, your parents think you don't match the identity of the Qin family. Don't ever claim to be a member of the Qin family outside. Okay, I definitely won't say I'm a member of the Qin family. Qin Luo, why didn't you go easy on me when we sparred? You defeated me and were very pleased, right? Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Oh, you still look down on me for being weak. With your poor demeanor, how dare you look down on me? Just wait until I report you. Don't tell anyone, brother. I'm very sorry. It won't happen again. Zhou Linze looked at the chat records and felt increasingly uneasy. This must be reversed. How could Qin Jiang be that kind of person? In his impression, Qin Luo is the one who is like that. Various suppressions, claiming that Qin Luo is unworthy of the Qin family, unworthy of being a member of the Qin family. No, Zhou Linze felt it must be fake. It was probably Qin Luo's counterattack, a final struggle. He clicked on the avatar and took a look. He discovered that the video was posted by the official account of G's Media, a hidden media giant of Daxia. At that moment, Zhou Lin's hard-won, repaired Dao heart shattered like a giant object collapsing. How could it be? How could Qin Luo mobilize the resources of the Ji family? Even if he worshipped Ji Jianhun as an elder brother, Ji Jianhun had no authority. Why would the Ji family help Qin Luo, an outsider? Zhou Linza couldn't understand. If the Ji family helped Qin Luo, his revenge would be far off. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His vision went dark, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing straight to the ground. Thud! The people nearby were instantly suspicious upon seeing this scene. Just a moment ago, he was laughing, and now he collapsed? Zhou Linza is a martial king. He had just killed a 6th realm alien yesterday on the front line. How could he vomit blood? A martial king of the 8th realm can be heavily injured by a 6th realm alien? Damn, how did our academy produce such a weak martial king? If this gets out, we will surely be laughed at by other academies. A few seconds later, as Zhou Linza just regained consciousness, the words he heard made his face turn extremely red. How could he embarrass himself like this in front of so many people? It's all Qin Luo's fault. His hard-won Dao heart collapsed once again. Outside the Qin family gate, everyone was watching Qin Zhuangyun, eager to see how he would handle this matter. Many media people, having discovered the video about Qin Luo, went to watch it after it was suppressed. As they watched more and more chat records, they finally froze on one line. As long as I'm here, even if you have SSS level talent, the Qin family will not allow you to inherit. You should live your ordinary life well in your floating cloud city. After reading the last line of the chat records, everyone's gaze toward Qin Jiang changed. They did not expect that a family like the Qin family would have such power struggles. Logically, in top families, the one with the highest talent should be able to claim the position of the family head. It seems they understood a bit. In it, Qin Luo mentioned that he wanted to go for a massage to ease his tightly wound mind from excessive cultivation. In Qin Jiang's words, it turned into going to a pleasure house. It turned out it was out of jealousy. Big families are not necessarily harmonious. Qin Zhuangyun listened to the discussions around him and coldly snorted. The surroundings instantly fell silent. No one dared to speak about the son of a 9th realm martial emperor again. His gaze fell on his youngest son. The youngest son looked pale, with an expression of barely holding on. This performance disappointed him. He had always taught Qin Jiang to remain calm in the face of major events. Now that Qin Luo had made this public, it was clear he wanted to tear off all pretense, and didn't he want to apologize to return to the Qin family? If this continued, the reputation of the Qin family would surely be harmed. As for the youngest son deliberately distorting facts, Qin Zhuangyun had no intention of getting involved. He couldn't possibly blame his youngest son in front of so many people. He transmitted a message to the steward, Uncle Gong, to control the negative news about his youngest son. The internet has no memory. Once the heat dies down, it will disappear in a month or two at most. Now he had to deal with Qin Luo. Since he opposed him, he must be prepared to face everything. There was no need for softness anymore. From this moment on, he would no longer have this son. Everything for the honor of the family. Everyone secretly watched Qin Zhuangyun, eager to see how this renowned martial emperor of Daxia would handle it. A trace of coldness flashed in Qin Zhuangyun's eyes. Next to him, Jiang Ling sensed something. Luo, just kneel down and apologize to your father. You've angered him. We never thought of doing anything to you. Just come back, and I will promise you anything. Qin Luo did not respond. He felt boundless rage emanating from Qin Zhuangyun. It seemed like he wanted to burn him to ashes. Anger is good. The angrier he is, the stronger I become. Senior, save me. Qin Zhuangyun wants to kill me. As soon as this was said, an elder moved and appeared between Qin Luo and Qin Zhuangyun. Little Qin, what's the matter? Let's discuss this properly. Getting angry is not good with so many people watching. Qin Zhuangyun gazed deeply at the elder before him. This person was stronger than him, and he was not his match now. However, to stop their couple was still wishful thinking. The only trouble was that there were too many media people around. He couldn't possibly kill them all. Jiang Ling had shared a bed with Qin Zhuangyun for decades. How could she not know his character? Just now, Qin Zhuangyun had a trace of killing intent toward Qin Luo. She was very confused as to how things had come to this point. The son is disobedient, and the father wants to kill the son. A voice echoed in her ear. Linger, I'll hold off the old man from the Ji family. You take this unfilial son back and confine him. If he continues to cause trouble, our reputation and the family's reputation will all be ruined by him. Jiang Ling pondered for 2 seconds, looking at her usually considerate youngest son. In a panic, she had never seen this side of him. When she met her youngest son's pleading gaze, Jiang Ling slowly nodded. Luo, you can't cause trouble anymore. Our parents' patience is. Hearing this, Qin Luo felt utterly disgusted. The intense emotional fluctuations coming from the two of them made him instantly understand what it meant. There was no time to marvel at the talent of the freak. He could sense the malice directed at him in an instant. You two, a couple, dare to make a move against me? A pair of double-standard dogs, calling me a troublemaker. Today, I will expose everything and let everyone see that the so-called 12 martial emperors are just that, nothing special. Qin Zhuangyun's aura erupted, and a massive red tiger appeared in the sky. How dare they treat me like this? Roar. The silent aura caused most people present to feel darkness before their eyes, as a great terror enveloped their hearts. Damn, the martial emperor is furious. Qin Luo is done for. 041. The son will always bear the father's mistakes. The old man's expression darkened as he reached out to clash palms with Jiangling. They both restrained their power. If they truly fought, very few would survive the aftermath of their battle. Ji Tiancheng, are you sure you want to oppose my Qin family? The old man withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. No wonder he was called a descendant of the 12 martial emperors. His strength was not much weaker than his own. Qin Luo has been kind to my Ji family, so I must protect him. You may talk, but you cannot use force. Only a very few people maintained their ability to think under Qin Zhuangyun's exerted power. The vast majority had their perceptions completely blocked. Qin Daqiang and his wife swallowed hard, looking at the confused expressions of those around them. The couple was somewhat shocked. They had just scolded such a strong person. Fortunately, the other party did not attack. Otherwise, they would probably have started drinking Mangpa soup by now. Qin Luo looked around. He didn't know what method this murderer Qin Zhuangyun used, but many people's emotions towards him had significantly decreased. However, the emotions Qin Zhuangyun provided were increasing. Do you two still want to capture me? Do you really think I came unprepared? Just as I guessed. Snakes and rats are of the same breed. A dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. In front of so many media, slandering me for going to brothels. And then PUing me about love? Love your mother. Qin Luo circled around, and a few people were still watching, especially with the Ji family present. He had to expose the true colors of the two of them. You threw me to my parents to raise, and when you saw I had decent strength, you want to take me back to bring glory to your Qin family. You really are something. You let Zhou Linza suppress me, and then said it was to temper my character? You almost made it so I couldn't even attend the Qinglong Academy. When I was severely injured, the city lord of Floating Cloud was ready to send me to Rongqing for treatment, but you let the Qin family take me back, claiming it was for treatment, only to make me kneel and admit my mistakes? If it weren't for my good fortune, I'd be dead without knowing why. People like you are worthy of being called parents? Let me tell you, Qin Luo, only have two parents, and they are Qin Daqiang and Wang Xiulian. After saying this, Qin Luo couldn't be bothered to entangle with these two any longer. It's not that I don't seek revenge. My strength is not yet sufficient. He casually threw the 4th grade Yanyuan Dan he had in his pocket towards Qin Zhuangyun. The bottle fell to the ground and shattered with a loud crash. 10 snow-white pills rolled on the ground, quickly getting covered in dust. This is the medicine you gave my parents. Take it and roll. From now on, our family has nothing to do with you. Qin Luo rubbed his face and turned to give his parents a smile. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. This place is disgusting. Qin Daqiang took a deep look at Qin Zhuangyun and his wife. Still the same words. Perhaps you are very powerful and your status is high, but in our eyes, you are not worthy of being Luo's parents. After saying this, Qin Daqiang took his tearful wife and walked away. Ji Yoshua stood there like a snow lotus, motionless. She wanted to text Qin Luo to chat, but felt it was inappropriate. This feeling of being a bystander was a first in her over 10 years of cultivation. It was wonderful and fun. Ji Yoshua smiled and followed behind Qin Luo. Ji Tiancheng shook his head. To be honest, Qin Zhuangyun, you are too double-standard with your two sons. It's worlds apart. Your younger son makes mistakes, and you don't care. You let him be. Your elder son is clearly right, yet you deliberately misunderstand him. I don't believe you didn't notice. If that is the case, your martial emperor title is really too trashy and inflated. After saying this, Ji Tiancheng followed behind Qin Luo and left as well, leaving Qin Zhuangyun and his wife standing in place. Jiang Ling stood dazed in front of the pills, bending down to pick them up one by one. The snow-white pills were already covered in dirt and grime. Jiang Ling looked at Qin Luo's departing figure, feeling as if she had permanently lost her eldest son. At this moment, she truly felt she was wrong, extremely wrong. If she had cared more about her eldest son, given him a bit more love, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Just as Ji Tiancheng said, She had indeed sensed something was off with her younger son long ago. However, because she trusted her younger son too much, she didn't investigate further. Jiang Ling felt her heart was like a shattered bottle, difficult to repair. Qin Zhuangyun, if my eldest son doesn't return, you can live alone in the future. I listened to your words, but instead, I pushed my eldest son further away. Jiang Ling waved her hand, taking the broken pill bottle and pills to leave. I'm going back to the Jiang family. When Luo comes home, I'll return. Qin Zhuangyun remained silent, his anger churning in his heart, ultimately transforming into a cold snort. His eyes fixed on the distant figure of Qin Luo. He naturally knew some things. However, no matter how wrong he was, he could never admit his mistakes as a father. The son will always bear the father's mistakes. You better not let today's events leak out. As the abnormal phenomenon disappeared, Qin Zhuangyun held Qin Zhang's shoulder and vanished at the gate of the Qin family. At this moment, 7 grandmasters of the 7th realm were panting heavily, their eyes filled with fear. The Dharma form that could only be formed at the martial emperor level made it hard for me to breathe. I didn't expect the martial emperor to be such a person, being so double-standard with his 2 sons. What a pity, we dare not expose this. We can only discuss it privately. I didn't expect that the abnormal phenomenon a few days ago was actually triggered by Qin Luo. I wonder what kind of SSS level talent he has. I didn't expect that Qin Zhuangyun, who looked so dignified, would do such underhanded things. In the Qin family study, Qin Jiang knelt on the ground, his face full of grievance. He had never been treated like this before. His parents had never been willing to speak a harsh word to him, fulfilling every request. Now he was made to kneel here. Jiang, do you know where you went wrong? Qin Zhuangyun's expression was inscrutable as he took out a piece of rice paper to practice writing, calming his emotions. Qin Jiang pondered for a long time before tentatively answering. I shouldn't have engaged in underhanded tactics. I should have defeated him openly. And what else? After thinking for a long time, Qin Jiang added, I should work harder in my cultivation, improve myself, and uphold the family honor. Qin Zhuangyun stopped writing, slowly standing up from his chair. Let me tell you, a person who achieves great things does not sweat the small stuff. You should not regret what happened in the past, but rather learn from it. I have always been training you to be the heir of the Qin family. Even if your brother has better talent than you, I have never thought otherwise. Your performance has truly disappointed me. Qin Jiang lowered his head, feeling a mix of excitement and sadness in his heart. He could only respond with silence. Next, go and train well with your master. I will have your master conduct special training focusing on your weak points. I will find you resources to help your talent advance to SSS level. I hope you won't disappoint me again, and make sure to visit your grandpa's house more to cheer up your mom for me. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang was incredibly excited. If his talent advanced to SSS level, the gap between him and Qin Luo would narrow again. With a martial emperor to guide him and his father's strong support, what could Qin Luo compare with him? Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely persuade Mom to come back. Qin Jiang lowered his head, suppressing the joy in his heart. After waving his hand, Qin Zhuangyun, once Qin Jiang left, a look of regret flashed across his stern face, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Since that rebellious son is disobedient, I can only focus on cultivating the younger son. When he brought Qin Luo back, it was because he thought Qin Luo had good strength. If the 2 brothers join forces, maybe they can elevate the Qin family status to another level. Since the rebellious son is disobedient, I might as well treat it as if I shot that rebellious son against the wall. 042. You haven't even noticed what weapon your own son uses? Shen Shuyue didn't know how she left the Qin family, unable to express whether she was happy or sad. After thinking for a moment, she felt more joy. Qin Luo's public break with the Qin family meant that, with the family's emphasis on reputation, he could never return to them. This ensured her future status as the mistress of the Qin family was set in stone. The Qin family, ranked among the top 3 families in the Great Xia, had no family that could claim to overshadow them except for the Ji family. Their Shun family was currently just a trailing end. If it weren't for her father's status as a 9th-tier martial emperor, they would have already fallen out of the top 10 families. Aunt Jiangling was indeed a 9th-tier alchemist. With just a casual pointer, I was able to break through to a 3rd-tier alchemist. First, I need to stabilize and try to become a true 3rd-tier alchemist. Next week, the Alchemist Conference in the capital will be held, and at around 18 years old, I'm the only one who has reached the 3rd tier. I must become a champion and a new star in the alchemy world. Shen Shuyue scoffed in her heart. In this era, in addition to having a strong background and talent, one must also work hard to become someone extraordinary. Did Qin Luo and the others really think talent could decide everything? without a powerful background, and without a guardian secretly protecting you, even with SSS-level talent. You might get assassinated by a cult one day while walking on street. Wasn't Qin Luo's previous incident just like that? The Jiang family in the capital, a powerful martial arts family that has stood among the top 10 families of the Great Xia for years. In recent years, with the rise of Jiang Ling, who gained fame throughout the Great Xia and formed a strong alliance with the Qin family, their reputation has soared even higher. Inside a certain forbidden room within the Jiang family, an old man with white hair, around 60 or 70 years old, was sitting cross-legged on a piece of ice mysterious spirit jade. The old man was indeed Jiang Zhengdao, the strongest among the 12 martial emperors selected in the first generation of the Great Xia. The patriarch of the Jiang family, a 10th-tier martial sovereign, once killed 3 10th-tier foreign races with a single sword, a top-tier powerhouse whose name shook the Great Xia. However, he had disappeared for hundreds of years, and just when everyone thought he would never appear again, he showed up at his daughter Jiang Ling's wedding. Jiang Zhengdao tightly closed his eyes, his brow seemingly etched with a trace of pain. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and a dark aura began to swirl around his face. Jiang Zhengdao spat out a mouthful of blood, which fell to the ground. Instantly, the ground corroded into large holes, releasing a foul smell. Looking inward, his body was riddled with injuries. Jiang Zhengdao sighed, a faint aura of death enveloping him. His time was running out. He hadn't even met his 2 grandsons. Old master, the young lady has come back to find you. Jiang Zhengdao forcibly suppressed his internal injuries and managed to put on a smile. Since he didn't have much time left, he needed to go out and see his 2 grandsons. His eldest grandson was turning 18 this year. He hadn't even prepared for his coming-of-age ceremony. Rising to leave, he left behind a room in disarray. This girl, it's rare for her to come back once in 10 years. Why is she suddenly thinking of coming back? Jiang Ling stood nervously nearby, unable to think of any solution. She could only return to the family to find her father. In her heart, her father could always shield her from the storm. No difficulty could defeat him. Seeing that familiar face, Jiang Ling softly called out, "Dad." Jiang Zhengdao looked at his daughter, his eyes seemingly red, as if he had just been crying. I guess there was a quarrel between the young couple. What's wrong? Your husband doesn't want you anymore. And now you think of coming back to find your dad? Jiang Ling shook her head, glancing at the maid standing nearby, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, the maid hurriedly walked out. After the maid left, tears fell from Jiang Ling's face. Looking at his daughter, Jiang Zhengdao felt a pang of heartache. Has Qin Zhuangyan bullied my precious daughter to this extent? Just wait, I'll go and break his legs. Jiang Ling quickly reached out to stop him. No, Dad, I made a mistake. Can you help me make amends? What happened? Jiang Zhengdao felt increasingly confused. He knew his daughter's character. Normally, she would do anything to please that brat Qin Zhuangyan, so it was impossible for her to have a conflict with him. Jiang Ling slowly recounted everything that had happened. The old man listened, increasingly feeling it was absurd. After a long while, Jiang Ling finished speaking, quietly watching her father, hoping he could help her come up with a solution. Jiang Zhengdao rubbed his forehead. He had always thought he was getting old and couldn't keep up with the times, but he still found it hard to believe. You mean, because of some vague danger, you threw my eldest grandson to be raised by a pair of ordinary couples? Yes. We were worried about the assassination from the foreign races and had no choice. In those 18 years, they never went to see him once, nor did they arrange for a guardian. We were concerned that the cult would trace back. Jiang Zhengdao held his forehead, already unsure how to handle it. Then you brought him back and deliberately tested him, only for him to be sabotaged by his younger brother. You pretended not to know? Dad, we just wanted to temper his character so he could properly guide his brother. Just now, you were still thinking of using force to capture him back to the Qin family and confine him? It wasn't me. It was Zhuangyun who asked me to help him. Jiang Zhengdao shook his head, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment. Clearly, there were countless opportunities to make amends during those months. Yet you let it come to this point? Dad, please don't blame me. I was misled by Zhuangyun. Jiang Ling felt a bit afraid. She hadn't seen her father look like this in a long time. Jiang Zhengdao's face was stern. It was indeed partly his fault for not educating his daughter well. Linger, remember, at any time, if you make a mistake, never look for excuses to evade responsibility. If you can't confront your own mistakes, you will never be able to break through to the 10th tier. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. Being too indulgent towards Qin Zhuangyan isn't good. Jiang Ling nodded blankly, quickly walking in front of her father with a repentant expression, shaking his arm. When she was young, as long as she did this when she made a mistake, her father would forgive her. Dad, Linger knows she was wrong. You must help me bring Luo back. I'm worried about him being alone outside. Jiang Zhengdao nodded. I can try, but I can't guarantee anything. After all, you've hurt him too deeply. Hearing this, Jiang Ling felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. No, I believe you can do it, Dad. You are capable of anything in my heart. Jiang Zhengdao smiled and ruffled Jiang Ling's hair, just like 100 years ago. Let me ask you, what weapon does Luo practice with? And what is his talent? Jiang Ling thought for 2 seconds and realized she couldn't remember what weapon her eldest son used. She also didn't know what martial arts he practiced. Seeing this, Jiang Zhengdao felt an unbelievable thought flash through his mind. Luo has been back for so long, and you don't even know what weapon he uses? 043. It seems like I've lost my eldest son forever. Jiang Ling wanted to explain, but she really hadn't asked Qin Luo what weapon he used. Suddenly, she remembered that the old butler had said that Luo carried a sword. His weapon was a sword, but she didn't know about his talent. His talent was SSS level and should be related to the sword. Dad, you can search for it, and you'll find out about Luo's talent. Jiang Zhengdao looked deeply at his daughter. He and T taught her well, and the mistakes could only be made up by himself. Linger, I forgot to tell you how to raise children when you got married. Whether it's sons or daughters, you must try to be fair and not be too biased, and definitely not double standard. After saying this, Jiang Zhengdao vanished. Jiang Ling nodded dumbly, remembering her father's words. It was a bit late now, but she had to remember what her father said. With Dad taking action, he would definitely be able to bring Luo back to her side. Thinking of the look in Qin Luo's eyes when he left, so cold, she felt as if she had lost her eldest son forever. Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart, tears wetting her face. As long as Qin Zhuanyan didn't bring Luo back, she wouldn't return to the Qin family. She decided to go refine some pills to calm her emotions. Next week, the Kyoto Alchemist Association would hold a big competition to see if there were any suitable disciples. At Qinlong Academy, Qin Luo was walking with his parents, trying to persuade them to stay. Qin Daqiang shook his head. No, this place is unfamiliar to us. We don't know anyone here. Plus, speaking Mandarin. Your parents' pepper salt Mandarin will make others laugh. He added, when you have time to practice, just give us a call. Qin Luo opened his mouth. His parents indeed weren't used to Kyoto, but he was worried about letting them go back. After all, his SSS level talent had already been exposed, and the cult would probably target him soon. Wang Shulian secretly glanced at the girl waiting for her son in the distance. She swore she had never seen such a beautiful girl in her life. Luo, that girl is really nice. I suggest you pursue her. Qin Luo shook his head. Mom, just because she looks pretty doesn't mean she isn't strong. She must belong to that kind of senior who has mastered the art of maintaining youth. She might already be 100 or 80 years old. Qin Luo didn't believe anyone could break through to the 6th realm in just 4 years of university. Upon hearing this, Wang Shulian quickly shook her head. In the era of martial arts, 30 years old is acceptable, but 100 years old in the first year of university is too old. Qin Luo stared blankly at Wang Shulian, not expecting his mother to be so trendy. 30 years old is still acceptable. Older girls can take care of people. Qin Luo looked at the wrinkles on his parents' foreheads, feeling a stir in his heart. Mom and Dad, I have something for you. Eat this, then find a hotel to stay for a night. Leave tomorrow. Qin Luo pulled out 2 beauty pills and handed them to his parents. What kind of pill is this? Qin Luo patted his chest. It can make you look 10 years younger. The two, upon hearing this, didn't believe it but still smiled and took it. Leave tomorrow. It will expel the impurities from your bodies. You don't want to be disliked for smelling bad in the car, do you? Qin Daqiang and his wife couldn't help but pat Qin Luo on the back. Good boy, daring to scheme against your parents. Haha. The couple found a room near the academy to rest. They had experienced too much today and were somewhat mentally exhausted. When Qin Luo returned to the academy, he saw that Ji Yoshue and the others had already left. He opened his phone. I'm waiting for you at Villa 101. I just turned 18 this year, not over 100. You can call me senior, but you can't say I'm over 100. Fist warning. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. I understand. Girls who haven't turned 18 always say they are 18, and once they pass 18, they still say they are 18. I am really 18. I awakened my talent when I was 10. Qin Luo still didn't believe it. He hadn't heard of anyone awakening their talent independently. Although the 9-year compulsory education mentioned that some might awaken their talent independently, that was just a possibility. It was a probability issue. He had never seen anyone, so it was all 0 probability. Villa 101 was exactly where Ji Jinan lived. After a hard time finding it, Qin Luo didn't see Ji Yoshua, but rather the old man sitting at the stone table, having already brewed tea. Tiansan, there, a treasure I have kept for many years. Want to try? Qin Luo didn't respond, but walked respectfully in front of the old man and cupped his fists in salute. Thank you for protecting me in the Qin family. Otherwise, I might have been slapped to death by Qin Zhuangyan. The old man waved his hand. Drink tea. Let us chat while drinking. Qin Luo nodded and raised a cup, taking a large gulp. The next moment, a bitter taste appeared in his mouth, which he found a bit unbearable, but he swallowed it down. He placed the cup aside. Seeing this, the old man smiled. Young people really don't understand the effects of Tianshan bitter tea. Out of 100 young people, none can drink it down. Once they understand, they want to gulp it down and have another cup. Qin Luo pouted, pointing at the cup. Old senior, I'm not saying this, but this kind of tea wouldn't even be drunk by dogs. The old man took a shallow sip. It can enhance vitality. They say if you drink too much, it can't. Before the old man finished speaking, he saw Qin Luo lift the cup and down it in one go. The aftertaste. The tea is rich and thick. This kind of good tea, I didn't appreciate it properly just now. Senior, can I have another cup? Ji Tiancheng raised an eyebrow. He had seen people drink the tea and ask for a second cup, but had never seen anyone swallow the tea leaves whole. This kid truly surprised him a bit. It was true that it had vitality-enhancing effects. He had brewed the tea at the limit for a second realm martial artist. Qin Luo appeared unconcerned, which made him somewhat suspicious. Don't you feel it swelling? Don't you feel hot? Qin Luo shook his head. After finishing, a medicinal force sprang forth from the tea. It wasn't tea too strong, just barely warming his body for a moment. It was quickly refined. No, Ji Tiancheng's eyebrows twitched. This kid's talent is problematic. Even with an SSS level talent, it shouldn't be so easily refined. Unexpectedly, he had a clever idea and could test this out. That's it. I only brought 2 packs. I've drunk the tea, so let us talk about the pill formula in your hands. I've studied it. It's a pill that has never appeared before, and it's not an upgraded version of the pills Jiangling and the others sell. Its effects are much stronger. Name a price. I can agree to whatever you ask. Qin Luo was silent for a moment, putting on a troubled expression. You kid, show some sincerity. Don't be so crafty. As long as it's not excessive, I can represent the Ji family and agree to you. Qin Luo was astonished. He wanted to drag it out a bit longer, but how did he see through it? Doing business with a clever person was no fun at all. I only have 100 not excessive requests. Ji Tiancheng's mouth twitched. The tea that was almost at his lips nearly spurted out. Say that again. 100 requests? 044. Stop calling him the young master. He is not a member of the Qin family. 100? No way. At most 3. Deal. Ji Tiancheng spat out his old tea in surprise. He didn't expect Qin Luo to agree without bargaining. This made all the retorts he had prepared get stuck in his throat. He was about to speak, urging Qin Luo to make more reasonable demands. Qin Luo's voice came over. Senior, you know I come from a poor family, and I have conflicts with the Qin family. So I'm afraid I might be targeted by them in the future. I previously offended the dean of the Alchemy Institute because of a certain incident. Ji Tiancheng calmed himself down. He knew that this kid was playing the sympathy card, but he couldn't muster a single word of opposition. It wasn't that he couldn't. It was just that he couldn't be as heartless as some people. All right, just say it. What are your demands? Make them reasonable, and I can accept them. Seeing the expression on the other person's face, Qin Luo knew he was getting somewhere. My first request is that I hope you can send a high-level martial artist to protect my parents, Qin Daqiang and Wang Xiulian. Seemingly worried that Ji Tiancheng would misunderstand, Qin Luo added his parents' names. Ji Tiancheng nodded, feeling his heart soften. A filial child, indeed. Although he could be a bit harsh towards enemies, well, they're enemies after all. You have to be tough, right? With this mindset, I think Qin Luo can go far. The second one, I'll give you the formula, but the copyright is mine. You're responsible for selling it, and I just need a share of the profits. However, we need to draft a contract. I believe your big family isn't short on money, but it's hard to guarantee that no one will be envious. Ji Tiancheng took a sip of tea and clicked his tongue. This request isn't excessive. What is the profit split? 50-50. A 50-50 profit split. That request isn't excessive. The third one. Qin Luo pondered for a moment, sizing up Ji Tiancheng. Senior, I would like another bodyguard, but the level shouldn't be too high. Someone like you will suffice. Get lost. Do you know how much it costs to hire a 9th level martial emperor? I solved Brother Ji's cultivation issues. Do you know our Ji family only has a few 9th level martial emperors? I solved Brother Ji's cultivation issues. Do you know I'm actually very busy? Okay. No witties. I can give that 9th level martial emperor 4 out of my 5% profit. Yitian Fem frowned. This condition was hard for him to refuse. The Qin family's pills are only second tier, and the annual profits, aside from a few types of commonly used auxiliary cultivation pills, mainly come from the highest consumption. Moreover, the Qin family's pills only work on women's bodies. Qin Luo's pills work for both men and women. Women love beauty. Which man doesn't want to be handsome? The audience is more than doubled. Qin Luo's pills are of higher quality, and the profits are more considerable. I'll go back and ask. A 9th level martial emperor is impossible. If it weren't for my clan Saintus, I wouldn't even come here. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. Saintus? I didn't know that. How old is your clan Saintus? Just turned 18. Really? Am I supposed to eat your 2 candies? Qin Luo covered his face. Damn, the other person is still a girl. Yet I'm calling her senior. Breaking through to the 6th level at 18? Even abnormal development isn't this fierce. Ji Tianqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did your language teacher teach you? What kind of expression is that? To be precise, if the Saintus hadn't recently been stuck and unable to break through to the 7th level, you wouldn't have been able to meet her at all. Qin Luo took a deep breath. The 7th level. It seems what Ji Yoshua told him is true. A definite freak. He still needs some time to surpass Ji Yoshua with his persistence and effort. Senior, please arrange for someone quickly. I feel like someone is watching me. Ji Tianqing couldn't help but chuckle. You kid, you finally understand the importance of a protector, huh? Protectors are hard to find, and since you left the Qin family, every big family has dedicated protectors. Qin Luo waved his hand. Even if you give me a 10th level protector from the Qin family, I won't go back. Sooner or later, I'll take back what I lost. Ji Tianqing raised his teacup, lightly tapping the lid. He finished his tea in one gulp and then left. He could agree to the first 2 of Qin Luo's requests. The last one was not something the current Qin Luo could afford. He would go back and discuss it. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he also left. He was too busy every day and needed to go back to comprehend the grass character sword technique. SSS level martial arts, produced by the system, it should be stronger than the martial arts of the Qinlong Academy, right? Enhancing strength. The infinite demon technique will automatically operate to refine emotional power, so there's no need to worry. Now, at the mid-second level, there's still a bit of distance to the late stage. He clearly sensed that the emotional power wasn't as abundant anymore. Moreover, his strength was still weak, only able to cover a radius of about 100 meters centered on himself. What he said had also hit the trending searches. No need to guess. It was the Qin family mobilizing their family resources to suppress today's events. After all, he had also witnessed many storms on the internet. Things like Miss Suzhou, Huang Heir's 230,000. All are meant to kill the stars, celebrities cheating to suppress the heat. Qin family. In the Master S study, Uncle Gong stood respectfully outside the door, head bowed, not daring to look at Qin Zhuangyan, who was practicing calligraphy. Uncle Gong, how much has the Qin family stock price been affected? Not much, at most a 3% fluctuation, and then it rebounded. Now it's only down 1% overall. With Qin family pharmaceuticals in place and my wife's pills, once the financial report comes out, the stock price will quickly rise again. Qin Zhuangyan nodded. All public opinion has been suppressed, right? Except for Ji's media not taking down the young masters. Qin Zhuangyan's finger paused slightly, and a calm voice came out, seemingly devoid of emotion. Stop calling him the young master. He has never been a member of the Qin family. Just call him Qin Luo. Uncle Gong's cold sweat broke out, and he gently wiped it away, bending his waist a little more. He had been following Qin Zhuangyan for a long time and understood his character very well. This was a sign of anger. Yes, master. Qin Luo's video. Ji's media hasn't taken it down. We communicated, and it was ordered by their saneness not to take it down. Qin Zhuangyan gently placed a brush on the inkstone, bowing his head to admire his painting, very satisfied. I will handle it. You keep an eye on Qin Luo's movements. If he continues to oppose the Qin family, inform me immediately. Master, the lady wants you to bring the young Qin Luo back. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuangyan rubbed his brow. You don't need to worry. I will handle it. That bastard doesn't he deserve to return to the Qin family? I, Qin Zhuangyan, do not have such a bloodline that disobeys my parents. Uncle Gong trembled, feeling he was losing his life. He resigned today, but it was rejected again. Young master, please come back and save the old man. Uncle Gong hunched his back and left. The atmosphere in the study grew even heavier. Why would the Ji family support that bastard? Even the last 12th martial emperor has come out. SSS level talent? 045. Let my great-grandson experience the feeling of being protected. Outside Qinlong Academy, the security guard stared blankly at the couple in front of him, vaguely recalling that he had seen a couple that looked somewhat similar yesterday. Are you the eldest son of Qin Luo's adoptive parents? Qin Daqiang and Wang Xiulian exchanged glances. their eyes filled with smiles. We are Qin Luo's adoptive parents, just in disguise. The security guard shook his head, his expression very serious. No, you have natural skin. How could you possibly look 10 years younger overnight? We don't know either. Our son gave us a pill, and after taking it, we slept, and when we woke up, we looked like this. The security guard became even more suspicious. It was extremely unusual. The only pills that could make someone look younger were from the Qin family. Like the rejuvenation pill, which could make one look 3 to 4 years younger. You look over 10 years younger. This shouldn't be a simple pill. Outside Qin Luo Academy. In a car, an elderly man with white hair observed Qin Daqiang and his wife through the car window. Seeing their plain and unpretentious aura, he nodded in his heart. Such parents would likely raise children with some minor flaws, but they could not have major character issues. His own daughter had made a big mistake. She had paid too little attention to her great-grandson. Jiang Jingdao did not leave, but prepared to observe quietly. Soon, he saw a young man who resembled him slightly walk out. He was tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and there was a hint of sharpness in his gaze. What a fine young man, a natural swordsman. Jiang Jingdao could hardly wait to go out, grab Qin Luo by the shoulder, and return to the Jiang family to teach him personally. He felt more and more that Qin Luo's talent was extraordinary. He was definitely a super talent suited for sword practice, a born swordsman. Only a natural swordsman would have such sharpness and confidence. In Qin Luo, Jiang Jingdao saw a reflection of his former self. His heart was clear, without any confusion. Jiang Jingdao already had a guess in his mind. With this personality, it was impossible for his great-grandson to forgive his eldest daughter. In the future, his daughter and her husband would regret it. If they had known it would come to this, why did they have to do it in the first place? Since his daughter had not allowed his great-grandson to feel familial affection, he would protect this kid well in the remaining years. Let this kid experience familial love. 3 years was enough for this little rascal to grow up and have the ability to protect himself. Rejuvenation pill? What is that? This couple really is ordinary, completely unguarded. They still think about returning to a small city. Isn't this just adding trouble for my great-grandson? This kid is thoughtful, knowing there would be trouble and finding someone to protect his parents. Jiang Zhengdao glanced at a certain place, sensing the presence of a mouse. 7th stage, dealing with 2 ordinary people was already overkill. This also showed how much they valued Qin Luo. He then scanned another area, noticing a 6th-stage martial artist following closely. After Qin Daqiang and his wife got in the car, Jiang Jingdao drove and followed them. He wanted to see which evil cult had caused his great-grandson's talent to vanish. He would uproot it completely. This kid was now with the Ji family, and being in the capital, there shouldn't be any danger. Qin Luo glanced suspiciously at an ordinary Hongqi car. He felt as if someone inside was watching him. His emotional fluctuations were not strong. It should be because he looked too handsome. Could it be someone sent by the Qin family? Qin Luo remained vigilant. Given Qin Zhuangyun's character, he might send someone to keep an eye on him after losing face in front of so many people. Qin Luo was correct. There was indeed someone watching him, and it was someone he knew, the butler Gong Shu. After sending his parents off, Qin Luo returned to the villa to continue his training. Just then, he ran into Xiao Huahua, who had just returned, a smile on his face. Qin Luo, pay attention to the Xiao family. The family of that yellow-haired kid you sent in. You were too decisive today. If I had known you would beat him up, you should have called me along. Qin Luo stopped and looked at Xiao Huahua, who seemed very excited. You seem very off. Aren't you a member of the Xiao family? I thought you were going to get revenge for your family. Xiao Huahua waved his hand. How could that be? I have no good feelings for the Xiao family. I'm in a situation similar to yours. Xiao Changbing still wants to borrow money from me, asking me to guarantee his release. I'm not an idiot. I haven't forgotten how he bullied me back then. But considering we are from the same family, I didn't treat him poorly. He got to eat state food for 3 years. The more Xiao Huahua spoke, the more excited he became. He had been disgusted today, but it was still very enjoyable. Ever since the speed of his cultivation talent had decreased, this was the first time he felt so good. Qin Luo secretly observed Xiao Huahua, who had a slender figure and a determined face, wearing a black ring on his left ring finger. He and T realized that this kid was also a person of character. Ding, choice 1. Ask Xiao Huahua if he's willing to follow you. Give him the formula for the rejuvenation pill, and build a good relationship with the future pill saint. Reward, 2nd-tier quality alchemist, able to refine all 2nd-tier pills. All of high quality. Qin Luo looked at him suspiciously. Future pill saint? The aura on this person was weaker than his. How could he become a pill saint? 10th stage martial artist, 11th stage martial saint, 12th stage martial god. So far, It seems that no one in the Great Xia has been heard of as a martial saint. Martial saints were also very rare. Qin Luo weighed his needs. A second-tier quality alchemist was quite good, but it still fell short. Each grade of pill is divided into 4 levels based on the medicinal power and toxicity levels. Ordinary, quality, superb, and perfect. A quality alchemist is already very good. Most pills on the market are of ordinary quality. There are still choices. Let us see more. Choice 2. Ask Xiao Huahua if he is interested in creating an alchemist alliance to become the future alchemist Holy Land of Great Xia. Reward: become a 3rd-tier quality alchemist. Qin Luo waved his hand. Too trashy. It's all quality. At least it should be superb. Let us look at the 3rd option. Inside Xiao Huahua's ring, a phantom figure slowly opened its eyes. 2 white flames rose in its eyes. With white hair and a youthful face, the being spoke. I have been asleep for 100,000 years. I don't know what year it is now. The person who can awaken me should have SSS level talent and can be my disciple. A wisp of spiritual power fluctuated, and the pharmacist sensed his surroundings. His master, the Xintian ring, was on an 18-year-old boy. There was also an ordinary person beside the boy. He wanted to understand the situation of the person who awakened him first and test his character. Choice 3. As an evil sword immortal. How could I lack cool little brothers? Recruit Xiao Huahua as a little brother. Unite with Xiao Huahua's master and dominate the alchemy world. Reward: 4th-tier perfect alchemist. Qin Luo scanned through the options. This one was more appropriate. Xiao Huahua. This name should ring a bell. He wondered if Xiao Huahua could handle that kind of karma. Xiao Huahua, do you want to have a powerful background and a strong backing? I see you're a good person with similar interests. I can recommend you to someone. Xiao Huahua looked at Qin Luo suspiciously, feeling extremely guarded. He had nothing of value. The only thing worth something were his 2 kidneys. Hearing Qin Luo say this, did he have intentions toward him? If it wasn't his kidneys he was after, then it must be him that he wanted? Xiao Huahua felt a chill run down his spine. He would rather stab himself in the back. But since he had nothing, he had to be more tactful. Xiao Huahua felt that his relationship with Qin Luo hadn't progressed to the point where they could recommend a mentor to him after just a few meetings. He didn't have that kind of charisma. To be honest, I am one of the few students this year without a mentor because my talent seems to lack any attributes. Qin Luo pondered for 2 seconds, knowing the system couldn't deceive him. What level are you at now? Mid-2nd rank, probably the worst in the entire school. Qin Luo waved his hand, completely unconcerned. So what are your specialties? Does my special skill below count? Qin Luo sensed a feeling of confusion emanating, not from Xiao Huahua, but from his hand. His heart tightened. 046. Give the son of Destiny's master eye drops. Coming from an ordinary family, his strength has been mysteriously stagnant for a long time, and his talent seems to be unknown. He has a black ring. Qin Luo instantly understood. This is the son of Destiny. The ring in Xiao Huahua's hand is where his master sleeps. Realizing this, Qin Luo felt he could take action. As the evil sword immortal, he must have some energetic little brothers. A future Dan Saint could easily obliterate the Qin family with a mere finger. Are you afraid of the Xiao family's revenge? If there was a chance for you to not fear the Xiao family, even for them to fear you, would you want to seize it? Xiao Huahua was stunned. He didn't even know how long his strength had stagnated in the mid-stage of the 2nd realm. If the Xiao family wanted to take revenge on him, he could only hide in the Azure Dragon Academy, unable to go outside. This feeling of being stifled had been endured for too many years since his parents died on the front lines fighting fierce beasts. If there really is an opportunity, how could he not seize it? But I can't even impress a 6th realm mentor. How could I have such an opportunity? Qin Luo glanced at Xiao Huahua. The child is truly pitiful. He has been hit too hard, and his mentality is slightly imbalanced. From the emotions coming from the ring, it seems this person is assessing Xiao Huahua. Thinking of assessments, Qin Luo snorted coldly. Xiao Huahua, I have a question for you. If you found out the reason for your years of stagnant cultivation, what would you do? Upon hearing this, someone hiding in the ring felt a sudden tension in his heart. Could it be that this 2nd realm person could discover him? Impossible. With his mastery of soul power, Qin Luo should not be able to detect him. It must be just a casual remark. Xiao Huahua heard this, clenched his fists, and then relaxed. I have also thought that if someone deliberately drugged me, causing me to have no progress in my strength for 5 years, I would definitely seek revenge. Taking away someone's future is no different from killing my parents. Qin Luo felt intense emotions coming from Xiao Huahua. He was now 1 step closer to the late stage of the 2nd realm. It felt like this was not just a casual remark. At the same time, a confused emotion came from the ring, and Qin Luo smiled slightly. If I want to take on a disciple, I must take the first step. You have persisted for so long without giving up. I admire you. If you are willing to recognize me as your elder brother, I can introduce you to the Ji family and find you a strong ally. Xiao Huahua stared blankly at Qin Luo, feeling somewhat incredulous. It turns out he had just misunderstood Qin Luo. Today, he had been paying attention to Qin Luo's situation. Now all discussions about Qin Luo had abruptly stopped, yet he still analyzed some things. The Ji family media had not taken down the video of Qin Luo's incident. It was still visible. This indicated that Qin Luo's relationship with the Ji family was much better than with the Qin family. Moreover, many people knew that Qin Luo's relationship with the Qin family had already broken. An SSS-level talent is far superior to his own. If he could establish a relationship with Qin Luo, he would also have a powerful ally in the future. Thinking of this, Xiao Huahua nodded and decisively shouted, "Big brother." Good little brother. When Qin Luo heard this, he felt somewhat pleased. After all, he is the son of destiny. Moreover, he has taken on a little brother before some old monster. Little brother, I won't treat you poorly. Here SA pill as a gift for our meeting. Qin Luo took out a third-grade beauty pill from his pocket. The third-grade beauty pill can make you look more handsome. Xiao Huahua caught the pill, a bit flustered. A third-grade pill? Just like that, it's given to him? For some reason, Xiao Huahua felt somewhat moved. No one had ever treated him this well. Follow my brother. Not to mention anything else, it would be a life of luxury and ease. Qin Luo patted Xiao Huahua and turned to head back to the villa. Then he remembered something and turned back to tell Xiao Huahua one thing. Little brother, let me tell you, no matter who wants to take you as a disciple, you must first test the character of the other party. If someone takes you as a disciple without offering any benefits, you'd better not believe them. Inside the ring, someone was again confused. Why does it always feel like Qin Luo seems to know of his existence, and his words are aimed directly at him? Xiao Huahua said that when he takes on a disciple, he must bring something out. He wants to take Xiao Huahua as his disciple, and a direct disciple at that. He is not stingy, he just has awakened and is somewhat weak. Transmitting some martial skills and cultivation methods would consume too much soul power, and if he did, he might fall back into a deep sleep for several months. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and resentment began to rise. The local young people are too impolite. Xiao Huahua did not understand what Qin Luo meant, but he silently remembered it. All right, let us cultivate. I will take you out to meet my elder brother when the opportunity arises. Ji Jianhan, the Ji family's wasted SSS-level talent. Xiao Huahua couldn't help but give Qin Luo a thumbs up. This is his big brother. He also returned to his room, closed his eyes, and prepared to continue cultivating. As soon as he closed his eyes, Xiao Huahua felt something was off. He could quickly absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Has his talent returned? The next moment, Xiao Huahua felt the world spinning around him, and he entered a strange space. It was entirely white, seemingly vast. Yet it felt like it was only a few square meters. Kid, do you want to reach the peak of humanity? In the distance, a person with white hair and a youthful face looked at him with a faint smile. What kind of lunatic is this? My talent has returned. I can reach the peak on my own. Who the hell are you? Let me out. This is the Azure Dragon Academy. You foreigner are so arrogant. Fang Yaoshi's mouth twitched. This kid is so oblivious. He still hasn't realized the situation. I am a 10th realm martial sovereign and a 10th grade alchemist. Xiao Huahua looked around and began to believe. A 10th realm martial sovereign should have the ability to put him in such a strange space. Feeling a bit unwilling, his talent had just returned, and now he was being possessed by a foreigner. So what if you were a 10th realm? If you possess me, the Azure Dragon Academy will not let you go. Let me out, and I can let you leave. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. My great Xia is not without 10th realm martial sovereigns. Fang Yaoshi was stunned. This kid has a heavy sense of vigilance towards him, thinking he is a foreigner. I am a human race, 10th realm martial sovereign. I want to take you as my disciple. Xiao Huahua was stunned, and Qin Luo's words flashed in his mind. Could it be that the two are in cahoots? But that doesn't seem right. My brother told me to be cautious. As expected of an SSS-level talent. He must have realized my talent has returned. Xiao Huahua was confident. Now that his talent has returned, even if it is not on par with an SSS-level talent, it is not far off. I could also claim to be a 12th realm martial god. You are a martial sovereign. And you think you can take me as your disciple like this? What proof do you have? Also, let me ask you a question. Is it your doing that I have not improved in my cultivation over the past few years? Fang Yaoshi was stunned. This was a bit different from what he imagined. Xiao Huahua is too impulsive. He thought he would be more reserved. However, it also aligns with the fiery talent. Yes, Xiao Huahua was instantly enraged. If I hadn't lost my talent all these years, I would have probably broken through to the fourth realm. Fang Yaoshe felt a bit awkward, seeing that Xiao Huahua seemed to be starting to get angry. The feeling of being affected by someone else's strength is indeed very unpleasant. If I had known, I should have talked to this kid while Qin Luo was speaking just now. Damn kid, give me eye drops. No matter what talent you have. This matter is not over. I can compensate you, so please don't get angry. Xiao Huahua felt a surge of thought. He must ask for more benefits. First, let's see the true value of the 10th Order Martial Sovereign. If it's not real, I'll report it to the higher-ups of the Qin Luo Academy immediately. My big brother treats me well. I'll make sure to thank him properly in the future. 047. Without him, the Qin family is still a glorious family. Your talent is SSS level, and I have already suppressed it for you. Otherwise, the heavenly and earthly phenomena would be too great and would provoke the attention of other races. Xiao Hua was stunned. His talent is SSS level? On par with his brother? No. With Qin Luo? After Qin Luo's recultivation, his strength probably hasn't surpassed his own yet. No, they could be sworn brothers, but must be based on strength. With the same talent, he is definitely not weaker than Qin Luo, being able to shield the heavenly and earthly phenomena. This person has some skills. Xiao Huahua had never heard of anyone being able to shield the heavenly and earthly phenomena. Perhaps only a martial emperor at the 9th realm could do it. He must make this old man explode some gold coins to compensate for all the years he has suffered from others' disdain. Don't think about making me explode gold coins. I have no resources to help you increase your strength. Xiao Huahua stared blankly at Master Fang. Couldn't he want to explode gold coins but still want to take him as a disciple? Not only is he an old miser, but he is also a stingy one. Xiao Huahua had already lost the desire to converse. I have no resources, but I possess the ability to refine pills and many martial arts skills. Once, I was known as a dual genius in alchemy and martial arts. In just 2 sentences, Master Fang reignited Xiao Huahua as calm heart. Your burning flame talent is that of a natural alchemist. With my help, in at most 7 days, you will break through to become a 3rd-rank alchemist. Xiao Huahua was stunned and speechless. Becoming a 3rd-rank alchemist in 7 days? Are you kidding me? Master Fang snorted coldly. Fang, have never told a lie in my life. Xiao Huahua was somewhat skeptical, but since he needed the old man to explode gold coins, he decided to cooperate. First, give me 2 SSS-level martial arts techniques or cultivation methods, and I'll see if you're truly a martial respect. You brat. Do you think SSS-level martial arts techniques are that easy to obtain? Your strength is not yet at the 7th realm. Practicing them will be incredibly difficult and will actually hinder your cultivation progress. Being poor is one thing, but you still have 2 green onions sticking out your nose. Master Fang could see that Xiao Huahua had definitely been led astray by Qin Luo. You brat. Once my soul power is restored, I will deal with Qin Luo properly. He couldn't help but feel a trace of resentment. When did it become so difficult for him to take on a disciple? You go out for now. I'm tired and need to borrow a bit of your cultivated energy. If you want to communicate with me, call me master in your heart, and I will respond to you. Xiao Huahua's vision blurred, and he exited that white space. He felt as if the recent experience was a dream, looking down at the nourishing beauty pill in his hand, calling for master when there is something. I guess I have a good backing now. However, to test its authenticity, Xiao Huahua silently thought of the sentence. Master, what do you think of this pill? Is it poisonous? A wisp of soul power burst forth from Master Fang. A 3rd-rank, perfectly crafted pill. That brat is quite generous. Do you recognize this kind of pill? I don't recognize it. Many pills look similar after being refined. There are too many white pills. Is this still a 10th-rank alchemist? I think it's fake. Just wait. I will make you master the burning flame in 7 days and refine a 3rd-rank pill. Xiao Huahua secretly rejoiced, but didn't say anything. Upstairs, Qin Luo had not yet practiced the grass character sword technique because Ji Yoshua sent a message. There is an opportunity that could open up the market for the beauty pill in one go. Let us see if you dare to go. 10 days later, the capital will hold a Genius Alchemist Conference, and most participants will be Genius Alchemists under 18. Many forces are watching. If you can replicate a perfectly crafted pill, your fame will instantly rise. Perfect pills are all about luck. Even if you can only refine high-quality ones, it can open the market. Qin Luo looked at the message Ji Yoshua sent and replied, Perfect quality is about strength, not luck. 10 days later, you will go with me to protect my safety. Okay. Qin Luo put down his phone and rubbed his eyes. He remembered that Shun Chue, who had feelings for Qin Jiang, was a genius alchemist. He had heard Qin Jiang mention that she could refine second-rank top-quality pills. Qin Luo held grudges. The reason he left the Qin family was because of Sun Chu after being slapped by Qin Jiang. The Genius Alchemist Conference would definitely have many strong contenders. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to break through to the third realm. Everything that has harmed him, he would slowly take back. Shin Xiuyue, I hope you won't mind if I take first place? He claimed the reward for fourth-rank Perfect Alchemist. Various insights into pills floated in Qin Luo's mind. As long as it's fourth rank, no matter how difficult the pill is to refine, he could complete it. Qin Luo saw the trending topic about his SSS level talent, and the things the Qin family had done to him had all disappeared. They were suppressed by the Qin family's immense power. Qin Luo was not surprised. After all, it was a top family in the Great Xia. Suppress it. The harder they press, the greater the backlash in the future. With persistence and effort, Qin Zhuangyun will pay the price sooner or later. He closed his eyes and focused on cultivating the grass character sword technique. In 10 days, Qin Luo wanted to see how much he could enhance his mastery with his innate sword immortal talent and swordsmanship. As for the infinite demon art, it could operate automatically, and he didn't need to pay attention to it. A pure wisp of resentment came from downstairs, which was then converted into his own power. Closed-door cultivation for 10 days. 9 days later, Shun family. Alchemy room. Shun Xue walked out of the secret room, reached out, and took a pill from the pill bottle. Pure white, crystal clear, extremely beautiful. A third-rank top-quality pay-you-on pill. This time at the Genius Alchemist Conference. I will definitely take first place. Aunt Jiang will award the first prize, and I will show her how excellent her future daughter-in-law is. Shin Xiuyue thought of what Qin Jiang told her. She would leave the Qin family for special training with her master the day after tomorrow. She would go cheer on tomorrow. 2 months later, the Great Xia will open a secret realm that only allows martial artists of 4th realm and below to enter, where there will be many good things. At that time, I will take first place and then announce our boyfriend-girlfriend relationship in front of everyone. Shin Xiuyue had no doubt about this. With Qin Jiang's talent, he could definitely achieve it. As his girlfriend, she also had to be excellent enough to keep Qin Jiang. Qin Luo, should I call you a fool? Or should I say you are an idiot? Once you leave the Qin family, you will never catch up with us. You're probably hiding there regretting it now. Shin Xiuyue sneered, thinking that Qin Luo was likely still worrying about resources. Qin family. Qin Jiang stood respectfully in front of Qin Zhuangyun, his eyes full of excitement. Dad, my talent has been upgraded to SS level. I asked, and tomorrow Mom will attend the Genius Alchemist Conference. I'll go persuade her to come back. Qin Zhuangyun nodded, knowing that this little son was worth the effort. To find resources to enhance Qin Jiang's talent, he spent a considerable amount. It seems now that it was all worth it. His little son can share his burdens, unlike that rebellious son who only gives him headaches. We cannot slack off. Jiang, you must uphold the glory of the Qin family. Qin Jiang nodded seriously. I will make Qin Luo look at my back until it gets farther and farther away, never to be seen again. Qin Zhuangyun paused his brush, gently patted his little son's shoulder, and smiled with pride. After all, the probability of upgrading to SS level talent is only 30%, and his little son succeeded. It is enough to prove his excellence. Good boy, you have your father's demeanor. Let that ungrateful son know that without him, the Qin family is still a glorious family. You cannot treat Qin Luo as a brother, but as an enemy. He wants to destroy the family's honor, and you must protect it. I will definitely do it, Dad. 048. Don't think about trying to please me. I don't like people like you. Kyoto, headquarters of the Alchemist Association. On this day, many talented alchemists under the age of 18, filled with aspirations for the future, arrived at the headquarters. As they crossed the threshold, the boys and girls felt an unusual excitement in their hearts. My talent is just B grade, but I have a knack for alchemy. As long as I can refine a second-tier top-grade elixir this time, I will definitely attract the attention of some high-ranking alchemist. I want to pick a potential stock to live a good life in the future. I wonder who will be the top contender today. I heard that several geniuses who can refine second-tier top-grade elixirs are here. I don't know, but I guess it's those geniuses cultivated by the top families who will take the first place. Everyone came here with different thoughts. In the crowd, a girl with a snow-white neck, dressed in splendid attire, walked over amidst a group of admirers. Some boys who didn't know her looked at the girl's exquisite face and felt a stir in their hearts. Who is that? She looks so beautiful. That outfit, paired with her aura, I really like it. Don't dream. Did you see those boys next to the goddess? The weakest among them is the son of an 8-realm martial king, the daughter of the Shun family, Shun Xiuyue. This year, She is one of the top 10 prodigies in the Daxia college entrance exam. I heard she could already refine second-tier top-grade elixirs before. She is the favorite to win today. You guys are outdated. I heard Qin Luo was once betrothed to Qin Luo, who has been all over the news lately. No way. That SSS grade talent who confronted the Qin family head and severed ties with him? Who else could it be? What a pity. Even though Qin Luo has SSS grade talent, he has never shown it. Maybe he doesn't even know how to use his talent. Qin Luo enjoyed the envious gazes around her. She relished the atmosphere of being envied by everyone, wishing she could take their place. Thinking about how she would be the center of attention today, Qin Luo wore a confident smile, thanks to her S-grade Golden Flame Spirit Fire talent. Even though she had just broken through to the third-tier alchemist, she could refine third-tier top-grade elixirs. With only a 20 probability, it was still enough for her to secure the first place this time. Even if others were lucky and broke through to refined third-tier elixirs, they couldn't shake her first place. When she heard someone spill the beans about her past relationship with Qin Luo, a hint of annoyance rose in Qin Luo's heart. She walked towards the boy who was chatting with others. A pair of cold, indifferent eyes fell on the boy. When the boy met Qin Luo's gaze, he instinctively lowered his head, not daring to look directly at someone from one of the 10 great families. The boy didn't know where to put his hands. He was unsure why Qin Luo was looking for him. Student, something shouldn't be said carelessly. The betrothal between Qin Luo and me was just a joke between our parents. Please don't talk nonsense. A few boys nearby who wanted to pursue Qin Luo felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing this. Did you hear that? Shouldn't you kneel down and thank Lady Luo for not holding a grudge against a small person? The boy's face flushed red. He had only heard about it, and didn't he know? He never expected that merely discussing it would lead to such a situation. He turned to plead with the head of the City Alchemist Association who had brought him. At that moment, the other party looked as if they didn't recognize him, filling the boy with despair. He was just an ordinary person, without any backing. With a thud, the boy fell to his knees, terror filling his eyes. With so many people around and such immense pressure, he couldn't bear it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. After seeing the person kneel down and apologize, Qin Luo coldly retracted her gaze and walked away. A small character dares to discuss me. Sigh, this kid is also pitiful. Some gossip isn't easy to talk about. We all know, but look at who is discussing it. I hope he learns a lesson in the future. The boy covered his face, feeling humiliated and furious, no longer wanting to participate in the Genius Alchemist Conference. He came from small town and had recently broken through to become a third-tier alchemist through hard work. He originally thought he could make a name for himself today. Now that this had happened, no matter how great his future achievements might be, today's stain would never be washed away. With his head down, he walked towards the entrance of the Alchemist Association. Just then, he saw a few people approaching. The leading figure wore a mischievous smile. The newcomers were none other than Qin Luo and his group. Qin Luo glanced around and noticed that the boy was emanating a strong wave of emotions, as if he might commit suicide at any moment. After sizing him up, he saw that the boy was dressed plainly and seemed a bit fearful of this unfamiliar environment. What does he resemble? It was like leaving the county for the first time after the college entrance exam, taking the ticket given by his parents to the first-tier provincial capital, feeling amazed at the sight of tall buildings after getting off the bus. At such a young age, he thought of seeking death, with an expression that seemed to indicate he had been wronged. Even thinking about seeking death, he still made way for Qin Luo and the others upon seeing them enter. What a polite kid. Qin Luo rubbed his face and walked up to the boy. Hey, what kind of blow did you take? Want to die? Don't be a Zyakunin, even in death. ISNT living better? Who bullied you? Just hang in there. When you're strong, you can bully them back. Come on, you're wearing the attire of a second-tier alchemist. It's rare to see such a young second-tier alchemist. It'd be a shame to waste your life. The boy's face turned bright red. He couldn't understand how someone could see through his thoughts so easily. Distracted by Qin Luo's words, he lost the desire to seek death. Xiao Huahua suspiciously scrutinized the boy. Earlier, a voice echoed in his mind. This young man is quite good. He should have a very rare S-grade talent, easily mistaken for an A-grade talent. At this age, he should be a third-tier alchemist. You can take him as a little brother. Xiao Huahua had already started to believe in his master, the 10th level martial master. Even Qin Luo with SSS grade talent didn't have a 10th level martial master as a disciple. He was ahead of Qin Luo in this regard. Today, he must show Qin Luo his strength. He couldn't be the second brother. He had to be the big brother. This S-grade talent little brother could be taken in. Who bullied you? Just say it. I'll help you get back at them. Xiao Huahua patted the boy's shoulder, full of encouragement. Shun family s Shun Qiuiwa. Cough cough. No problem. Stick with me, and I'll help you take revenge sooner or later. Qin Luo felt the confidence in Xiao Huahua's words behind him. As expected of the Chosen One, in just 7 days his strength had already risen to the peak of the second realm, crossing 2 small realms. Xiao Huahua transformed into a big brother, chatting with the boy, discovering that their situations were quite similar. All right, old son, from now on, stick with me. The group, guided by the staff, quickly entered the Alchemist Association's interior. Ji Yoshue and Ji Tiansheng, responsible for ensuring Ji Yoshue's safety, went to the stands. They arrived at a spacious area with hundreds of alchemy furnaces set up. Shun Qiuiwa was sitting beside a furnace, adjusting her breath when she suddenly saw Qin Luo approaching. This persistent pest, does he think having SSS grade talent allows him to come and pursue me? With that thought in mind, Shun Qiuiwa walked towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo, what are you doing here? Don't think about trying to please me. I will never like people like you. Xiao Huahua stared blankly at Qin Luo, wondering if there was a show to watch. 049. Qin Luo has transformed into a sharp-tongued guy, directly targeting people's weaknesses. Sun Qingjin stood at a distance, secretly observing the two. It turns out that the boy with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, who looks much more handsome than him, is the rumored Qin Luo. He has always enjoyed gossip. Otherwise, he wouldn't be discussing Shun Qiuiwa's matters in public. Qin Luo looked at the other's impatient expression. Who gave you the courage to think you can attract me? Is it your A level? Or your average looks? Or your low moral character? Sorry, but I, Qin Luo, don't like trash. As soon as these words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Xiao Huahua swallowed hard. Qin Luo was so bold. If it were him, he wouldn't have the guts to confront Shun Qiuiwa in his current state. No, he and Qin Luo are on the same level of talent. He can't admit he is weaker than him. Xiao Huahua's heart stirred. Standing next to Qin Luo, he could help if something happened. Shun Qiuiwa widened her eyes, staring at Qin Luo, her gaze filled with embarrassment and anger. She didn't expect Qin Luo to be so fierce, each sentence hitting her where it hurt. Her right hand trembled, her slender fingers pointed at Qin Luo. Now she understood why Qin Luo was not favored by the Qin family. His words were extremely foul. Calling me low quality? Calling me trash? Who do you think you were to say that? Qin Luo rolled his eyes. It's pointless to reason with someone overflowing with superiority. We're already enemies. What face-saving measures do you need? No chest and no brain. Whoever marries you'll be doomed for life. You. Nearby, a few self-proclaimed suitors of Shun Qiuiwa, like great white sharks sensing blood in the water, surrounded Qin Luo, sizing him up. A few descendants of martial kings frowned. Recently, if anyone was most famous in the high-level martial artist circle, it was Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you have been disowned by the Qin family, yet you are still so arrogant. Just apologize to Qiuiwa. You won't have to kneel like that other kid. Just bow and apologize, and we'll forgive you. One of them looked at Qin Luo with cold eyes, a sinister smile on his lips. They had to suppress Qin Luo's arrogance. If Qin Luo were still a member of the Qin family, they wouldn't dare. Qin Luo had made the Qin family a laughingstock in the circle, losing face tremendously. How could they let him return to the family? Without the Qin family, Qin Luo was just an undeveloped genius. Are there not enough geniuses in the Great Xia? Every year, talents fall. Qin Luo glanced at the few of them. A bunch of sycophants trying to climb up through women? Have you looked in a mirror? With someone like Shun Qiuiwa, how could she possibly look at you? Hearing this, the few were furious, their faces flushed, wishing they could beat Qin Luo to a pulp. They knew they might not win Shun Qiuiwa's heart, but since she hadn't outright rejected them, it meant they still had some hope. Qin Luo was really infuriating, directly poking at their weaknesses. Feeling the anger radiating from them, Qin Luo felt a bit pleased. Young people could be easily provoked with just a few words. Based on my understanding of Shun Qiuiwa, you few don't even count as sycophants in her eyes. You're merely tools for her to enjoy the envy of those around her. How pathetic, a group of tools and sycophants. Qin Luo shook his head and sighed, wearing a sympathetic expression. This infuriated them even more. You. The boy who had been secretly observing now looked at Qin Luo with changed eyes. Enthusiastic, admiring. He didn't expect Qin Luo to be so tough, not even backing down against the daughter of a 9th-tier martial emperor. Sun Qingjin made a decision. He would learn from Qin Luo in the future. He wanted to be that brave too. Shun Qiuiwa felt a pang of anxiety. How could Qin Luo be so uncanny? Even guessing her thoughts? She was somewhat afraid of what else Qin Luo might say. She indeed liked the feeling of being surrounded by the sons of martial kings, who seemed unattainable to ordinary people. Her gaze flickered to the staff member beside her. This person was causing trouble here. He was an alchemist and had no right to attend the Genius Alchemist Conference. Get him out. The Alchemist Association isn't a place for just anyone to enter. The staff member approached, familiar with Shun Shuyue and the others. Qin Luo glanced at the staff member coming towards him and casually said, causing them to immediately stop in their tracks. Are you going to listen to the words of a flat-chested, brainless, ugly person? Have you checked the list to confirm? The staff members exchanged glances, struggling internally, but prepared to follow the procedure and check. Seeing this, Shun Shuyue grew more anxious. Looking at Qin Luo's calm face, as if everything was under control, she felt inexplicably irritated. She had never heard that Qin Luo could refine pills. Refining pills requires extensive accumulation and a lot of money. Qin Luo was not favored in the Qin family and had no resources at all. How could he possibly refine pills? Qin Luo, an alchemist, is not something someone like you can become. Leave now, and you can still save a bit of face. Qin Luo glanced sideways at Shun Shuyue. He was now a fourth-tier perfect alchemist, capable of refining fourth-tier pills. Ji family, Qin Luo. Ji family, Xiao Huohua. As the staff confirmed, a few of them left. They couldn't afford to provoke these powerhouses. They were merely small staff members. Shun Shuyue shot a fierce glare at Qin Luo, not expecting him to actually have a spot. She didn't know what means he had used to enter the Ji family. The Ji family was only getting worse, coming to help embarrass themselves. After Shun Shuyue finished speaking, she turned and walked in another direction. She didn't want to stay with Qin Luo to refine pills. It was disgusting. Qin Luo waved at Xiao Huohua and the others. After they came over, he asked Xiao Huohua soulfully, "Are you sure you can refine a third-tier top-quality pill?" Xiao Huohua raised an eyebrow. He had been waiting for this question for too long. Qin Luo, I think I was too hasty in calling you Big Brother before. We should decide who the Big Brother is based on strength, not age. Right, Sun Qingjin? Sun Qingjin agreed, thinking it should be this way. He had heard that Qin Luo couldn't refine pills. Xiao Huohua could refine pills, even top-quality ones. And he could also be the second brother. At least he could refine fine pills. He would definitely treat the third brother well. Qin Luo looked at the two, both very confident. It seemed he had to take action today to suppress these two little brothers. Want to be the big brother? For some reason, Xiao Huohua felt that Qin Luo's gaze was a bit profound. His heart tightened. He could refine third-tier top-quality pills, definitely stronger than Qin Luo. He didn't believe that the third-tier perfect pill was refined by Qin Luo. Right? Let's decide the winner based on the quality of the pills. Qin Luo shook his head. That won't work. The quality of the pills is one thing, but the tier of the pills matters too. The winner gets to be the big brother. All right. On the high platform, Ji Yoshua was observing Qin Luo below. You can't understand. You want to be someone else's little brother? 050, Jiangling. Luo Heir must have come here to see herself. Why be someone else's little brother when I can have two little brothers? Ji Yoshua put away her phone, sitting upright and looking below. Ji Tiancheng, sitting next to her, naturally knew what the young lady was doing. Most of the Ji family was quite satisfied with Qin Luo. From the temperament Qin Luo had shown before, it was far better than that of Qin Jiang. As the only SSS-level talent of the Ji family, the young lady had lived under the family's protection for over 10 years. For more than a decade, apart from family, she had no real friends. Now that her strength was about to break through to the seventh realm, she also had strong self-defense capabilities. Even if she were exposed, not many could threaten her. It was time for her to make more friends. This kid Qin Luo talks a lot, which can help the young lady meet more people. Look, the Dean of the Pill Institute of the Qinglong Academy, the peak martial king of the Eighth Realm, Go Yuan actually came. Go Yuan is the vice president of our Alchemist Association. How could he not come in this situation? We must perform well. Who knows? We might even become disciples of Vice President Go. He is an 8th-tier alchemist. There are not many people in the Alchemist Association. Surrounded by a crowd, Go Yuan arrived at the high platform and sat down. However, the central C position was empty. Go Yuan looked at the position, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. There were not many people who could make him envious. Even the weaker 9th-tier martial emperors were not qualified to make him envious. Only Jiangling, who could completely crush him, made him feel envy. However, Jiangling had not arrived yet. For such a young person, who was over 100 years younger than him and had surpassed him, Go Yuan still admired him. It's a pity he had a rebellious son, which made him feel a bit better. Give me the list of registered names, their strength levels, and talents. I want to see if there are any good seedlings. The staff respectfully stood by and handed the list to Go Yuan. Go Yuan flipped through it one by one. Wanted to see if there were any top geniuses. Shun Shue, peak of the third realm, refined a second-tier top-grade pill 3 months ago. Sun Qingjin, early stage of the third realm, refined a second-tier top-grade pill 3 months ago. Go Yuan looked at each name, remembering a few of them. Sun Qingjin was one of them. Born in a small city, with ordinary worker-class parents, he managed to break through to the third realm and refine a second-tier top-grade pill. This kind of talent was already very frightening. Ordinary students were more obedient. Suddenly, he saw a name on the list that he did not expect. Ji family Qin Luo? Is that the kid who contradicted him and disrespected his parents? His gaze fell on the Ji family's 8th-tier alchemist beside him. Old Ji, does your Ji family have no one else? How could you let someone who doesn't know how to refine pills represent your family? The person called Old Ji certainly knew that the other party was trying to mock them. This is arranged by the family. I don't know why. I just need to recommend. In fact, Ji Yunfei also did not know why the family arranged for 2 people who did not refine pills. Qin Luo and that Xiao Huahua had never been heard of as alchemists before. Even with good talent, they could at most refine a first-tier pill in a pinch. The worst of those coming this time could refine second-tier pills. If the ones he recommended performed poorly, it wouldn't affect him. But he would be laughed at by a bunch of old guys. Go Yuan shook his head non-committally. In a remote position far from the main seat, Ji Yoshua sat quietly, like a snow lotus blooming alone. She looked at Qin Luo and the others who were following Shun Chiyue below and couldn't help but chuckle. It refreshed her understanding of Qin Luo. He really held grudges. Why provoke Qin Luo for no reason? Ji Yoshua found it somewhat amusing. Qin Luo was very different from the people she knew. While others were disgusted and wanted to keep their distance from such disgusting people, Qin Luo was fine, directly approaching and grossing others out. Just then, a graceful figure walked in from outside. Today, Jiangling had changed into the attire of a 9th-tier alchemist from the Alchemist Association. The cloud-patterned golden attire highlighted her imposing aura even more. Many young alchemists lowered their heads upon just seeing her. This is the 9th realm martial emperor and 9th-tier alchemist. So impressive. They couldn't help but become the center of attention, yet they didn't even have the courage to look directly at the spirit sword martial emperor. Wow, how could Qin Luo leave the Qin family with such a mother? If it were me, I would bow in return. On the high platform, when the group of strong practitioners saw Jiangling coming, they all stood up to greet her. Only 2 people did not stand up, Ji Yoshue and Ji Tiancheng. Jiangling glanced at the 2 without paying much attention. These 2 had the right not to stand. President Jiang, you're here. You must be the one to present the awards this time. President Jiang had guarded the front line for so long. Her aura felt even more repressed and terrifying. She was probably not far from the 10th realm. Jiangling smiled in response to everyone's compliments and sat in the main seat. Her position provided the best view of the entire high platform. In an instant, Jiangling noticed Qin Luo, who was following Shun Qiuyue in the crowd. Noticing the scene, Jiangling's heart trembled. Could it be that Qin Luo likes Shun Qiuyue? She actually liked this child very much, pretty, with good talent and great potential. According to the agreement with the Shun family, she had originally arranged a betrothal for Qin Luo. However, she also liked Shun Qiuyue and felt closer to her. If she found a girl similar to Shun Qiuyue for Luo Heir, perhaps Luo Heir would come back to her. Jiangling felt a bit joyful. She had found a way to bring Luo Heir back to her side. At this moment, Qin Luo was sitting next to Shun Qiuyue, enjoying the emotion she transmitted. Suddenly, a wave of immense joy washed over him, and he looked up. What are you so happy about, brother? Jiangling? The 2 locked eyes, and Qin Luo didn't even blink. When Jiangling saw Qin Luo looking at her and making eye contact, she felt even happier. Luo Heir must have missed her, which was why he came here to see her, the mother, even if it meant being laughed at for not being able to refine pills. He still wanted to see her. Luo Heir was probably here to apologize, but there were too many people, making it hard for him to lower his face. He was too much like his father. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Jiangling decided to give Qin Luo a second-tier pill later. It should help him improve his strength. Next, please report the pills and materials you wish to refine. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo unhesitatingly reported 6 kinds of materials for pills. You need 3 sets of 4th-tier Yanyuan pill materials. And what are these materials for refining other pills? The staff looked at Qin Luo with a somewhat incredulous expression. You alone? Qin Luo pointed to the list above. Look, my name is listed twice, isn't it? The staff looked down and indeed saw Qin Luo's name appearing twice. Slightly stunned, they realized it was a mistake made by the person who printed the list. They made a mistake. Qin Luo shook his head. It's not a mistake. I represent 2 people, so I can naturally refine 2 sets of pills. Shen Qiuyue snorted coldly. You really think you're an alchemist, refining pills that have never been seen before? Qin Luo turned his head and grinned. I'm not just an alchemist. I'm far stronger than you. Shen Qiuyue shot him a cold glance and withdrew her gaze. Refining pills requires a calm mind. She couldn't let Qin Luo affect her. She just needs to wait quietly for Qin Luo's failure in alchemy to be mocked by countless people. 051. Shen Qiuyue. I exploded. Before long, all the herbs everyone requested arrived. The host of this alchemy genius conference, whose voice echoed throughout the venue, announced, 3 hours time, 3 portions of herbs for each person. Evaluation will be based on quantity, success rate, quality of the pills, and total value of the pills in all aspects. As soon as this was said, all the alchemy geniuses present felt a surge of tension. They had participated in many competitions before, but those were all about the quality of the pills. They had never seen such a scene. It was a comprehensive evaluation of alchemy. Wow. All 4 key dimensions of alchemy are being assessed. Aren't they trying to push us to our limits? Of course, otherwise, how could it be called a genius alchemy conference? Those who were afraid quickly left. I must succeed this time. Qin Luo looked around the alchemy furnace, which was the same as the one he used at the Qinglong Academy. Both relied on the core flame for energy, and the alchemy speed was somewhat slow. According to the speed of ordinary alchemists, one could produce pills at most once an hour. 3 portions of herbs in 3 hours. It was definitely a challenge, but it was all right. Relying on his perseverance and effort, he finished 1 furnace in 10 minutes, leaving him with 2 hours of rest time. He casually glanced at Shen Qiuyue beside him. Qin Luo ran to the 4th-tier alchemy furnace he had prepared for himself. He tossed all the herbs into the furnace and started the alchemy process. This scene made a group of top alchemists on the high platform frown, especially Go Yuan, who couldn't help but comment. He doesn't know how to refine pills, but insists on trying. It's pure waste of herbs. Go Yuan didn't say anything too harsh. After all, Qin Luo's biological mother was present. Even though it had already collapsed, who knew what others were thinking? Better to be cautious. Ji Yunfei shook his head. It was clear that this was the action of an outsider. That is not necessarily true. I have seen in ancient texts that there is a method that can produce pills all at once, which is much faster than our current methods. Go Yuan looked at Qin Luo's actions and couldn't help but laugh. I know that method too, but unfortunately, it has been lost. It's impossible for someone who has never been in contact with alchemy to use it, right? Ji Yunfei didn't respond because he didn't know how to continue. He just hoped that Qin Luo could succeed in producing 1 pill, even if it was just 1, so that he would have something to say. Jiang Ling furrowed her brows. What on earth does Luo want to do? This kind of nonsense will only embarrass himself. I wonder what Dad is doing. There hasn't been any news yet. Could it be that Dad has already spoken to Qin Luo and secured a chance for himself to earn Luo as forgiveness? Luo is deliberately doing this to give himself a chance to feel maternal love. The more Jiang Ling thought about it, the more she felt it was the case. She had previously agreed to test her son. Perhaps her son also wanted to test her. With this thought, Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel a bit of disgust towards Go Yuan. However, having this person around is good. If Luo does not succeed later, I can scold him a few words to let him know that I love him. An 8th-tier peak alchemist shouldn't be offended too severely. In the arena, after Qin Luo successfully refined the 4th-tier Yanyuan pill, he directly put away the other 2 portions of herbs and set them aside. There were no vacant alchemy furnaces nearby. However, Qin Luo knew that there would be soon. These so-called geniuses, in the eyes of ordinary people, could easily be thrown off by the assessment standards. Sure enough, boom! A muffled sound came from a furnace not far from Qin Luo, and a plume of black smoke rose from it. The first failure in refining appeared. The boy saw that his first portion of herbs had failed and took a moment to adjust, preparing to refine the second portion. It took him exactly 3 hours to refine 1 pill. He had been too flustered before, and this time he had to stabilize his rhythm. No matter what, he had to succeed in at least 1 furnace. Qin Luo smiled slightly. Nervousness, excitement, fear, worry. I am so happy to be surrounded by so many emotions, and my strength is steadily improving. I am constantly getting closer to the peak of the second realm. Qin Luo estimated that if he got through this time, he would likely break through to the peak of the second realm, and perhaps he wouldn't be too far from the third realm. After all, the emotions required to condense the limitless demonic body are far too many. Shen Qiuyue had been paying attention to Qin Luo's movements, watching him operate like a fool. She felt increasingly disdainful. When Qin Luo saw her successfully produce pills later, he would probably be so shocked that he wouldn't know what to do. Luckily, she had canceled the engagement. How could someone like him be worthy of her? acting like a clown? Retracting her gaze, Shun Xiuyue focused on refining the third-tier Yanyuan pill. Relying on her fourth-tier strength and fire talent, she could refine a portion of pills in about an hour, maintaining a success rate of around 70%. 3 hours was just enough for her to refine 3 portions of pills. About 20 top-quality pills would be sufficient for her to completely crush everyone else. Beside her were Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin. Xiao Huahua was only at the second realm, but he possessed the SSS-level talent of Burning Flame, allowing him to refine pills without an alchemy furnace, using the earth fire instead. He produced a furnace in about 40 to 50 minutes, which was very fast. Xiao Huahua did not pay attention to the movements of others, instead focusing entirely on refining the pills. His master had advised him that alchemy required complete concentration. Even a 10th-tier alchemist could not be distracted while refining a first-tier pill. This represented an attitude of responsibility for the pills in hand and the hard-won herbs. Thus, Xiao Huahua had never cared about those around him. After 50 minutes, Xiao Huahua was the first to open his alchemy furnace, asking the staff responsible for supervision nearby to help take out the pills and place them in a box. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted to Shun Qiuyue's nose. She casually glanced over. 10 pills? A full 10 pills? How could that be possible? A portion of herbs could produce at most 10 pills. How could that unknown person, who was just as shabby as Qin Luo, possibly refine 10 pills? Shun Qiuyue suddenly became distracted and failed to control the temperature of the flames in time. Poof! At this moment, her pills were at a critical stage of solidification. A wisp of black smoke appeared, and Shun Qiuyue's face changed. At least half of her pills would become waste pills. Just as she was about to concentrate and maintain the last few remaining pills, another wisp of pill fragrance drifted over. She saw the boy who had just been forced to kneel also take out 8 pills. Shun Qiuyue was utterly astonished. How could that be? How could such a timid person refine 8 pills? With her mind unsettled, the remaining pills in her furnace also turned to black smoke under the flames. Shun Qiuyue's face instantly turned blue and purple, her emotions in turmoil. How could this happen? She glared fiercely at the two of them, feeling a sense of threat from them. A definite threat. No, this cannot continue. Otherwise, her first place could very well be snatched away by these two. Qin Luo stared at Shun Qiuyue, sensing the confusion and panic in her heart. This was just the beginning. Just like Qin Jiang, this woman had never treated him well in the past, and often teamed up with Qin Jiang to suppress him. However, at that time, he didn't know it was because of the betrothal. After his talent disappeared, she rushed out eagerly. It turned out that even a big family, there were gold diggers. No, in the eyes of XXN, this is called admiration for the strong, called upward social interaction. Qin Luo did not call anyone to take out the pills. Many people had already refined their last portion of herbs. He would find a few people who left their furnaces empty later to finish the matter. For the next portion, during the critical moment of solidification, he would let Shun Qiuyue be unsettled again. 052. We cannot allow Luo to develop the habit of bullying others. Sun Qingjin secretly glanced at Shun Xiaomei and saw that it was indeed as Qin Luo said. Not a single pill was refined, and he felt increasingly impressed by Qin Luo. It seems that this woman just comes from a better background. Her alchemy talent isn't as good as his. The humiliation he suffered today will definitely be repaid sooner or later. Sun Qingjin took a deep breath to calm his excitement and focused on refining the next batch of medicinal materials. On the high platform, Jiang Ling looked at Qin Luo, who was playing around, occasionally taking out his phone to chat, appearing completely nonchalant about alchemy. She was increasingly convinced that her eldest son was testing her. This attitude was wrong. Even if he couldn't refine anything, he should at least pretend to take it seriously, so she could save face. When Luo came home, she must correct him properly. At that moment, she had no idea whether her husband had privately contacted Qin Luo to bring Luo back home. Nor did she know when the rift between father and son could be resolved. Go Yuan and others were closely observing the talents in the arena. When they saw Xiao Huahua being the first to refine a pill, most people's attention turned to him, especially Ji Yunfei, whose smile grew wider. Refining 10 pills, just from the success rate, was already quite impressive. The other kid was also good. The only one who seemed unreliable was Qin Luo. However, with Xiao Huahua around, the Ji family wouldn't be embarrassed this time. The two young alchemists who refined pills first were worth paying attention to. It seemed everyone had the same idea. It would depend on who could impress these two kids. The many alchemy masters, all at least level 7, exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes already carrying a hint of rivalry. Generally speaking, being able to refine pills so quickly indicated they wouldn't be lacking in skill. Perhaps one of them was the rumored alchemy prodigy. Time quickly passed for more than half an hour. In order to avoid being influenced by the few people beside her, Shun Xiaomei tried her best to control her thoughts. It was now a crucial moment for pill condensing. She must not be affected. A few minutes later, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through her nose. Shun Xiaomei's heart trembled. It should be that slender boy. Thankfully, she managed to stay composed. A few minutes later, another medicinal fragrance came. That poor guy succeeded again. Seeing that the timing was right, Qin Luo called out, "Waiter, come over and take a look. I think I've refined a pill of perfect quality." Upon hearing Qin Luo's words, Shun Xiaomei controlled the flames to maintain a steady output. "Qin Luo, you think you can refine a perfect quality pill? You're dreaming. The way you haphazardly throw in ingredients, if you could refine a pill, it would already be groundbreaking." Qin Luo, having achieved his goal, didn't respond to Shun Xiaomei. Instead, he urged the staff to take out the pills. Each person had a staff member beside them to prevent cheating during the pill retrieval. The staff quickly took out the pills. These were all alchemists. Ordinary people couldn't interfere. 1, 2, 10 pills. "Look, does this pill have a Danwen pill pattern on it?" The staff member observed, counting the number of pills while recording their quality. Danwen only appears on perfectly refined pills. Just as he finished collecting the pills, Qin Luo's voice came through. The staff member followed his gaze and took a look. There really was a Danwen. A perfect quality pill? Perfect quality indicates there are no impurities at all, which is the ideal pill for all martial artists. Pills of this quality are priced 3 to 4 times higher than those of ordinary quality. There really is a perfect quality pill? The staff member gasped, looking at Qin Luo with shock. They understood very well what perfect quality represented. Shun Xiaomei was still in shock that such a method of alchemy could yield a pill. After forcing herself to stabilize her mind, she barely maintained the current pill. When she heard the staff confirm it, her mind trembled. Such a crude method of alchemy could still produce a perfect quality pill? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Boom! A cloud of black smoke erupted, and Shun Xiaomei watched as her nearly formed pill turned into black smoke. Her mindset exploded. The look she cast at Qin Luo turned resentful. She knew Qin Luo must have done it on purpose. Why did he choose this moment to take out the pill? He just wanted to influence her. Now, with 3 sets of medicinal materials, she was left with the last one. The last one would definitely be influenced by Qin Luo again. This kind of pill is called beauty pill. Our Alchemist Association doesn't have this kind of pill. If it's refined, we need to confirm its effects. Qin Luo replied, I'll have someone confirm it. I'll give one away for free for tasting. I'll be the first to give you one. The staff member nodded immediately. He couldn't afford a 3rd-tier pill. He looked at Qin Luo with gratitude. The Ji family had already hoarded an unknown number of beauty pills, just waiting for him to make a name for himself at the Alchemist Conference. As for why there was only one perfect quality pill, Qin Luo felt that securing first place was sufficient. With 3 batches of pills, refining 3 to 5 perfect pills, along with over 20 excellent and top-grade pills, he would definitely take first place. The pills he refined weren't even here. If the 6th elder threatened him, he would just bring out the 4th-tier pills as a trump card. Quality would crush them. Shun Xiaomei waved and whispered a few words to the staff beside her. Soon, the staff led Shun Xiaomei to a position far away from Qin Luo. The two were almost at diagonal corners. On the high platform, Ji Yoshua couldn't help but smile again at this scene. The more she watched, the more entertaining it became. Qin Luo was really good at tormenting people. He had even broken Shun Xiaomei's defenses. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, felt somewhat dissatisfied. She hadn't expected Qin Luo to actually succeed in refining. This was good. She wouldn't have to be too embarrassed. However, deliberately influencing Shun Xiaomei was not good, very bad. She could protect Qin Luo, but she didn't want him to take advantage of being her son to bully others. He must know she would protect him and did this on purpose. She needed to teach him a good lesson. Seeing Shun Xiaomei leave, Qin Luo asked the staff beside him, "Can we change positions?" The staff member also realized something and shook his head. Generally, it wasn't allowed, but that person was a descendant of the martial emperor and had a good relationship with President Jiang Ling, so they could only use the back door. Qin Luo glanced over and smiled broadly. He had sensed the resentment earlier. Did they really think moving far away would allow them to escape? Naive. Qin Luo wasn't flustered. He quickly finished refining the remaining 2 batches of beauty pills. He signaled to the staff beside him to bring over the remaining materials for the 4th-tier Nourishing Essence pills. Since it was like this, he wouldn't pretend anymore. He was a 4th-tier alchemist. With 50 minutes left until the time ended, Xiao Huahua completed his refinement. Half an hour later, Sun Qingjin also finished. The two attracted most of the attention on the high platform. It seemed that the first place would be decided between these two. No one noticed Qin Luo, thinking that he was just having the staff clean the residue from his pill furnace. 053, the talk of the town, Shunsha has lost her composure, and the pill has exploded. G family, Ye Pharmaceutical. They're preparing for a press conference, facing all the major media in the Great Xia. The G family has heard that they are about to release a new pill, which has effects similar to the beauty pill. If it's true, there might be a price war ahead. No one knows for sure, but it's clear that the G family has significantly increased their purchases of various medicinal materials recently, indicating they have likely refined a large batch already. Let's wait and see. The news is already out, and we'll see how it turns out in the end. At this moment, major short video platforms are dominated by the trending topic of the G family's upcoming new pill. Many people are paying attention. The most anxious are the Qin family members. G Pharmaceutical and Qin Pharmaceutical are competitors. These two giants have been competing in the entire Great Xia's pill industry. Their quality and main businesses are quite similar. However, since the Qin family has the beauty pill, they have attracted almost all female customers. Every man who loves you would gift you a beauty pill on your birthday. The first day of dating starts with receiving a beauty pill. Confessions require a beauty pill. The beauty pill is intertwined with love and marriage. Moreover, the beauty pill is indeed effective, allowing Qin Pharmaceutical to firmly occupy the market share of low-level martial artists. The G family has been seeking a breakthrough, but due to certain intellectual property issues regarding some pills, even if they could develop a new pill, they could not release it. Powerful forces still need to maintain some face at times. If a small force developed something, it would have been cracked long ago, and relying on the power of the large force, they would have been crushed to pieces. They either acquire the small force or crush them with absolute market advantage. There are countless instances of this, similar to what a certain penguin has done. Qin family. At this moment, Qin Zhuangyun is practicing calligraphy, while Uncle Gong stands respectfully beside him, reporting the recent major events. Master, the G family is about to release a pill with effects similar to our beauty pill. Qin Zhuangyun nods, his hands not stopping. It's fine. We have absolute advantages. Is there anything else? Madame went to the Alchemist Association to attend the Alchemist Genius Conference, and the eldest son also went under the G family's name. Qin Zhuangyun is writing the character for calm, and his hand pauses slightly. Call him Qin Luo. He is no longer my son. He is no longer a member of the Qin family. If he does anything to harm the Qin family's interests, he will become an enemy of the Qin family. Uncle Gong, do you understand? Uncle Gong, hearing this, lowers his head and does not dare to speak. That scoundrel also went. I have been keeping an eye on Qin Luo's movements. He went with the G family's saintess, Ji Yoshue. Qin Zhuangyun doesn't know what he thinks of next. His right hand grips the brush, and he doesn't move. The ink on the tip of the brush seeps into the rice paper, difficult to disperse. Qin Zhuangyun thinks of many things. Being so close to the G family's saintess indicates a lot. At least the G family does not oppose Qin Luo's contact with Ji Yoshue. He doesn't know Ji Yoshue's talent, but to be a saintess, she must at least have talent on par with Ji Jinhan. One SS level, one SSS level. If they are truly as he suspects, the Qin family will forever be suppressed by the G family. That scoundrel. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. He did not expect Qin Luo to be willing to join forces with the G family to take revenge on him. Keep a close eye on Qin Luo. Uncle Gong lowers his head and leaves the study. After leaving, he glances around the study. It seems he needs to be more careful with his words in the future and can't call Qin Luo the eldest son in front of the master anymore. Sigh. Alchemist Association. At this moment, all alchemists have entered the final stages of pill refining. Shun Shoyue's last batch of medicinal materials has also reached the final step of pill formation. She is confident that this batch of pills will all be high quality, and there is even a possibility of producing top quality pills. If all are top quality, she has a good chance of winning first place. Just then, Shun Shoyue sees the alchemist geniuses around her erupting in excitement, all eyes focused on a distant pill furnace. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to be gathering there. What's going on? That direction is exactly where Qin Luo was just now. Shun Shoyue knows very well that this is a situation that only appears in rumors. More than 99 of alchemists have never seen it in their lifetime. When a furnace of pills is all of perfect quality, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers around it. It is similar to a heavenly phenomenon, celebrating the emergence of such a situation. According to rumors, the quality of such pills seems to be even better than perfect quality. How could there be such a person? Shun Shoyue's heart trembles, feeling a bit incredulous. Just refining a furnace of perfect pills would place an alchemist status among them at a level comparable to that of a warrior with SSS level talent. In nearly 100 years, she knows that only Jiangling has achieved this. Another such prodigy has appeared, a group of alchemists who had already finished refining their pills. After watching the excitement pass by, Shun Shiyue with shocked expressions, whispering, "Wow, I've gained new knowledge this time. Such an alchemist prodigy has appeared. Do you know that person? Although he isn't as handsome as the reader's lord, he's the top among the lords. How can I not know? Not long ago, he caused a stir in the high-level circles. Qin Luo. Not only does he have SSS level talent, but he's also an alchemist prodigy. My goodness, how could the Qin family let someone like this out? Don't forget about the big scoop. Just now, Shun Shiyue bullied an ordinary person outside. I heard that Qin Luo used to have a betrothal with her, but after she found out Qin Luo's talent had disappeared, she directly broke off the engagement. That's great. Thanks to her for letting Qin Luo out. Now we can compete too." Shun Shiyue was originally guessing who refined this pill, but didn't he expect it to be Qin Luo? These people spoke in low voices, but even so, to a fourth-level martial artist's ears. It felt like they were speaking directly in her ear. Crystal clear. At this moment, how Shun Shiyue wishes she were not a fourth-level martial artist. So her ears wouldn't be so sharp. Stabilizing her mind, Shun Shiyue confirmed with those passing by. "Are you saying that Qin Luo refined a furnace of perfect pills?" "Yes, we want to take a look. The quality is quite good." Shun Shiyue's heart trembles. Seeing the flames flickering, she immediately stabilizes her mind. It really is Qin Luo. Shun Shiyue feels like the sky has fallen. Who is that person? Shun Shiyue, don't you know? Oh, it turns out to be the fool who broke off the engagement with Qin Luo. Yeah, I think she's foolish too. This is a third-tier perfect pill. She doesn't look that great either, about the same as me. And her chest is quite small, not even a cleavage. Shun Shiyue is furious. When has she ever been subjected to such discussions? Since childhood, she has always been the envy of others. When has she ever experienced being talked about and belittled? The flames in her hands sway. Shun Shiyue's eyes turn dark, knowing she's in trouble. In her terrified gaze, the pill turns to ash. The pill furnace emits a plume of black smoke. "Ah, Qin Luo, I want to let you off." The sound of an invincible battle cry rings out as Shun Shiyue, infuriated, rushes towards Qin Luo at high speed. She wants Qin Luo to pay the price. 054 XXN. Are you still feeling wronged? Many people were startled by Shun Shiyue's battle cry. A few even caused the last furnace of pills to explode because of her. When they saw Shun Shiyue's imposing and furious demeanor, no one dared to question her. "I can't believe it. This woman seems a bit crazy. Whoever marries her will be doomed for life. Relying on her status as a daughter of a martial emperor, she's so arrogant, she'll get her comeuppance sooner or later. Let's go see what's going on." It looks like she's going to find trouble with Qin Luo. Looking at Qin Luo, surrounded by a crowd of peers, listening to their compliments, Shun Shiyue felt increasingly jealous. These were all things she should have enjoyed. The feeling of being the center of attention was exactly what she pursued. "Qin Luo, how did you refine a perfect fourth-grade pill? It feels like a dream. So impressive. You are definitely the future leader of our alchemist association." Xiao Huohua and Sun Qingjin exchanged glances, feeling very unwilling but powerless. "Third, I can't believe it. Qin Luo, who has studied diligently for 10 years, refined pills better than I did. Until now, I have only managed to refine one perfect quality first-grade pill. You are the third. My refined pills are definitely better than yours." Sun Qingjin didn't believe it. Both of them were very focused on refining pills and didn't pay much attention to each other, so they weren't aware of how many pills the other had refined. Xiao Huohua didn't believe Sun Qingjin could refine more than him. However, they were too shocked to discuss who was second or third. They were both astonished by how Qin Luo managed to refine a furnace of perfect pills. How could they compete with one furnace that was worth more than their 3 furnaces combined? "Master, can you tell how Qin Luo refined a furnace of perfect third-grade pills? I have been recovering my strength. Where do I have the time to constantly sense the situation outside?" What? You say he refined a furnace of perfect quality third-grade pills. You can't have such a level of alchemy prodigy appearing now. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Huohua's mouth twitched. Why did he just ask a question, and his master reacted like a lunatic, not believing it? He personally saw the spiritual energy gathering together, and the staff took out a furnace of perfect pills from the cauldron. How could it be fake? If someone were to fake it, They couldn't possibly concoct such a perfect furnace of pills. Because the spiritual energy gathered and nourished the perfect pills, only pills refined on the spot could have such quality. This was a secret of alchemy his master had taught him over the past few days. Even his master needed to be in a very good state to refine a furnace. This situation was hard to replicate. It required the right timing, location, and people. Qin Luo is just too lucky. We too are out of luck and couldn't refine anything. Sun Chengjin whispered, waving at Xiao Huahua. Rather than letting Qin Luo become our boss, we might as well take the initiative to please him, learn his seemingly rough alchemy technique. Xiao Huahua nodded upon hearing this. To become a big brother, one needs to be patient first. Once we learn, we can find another opportunity to take the lead. On the high platform, Go Yuan looked at Qin Luo, surrounded by a group of young people, feeling exceptionally uncomfortable. He didn't understand why Qin Luo was so outstanding. Was this the confidence that allowed Qin Luo to confront him back then? For a moment, Go Yuan felt bitter, having missed out on such a monstrous disciple. Fortunately, there were still two others who seemed quite good. A furnace of perfect quality pills? It seems I haven't seen one in many years. Even if I were to refine a first-grade pill, I couldn't produce a furnace of perfect pills, a true alchemy genius. No wonder he inherited the alchemy talent of President Jiang. Jiang Ling listened to the discussions around her, feeling a mix of emotions. She never thought that she would experience the admiration of others for her eldest son so soon. Even she couldn't refine a furnace of perfect pills in such an environment. This said a lot. Qin Luo's talent in alchemy was far stronger than hers. Luoer, why didn't you tell your mother that you also have talent in alchemy? Jiang Ling felt immense regret in her heart. Her son must have wanted to ask her about alchemy to get closer to her. But after returning to the Qin family for several months, she hadn't given him any chance. Jiang Ling felt a pang of regret, realizing she had paid too little attention to her eldest son. Qin Luo, you ruined my 3 furnaces of pills. I'll settle this with you. A loud shout attracted everyone's attention. The geniuses surrounding Qin Luo turned to see Shen Xiuyue and quickly made way. Everyone on the high platform focused on the scene below, wanted to see what was happening. As for the other geniuses who hadn't successfully refined pills, they couldn't care less, or rather, they didn't dare to care. Did they not see that Jiang Ling wasn't even speaking? Shen Xiuyue and Qin Zhang's relationship might be unknown to others, but these people were very clear about it. It would be strange if Shen Xiuyue frequently visited the Qin family without any ulterior motives. With the president of the Alchemist Association absent, the honorary president is the boss. No one dared to overstep and reprimand a descendant of a 9th-level martial emperor. Go Yuan felt exceptionally pleased. Had he finally met a rival? He wanted to see how Qin Luo would deal with Shen Xiuyue. Ji Tiansheng secretly glanced at Ji Yoshua and found that his own saintess was not worried at all. She seemed to be enjoying the show, full of interest. Qin Luo looked at Shen Xiuyue, sensing the grievance in her emotions. He grinned, revealing a crooked smile. Still feeling wronged? The various emotions coming from the surroundings made him feel very comfortable. Peak 2nd realm, achieved, with the breakthrough of a small realm. The range of emotions he could absorb increased significantly, enveloping the people on the high platform as well. Everyone's emotions were different. The most significant contribution came from Jiang Ling. The other 9th-level martial emperor, the old man from the Ji family, provided no emotions at all. Old man Ji, your mindset is quite good. What do you mean I ruined your 3 furnaces of pills? You better clarify today. Shen Xiuyue, you really are XXN, can just open your mouth to slander others? With a face full of rage, Shen Xiuyue was too lazy to listen to Qin Luo's explanation. Her aura erupted as she charged straight at Qin Luo. She had to let Qin Luo know the consequences of provoking her. I can't believe it. Shen Xiuyue is too unreasonable. She fights at the slightest disagreement? Ha ha. It's time for some entertainment, a clash between 2 descendants of martial emperors. That is going to be fun. Qin Luo probably won't be able to withstand it. Shen Xiuyue is not just an alchemist, but also a 4th realm martial artist. Her fist was aimed directly at Qin Luo's chest, and with his punch, Shen Xiuyue was confident she could severely injure Qin Luo. Qin Luo was currently at the peak of the 1st realm. What he lost was the 1st place in the talented alchemist competition. Qin Luo would only get a little hurt. Someone told him that Qin Zhuangyun was very dissatisfied with his son. Go down for me. 055. Let Luo Heir experience some hardship to hone her skills. Slap. Shen Xiuyue covered her face, a bright red handprint on her snow-white face. Due to the overwhelming force and suddenness, Shen Xiuyue was sent flying several meters away. landing on the ground with a thud. Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin exchanged glances, both noticing each other's atoms apple-bobbing. So fierce. Qin Luo didn't hold back at all. He even dared to hit the daughter of the martial emperor. Damn, this is what a man is, a Sigma man. But how did Qin Luo dodge it? Shen Xiuyue is a four-realm martial artist. If it were me taking that punch just now, I would have been lying on the ground. Haha, you can't do it. I would only make Shen Xiuyue beg me not to die. The people around were all shocked, looking at Qin Luo. The vast majority knew that Qin Luo had already left the Qin family, even severing ties with them. In such a situation, he still dared to hit Shen Xiuyue. They had to admit they admired Qin Luo. So fierce, Qin Luo dared to slap the martial emperor's daughter. This is a real tough guy. Anyway, I wouldn't dare. From now on, we will call Qin Luo a super tough guy. The surrounding staff gathered together, and no one dared to step forward. Oh, Qin Luo, I want you dead. Shen Xiuyue felt a wave of intense burning pain on her beautiful face. The physical pain was nothing compared to the humiliation she felt. How could she be slapped by a dirt dog she had always looked down on? Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. Golden flames enveloped her body. A scorching wave of heat surged toward her. Run, run. S-class talent, golden flame, spirit fire. We are no match. Stay away. This woman is clearly insane. Only allowing herself to strike, not allowing others to fight back. This person is too disgusting. Qin Luo glanced around. It seemed no one on the high platform was moving. A crowd was just watching the show. However, with so many people around, he could reap another wave of emotions. He wasn't stupid enough to confront Shen Xiuyue head-on. Qin Luo moved and charged straight toward the area with the most people. Behind him, Shen Xiuyue, like a golden fireball, crazily chased after Qin Luo. Qin Luo's speed wasn't as fast as Shen Xiuyue's. However, he felt it didn't matter as long as his speed was faster than others. Most of these people had martial talents unsuitable for combat, suitable for alchemy instead. The majority were at the second realm. How could their speed compare to Qin Luo's? Qin Luo pounced into the crowd like a hungry tiger. Don't come over. My butt is on fire. It hurts, it hurts. I'm disfigured. Shen Xiuyue has gone mad. We need to run. Shen Xiuyue was already killing mad. She didn't care about anyone else's life. She just wanted to kill Qin Luo. Growing up, she had never been hit by anyone. No one dared to retaliate against Shen Xiuyue. Dozens of people were chased by her, holding their heads and fleeing. Qin Luo absorbed the emotions coming from these people and felt increasingly refreshed. This is life. With just a little trickery, one can quickly improve. Of course, the emotions from those on the high platform were even more substantial. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to break through to the third realm. On the high platform, a group of bigwigs from the Alchemist Association exchanged glances. They originally wanted to give Jiangling some face and let her handle it. Unexpectedly, Jiangling remained motionless and gave no orders. No matter who it was, they didn't know how to deal with it. Ji Tiansheng was a bit confused. He didn't know how to describe this kid, Qin Luo. Every step was somewhat unexpected. Ji Yoshua looked at Qin Luo, chasing dozens of people, finding him increasingly amusing. She pondered how she would handle such a situation. Slapping Shen Xiuyue in the face, making her reflect in her dreams? She feared Shen Xiuyue couldn't withstand her slap. Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin were very perceptive. Upon sensing something was wrong, they immediately fled to avoid becoming targets of that crazy woman Shen. Jiangling looked down, unsure whether to stop it. She felt Qin Luo was a bit excessive, relying on her protection to slap her sister-in-law. How would they get along when they returned to the family? If she stopped it, her younger son would definitely complain. Letting Luo heir experience some hardship isn't a bad thing. Ultimately, it was Ji Yunfei who couldn't stand it any longer. As one of the 4 vice presidents and a member of the Ji family, he had little fear of the Shen family. Shen Xiuyue enough. The peak aura of an 8-realm martial king was released. Everyone in the arena felt as if they had entered a quagmire. The flames on Shen Xiuyue's body slowly retracted under the pressure of the aura. Looking up at the high platform, Shen Xiuyue could no longer contain the grievance in her heart. Wah! Shen Xiuyue cried out and turned to run outside. So wronged. She was hit by Qin Luo, yet no one helped her. Some even scolded her. It's all Qin Luo's doing. I must take revenge. As she left, Shen Xiuyue cast a resentful glance at Qin Luo. Seeing this scene, Qin Luo grinned. The departure of a 4-realm martial artist had no impact. There was still a 9-realm martial emperor and an 8-realm martial king above. Ji Yunfei glanced at Jiangling, his gaze filled with some blame. An honorary president who couldn't handle such a small matter would only lose face for their alchemist association. His tone inevitably turned cold. President Jiang Ling. It's her turn to announce the next matters. Jiang Ling came to her senses. Now she didn't know how to handle the relationship between Qin Luo and Shen Xiuyue. Hearing someone call her name, she slightly nodded and stood up to walk to the front of the high platform. In her resplendent alchemist robe, 9 golden stars shone brightly. However, many people were not so impressed with Jiang Ling now. Just now, Shen Xiuyue had attacked them, and as president, she didn't stop it. If the president didn't intervene, who else would dare to speak up? Just as the rumors said, Jiang Ling was too double-standard. After a short break, everyone's scores are being tallied. I will award the first place. Ji Yunfei frowned at this. Was that all she had to say? He realized Jiang Ling's mood was low. The injured alchemist geniuses hadn't been dealt with yet. Ji Yunfei stood up. Something just happened that startled everyone. All injured members can come to claim healing pills. For those who were frightened, there will also be compensation later. Hearing this, the previously restless talented individuals below calmed down. Qin Luo glanced to the high platform. He didn't want to be a good person. He still wanted to absorb a bit more of the complaints. Moments later, a staff member brought the results sheet to everyone on the high platform. Everyone immediately looked at the first place. First place, Xiao Huahua from the Ji family. 3rd tier diamond pill, 21 high-quality pills, 7 top-quality pills, 2 perfect pills. 2nd place, Tian Luocheng, Sun Changjin. 3rd tier solid pill, 7 ordinary pills. 18 high-quality pills, 5 top-quality pills. Hiss. The top 2 are quite impressive. They're much stronger than our age group. Something's off. How could the first place be Xiao Huahua? Someone I've never heard of? Didn't Qin Luo refine a perfect pill? Why isn't he in first place? Jiang Ling was also somewhat surprised. Could it be that the perfect quality pill just now is fake? Ji Tianqing exchanged glances with Ji Yunfei. Ji Yunfei nodded, stood up, and said loudly, Qin Luo had told me in advance that the pill he refined was a newly invented kind, which has beauty-enhancing and body-improving effects. However, since the intellectual property rights have not yet been obtained, I would like to take this opportunity to let the seniors of the Alchemist Association have a taste. Ji Yunfei gently clapped his hands, and several arranged reporters stood by with cameras recording. In front of more than 10 big shots from the Alchemist Association on the high platform, a pill was presented to each of them. Please try it and feel the effects of this new variety of pill. 056, it's not good to you, and you can't cooperate with the opponent. Jiang Ling's eyes held a hint of coldness. She had been refining pills these past few days, calming her mind, and was unaware of the matters concerning the Ji family. Upon hearing about the effects of the beauty-enhancing pill, Jiang Ling understood a lot. She didn't know where Luo Heir had found such a pill. Jiang Ling was puzzled as to why it was given to the Ji family instead of to herself. The reporters in front were holding up cameras, treating their group as free publicity. Let's try it first and see if this pill has any issues. With her strength as a 9th-tier alchemist, she could naturally distinguish it. We have refined pills of various grades. Please give them a try. Perhaps they will be beneficial to you as well. Ji Yunfei smiled slightly and glanced at Qin Luo below. This kid is somewhat interesting, letting Shen Xiuyue offend so many talented alchemists. It is likely that Shen Xiuyue will have a hard time in the Alchemist Association in the future. After all, the future belongs to these young people, not to their group of old men. Go Yuan looked at this unknown pill, its effects overlapping with those of the pills Jiang Ling had developed. This is going to be fun. Moreover, it's something Qin Luo gave to the Ji family. I wonder how Jiang Ling feels about it now. He just wanted to taste it and then recruit the 2 top alchemist prodigies below as his disciples. Go Yuan's requirements were not high. He could take either the 1st or 2nd place as a disciple. Facing such a level of alchemy genius, even Jiang Ling would probably be tempted. Taking a disciple who listens to him and doesn't disrespect elders like Qin Luo, Go Yuan picked up a perfect quality pill and stuffed it into his mouth. As for Ji Yunfei's claim that it would also be beneficial for them, that was impossible. Yes, we old men have 2 old bones. Usually, even 5th-tier pills are ineffective for us. Let's give it a try. What if this 3rd-tier pill really works? It was purely an attempt to create hype for this pill. Such things had happened several times before. As the pill dissolved, a faint medicinal power merged into the limbs and bones, injecting a kind of vitality into the body from the inside out. Go Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. Impossible. How could this be? I feel like my body is leaping with joy. What kind of pill is this? I've never eaten anything like it. This pill does not enhance strength. It only improves bodily functions, seemingly rejuvenating the cells. The beauty pill has no effect on us. Who invented this pill? The medicinal power is gentle and not. Even better than the 7th degree space I've used before. Even ordinary people who aren't martial artists can take it. Many 7th and 8th tier alchemists instantly began to discuss. And the high platform suddenly turned into a marketplace. Jiangling carefully savored the medicinal power of the pill. Whether in strength or alchemical talent, she was stronger than others. If not for her talent being the spirit sword heart, Jiangling would have already broken through to the 10th tier alchemist. After taking it, she could perceive more things. The medicinal power of this pill could probably last around 10 years for ordinary people. Not only does it have beauty-enhancing effects, but it can also delay aging and, to some extent, extend a person's lifespan. It's more than 10 times more powerful than the beauty pill she developed. Jiangling was shocked in her heart, speechless for a long time. Where did Luo Heir get this prescription? Or is the Ji family intentionally saying it was Luo Heir's to provoke her? After all, the Qin and Ji families compete in various aspects. If they could strike at her, the Ji family would definitely be willing. Thinking of this, a hint of anger arose in Jiangling's heart. She had already decided to protect Luo Heir well. Why would he still agree to cooperate with the Ji family? Jiangling admitted that she had not treated her eldest son well before, but she couldn't unite with rivals to target the family. What her eldest son did would only damage the reputation of the Qin and Jiang families. It also caused them to offend the Shun family. Jiangling had seen the scene where Shun Qiuyue was just hit. However, the incident happened too suddenly for her to stop it. Shun Qiuyue was a girl. It's not a big deal for her to be slightly emotional. As a matriarch of the Qin family, she couldn't let such a pill enter the market so quickly. Ji Yunfei glanced at Jiangling, a 9th-tier alchemist with a prestigious reputation in the Great Xia. Praising a pill could definitely give the beauty pill an edge. He trusted Jiangling's strength. Once consumed, she would definitely understand the value of this pill. President Jiang, how about the beauty pill? Jiangling slightly nodded, her gaze falling on the camera that was already aimed at her. This 3rd-tier pill is very good, with a gentle medicinal power that can greatly delay aging. Upon hearing this, Ji Tianqing let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiangling did not act against her conscience. However, I have a question about this pill. When delaying aging, is it exhausting potential, or is the medicinal power itself like this? Without long-term testing and research, no pill should be easily released to the market. I'm also responsible for all customers who consume the pills. Once she finished speaking, Jiangling stood up and walked down. She wanted to ask Luo Heir what he was thinking. Why not protect the family's interests? Just a few short sentences caused Ji Yunfei's expression to change drastically. The effects of the beauty pill were well known to 7th-tier alchemists after consuming it. He had intended to use Jiangling to enhance the reputation of the beauty pill. Now it had backfired. He couldn't help but cast an inquiring glance at Ji Tianqing beside him. Ji Tianqing signaled not to panic, standing at a distance, watching Jiangling with great interest. As expected of one of the 12 martial emperors of the Great Xia, her reaction is quick. According to normal procedures, continue interviewing others. Don't release it yet, and delay the beauty pill's press conference. Ji Tianqing walked down. He was different from others, always paying attention to Qin Luo. Didn't he know what this kid was up to, not wanting this first place? Qin Luo was surrounded by a group of people, all wanting an explanation from him. Qin Luo, why didn't you stop Shun Qiuyue yourself? Why did she come after us? Exactly, you slapped her and made us share the anger. Qin Luo felt the resentful emotions of the surrounding crowd transforming into his own strength, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. I'm not Shun Qiuyue's opponent. I can't just stand there and let her hit me, can I? We people without a background can only hide when we encounter power. A group of boys and girls looked at Qin Luo. This made sense. However, someone quickly realized that if Qin Luo feared Shun Qiuyue, he wouldn't have gone to confront her. Qin Luo, if you're afraid of her, why did you slap her? Your words have issues. Exactly. You must give us an explanation today. Qin Luo smiled broadly upon hearing this. I'm worried about unreasonable people who rely on their strength and high status, looking down on us and not treating us as human beings. They think we should comply with them. Don't you agree, Madam Jiangling? Everyone turned around to look at President Jiangling, who was slowly walking over. On her expensive and luxurious clothes, 9 gold stars representing alchemist levels shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Why is the spirit sword martial emperor here? Is she here to find Qin Luo to settle the score? A question flashed through the minds of the crowd, but no one dared to voice it. 057. As an elder brother, why can't you give way to your younger brother? The entrance to the Alchemist Association. Qin Jiang walked into the Alchemist Association with his 7th-level Grandmaster bodyguard following him. He wanted to find a highly publicized opportunity to let everyone know that his S-level talent had advanced to SS-level talent. Qin Jiang was more outstanding than Qin Luo. The Genius Alchemist Conference was not the place he desired. It had to be a place that attracted the attention of most people to be worthy of showcasing his SS-level talent. He came to the Alchemist Association today because the girl he liked was competing to win first place in this Alchemist Conference to support him. As soon as Qin Jiang entered the door, he saw a familiar figure walking out, followed by a group of sycophants. They were just descendants of the martial kings, foolishly trying to compete with him for women. Qin Jiang sneered coldly in his heart. However, it was precisely these losers that highlighted his noble temperament. Upon a closer look, he saw Shen Xiaoyu covering her face with her right hand, looking aggrieved. Qin Jiang's heart stirred. What was going on? Who dared to bully his woman? He quickly stepped forward. Yu Jia, what's going on? Who hit you? A group of sons of martial kings looked at Qin Jiang with puzzled expressions. What kind of expression would Qin Jiang have if he knew it was his own brother who hit his beloved? When Shen Xiaoyu saw it was Qin Jiang, she could no longer hold back her grievances, her eyes turning red. Wu, it was Qin Luo. He deliberately disrupted my alchemy 3 times, causing me to miss first place. I questioned him and asked him to apologize, and he even hit me. What did I do wrong? I just wanted an apology from him. Hearing Shen Xiaoyu's words, the group of martial kings trembled in their hearts. They had never seen Shen Xiaoyu with such a girlish expression. Moreover, what Shen Xiaoyu had just done was not questioning, but rather wanting to beat Qin Luo in a serious injury. However, even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to say anything. No one dared to step forward to compete with Qin Jiang for a woman, even if some of them were stronger than Qin Jiang. Shen Xiaoyu grew more and more sorrowful, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. This scene almost broke Qin Jiang's heart. At the same time, the anger in his heart was continuously accumulating. That petty Qin Luo actually deliberately disrupted Shen Xiaoyu's alchemy. I'll go find my mom and have her announce Qin Luo's crimes. Hearing Qin Jiang defend Shen Xiaoyu so fiercely, the group of men understood. Compared to Qin Jiang, they were not only lacking a good mother, but also a little courage. A super genius who could refine a perfect pill and had SS-level talent. The Qin family was impressive, but they were not so powerful that they could casually slander such a top genius. Watching Qin Jiang lead Shen Xiaoyu angrily into the Alchemist Association, the group of martial kings exchanged glances. I seem to understand why Qin Luo left the Qin family. With such an unreasonable younger brother and a green tea sister-in-law, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Women like Shen Xiaoyu, even if we pursued them, would just cause us trouble. I'd better find someone of lower status to pursue. Being a kept man for a woman with such a personality would truly be fatal. Let us go. Go see what kind of sparks will fly between Qin Luo and Qin Jiang today. A group of martial kings who were originally prepared to leave quickly followed. Inside the venue of the Alchemist Conference, everyone was stunned and speechless, even holding their breath. Because just now, when Qin Luo said that sentence, the entire space seemed to freeze. That was Qin Luo's mother. Yet Qin Luo called her by her name, addressing her as Lady Jiangling brave, too brave. Jiangling's brow furrowed at the unfamiliar address, and her heart trembled. Moreover, the way Qin Luo looked at her, as if she were a stranger, made her feel even more wronged. What was going on? Was this a deliberate test for her? Yes, it must be. With her father backing him, Luo had already forgiven her long ago. Luo, come back with me and apologize to Shen Xiaoyu. You just slapped her, and this will cause a conflict between you and your brother. Qin Luo was stunned, feeling as if a bolt of lightning shot from his feet straight into his head. This damn matching mechanism is too outrageous. Lady Jiang, do you think I'm an idiot? Others silently nodded in agreement. Such words were not something a mother should say. Just now, Shen Xiaoyu showed no mercy to Qin Luo, aiming to seriously injure him and send him to the hospital. Jiangling frowned. Luo, stop messing around. What kind of weapon do you want? I can buy it for you. Don't you want a 5th-level weapon? I'll buy you a full set, as long as you're willing to apologize to Shen Xiaoyu. Qin Luo stared coldly at Jiangling. As he looked, he smiled. This attitude was like a high and mighty charity. He waved to the staff beside him. Bring me my refined pills. I want this esteemed 9th-level alchemist to take a look. The staff nodded. They had just finished counting when they brought over a box and handed it to Qin Luo. Qin Luo took out a high-quality beauty pill and handed it to the staff. 1. And you? Come here, I'll give you one. Sun Xingjin, catch it. Qin Luo took the box containing 60 pills and gave out beauty pills to everyone he saw. The staff, holding the beauty pill, was somewhat surprised. A third-level pill costs at least over 200,000. That was his annual salary. He couldn't bear to buy it for himself. He originally thought Qin Luo was just being polite when he gave him the pills, but he didn't expect it to be genuine. So generous. Thank you, thank you. Qin Luo waved his hand, not caring at all. In no time, he had given them all away. This pill is called the beauty pill, a recipe I accidentally obtained from ancient times. After explaining the pill, Qin Luo did not continue distributing pills. There were still 34th level pills in the box, which were a bit pricey, so he was reluctant to part with them. After all, he planned to sell them to buy weapons. The beauty pills would just serve as an advertisement for himself. Lady Jiang, even if I sell a beauty pill for 200,000, 30 of them could sell for 6 million. Do you think I would look down on a 5th level weapon? He continued, and don't call me Luo or only my mother. Wang Xiuyan is allowed to call me that. We're not familiar. Don't use your double standards and high and mighty attitude, blinded by pig oil, to look at me. Hearing Qin Luo's cold words, Jiang Ling felt her heart ache. It was as if someone was using a knife, cutting her heart piece by piece. This was flesh that had fallen from her body. How could she be spoken to like this? Luo, or how can you? Don't bother me. After saying this, Qin Luo turned and walked toward Ji Tiancheng. This woman had previously wanted to target him. He remembered it clearly. Qin Zhuangyun was the murderer, and Jiang Ling was the accomplice. He treated accomplices equally. He couldn't defeat them now, but sooner or later, he would be able to. At that time, he would collect everything back with interest. Jiang Ling stared blankly at Qin Luo's back, using her spiritual sword heart. She sensed Qin Luo's determination. He truly hated her as a mother. Why did it turn out this way? Jiang Ling couldn't understand. She had already done so much. Yet Luo still wouldn't come back to her side. She just wanted Luo to bow down and apologize to Shin Xiuyu. After all, they were family. They would see each other often. As the elder brother, why couldn't he give way to his younger brother and sister-in-law? Just then, Qin Jiang entered and happened to see Qin Luo. Qin Luo, stop right there. Apologize to you, Jia. Why did you disrupt others' alchemy? Your behavior is that of a petty person. Qin Luo was absorbing the immense feeling of regret coming from Jiang Ling behind him. The feeling of power enhancement, combined with the other party's regret, was simply too delightful. No wonder he was a martial emperor-level powerhouse. The emotions he provided were abundant. Qin Luo looked at Qin Jiang, at the backed-up Shin Xiuyu behind him, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Qin Luo, you must apologize to me in front of so many people. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. I'm so disappointed in you. You actually laid hands on your brother. All the eyes in the venue were focused on Qin Luo. Go Yuan still wanted to take one of the first or second place as an apprentice, but he was completely drawn in. It's quite rare to see a family at odds like this, especially among these people. One is an SSS-level genius, the top scorer of the college entrance examination, who has refined a perfect third-tier pill. The other 2 young men are also descendants of the 9th realm martial emperor. Even Jiang Ling, a 9th realm martial emperor, was standing there. This kind of scene is incredibly eye-catching. Xiao Huahua and Sun Chengling stood to the side, their faces filled with eagerness for the drama. Sun Qingjin said, "Do you think Qin Luo will apologize? It's clearly Shin Xiuyu's fault, yet he's so aggressive." Xiao Huahua shook her head. "You don't understand Qin Luo. He's the same kind of person as me. There's no way he'd apologize in this situation. In fact, I think Qin Luo might want to kill those 2. Sun Qingjin was astonished and didn't believe it. How could that be? Qin Luo and that Qin Jiang are relatives. Plus, Jiang Ling is watching from the side. It's impossible. Xiao Huahua couldn't help but give Sun Qingjin a thumbs up. I really don't know how your brain works. You're timid and can't see the essence of things. Sun Qingjin was unconvinced. Oh, you're so impressive, yet you're still waiting for someone else to take the first place. Damn, I want to duel you. The 2 were playfully bickering, but their eyes never left Qin Luo, especially Xiao Huahua, who wanted to see how Qin Luo would handle the situation. On the high platform, Ji Yoshue didn't expect this situation to occur. She took out her phone and sent a message to Qin Luo. Do you need my help? Qin Luo looked at Shin Xiuyu, grinned, and sent a pleading emoji. He thought of a way to break Shin Xiuyu's defenses. This woman thinks she's the most talented girl among her peers. A typical narcissist who believes everyone should revolve around her. 2 idiots, each dumber than the other. Qin Jiang stared blankly for 2 seconds, and the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from him. You dare insult me? He moved towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo grinned, stood sideways behind Ji Tiancheng, and then beckoned Qin Jiang to come. Qin Jiang had never experienced such provocation and could no longer hold back. However, he saw that old man with the gray beard who could block his parents. A sliver of rationality in his mind told him he was not a match. Damn, look at Qin Luo's filthy mouth. Qin Zhang saw his mother still standing there and quickly walked over. Only then did he realize that his mother seemed to be affected by something, her eyes lacking vitality. Such a state in a ninth realm martial emperor was quite unbelievable. Qin Zhang turned back and glared at Qin Luo with hatred. It must be that Qin Luo said something to affect his mother. Qin Luo, you kneel before mom. What have you done to her? His voice shook the heavens. Qin Luo rubbed his forehead, feeling the whole family was abnormal. However, the emotions stirred up were quite plentiful, and he felt a bit reluctant to leave. After this period of research, Qin Luo found that emotions could be transformed into power. Besides realm strength, there was also the state of the person involved. If the emotions were very singular, the power provided would be purer. Qin Luo raised his middle finger at Qin Jiang, and then walked to Shun Qiuyue's side. Yi Yoxu, like a snow lotus, stood quietly beside Qin Luo. Shun Qiuyue, you're like a half-filled pot of water, making noise, relying on others' admiration to satisfy your vanity. You don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. Others like Ji Yoshue don't suppress others. They improve themselves alone, and that's what a true leading lady is. If you dare to show up in front of me again, every time I see you, I'll hit you. After saying this, Qin Luo directly walked towards the high platform. There was no other reason. He couldn't bear to part with these few pure sources of power. Ji Yoshue looked at Qin Luo, somewhat shocked. She didn't expect Qin Luo to understand her so well. Taking out her phone, Ji Yoshue sent a message to Qin Luo. She still preferred chatting on her phone. Qin Luo, well done. Qin Luo took out his phone, glanced at it, and patted his chest. The people around were already stunned. Wow, I didn't expect Qin Jiang to talk to Qin Luo like that. It doesn't seem like a brotherly relationship at all. I also think so. There were rumors circulating before that Qin Luo stayed in the Qin family for a while and was slandered by his brother. Look, Qin Jiang only knows how to stand up for women, and he doesn't even want to investigate the cause of the matter, just directly questioning. It seems everything before was true. It was right for Qin Luo to leave the Qin family. His brother doesn't respect him, and his mother seems indifferent. It's really pitiful, but you can't deny, Qin Luo's courage is much stronger than ours. At least Qin Luo dares to give up his identity as a member of the Qin family. If it were you or me, we probably wouldn't have that courage. And Shun Qiuyue seems to be quite the gem too. I heard she has a betrothal with Qin Luo. Wow, that is explosive. Abandoning her fiancé and getting involved with her brother? Wow, this kind of woman is a bit impressive. The discussions and various doubts fell into Qin Jiang and Shun Qiuyue's ears, especially Qin Jiang, who had just advanced in talent and felt that the gap in talent with Qin Luo had shrunk significantly. He was confident he wouldn't lose to Qin Luo, but unexpectedly, he was mocked and questioned by so many people. This feeling was something he had never experienced in his life. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't bear it any longer. Plus, with his mother looking lost, Qin Jiang felt he couldn't take it anymore. He wanted Qin Luo to come and kneel before his mother, but he was ignored, which made Qin Jiang's body tremble with anger. Qin Luo, stop right there. Come here and kneel before mom. If you don't come, I'll make you kneel. Qin Jiang released the aura of the late fourth realm, instantly shocking countless people. Oh, my late fourth realm. It seems we haven't seen such a young genius in Daxia. Originally, Qin Luo was already impressive, but unexpectedly, Qin Jiang was even more powerful. No one knew how Qin Jiang could improve so quickly. Living in the same era as Qin Jiang was truly a tragedy after so many years. These two brothers are both too impressive. One has an extraordinary alchemy talent, and the other has an extraordinary martial arts talent. Qin Jiang's figure disappeared, as if he crossed 100-meter distance in an instant, appearing beside Qin Luo. His palm transformed into a sword, fiercely striking towards Qin Luo's legs. If it hit, Qin Luo's legs would surely break. Ji Yoshue waved her hand, and an extremely strong, icy aura erupted, instantly freezing Qin Jiang's figure. Realizing this scene, Qin Jiang's pupils constricted. How could this woman be so strong? In front of this woman, he had no ability to resist at all. Qin Luo sensed this scene and did not choose to run away. Instead, he turned his head and grinned at Qin Jiang. Who gave you the courage to lay hands on me? Do you really think just because you're a fan of Liang Jingru, I won't lay hands on you? Qin Luo's palm transformed into a sword, slashing towards Qin Jiang's neck. Qin Jiang made contact with Qin Luo's cold eyes and felt that Qin Luo would not hold back. If he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Qin Luo didn't know why he had this feeling. His intuition told him he couldn't hard resist Qin Luo's attack. Mom, save me. The next moment, Jiang Ling's figure appeared between Qin Luo and Qin Jiang. Luo, I am so disappointed in you. You actually laid hands on your own brother. 059, so double standard. Anyone would find it unbearable. Jiang Ling reached out to block Qin Luo's attack. Her palm tingled slightly with pain. She looked down at her palm. What martial skill did Qin Luo use that could make her feel pain? The power within her surged and sent Qin Luo flying several meters away. Her eyes were filled with reproach and deep disappointment. Qin Luo landed on the ground, calming the turbulent energy in his body. He wasn't injured, just feeling a bit congested in his chest. He gave Jiang Ling a thumbs up. He thought he was fast enough, originally expecting to gain some interest today, but he didn't expect the Ninth Realm Martial Emperor's speed to still be too fast. Damn, Qin Luo actually wanted to attack me. Help me stop this woman. I want Qin Luo to kneel and apologize to you. Qin Jiang whispered. He didn't understand why he felt a sense of crisis just now. Qin Luo, this country bumpkin, was much weaker than him. How could he threaten him? It must be that the Ji family's holy maiden beside Qin Luo was intervening. Being threatened by someone he had always looked down upon filled Qin Jiang with a strong sense of shame, making him extremely angry. He wished he could immediately beat Qin Luo into a mosaic and make him kneel and beg for mercy. Jiang Ling didn't continue to attack Qin Luo. Luo, why don't you listen to me? I just want you and Jiang to get along. As the elder brother, what's wrong with being a little more tolerant of your younger brother? If you want a girl, I can introduce you to one who is not weaker than Xiaoyu. There's no need to compete with your brother. Hearing this, Qin Luo blinked. What kind of reasoning is this? Liking a woman like Shun Xiaoyu? Is he tired of living? Madam, how can you be so thick-skinned? Luo is not someone you can call. Jiang Ling felt a pang in her heart. Her eldest son spoke so decisively. It felt like she had truly lost him. What was going on? She was even willing to introduce girls to Luo and buy him weapons. So why wouldn't Luo relent? Qin Luo, do you dare to go against Mom? Qin Luo looked at the two of them. They really were mother and son. Looking around, Qin Luo knew that many people were watching the drama unfold. However, out of fear of the Qin family, they didn't dare to speak. This is how all the geniuses of the Qin family behave, hurting others at will and not allowing me to resist. And this Ninth Realm Martial Emperor, Jiang Ling, can only see her son suffer and won't allow anyone else to fight back. Have you ever seen such a double-standard person? I certainly have not. Now I understand why Qin Luo wanted to leave the Qin family. It's so suffocating here. It's simply unbearable. I admit I used to speak a bit loudly. But Qin Luo is not a fool. Qin Luo looked at Jiang Ling with great interest. He really didn't know what this person regretted. Is it because he saw that he could refine perfect pills and that the beauty-enhancing pills threatened the Qin family? And now he wanted to go back to serve the Qin family as a cow or horse. The people around watched everything clearly. It really was the case. As soon as Qin Jiang arrived, he was all noisy, wanting Qin Luo to apologize. I remember clearly that Qin Luo did not affect Shun Xiaoyu's pill refining at all. It was Shun Xiaoyu who simply could not accept that someone was better than her. Such a petty woman. Qin Jiang didn't seem like a good person either. Did he really think that just because he was from the Qin family, he could do whatever he wanted? We better not encounter Qin Jiang in various competitions in the future. Otherwise, if he calls upon his Ninth Realm Martial Emperor mother, how will we respond? And the Ninth Realm Martial Emperor is also too double-standard. Whether it's Qin Jiang or Shun Xiaoyu, they both struck first, yet Qin Luo had to apologize. And the one who got hurt was still Qin Luo. Qin Luo, come to your sister. Sister has D, which can soothe your inner pain. The whispers around them reached Jiang Ling's ears. She stopped her younger son from wanting to make a move. She had never thought of doing anything to her eldest son. Why did she become double-standard in her eldest son's eyes? Her younger son had already sought help from her. How could she, as a mother, just sit by and watch? If Qin Luo were in danger, she would also go all out to save her eldest son. Jiang Ling didn't understand why Qin Luo was so cold towards her and her younger son. The misunderstandings had already been cleared up. She needed to find a way to understand. She didn't even know where her father had gone. Jiang, let's go back. Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin were dumbfounded. Once again having their worldview refreshed by Jiang Ling, Qin Jiang struck first, and the Ninth Realm Martial Emperor seemed blind, unable to see it. Yet, she still wanted Qin Luo to apologize to her younger brother. If it weren't for that incredibly beautiful and aloof goddess helping, Qin Luo might have been seriously injured. Sun Qingjin rubbed his forehead. I originally wanted to apprentice under the Ninth Realm Martial Emperor, but looking at it this way, I'd better forget it. If I were to conflict with Qin Jiang, I'd have to kneel and apologize, and I can't stand that. Sun Qingjin thought of the feeling of being forced by Shun Xiuyu and never wanted to go through that again. It was precisely because he had experienced such a situation that he felt a surge of anger within him. Jiangling moved and appeared in front of Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin. You two have very good talent for alchemy. Would you like to apprentice under me? As soon as she spoke, the crowd erupted. They had somewhat anticipated this, but they didn't expect Jiangling to take on two disciples at once. Wow, Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin have hit the jackpot, apprenticing under the 9th Realm Martial Emperor. Yes, the 9th Realm Martial Emperor, although a bit double standard. As long as you don't provoke Qin Jiang, it's fine. The first ones to be unable to sit still were Go Yuan and Ji Yunfei. One disciple would have been enough for Jiangling. Wanting to take two, she didn't even leave them a drop. After all, they were both peak 8 Realm Martial Kings and 8 rank alchemists. The two appeared almost simultaneously in front of Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin. President Jiang, you have to leave one for us. Xiao Huahua looked at Jiangling. If it were before, he would have been very happy to have a 9th Realm Martial Emperor wanting to take him as a disciple. His current master was half incapacitated, only able to help him with martial skills and alchemy. When he was bullied, he couldn't help him. However, seeing Qin Luo's experience, he didn't want to suffer that kind of pain. If even Qin Luo, as her biological son, was treated with such double standards, he, as a disciple, would probably be killed without even knowing it. President Jiang, I already have a master. He treats me quite well. Jiangling felt a bit regretful upon hearing this. She didn't want to share a disciple with anyone. If it succeeded, the other party would claim it was their merit. As for who Xiao Huahua's master was, she didn't care to ask. All right, what about you? Sun Qingjin glanced at Shun Xiuyu beside him. The relationship between the two and Qin Jiang was unpredictable. He didn't want to suffer grievances. Sooner or later, he would return the humiliation of kneeling to Shun Xiuyu. I already have someone in mind to apprentice under. Qin Jiang glared fiercely at Qin Luo and turned to look at Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin. His mother took on disciples, and yet they were rejected? You too. Don't be ungrateful. Hearing this, Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin were even more convinced that they would not join her. They felt too sorry for Qin Luo to have such a brother. Jiangling didn't expect that the two young people she had her eye on would not want to join her. This made it a bit hard for her to accept. Since they had been rejected, staying here would only invite gossip. All right, after speaking, Jiangling turned back and took a deep look at Qin Luo. She had to find out why her eldest son was so cold toward her. She didn't even know where her father had gone. Could it be that he didn't explain anything to Luo? Jiangling shook her head. It couldn't be. Her father loved her the most. He must have been busy with something. I need to ask my dad. 060, ungrateful child, a white-eyed wolf that cannot be raised. After Jiangling left, Go Yuan and the others instantly smiled with joy. With the biggest competitor gone, Xiao Huahua and the others could take any disciple, and it would be a guaranteed profit. Go Yuan was the first to throw out his conditions, his gaze fixed on Xiao Huahua. I am the vice president of the Alchemist Association, an 8th-tier alchemist, and an 8th-tier peak martial king. Join my sect, and there will be plenty of elixirs and many formulas. As long as you respect your teacher in the way, I will not treat you poorly. Sun Qingjin was somewhat tempted, but did not immediately agree. There were still so many people. What if someone offered better conditions? Go Yuan was not anxious. His realm and strength, aside from Ji Yunfei, who was comparable, left the others as minor players. A few old-timers had not yet emerged from their seclusion, so there was no need to worry. Ji Yunfei, hearing this, turned his gaze to Xiao Huahua. Previously, he thought Qin Luo and the others were just making jokes, but he did not expect them to be this strong. My strength is similar to Vice President Go Yuan, but I also have another identity. I am an elder of the Ji family. If someone wants to bully others relying on their identity, they must also see if they can withstand my wrath. Hearing this, Xiao Huahua and the others' eyes brightened. He lacked formulas and martial techniques, but he had a master who excelled in both alchemy and martial arts. What he lacked was background. With the Ji family's backing, even the Qin family would have to give him face. He would not have to walk sideways in the future. Sun Qingjin had similar plans. If he had such a master, how could Shun Xiuyu still dare to treat him that way? The other 7th-tier alchemists who wanted to join and shook their heads. Vice President Ji, you usually don't emphasize that you are an elder of the Ji family. Why are you suddenly stressing it today? Exactly, we are alchemists. You bringing up the Ji family elder is too unfair. Ji Yunfei laughed heartily, stroking his beard. Ha ha, aren't these two alchemy geniuses? One must show more cards. Go Yuan looked at the two who were already a bit tempted, feeling quite disdainful. Cursing silently, old fox. Aside from their background, They were not much different from Ji Yunfei. Once the Ji family was mentioned, he was probably at an absolute disadvantage. Old Ji, give me some face. You take Xiao Huahua, and I will take Sun Qingjin. Ji Yunfei smiled slightly. Old Go, taking disciples depends on whether they are willing. If they both want to be my disciples, I wouldn't mind having 2 disciples. Hearing this, Go Yuan could not hold back any longer. Old Ji, don't go too far. 1 is enough, and you still want to take 2. No, you must leave 1 for me today. Xiao Huahua can go to you. Ji Yunfei glanced at Go Yuan, his usually gentle face filled with determination. A talent like this in alchemy can definitely break through to a 9th-tier alchemist. This is an opportunity for me to leave my name in the history of alchemy. I cannot let it go. Old dog. Others' disciples can choose whoever they want as their master. Go Yuan was so angry he was trembling. It was infuriating. He didn't want to have a falling out with Ji Yunfei here, affecting his image in front of his disciples. Taking a deep breath, he put on a gentle smile. Xiao Huahua, Sun Qingjin, I believe you are not so shallow. As long as you worship me as your master, I will definitely protect you well. Sun Qingjin was momentarily at a loss for choice. 2 peak 8th-tier martial kings have far exceeded his expectations. However, hearing Go Yuan suggest worshipping Ji Yunfei as master made them feel quite shallow. It felt like being morally blackmailed. His respect for Go Yuan vanished in an instant. Xiao Huahua was communicating with his master Fang Yaoshi in his heart, wanting to ask if he could worship a master. I don't mind if you have multiple masters. During your growth, you need someone to protect you. Fang Yaoshi felt a bit bitter as he said this. If he had not been betrayed and ambushed back then, he would need to share his disciples with others now. Sooner or later, he would have to go back and take revenge. You could go find that kid Qin Luo. Maybe he has a way to find you a master of higher status. You can't die before you even grow up. Xiao Huahua felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Perhaps because he had been mocked so much since childhood, he was very sensitive to others' kindness. He knew his master would definitely not be willing. Old man, are you trying to hold it in? If you want to cry, just let it out. I'll pretend I didn't here. After all, I, a genius as outstanding as this, feel very uncomfortable sharing disciples with others. Originally, Fang Yaoshi was somewhat sentimental, but upon hearing this, his anger flared up. Go, 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 hurry up and find a master. Qin Luo stood beside them, watching the crowd that had gathered. Ji Yunfei taking disciples was fine, but Go Yuan taking disciples was not acceptable. Xiao Huahua was a child of destiny, with a master who was at least not weaker than a 9th tier. Jita Mei, are you interested in taking a guest elder? Upon hearing this, Ji Yoshua looked around. Many people were paying attention to her. She took out her phone and sent a message with 1 word. Who? Xiao Huahua. I have a feeling he can at least break through to the 10th tier. Qin Luo did not tell the truth. After all, the system said Xiao Huahua would grow to become a Dan Sheng. Dan Sheng, that is an 11th tier. He was afraid that saying too much would worry Ji Yoshua. Sure, just now, when he was refining pills, I felt that his talent might be similar to mine. I want to ask you. Qin Luo turned his head, looking at Ji Yoshua in surprise. He was genuinely astonished. It seemed Ji Yoshua was not just beautiful and powerful, but also very smart. Impressive, without holding back his praise. Qin Luo gave Ji Yoshua a thumbs up. The next moment, he felt an extremely pure joy coming from Ji Yoshua. Ji Yoshua's eyes curved as she took out her phone and sent a message to Ji Tiansheng. She did not like to communicate with others. Ji Tiansheng could handle it. Qin Luo took out his phone and scrolled through the current trending topics. It had long been occupied by the beauty-enhancing pill, and, at the same time, he glanced at the stocks of the Qin family, which were continuously declining. They had only dropped by 5%, which was not too much. Qin Luo shook his head. It was still early. Once he obtained more elixirs, the Qin family would have better days ahead. Still a bit too weak. Big families are indeed big families. Qin Jiang had already broken through to the late 4th tier in just a few days. The Evil Sword Immortal's talent can absorb emotions from over 100 meters nearby. Eating elixirs can also enhance it, but it's not as fast as absorbing emotional power. The energy in elixirs is not as pure as emotional power. It needs Qin Luo to refine it multiple times before it can meet the absorption requirements of the Wijima magic skill. He needed to find an opportunity to break through to the 3rd tier quickly. Qin Luo thought as he left, preparing to buy a better weapon. He now had 34th tier elixirs, enough to buy a 5th or even 6th tier weapon. Qin family. In the study, Uncle Gong stood in front of Qin Zhuangyun. Master, this elixir is the beauty-enhancing pill sold by the Ji family. You can give it a try. I asked within the Ji family, and they confirmed that the formula was given by Qin Luo. Qin Zhuangyun took the box, taking out the elixir inside. He did not think this elixir could threaten their beauty-enhancing pill. He had to try it and see how effective it was. After taking the beauty-enhancing pill, Qin Luo could no longer control his aura. Damn it, with such a pill, why didn't you give it to me? Ungrateful child. A white-eyed wolf that cannot be raised. 061. Who could be the leader of two alchemy prodigies? Uncle Gong fell silent, not daring to speak. He had learned not to mention Qin Luo. He had already tried the elixir, and its effects were excellent, many times more powerful than the beauty-enhancing pill. However, he feared that if he mentioned it, the family head would think he was lying. So he specifically brought back an elixir for the family head to try. As expected, after taking it, the family head was furious. Qin Luo knew very well how much impact various elixirs would have on their Qin pharmaceutical company. He suppressed his anger. How's the stock? The stock price has dropped at least 5% and continues to decline. Since the quality of the G family's elixirs is not much different from ours, the emergence of the beauty-enhancing pill will take away a considerable portion of customers. It's estimated that the price needs to drop by 15 to 20% to stabilize. Uncle Gong didn't continue, which was already enough. Qin Luo felt a surge of anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. A 20% drop in the stock price has already harmed the Qin family's vitality. And unlike last time, it may not bounce back. This could be the new norm. Unless the Qin family can develop better and more versatile elixirs to reclaim market share. What did Linger say? Uncle Gong shook his head, bending slightly, his voice heavy. The family head, the lady said that this kind of elixir might have an impact on the human body, but the Ji family did not mention it at the press conference. With Ji Yunfei, a peak level 8 alchemist, many customers feel assured about safety. Hearing this, Qin Luo's movements came to a halt, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seems this matter has already been settled. It's all Qin Luo's fault. Damn it. Why didn't he hand over the formula earlier to maintain the family's honor? Is there anything else, something more significant? Uncle Gong opened his mouth, originally hesitant to speak. Family head, the eldest son has refined a perfect third-tier beauty-enhancing pill using a method never seen before. The success rate of this method in the eldest son's hands is as high as 100%, and the quality of the elixirs is also very high. Additionally, he has also refined 3 batches of 4th-tier elixirs, which would have secured the first place. For some reason, he chose not to participate in the competition for first place, and instead let it go to 2 others. Qin Luo looked up. The pen in his hand snapped with a crack as he crushed it. You say he's very likely a 4th-tier alchemist? Over 90% probability. Qin Luo slumped down to the ground. He had originally thought Qin Luo was useless, but unexpectedly he is an alchemist. The success rate is absurdly high. 100% for 3rd-tier elixirs. With such alchemical talent, if he were still in the Qin family, he would win first place in various alchemy competitions. If the family managed it slightly, the Qin family's reputation could be greatly enhanced. Get out. Qin Luo waved his hand. After Uncle Gong left, Qin Luo sat down heavily on the ground. For the first time, his usually stern face showed signs of contemplating his past treatment of Qin Luo. The fact that he didn't even tell him he was an alchemist is enough to show how much he had overlooked Qin Luo. Even if Qin Luo had no talent, relying on the resources of the Qin family, he could have forcibly reached the 7th realm. A 7th realm alchemist with a very high success rate could contribute significantly to the Qin family. In the study, the atmosphere became extremely heavy. Uncertain how much time passed, Qin Luo finally realized it. It's all Qin Luo's fault. Unfilial son, damn it. Even hiding it from his parents. He never regarded himself as my son, nor did he consider himself a part of the Qin family. Alchemist Association. Go Yuan eagerly watched Xiao Huahua and the others, ready to throw out his conditions. Either of these 2 students would be acceptable. Of course, he still wanted to take Xiao Huahua as a disciple. Become my disciple. My elixirs are more than Ji Yunfei's. I can provide you with more. Most of my elixirs will be refined for the family. I don't have much stock, unlike me, who is all alone. The 2 were still a bit wary after Go Yuan's earlier words. As long as you become my disciple, the initiation gift will be a 7th-tier elixir. In the future, I can provide you with suitable elixirs to assist your cultivation every month. As long as you grow up and refine some elixirs to show filial piety to me, that will be enough. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua felt a bit strange. A master providing resources for their disciples to help them improve. While that can't be said to be unreasonable, it shouldn't always come with the expectation of repayment. Ji Yunfei also knew that in terms of resource provision, he was at a disadvantage. As an elder of the Ji family, he could mobilize more resources than him. If any high-tier materials were lacking, he could quickly find them back, but he could not. Also, The Ji family's elixirs are more plentiful, which could broaden your horizons. What do you think, second? Third, what do you think? Should we ask the eldest? The two exchanged glances and decided to ask Qin Luo for his advice. A group of people perked up their ears. These two have an eldest brother? If both of them are so strong, then their eldest must be even more monstrous. They had no idea who could be their leader. Ji Tianqing approached and stood before Xiao Huahua and the others. Xiao Huahua, on behalf of the Ji family, I would like to invite you to be an external guest elder. Son Qingjin, you can join Elder Ji Yunfei's faction, and the Ji family can provide resources for you as well. Hearing this, the crowd around them widened their eyes in disbelief. What? Did I hear that wrong? Am I not imagining things? An external guest elder of the second realm. I don't think any major family has ever done that. I admit Xiao Huahua is a bit better than me, but he still can't compare to Qin Luo. What given the right? Exactly. What does the Ji family see in Xiao Huahua to offer such an enticing deal? Xiao Huahua felt an overwhelming sense of happiness strike her heart. The Ji family must see her potential. Even if Qin Luo has a good relationship with the Ji family, he couldn't possibly receive such treatment. The Ji family has good judgment. Sun Qingjin felt a bit envious. An external guest elder. Perhaps he could achieve that in the future, but for now, he didn't dare to think about it. All right, then I'll be the Ji family's external guest elder. Then I will also take a master. Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin exchanged glances and spoke up. At least in terms of alchemy, both recognized each other's strength. Go Yuan completely broke down, feeling a sense of crushing despair. How was it possible? An external guest elder of the second realm. With the Ji family offering such conditions, how could he compete? What about Qin Luo? The elixirs he refined are better than ours. Xiao Huahua saw Qin Luo leaving and couldn't help but ask. He wasn't the kind to back down from a challenge. He admitted that Qin Luo's alchemy was better than theirs. After all, Qin Luo's relationship with the Qin family was not great. His brother was disrespectful, his mother was double-standard, and he had also provoked Shen Qiuyue. The others hearing this question instantly became curious. Yes, Qin Luo was the first in this round. Why wasn't he recruited? A young fourth-tier alchemist. I've never heard of such a person, right? Why isn't the Ji family extended an olive branch? Everyone was curious to know how Ji Tianqing would respond. Ji Tianqing smiled and said, Qin Luo, I actually want him to join the Ji family. Go Yuan's heart trembled. He recognized Ji Tianqing, one of the 12 martial emperors of the Great Xia. This statement was enough to indicate many things. Hearing the other party say this, it seemed that Qin Luo had refused. Xiao Huahua raised an eyebrow, feeling something was off. She happily joined the Ji family. But it turned out that the Ji family wanted Qin Luo to join, and he still didn't join? Doesn't that mean that one's own status isn't as high as the comments? No way, absolutely not. The people gathered around are not fools. They can tell what Ji Tianqing means. Looking back at the figure of Ji Yoshua leaving, their eyes are filled with admiration. This is a genius. Someone unknowingly said a phrase. It feels like they're somewhat suited for each other. 062, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. So you directly. The Alchemist Genius Conference quietly came to an end after Xiao Huahua and Sun Qingjin joined the Ji family in different ways. Everyone was curious why Qin Luo did not want the first place and instead gave it to Xiao Huahua. Just as Qin Luo and the others walked out of the Alchemist Association, a man blocked his way. The man was wearing a rare set of black armor, which had many varying marks. He was of average height, around 7 meters. He had only one eyebrow, with a scar covering his left brow. Hello, I am Su Dachuan, general of the Demon Suppression Army. Qin Luo looked at Su Dachuan, curious about why he had come to find him. The Demon Suppression Army is the most famous military force in the Great Xia, responsible for suppressing all foreign races within its territory, with the authority to kill without hesitation. However, the conditions to join the Demon Suppression Army are very strict. One must at least be a fourth realm martial artist. A general of the Demon Suppression Army, in some ways, is more terrifying than many royal-level families. After all, in Great Xia, even prominent families do not dare to kill openly. The Demon Suppression Army can. This is the terrifying aspect of the Demon Suppression Army. Are you waiting here for me? Wanting to treat me to a meal? Su Dachuan raised an eyebrow, the scar twisting, adding a fierce aura to him. He smiled slightly. If you're willing to join the Demon Suppression Army, I can treat you to meals every day. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo was taken aback. Join the Demon Suppression Army? He had to think carefully about this. With the power of life and death. Even if he killed certain people in public, they would not dare to retaliate. However, after joining the Demon Suppression Army, he would be an official, possibly treated like a beast of burden, losing his freedom. Ding! Join the Demon Suppression Army. Gain the power of life and death. Reward. 4th tier weapon Hidden Killer Blade. Qin Luo glanced at it. It wasn't even a sword. This choice was too hasty. He didn't even know what weapon he would use. Saying he would use a knife made him sound like a brute. Saying he would use a sword sounded much cooler. Pass. Choice 2. Do not join. Tell Su Dachuan that you're a person who loves to fly freely. Reward. 5th tier weapon Flying Eagle Sword. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. A 5th tier weapon was barely acceptable. Still too lacking. Choice 3. Tell him that unless he makes you the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, there is no discussion. Reward. 1st tier Demon Slaying Sword. The Demon Slaying Sword can absorb blood, enhancing its tier up to a maximum of a 12th tier divine weapon. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. Using such a test to evaluate a candidate? I can join the Demon Suppression Army, but I have one request. Su Dachuan did not expect Qin Luo to be so straightforward, patting his chest. As long as it's not asking me to fetch the stars and moon for you. I agree. Qin Luo smiled slightly, looking very serious at him. I want to be the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. Reward has been issued to the system space and can be claimed at any time. Su Dachuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. To be the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. You must be joking with me. Qin Luo shook his head. I am serious. If I join the Demon Suppression Army, I will have to start as a low-ranking soldier, which is absolutely impossible. Su Dachuan rubbed his forehead, staring blankly at Qin Luo. Even if Qin Luo had made a different request, he would have agreed. Your condition, at least, will have to wait until you reach the 8th realm Martial King before it's possible. The commander of the Demon Suppression Army must be at least a 9th realm Martial Emperor, with strength comparable to the 12 strongest martial emperors. In the era of martial arts, strength is ultimately paramount. Even though I believe that with your talent, you can definitely reach the 9th realm Martial Emperor in the future. But that is ultimately the future. You are still too weak now. Su Dachuan had a few more words he did not say, but he felt it was better not to say them. Qin Luo nodded. Indeed, this was the case. This statement was very true, no matter how good the talent. Strength is fundamental. This is also the reason why Qin Jiang and others do not take him seriously now. If he became a martial god, he could easily beat them down to the ground, making them cry for mercy. All right, when I have the combat power of a 9th realm, I will come to be the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. Su Dachuan nodded. Okay, wait another 50 years. It should be doable. Let's exchange contact information. When you come to your senses, you can contact me. Qin Luo and Ji Yoshue slowly walked away. Beep, beep, beep. You have some guts. Wanting to be the commander of the Demon Suppression Army directly. Qin Luo looked down at the message from the girl beside him. You don't want to be a soldier unless you can be a general? So you just want to be someone else's commander? Is that not allowed? Ji Yoshue glanced at Qin Luo's profile. Through their interactions during this time, she found that Qin Luo was always so confident. No matter what he did, it seemed he could succeed. He had strongly recommended Xiao Huahua to participate in the alchemy competition before. Even she thought Qin Luo was a bit crazy. The result of Xiao Huahua's performance directly amazed her. Although she could also refine 6th-tier pills, she had been trained by her family since childhood. Xiao Huahua and another person were both self-taught. This was enough to show that Qin Luo's vision was very sharp. Ji Yoshue was curious about why Qin Luo was so confident. An SSS-level talent was not enough to give Qin Luo such confidence. Why didn't you take the first place this time? Everyone knows I'm the first. It doesn't matter who the first is, right? You must have other plans. Woman, you can't be so smart. Otherwise, I might want to kill you to keep my mouth shut. Ji Yoshue's eyes curved into a smile. I can take on 100 Qin Luos with one hand. Qin Luo's mouth twitched. The truth hurts. If you think about it, it really might be possible. After all, there was a full 4 realms difference. Quick, tell me why you didn't T1 the first place. Otherwise, Emperor Ji will suppress you with one hand. Ji Yoshue really wanted to raise her little fist to show Qin Luo her strength. With so many people around, let's forget it. Sorry, I want Xiao Huahua to attract the firepower of the evil cult so that I won't always be the one getting hurt. Oh, so your boss wants to set up Xiao Huahua. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, looking very serious at Ji Yoshue. He intentionally raised his voice by 2 degrees. Beautiful Ji, you can't say that casually. I want to hone Xiao Huahua. Let him grow up quickly and stand on his own. His talent is not weaker than yours or mine. In the future, he can also become a pillar of the great Xia. Behind them, as Xiao Huahua and the others just caught up, they overheard Qin Luo's words. His heart skipped a beat. So Qin Luo knows that my talent is not weaker than his. Finding the Ji family as a backing was to help him grow better. He had just asked Ji Tiancheng It was all thanks to Qin Luo's recommendation that he could become a guest elder of the Ji family. He had never experienced this feeling of being cared for as a little brother before. Huh, I am the boss. I can't be a little brother. Sun Xingjin was dumbfounded, pointing at Xiao Huahua, clearly in disbelief. You also have an SSS-level talent? Xiao Huahua nodded, his eyes filled with disdain. What do you think? In the future, you will definitely be the third. Haha, you are not even the second. Get lost. In the sky, Jiangling looked down at Qin Luo and the few boys laughing and talking. This kind of heartfelt smile she had never seen on Qin Luo before. How come the flesh that fell from me doesn't even recognize me as its mother? She gave up on the idea of finding Qin Luo for an explanation, took out her phone, and called her father to ask why he wasn't helping her. 063, I don't believe you don't want to return to the Qin family. Floating Cloud City. At this moment, Jiang Zhengdao was drinking with Qin Daqiang and chatting. During this time, he had transformed into a little old man, renting a room across from Qin Daqiang and his wife. Suddenly, his internal injuries flared up, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Daqiang, seeing this scene, immediately looked a bit flustered. This old man, who resembled Jiangling a bit, was quite nice. Uncle Jiang, is your injury okay? If not, we should go to the hospital. If you don't have money, I can lend you some. Jiang Zhengdao waved his hand and wiped away the blood from his mouth. The hospital is useless. I've been there before. Didn't your salary all go to your wife? How do you still have money to lend me? Qin Daqiang chuckled, raising his glass with excitement. What man doesn't keep some private money? A henpecked husband. Uncle Jiang, in our Shu province. Being a henpecked husband is a sign of loving your wife. Jiang Zhengdao laughed heartily and clinked glasses with Qin Daqiang. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Zhengdao picked up his phone. Dad, didn't you help explain our misunderstanding with Luo? Jiang Zhengdao waved his hand to signal Qin Daqiang to eat, then got up and walked out. Outside, Jiang Zhengdao quietly listened to his daughter's words and then said one sentence. He had been paying attention to his eldest grandson. From the perspective of a swordsman, there was nothing wrong with what his grandson was doing. It was unreasonable to only allow his own son to question and attack his brother while forbidding others from fighting back. Dad, you must help me. It seems Luo is ignoring me. Woo-woo. Linger, you need to think carefully about what you did wrong. Otherwise, even if I help you say something, it won't bring Luo back. Do you understand? After saying that, Jiang Zhengdao hung up. It was still his fault that his daughter developed a bad character. With such double standards, if it were him, he would have already started hitting people. Hitting people? No wonder he was his nephew. He should do it this way. These days, that cult from the 7th realm has been acting strangely, disappearing now and then. They haven't immediately captured the couple. It seems they are more focused on surveillance. The 6th realm martial artist sent by the Ji family hasn't discovered their presence. The dark, stealthy rats naturally have strong hiding skills. After hanging up, Jiang Zhengdao returned to continue drinking with Qin Daqiang. In this day and age, finding someone to chat with is still a bit difficult. On the other end of the phone, Jiangling's face turned pale. She knew her father's character very well. Perhaps it was due to practicing swordsmanship. Her father had always been resolute, but the facts proved that her father had never been wrong. Saying this about herself meant that he had been paying attention to her actions. Did Dad think I did something wrong? Jiangling knew this was her father's test for her. If she couldn't figure out, it would be hard for her father to help her. What exactly did I do wrong? Aside from stopping Luo from bullying Jiang, I didn't do anything else wrong. I must find a chance to understand why Luo is so indifferent to me. Jiangling's eyes became more determined. If she didn't figure out, it would be hard for her to calm down and cultivate. After Qin Jiang and Shun Chuyue left, they returned to the Qin family. Sister Yu. Qin Luo is really too despicable. He always has someone protecting him. Once he has no protection, I will definitely take revenge for you. Shun Chuyue nodded. Thinking of Ji Yoshue's extraordinarily beautiful face, she felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. No matter her family background, figure, or looks, Ji Yoshue overshadowed her. Such a woman was willing to follow behind Qin Luo. She must be a sycophant. What kind of background does Ji Yoshue have to easily stop your attacks? Qin Jiang thought about his attacks. In front of Ji Yoshue, it felt like an ant trying to shake a tree. 6th realm, even 7th realm. At least she was in her late 20s. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach such a level. Shun Chuyue felt relieved in her heart. She had S-class talent. And in another 10 years, she could also reach the 6th or 7th realm. At least she wasn't falling behind in terms of strength. Sister Yu, we haven't cultivated together for a long time. Hearing this, Shun Chuyue's face flushed slightly. Okay, Let's cultivate together tonight. Let me see if your cultivation speed has changed after your talent has improved. Qin Jiang patted his chest, his eyes full of excitement. It must have increased. The two held hands and entered the secret room, where sounds of applause soon echoed. Ah, Jiang brother, you're the young master of the Qin family. You can use the Qin family's resources to deal with Qin Luo. He has the Ji family as support, but you also have the Qin family. So tight. Sister you, I will go find my father later. The appearance of the beauty-enhancing pill must have made Dad very angry, and I will go to find him. 3 minutes later, 2234 again, in the Qin family study. Qin Jiang specifically took a shower and found Qin Zhuanyan. Dad, I think Qin Luo must have obtained the recipe for the pill from some ancient ruins. There might be more recipes he hasn't released, intending to target our Qin family and make us lose even more. If he's willing to hand over the beauty-enhancing pill and other recipes to the family, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to let him return to the Qin family. Qin Zhuangyan listened to his son's thoughts and felt very pleased. You've finally grown up, starting to learn to think about things. As someone who will represent the Qin family's face in the future, you must learn to see the essence through the phenomenon. Take your time. You haven't seen enough yet. When will your mother come back? Qin Jiang lowered his head, thinking about how his mother had taken off without saying much to him. It was all Qin Luo's fault. He didn't even get a chance to persuade his mother to come back. Qin Luo stimulated his mom at the alchemy conference, and before he could persuade her, she left. Qin Zhuangyan walked away from the desk and approached Qin Jiang. Your mother is too indecisive. That brat is clearly taking advantage of her character. Don't learn from your mother. A man should be a bit more decisive. Once your mother understands, she will naturally come back. But you still need to persuade her more. Qin Jiang nodded. Dad, I want to try to get Qin Luo to give us the recipe. If you want to do it, just do it. Encouraged by his father's words. Qin Jiang's face was full of excitement. With his father's approval, Qin Luo would definitely be grateful and given the recipes. He didn't believe that Qin Luo didn't want to return to the Qin family. That indifferent appearance was definitely an act, just to gain more affection from his parents. The Qin family is one of the top 3 families in the Great Xia, which Qin family member goes out without holding their head high. The Ji family and Qin Luo are merely in a cooperative relationship, and it won't last long. As long as he was around, Qin Luo couldn't take much of the affection from his parents. Qin Luo, I want to watch you, wagging your tail and begging me to speak well of you. 064. Big boss, the cult is calling your name. Let you in. Floating Cloud City. In a red light district, a beggar lowers his head, emanating a foul smell. He crosses a square where people are dancing salsa and heads straight to a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman seems to know the beggar, but is already holding her nose in disgust due to the terrible odor. The beggar grins, revealing a few large yellow teeth, and his bad breath instantly drives away everyone within a radius of 2 to 3 meters. The beggar extends his hand, offering the middle-aged woman 10 yuan. A pair of filthy hands grasps the large mountain. The woman's expression tightens, and she whispers, "You touched it. How am I supposed to take the next one? What if someone wants to eat? You need to pay more." The beggar pulls out a 20 yuan bill from his pants and hands it to a passerby. At the same time, he grabs the woman's hand and puts it into his pants. The woman endures her disgust, moving her hand up and down. 2.5 minutes later, the beggar leaves satisfied. Damn it, that beggar left me smelling like dirty water. How am I supposed to take the next customer? I need to wash up. The middle-aged woman looks very displeased and curses in a strong dialect as she leaves. After leaving, the middle-aged woman spreads out the money. Qin Luo's parents have returned to Floating Cloud City, and a 6th-level master is secretly protecting them. Initiate the plan to turn Floating Cloud City into a den of evil. Let everyone turn into vengeful spirits and conveniently kill Qin Luo. Everything is for the sake of rebirth. The middle-aged woman nods, a hint of piety flashing in her eyes as she softly chants, "Everything is for the sake of rebirth." Qinglong Academy. After returning to the villa, Qin Luo looks at 34th tier nourishing yuan pills. He plans to return home at the right opportunity to give them to his adoptive parents to strengthen their health. With a thought, he retrieves his weapon from the system space. A 3-foot green blade, glimmering with cold light. The weapon God-level growth weapon, the Demon Slayer Sword. He recalls how to make the Demon Slayer Sword recognize its master. Gently, he forces a drop of blood from his fingertip and lets it fall onto the 3-foot blade. Soon, Qin Luo feels a faint connection forming between him and the Demon Slayer Sword. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the evil spirits in the world. A smile curls at the corner of Qin Luo's mouth. After refining the infinite demon body, he will be the greatest demon in the world. The dam system rewards him with a sword to kill demons. Isn't that raising a weapon that wants to devour its master? Detailed information about the infinite demon technique appears in his mind. Moments later, Qin Luo breathes a sigh of relief. No need to worry. The infinite demon technique, though evil, produces righteous energy based on one's nature. A demon will cultivate boundless power. Someone like him, with a righteous worldview, will naturally cultivate pure energy. He needs to find an opportunity to use the blood of Qin Jiang or Shun Xiuyue to sacrifice the sword and sharpen it. To be cut by a future weapon god level weapon is an honor for you. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo grins and quickly suppresses his smile. He closes his eyes and begins to cultivate. His cultivation of the grass character sword technique is progressing too slowly. Downstairs, Xiao Huahua takes out 30 pills from his pocket. All the pills made by the Alchemist Association belong to him. With my flame, no matter the grade of the pill, after consumption, it can perfectly eliminate impurities. Qin Luo, I must let you know who the real boss is. Pharmacist Fong perceives Xiao Huahua's fighting spirit and encourages him a few words. A disciple must be trained by their own master, right? He is quite satisfied with Qin Luo helping Xiao Huahua become a guest elder of the Ji family. No need to share his disciple with others. After he recovers his strength, he can appropriately guide Qin Luo. How can my disciple, Pharmacist Fong, be someone else's little brother? He's just temporarily stronger in alchemy. Once your strength improves, you'll naturally surpass him. Good. Your S-level martial arts cannot be neglected either. Alchemists must have sufficient strength. Otherwise, you can only be imprisoned by others, reduced to an animal enjoying the blessings of 007. Xiao Huahua's heart tightens at the thought of this possibility. He must improve faster. Strength and alchemy must go hand in hand. In 9 days, achieving minor success in S-level martial arts shouldn't be slower than Qin Luo's cultivation speed. Master, when will you give me an S-level martial art? Qin Luo probably doesn't have any martial arts. That's too pitiful. My little brother without S-level martial arts would be too embarrassing to admit. Upon hearing this, Pharmacist Fong feels even more approving of Xiao Huahua. Gratitude and repaying kindness. He should not have chosen the wrong disciple this time. All right, once I recover some strength, I can take out the martial arts from the Black Dragon Ring. It's a pity I looked down on martial arts below a level. Otherwise, I could have given Qin Luo a few A-level martial arts. Listening to his master, Xiao Huahua's heart fills with joy. This is the value of a 10th level martial sovereign. He looks down on martial arts below S level. Master, words are not enough. You should show me the martial arts first. Pharmacist Fong twitches at the corner of his mouth. This kid lacks basic respect for him as a master. No matter what he says, apart from alchemy, he has to refute everything. Once my strength is restored, you'll get to see the foundation of a 10th level martial sovereign and alchemist. Xiao Huahua remains silent, simply not believing. A week passes in the blink of an eye. Qin Luo awakens from his cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. Big boss, something big has happened. Floating Cloud City is enveloped in demonic energy, and only those of 4th tier and below can enter. Your parents are also trapped inside, and the Rebirth sect has specifically called your name to let you in, or else in 3 days, they will release a video of killing your parents. Xiao Huahua pants heavily, shocked. He didn't expect that after Qin Luo exposed his SSS level talent, it would attract such targeted attention from the Rebirth sect. No wonder his master wanted to conceal his talent's anomaly. Such targeting is something ordinary people cannot handle. Call someone. We have no way out. Hurry and call the Ji family to see if there's any way. He doesn't want Qin Luo to die like this. If Qin Luo dies, he'll be the one left standing in front. His talent can still be concealed for now, but as his strength increases, it will become increasingly difficult to hide. Whoosh! In the small courtyard of the villa, a stunning figure descends from the sky. Beep, beep, beep. Qin Luo, a 7th level grandmaster, has arrived. Hurry and call the senior. Qin Luo's ears perk up. He senses that it's a message from Ji Yoshue. Big Beauty Ji, call Senior Ji Tianqing over. I have something to trouble you with. This time, I want to destroy the Rebirth sect. Qin Luo is genuinely furious. They're using his adoptive parents to threaten him. Yiyok su nods, sensing Qin Luo's anger. All right, big boss, how do you want to do it? Is there anything I can help you with? After all, I've broken through to the early stage of the 3rd tier. I count as a small expert. Qin Luo responds with a hum. With Xiao Huahua's SSS level talent, his combat power is not weaker than most 4th tier martial artists. You should be able to hold on for a while. Qin Luo looks at the trending topics on a certain app. Floating Cloud City has been trapped by the Rebirth sect using some formation with over 200,000 people in the city all caught in it. Indeed, I need your help. Xiao Huahua pats his chest. No problem at all. 065. I want Qin Luo to kneel and beg me to save his adoptive parents. Ji Tianqing had just arrived and looked at Qin Luo with some regret. He had arranged for a 6th realm master-level warrior to protect him, but he didn't expect that the Rebirth sect would target him anyway. Qin Luo, I'm sorry. I didn't expect the Rebirth sect to make such a big fuss. Qin Luo waved his hand. It seemed that his parents were not in danger for the time being. They just wanted him to enter Floating Cloud City. What a big commotion. About 200,000 ordinary people were probably all in fear. If he could absorb the fear of so many people, he should be able to easily break through to the 3rd realm. Qin Luo looked at the demon-slaying sword in the system space. It was just the right time to elevate its rank. I need your help, especially you. Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua nodded. The others listened to Qin Luo's arrangements, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing. After finishing the plan, Xiao Huahua swallowed nervously. This seems too risky. Qin Luo waved his hand. I have a way to infiltrate the Rebirth sect. This will make it easier to find their lair. Senior Ji, I'll rely on you to ensure Xiao Huahua's safety. Ji Tianqing smiled slightly and nodded. All right, how will you blend in with the unique demonic aura of the Rebirth sect? Qin Luo grinned. A wise man has his own clever plans. He had fought against the Rebirth sect before and knew what their demonic arts were like. After all, he possessed god-level demonic arts, and his aura was much purer than that of the Rebirth sect. Let's go. We need to hurry to Floating Cloud City. Delays could lead to changes. Ji Tianqing had a vague guess in his mind, but didn't dare to confirm it yet. If the Rebirth sect merely wanted to target Qin Luo, there was no need to control an entire city to threaten him. The group immediately rushed to Floating Cloud City. Qin Luo was eager to absorb the fear of so many people. Hundreds of thousands. First, save his parents, and then have some fun with the Rebirth sect. He would settle both old and new scores. This time, if he didn't wipe out the Rebirth sect, he would share a surname with that murderer Qin Zhuangyan. Just as Qin Luo and his companions were on their way, a short video appeared on a certain video platform. The Rebirth sect warmly invited all talents below the 4th realm from the Great Xia to enter Floating Cloud City. Come witness an unprecedented spectacle. The video was very short, just 2 lines of text, along with countless ordinary people from Floating Cloud City trembling in several large squares. Mommy, why has it gotten so dark? I'm so scared. No, I'm still Xiao Chunan. Can you not kill me? Damn Rebirth sect. I swear I'll kill you all in my next life. Countless curses mixed with fear instantly ignited the anger of the people of Great Xia. Damn it, this group of bastards from the Rebirth sect can't deal with us warriors. So they bully ordinary people. Sooner or later, we will wipe out the Rebirth sect. These cults are so damn despicable. Qin family. In Qin Zhuangyun's study, he quietly looked at Qin Jiang. Jiang if you can lead the warriors of our Qin family to thwart the Rebirth sect's plot, you will make a name for yourself in Great Xia. You can also take this opportunity to let the world know you have SS-level talent and can be a leading figure for this generation of Great Xia. Jiang, are you willing to go to battle? Qin Jiang listened to his father's words, excitement written all over his face. He always wanted to be the absolute center of attention wherever he went, just like his parents. That feeling of being the focus of the crowd fascinated him. Jiang is willing to fight. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhuangyan looked at his son with increasing satisfaction. Go. I will arrange for the elite of the Qin family to protect you. Seemingly feeling it was not secure enough, Qin Zhuangyan took out a jade pendant. This pendant is strong enough to withstand 3 full-force attacks from a 7th realm grandmaster. Qin Jiang took the pendant, and with this guarantee of safety, he felt even more at ease. Jiang will definitely not tarnish his father's reputation. Qin Jiang hung the pendant around his neck and left cheerfully. This time, he would make a name for himself in Great Xia. Sister Yu, are you going to Floating Cloud City? Yes. I want to watch Qin Luo kneel and beg us to save his adoptive parents. Ha. We want to go together. 2 ordinary people actually dared to question my parents. Qin Zhuangyun watched his youngest son leave, his eyes growing deeper. The selection for the 12 martial emperors had already secretly started. If Jiang can save an entire city this time, he will definitely be able to enter the selection. At that time, all resources of the Qin family will be fully tilted to ensure the continuation of the Qin family's glory. Let a 7th realm Grandmaster level death warrior cut down to the 4th realm to ensure Jiang can save the people of Floating Cloud City. If he can't save them, he must ensure his safety. After Qin Zhuangyan finished everything, he felt a little more at ease. The entire Great Xia was stirred by Floating Cloud City, bringing forth countless storms. It had been a long time since a cult threatened us with the lives of an entire city. They must be destroyed to vent the hatred in our hearts. Damn it, the cults and foreign races are rampant. Do they think that since our new generation of the 12 strong martial emperors has not yet been selected, that we have no one in Great Xia? It will be soon. The strongest 12 martial emperors are selected once every 100 years. If someone can save an entire city this time, they are very likely to enter the selection list for the 12 martial emperors. Half an hour later, above Floating Cloud City, Qin Luo rubbed his head, finally having a clear understanding of the speed of the martial emperors. From the capital to Floating Cloud City, it spanned at least 2,000 kilometers. A ninth realm martial emperor could arrive in half an hour. Ji Tianqing's expression seemed completely effortless, indicating that the other party didn't use all their strength. This is the power of a ninth realm martial emperor. Looking down, the entire Floating Cloud City was shrouded in a thick black mist. Faintly, he could hear the noisy sound below. It seemed that all the people had been gathered together by the rebirth sect. Qin Luo tried to send a message to his parents again, but still received no response. The dense black mist also had the effect of blocking signals. Qin Luo was not anxious and prepared to wait for the main force to arrive. This one is the Tianqing martial emperor from the former 12 martial emperors. At this moment, a figure shot up from below, appearing before Qin Luo and the others. Qin Luo focused his gaze and saw that it was Su Dachuan, who had wanted to invite him into the demon suppression army some time ago. Ji Tianqing slightly nodded. What is the specific situation inside? Su Dachuan, hearing the straightforward inquiry, felt no dissatisfaction. He respectfully replied. For a ninth realm martial emperor who had made significant contributions to Great Xia, he deserved respect. The situation inside is very complex. The rebirth sect has gathered all the citizens in several places, likely intending to recreate the past tragedy. The demonic aura inside is too thick. Any warrior above the 5th realm entering will instantly cause a demonic wave, and the rebirth sect will immediately notice. If they immediately provoke the demonic aura to invade the ordinary people's minds, Floating Cloud City could perish in an instant. Why not send higher realm warriors inside? Su Dachuan sighed and explained to Ji Tianqing. The rebirth sect specifically called for Qin Luo to enter. As far as we know, there is at least one 7th realm grandmaster level priest inside, and the number of other realms is unknown. There's a 6th realm master from your Ji family. Our number of strong people is at an absolute disadvantage. This layer of demonic aura prevents us from entering, and the demonic aura is too harmful to ordinary people. Inside Floating Cloud City, Qin Luo reached out and touched the black demonic aura below. The demonic aura wanted to invade his body and damage it. Qin Luo let a wisp of demonic aura into his body. Cold and gloomy, violent and bloodthirsty, the demonic energy drilled into his head at an astonishing speed. It seemed as if it wanted to turn him into a machine that knew only how to kill. 066. Just because it didn't exist before doesn't mean it doesn't exist now. Qin Luo coldly snorted in his heart, still trying to influence him. The operation of the Wujing demon art caused the previously majestic demonic energy to panic like a rat seeing a cat. In the next moment, Qin Luo's Wujing demon art operated, refining the demonic energy. Qin Luo sensed a slight increase in the speed of forming the Wujing demon body. His eyes moved to other places, and his heart raced. Demonic energy can also be transformed into his own nourishment. This layer of demonic energy is the biggest obstacle to rescue, but he can absorb it. This way, he can utilize it well. Demonic energy can accelerate the formation speed of the Wujing demon body, slowly devouring and refining it. Once the demonic energy is refined to a thin level, the rescue will become easier. Ji Tianqing placed Qin Luo on the ground, waiting for Xiao Huohua and others to arrive. Your Majesty, do you have a suitable method? No. Ji Tianqing indeed had no method. Such situations had occurred several times in the history of the Great Xia. In the past, to prevent the monsters created by the rebirth sect from rampaging, the Great Xia made a significant decision to use military force to destroy a city. This time, it was uncertain if it could be resolved. Inside, there were 6-level martial artists from the Ji family, so there should be some chance of rescuing everyone. Su Dachuan led 2 people to a military camp. The entire Floating Cloud City was surrounded by demonic energy, with countless soldiers stationed at the edge. Among them, some soldiers in black armor had noticeably sharper gazes than the others. The Demon Suppression Army. This time, 1,000 demon suppression soldiers were dispatched, along with over 20,000 police officers drawn from other cities for support. Even if the worst happens, it could be suppressed. Su Dachuan rubbed his forehead. If it weren't for necessity, he wouldn't want to make the final choice. Qin Luo felt confused. However, something that could give a 9-level martial emperor and the general of the demon suppression army a headache was definitely not a good thing. Could you explain? Su Dachuan looked at Qin Luo's confused expression and felt a bit puzzled. Was it possible that the martial emperor Tianqing didn't clarify it to Qin Luo on the way? I'm old and don't want to talk too much. Su Dachuan raised his left eyebrow, realizing that he was being asked to introduce. He waved his hand, and a 4-level demon suppression soldier ran over. The man looked excited, thinking the general was assigning him a task. Introduce Qin Luo to the monsters created by the Rebirth sect. The man looked at Qin Luo. This name sounded somewhat familiar. He remembered the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. Clearing his throat and preparing his emotions, he spoke in a very heavy tone. The Rebirth sect worships a 10th level. In the past, when demonic energy enveloped the city, it aimed to turn all ordinary people inside into demon people. Demon people only know how to kill. They have no emotions. We currently have no means to handle the demon people whose consciousness has been affected by the demonic energy. I say we should just sink the entire city now to avoid wasting effort later. At this point, the man's eyes were filled with excitement. Qin Luo glanced at the man. How could a normal person say such things? Before even trying to save people, he dared to act directly? Were the demon suppression soldiers all bloodthirsty maniacs? The man also realized that Qin Luo's tone was off. Only then did he remember that Qin Luo was from this city. Ahem. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that in the past, there were a few cases where we put in a lot of effort, but ended up not saving a single person and instead lost quite a few people. I just think we should eliminate them all to prevent harm to the rest of us. I didn't mean to target you. Qin Luo glanced at the man. Based on his emotions, he indeed had this idea. However, this kind of thinking was absolutely unacceptable to him. Su Dachuan waved his hand, signaling his soldiers to leave quickly. How could such words be spoken? Qin Luo, you also know that the demon suppression army only wants to solve problems as quickly as possible. We are very busy. However, this was the truth. No one had ever been able to rescue so many ordinary people under the influence of demonic energy. Qin Luo waved his hand. Just because it didn't exist before doesn't mean it doesn't exist now. Senior G, act according to the previous plan. Ji Tianqing nodded slightly. In the next moment, under Su Dachuan's bewildered gaze, Qin Luo stepped into the floating cloud city shrouded in black demonic energy. Hey, don't go to your death. Su Dachuan shook his head. Your Majesty, why don't you stop Qin Luo? Letting him go to his death for nothing is too unfortunate for an SSS-level talent and genius alchemist. Ji Tianqing remained silent, shaking his head slightly. He moved to the side, unleashing his mental power to cover the entire floating cloud city. He wanted to see if there were still people colluding with the Rebirth sect scum inside the city. He won't die. If he does, it's his own choice. Qin Luo entered Floating Cloud City, immediately putting on a black robe and a bull warrior mask. After determining the direction, he quickly headed towards his parents' location. Along the way, he didn't even see a single dog. All the streets were empty. This further confirmed his previous thoughts. The scum of the Rebirth sect had gathered everyone together. 10 minutes later, Qin Luo heard bursts of noise and many ordinary people's cries. He hid in a corner, secretly observing. He found that many Rebirth sect members were dressed like him, in black robes and masks. The masks worn by the Rebirth sect followers were all ghost face masks. Listening to the terrified cries of these ordinary people, he inexplicably felt very pleased. Fear, yes. The more fear you have, the stronger you will become later. You will all become our tools of slaughter. Speaking of which, why do we have to wear masks? What is the point of not wearing masks? It's better if we don't recognize each other. Otherwise, if someone gets caught and exposes others, that would be terrible. How could anyone expose others? We have all undergone professional training. Shut up. The high-level officials of the Great Xia have means similar to soul-searching. We are doing this to protect ourselves. Qin Luo picked up a stone and casually threw it on the ground. Bang! The crisp sound faintly reached the ear of a nearby cultist. Qin Luo then quickly left, seemingly in a panic. There are still fish that got away. I'll go catch them. A second-level Rebirth sect follower turned and chased after Qin Luo. Just as he caught up, the cultist saw a shadow approaching him. The person was dressed somewhat similarly to him, but the mask on his face was completely different from theirs. Hey, did you see the person who just escaped? The cultist sneered inwardly, still trying to deceive himself. However, he didn't sense any aura from this person. He should just be a man trying to be clever. I think I saw him. Wait for me. Let us go together. The cultist reached out to grab Qin Luo's neck, his eyes filled with ferocity. In the next moment, He was plunged into darkness and fell unconscious. Bang! After changing clothes and masks, Qin Luo got up, smashing the cultist's throat. To be safe, Qin Luo also broke his 10 fingers. He felt that it still wasn't secure enough. Some people could still write with their feet. He raised his foot and stomped down hard. Ah! The intense pain instantly jolted the cultist awake. Woo! The man saw the bull warrior mask being placed over his face. Oh, still trying to struggle. Qin Luo grabbed the person and walked straight ahead. Facing the gaze of others, Qin Luo casually threw the cultist to the ground. I caught one person, still wanting to imitate us. A few cultists surrounded us, unable to help but laugh at the completely different masks on their faces. What a fool, trying to fool ghosts with a bull warrior mask. At this moment, the cultists understood why the other side had covered him with a mask. How inhumane, trying to blend in with them. He frantically rolled his eyes, wanted to tell the others that he was the cultist. Blink your damn eyes, dare to provoke me? Blink again and I'll deal with you. The cultist was stunned. He was sending a signal, but instead it was seen as a provocation and he instantly felt like the sky was falling. Qin Luo sensed a wave of resentment, but didn't care at all. Countless emotional powers rapidly transformed into pure strength. Qin Luo looked at the people gathered together and the struggling cultists from the afterlife sect, suddenly breaking into a grin. Shouldn't we add some fuel to the fire? 067. I finally made it. Qin Luo walked over, reaching out to grab the writhing cultist. What are you doing? The bishop told us not to kill. Qin Luo waved his hand. I'm not killing. It's just that listening to this group of people crying is too unpleasant. A group of the rebirth cultists nodded, agreeing that it was indeed unpleasant. However, they had no way out. Reaching out, he slapped the cultist in terror. Slap. If you scream again, you'll be next. Boom. Countless emotions transformed into pure power and entered his body. Qin Luo clearly felt that the speed of his cultivation of the infinite demon body had significantly increased. So refreshing. Based on the emotions, he roughly estimated how many cultists were around him. The strongest were 2 5th realm martial artists, with more than 10 4th realm martial artists and dozens of 3rd realm warriors. Even the Lord of Floating Cloud City was only at the 4th realm. Yet there were so many 4th and 5th realm here. This indicated that the rebirth cult had done a lot of groundwork. The 5th realm was used to guard a group of ordinary people, and it seemed there were even stronger martial artists. He had to find an opportunity to absorb this layer of demonic energy. Only then could stronger martial artists come in without alarming the rebirth cult. Woo-woo. Mom, I am scared. Why is it getting dark? That man in black is so scary. He actually slapped someone. Remember, these are all cultists. We must never become like them. Is anyone coming to save us? I still have $3,000 of private money left. Qin Luo listened to the quiet discussions around him, quickly operating the infinite demon technique to absorb the demonic energy. Everyone, come over. It's time for the next step. Qin Luo felt a stir in his heart and walked over. The leader was a 5th realm powerhouse. Next, no one is allowed to leave my sight. Be careful of anyone sneaking in. Under the influence of the demonic energy, they were becoming increasingly panicked, and their eyes gradually filled with black demonic energy. Now, each person will receive a demonic energy ball, striving to turn everyone into demons within a day. Qin Luo took a fist-sized demonic ball, radiating black demonic energy. A box full of black balls appeared before the group of cultists with a wave of his hand. Waves of rich demonic energy surged out from a box. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. With so much demonic energy, once absorbed, plus the emotional power of thousands of people, it should be enough for him to refine the infinite demon body. Once the infinite demon body was formed, it would generate infinite demonic power within him. While ordinary people at the 4th realm could only produce elemental power, he would be elevated a level. The 3rd realm infinite demon body would be sufficient for him to handle many situations. Perhaps he could even ambush this group of people. This place was closest to his home. His adoptive parents were likely among these thousands of people. Gurgle, gurgle. Is anyone willing to take the demonic energy ball into the crowd and turn them into demons? The leading 5th realm martial artist's voice was cold. A 3rd realm cultist was the first to step forward. I'll do it. You just need to walk over. The demonic energy ball will activate automatically. The 3rd realm warrior's eyes were fervent. He was eager to take the lead. Just as he took the demonic energy ball and walked a few steps, an extremely rich black demonic energy surged out, enveloping the 3rd realm warrior, making it hard to see his form clearly. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, faintly sensing something was off. This 5th realm martial artist's actions were definitely problematic. If all that was needed was to touch it to activate the demonic energy ball, They could just let these ordinary people touch it to trigger the demonic energy. Quickly, each of you take one. Ah, it hurts. Several rebirth cultists approached, and as soon as they touched the demonic energy ball, a series of chilling screams of pain echoed from behind. They saw the person who had just held the demonic energy ball lying on the ground, undergoing a terrifying transformation. Countless black scales emerged on the surface of their body. Their face became unrecognizable. Their eyes turned into vertical slits, and a black bone blade protruded from their elbow. Their body grew larger, transforming from human into a grotesque demon. Alien demon. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed. No wonder he felt something was wrong. The demonic energy in the demonic energy ball could actually transform people. Qin Luo's heart tightened. He had originally thought it would take days for the demonic energy to erode the minds of ordinary people, allowing him to slowly search for his parents. But now, it seemed impossible. This demonic energy would undoubtedly accelerate the erosion speed. The fifth realm martial artist was furious. Not a single person dared to touch it. This is a test from the Demon Lord. If you become an alien demon, you can follow the Demon Lord. You all are too cowardly. A group of rebirth cultists still hesitated. That alien demon is too ugly. I don't want to become that kind of monster. We believe in the Demon Lord, but it's still hard to accept. The fifth realm martial artist looked at them with disdain, even afraid to touch the demonic energy ball. However, these people were newly recruited cannon fodder. It was normal they didn't dare to touch it. With insufficient faith, they could only be cannon fodder. Qin Luo roared. Let me do it. I am willing to follow the Demon Lord and become the terrifying alien demon. Saying this, Qin Luo hugged a box of demonic energy balls and walked away. Don't come over. I want to become the strongest alien demon. Qin Luo had a fervent look in his eyes as he reached out to grab a demonic energy ball. Pure demonic energy instantly enveloped Qin Luo. Hiss! Aw! Qin Luo wanted to shout how good it felt, but since he was acting, he had to pretend to be in pain. The fifth realm martial artist, witnessing this scene, looked on with admiration. This is a true demon. See, this is a true follower of the Demon Lord. You bunch of cowards don't even have the courage to become alien demons. I will report this to the Demon Lord. Accept this person as an official cultist. You all have failed the first test. A group of rebirth cultists stared at Qin Luo, listening to the continuous screams from within, which were heart-wrenching. Gurgle. This person is quite impressive. Much more than us. He's a character, and he is absorbing so many demonic energy balls. I wonder what he will turn into? At least 100 demonic energy balls. He might reach the fifth realm. A group of third realm warriors and second realm fighters looked at Qin Luo with increasingly admiring eyes. However, they didn't envy him at all. They certainly didn't want to become something that resembled neither human nor ghost. I don't want to become an alien demon. I'd rather slowly step up from being a trainee cultist, then to an active member, and finally become an official cultist. At worst, it would take 3 years. At least I would still be human. Right, we could become cultists, but we should at least look human. That way, it's easier to hide. Qin Luo listened to the discussions around him, completely unconcerned. He loved this feeling of rapid advancement. 10, 30, 50, 90. Suddenly, Qin Luo felt a change occurring within him. The infinite demon body was completed. He broke through to the third realm martial artist. The range of emotional power he could absorb had greatly increased. In the next moment, an extremely pure demonic power was generated within him. The feeling of infinite demonic power was surprisingly upright. Kiki, I did it. I finally did it. A smile erupted. A chilling wind seemed to sweep through the entire area. Even the fifth realm martial artist felt a chill run down his spine. That laughter was too damn eerie. It sent shivers down the spine. Qin Luo's laughter echoed far and wide, scaring the thousands of people present, causing them to shrink back. Outside, Qin Jiang led dozens of elite Qin family fourth realm members, under the guidance of a seventh realm grandmaster, to the outskirts of Floating Cloud City. I'll wait for a while until the Shun family arrives. Our two families will unite, and everyone will rush in to eliminate the cultists. Qin Jiang was filled with ambition. It was just a small cult. He would receive countless praises, and then Qin Luo would witness his own might and understand the strength of the Qin family. Kneeling on the ground, he prayed for himself, asking to return to the Qin family. 068. Do you think I'm an undercover? In the crowd, Qin Daqiang tightly held his wife's hand with his right hand while covering his eyes with his left. He secretly raised his head to glance at the distant, menacing monster, then quickly lowered it again. Next to him was the white-haired Jiang Jingdao. Uncle Jiang, we're about to die, and you still have the mood to be distracted. What a pity. I should have listened to Luo and not come back. Earlier, this group of bees said they had already notified Luo. With Luoer's personality, she would definitely come back to save us. At this point, Qin Daqiang felt a pang of guilt and closed his eyes. He originally thought that he and his wife were just ordinary people and wouldn't encounter such things. Unexpectedly, they still did. Jiang Jingdao was just about to speak when a man in a burlap outfit took over Qin Daqiang's words. I think sometimes you should listen to your children. After all, the times have changed, and when you get old, you have to accept the fact that you're old. Brother Qin, you also need to accept the change in your identity. Qin Daqiang nodded. This man was someone he had just met that morning and seemed to be very impressed by his son. Yes, if we can go back this time, I will definitely go to the capital. I hope Luoer doesn't come back, those beasts from the afterlife cult. Qin Daqiang saw a man in black clothing from the afterlife cult turn into a monstrous form. He now understood what kind of monster Luoer had faced back then. Wang Shulian tightly gripped her husband's arm. Old Qin, did we cause trouble for Luoer? Qin Daqiang nodded. The couple exchanged glances and saw guilt in each other's eyes. They originally thought the afterlife cult wouldn't harm ordinary people like them. They still underestimated the cruelty of the afterlife cult. Luoer, please don't come back. As they chatted, they suddenly heard a series of gasps mixed with fear. A mass of black energy was weaving through the crowd, accompanied by chilling laughter. Monster, get away. Don't come over. Woo-woo. I don't want to die. I want to live. Someone save me. I'm willing to marry him. Why doesn't the army come to save us and kill all these afterlife cult members? Qin Luo absorbed the emotions around her, a smile creeping onto her lips. This feeling was exhilarating. If she could transform into a different kind of demon, perhaps she could harvest even more emotions. Qin Luo's heart stirred. Now that she possessed the infinite demon body, she could easily control the surrounding demonic energy. As she walked through the crowd, people quickly parted like ants fleeing from fire. It was as if there was a terrifying monster within that rolling demonic energy. While Qin Luo walked, she searched for her parents. After a long time, she finally saw her parents with their heads down, not daring to look at her. Hey, finally found you. Qin Luo approached Qin Daqiang and his wife, enveloped in demonic energy. Monster, don't come over. If you come closer, I want to be polite. Qin Luo surrounded Qin Daqiang and his wife with demonic energy, along with two other individuals. Because Qin Luo noticed that these two showed no fear, only strangeness. One was an old man with a white beard, his eyes sharp for his age. The other was a middle-aged man. Qin Daqiang shielded his wife behind him, staring intently at the monster. His body trembled slightly with fear, but he still stood firm. Jiang Jingdao couldn't help but nod in appreciation at this scene. Although scared, he did not back down. What a man. He wanted to see what this monster was. If it dared to harm others, then there was no need to hide. He would just slash it with a sword. You too, when I borrowed money from you, you said I was not doing anything worthwhile. Who would have thought it would come to this? Hey. As Qin Luo spoke, she took off her mask. Hush. When Qin Daqiang saw the monster's appearance, he was already prepared for sacrifice. When he saw clearly, he realized it was his son. You. What do you mean you? Didn't he expect me to come for revenge, did you? Qin Daqiang instantly understood what was happening, looking at Qin Luo with a complex heart. He never expected his son to return so quickly. Mom and Dad, don't speak, I'll get you out. Qin Luo glanced around and smiled broadly. I'll save you first. Otherwise, I want to be able to operate smoothly. Qin Daqiang nodded, trusting his son. Wang Shulian looked at Qin Luo, tears shimmering in her eyes. Come, I need to settle the score with you. Ji Yuan glanced at Qin Luo, taking a deep breath. No wonder he was favored by the ancestor of Tiansheng. He was affectionate, righteous, brave, and resourceful. He never imagined that Qin Luo would be so bold as to come in alone. At least if it were him, he wouldn't have the courage to enter alone. Moreover, this kid didn't even know what method he used to control the demonic energy. Incredible. Jiang Jingdao quietly observed Qin Luo. This kid likely trained in demonic techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control so much demonic energy so easily. Practicing demonic techniques is fine. The great Xia has a strong tolerance for techniques. Whether a technique is evil or not is determined by the person. Qin Luo pulled her parents to head outside. It was never safe here. I'll take you out first. Qin Daqiang nodded. He must listen to his son. What about those two? Qin Luo glanced at Jiang Zhengdao and Ji Yuan. I'll come back to save them. Ji Yuan waved his hand, explaining to Qin Daqiang. There's no need to worry. I've revealed my true identity. I'm a 6th realm martial artist, specifically here to protect you. However, this situation developed too rapidly. I didn't have time to react before Floating Cloud City was enveloped. Qin Daqiang and his wife exchanged shocked glances. Luo, did you arrange this? Qin Luo nodded. Yes. Mom and Dad, let's go out first. The leading Fifth Realm cultist faintly felt something was off. He couldn't hear any commotion inside. Go check if he is eating people or just putting on a show. Everyone surround him. Dozens of people surrounded him upon hearing the order. The man pointed out nearby, swallowed nervously. Just hearing it made it clear that this person had a grudge against those ordinary people. Going to check was like asking for trouble. Hey, what are you doing? Are you an undercover sent by the Great Xia? Go. See if he has been completely controlled by the demonic energy. Gulp. The Fifth Realm cultist stared hard. If anything seemed off, he would report it immediately. If a Fifth Realm demon went berserk, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Find a scapegoat and test it first. Get lost, don't block my way. A Second Realm cultist kicked a regular person, sending him spitting blood. Go to see the demon, might get him killed. Fear, as he kicked someone away, seemed to vent out a part of it. That thick demonic energy looked terrifying. Are you an undercover? Qin Luo noticed that after standing still for dozens of seconds, these cultists began to suspect her. Her heart tightened. She had to dispel their doubts. A cultist walked up to her, preparing to take a closer look. Suddenly, a force pulled him in. Qin Luo, at extreme speed, punched him in the mouth. Her fists rained down quickly, breaking his limbs. Dare to say I'm an undercover? Eyes kak. A grinding sound that seemed to make one's teeth ache echoed, and everyone who heard it lowered their heads, not daring to look at the person engulfed in demonic energy. The demonic energy surged and coalesced into a giant hand, pointing at the leading grand martial artist of the Five Realms. A cold yet extremely brutal voice emerged from the demonic energy. Are you saying I'm an undercover agent? 069. I can help you save people, but you have to beg me. Qin Daqiang and his wife closed their mouths, afraid to speak, fearing it would affect their son. With so many cultists around, if any flaws were detected, they wouldn't be able to escape. The demonic energy roiled, mixed with the painful screams of a cultist. Centered around Qin Luo, the ordinary people around trembled in fear, providing him with a great deal of emotional power. The fifth-level martial master stared blankly at Qin Luo. He had seen what people transformed by demons could do, how brutal they could be. The apprentice inside was definitely in grave danger. Offending a demon who kills at will for the sake of a few ordinary people was unnecessary. Gulp. I've looked it over. He is not an undercover agent. The demonic energy rolled, and the giant hand dissipated. To everyone's eyes, it seemed the demon inside finally calmed down. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Luo grabbed his parents with both hands, controlling the swirling demonic energy as if someone was struggling. At the same time, he knocked the cultist unconscious and threw him to the ground. Let us find a place to talk. After Qin Luo left, the fifth-level cultist approached. Looking at the miserable appearance of the apprentice cultist, he measured him back and forth, feeling increasingly that something was wrong. A severed hand, a broken foot, teeth knocked out? Just this? He had seen demons. They did heart-wrenching things to those who angered them. This person's actions were merely this. He must be an undercover agent. The fifth-level martial master shouted angrily. Grab him. That person is an undercover agent. Bang! Suddenly, the face of a middle-aged man appeared in his field of vision. The next moment, the fifth-level martial master was sent flying, blood spraying in the air. He died instantly, before his consciousness fell into darkness. He had one doubt. If he was this powerful, why hide among ordinary people? And sneak attack? Is there no sense of a strong person's demeanor? The other cultists were stunned. Even the fifth-level martial master was killed in an instant. If they went, it would definitely be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Kill. Go catch that undercover agent. Kill. Many cultists rushed forward, protecting their teammates, charging in the direction Qin Luo had left. The little martial master. Just hold on. Ji Yuan grinned, attracting the attention of all the rebirth cultists. What a joke. He was at least a 6th-level master and had long grown tired of these people chattering here. Did they really think the rebirth cult was impressive? If they had the ability, why didn't the leader come out and confront the head of the Ji family? Come on, if I don't kill you today, I'll change my surname to yours. A group of ordinary people was overjoyed when they saw Ji Yuan show off his might. Finally, someone came to save us. Great. This hero killed him. He even kicked me until I spat blood. He is coming. My Prince Charming is here to save me. I want to marry him. Ji Yuan glanced back, realizing he was already in his 70s. How could he still expect to have a romantic encounter while saving people? Then he looked back and saw a girl who weighed about 150 pounds. Her eyes were almost turning into peach blossom eyes. Damn! The muscles in Ji Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. He wanted good fortune, but not this kind of good fortune. Come on, little punks. Ji Yuan glanced at Jiang Zhengdao, feeling that the old man was a bit off. Too calm. Even someone facing death couldn't be this calm. Unless he was someone whose retirement savings had been completely scammed by an old lady and had nothing left to live for, then he could show such calmness. Ji Yuan soared into the air, flying into the distance. He needed to see if there were any cultists stronger than him. As the strongest man in Floating Cloud City, he naturally had to take on such responsibilities. I didn't expect that even as a bodyguard, I could still be a hero. Awesome. Ji Yuan grinned, but didn't he notice that the old man with white hair had disappeared? Demonic energy barrier. Qin Luo stood here, the limitless demonic power surging within him, creating a hollow space in the demonic energy. Mom and Dad, hurry and get out. Let us go together. Wang Shulian held Qin Luo's arm and shook her head. She was a mother. Luo took such a huge risk to save them. She didn't want to see a repeat of the last time when her son lost his talent to save a whole city. And this time was obviously more dangerous than the last. She wasn't a fool. Her eyes could see. The surroundings outside were filled with so many people. And there were even people floating in the sky. At least 6th-level masters who could fly. These people couldn't do anything about the situation in Floating Cloud City. Seeing this, Qin Luo nodded. He gathered the demonic energy and walked out, sensing his mother's worry. All right. Ji Tianqing sensed the movement immediately. He was a 9th-level martial emperor, and his spiritual power easily enveloped the city. As long as he wanted, he could even detect 2 dogs hiding in an alley. But Su Dachuan also noticed, appearing in front of Qin Luo in an instant. The couple was startled by the sudden appearance of the two. Su Dachuan looked at Qin Luo and saw the rapidly converging demonic energy behind him. Even ENT sensed the fluctuations of the demonic energy. This meant that Qin Luo could control the demonic energy's movement without being detected by the rebirth cult. If that's the case, couldn't he enter the inside? Su Dachuan's heart raced. No wonder this kid was so confident when he entered. It turns out he had this trick. There were too few people in the Great Xia who practiced demonic arts. He exchanged glances with Ji Tianqing, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Ji Tianqing was a large realm stronger than Su Dachuan, and he had also trained for a much longer time. What kind of technique is this? Clearly full of righteousness, yet able to control demonic energy. I've lived over 200 years and have never seen such a technique. Something is off, too off. Ji Tianqing was truly shocked. To say the least, this technique had refreshed his worldview. Even though he had seen techniques that could give men great power after castration, they all came with a price. Could it be something obtained from an ancient relic? Qin Luo smiled slightly, unable to help but give Ji Tianqing a thumbs up. Not because he praised the other's experience, but because he thought the other was so impressive, he even thought of the explanation for the technique. It wasn't he obtained from an ancient relic, but rather accidentally dug up from a street stall. Ji Tianqing nodded, and after hearing the explanation, he gradually calmed down. In this day and age, who didn't he have a bit of a special opportunity? Back then, he was chased by a foreign race, entered a desperate situation, and obtained a 10th-tier medicinal king, which allowed him to break through to the 9th level and achieve the position of martial emperor. You're really lucky. Su Dachuan sized up Qin Luo. Since Tianqing martial emperor had confirmed it, there shouldn't be any issues with the technique. How could such a righteous technique possibly be demonic? Since he could control the fluctuations of demonic energy, he needed to plan well. Qin Luo gestured to Su Dachuan. They couldn't give up on the many emotional powers inside. The two left one after the other. As for their parents' safety, Qin Luo trusted the 9th-level martial emperor. As soon as they walked away, they came to an open space. They saw over 100 people gathered together, and there was a familiar old acquaintance that Qin Luo hadn't expected. Qin Luo was arguing with several armored, demon-suppressing soldiers. Let me in. I want to save all the people suffering in dire straits. Qin Luo declared with righteousness. Suddenly seeing Qin Luo, he immediately walked over. Qin Luo, do you see? These are all the elites of our Qin family. I can help you rescue Qin Daqiang and his wife. The prerequisite is that you ask me. 070. The gap between us is like an ant and the bright moon. Su Dachuan stared blankly at Qin Jiang. Although he knew that Qin Jiang and Qin Luo were like fire and water, he didn't expect it to be like this. Shaking his head, he decided it was someone else's business. As long as no one took action, he wouldn't get involved. Among the two brothers, Su Dachuan had a better impression of Qin Luo. After all, this kid dared to single-handedly enter Floating Cloud City to save his parents. He could just quietly stand by and watch. Qin Jiang wore a slight cold smile, pointing at the 100 or so people behind him. Do you see? This is the foundation of our Qin family and the Shun family. We can easily mobilize over 100 warriors at the fourth realm. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Shen Xiaomei also saw Qin Luo and walked over slowly, a hint of pride on her face. This was the confidence her family's foundation gave her. Perhaps she wasn't as talented in alchemy as Qin Luo, but she was the daughter of a ninth realm martial emperor, about to be engaged to Qin Jiang, and would be the future mistress of the Qin family. Qin Luo was just an ant relying on the Ji family to survive. Qin Luo kneeled down and apologized to me, and I could spare a few people to save your adoptive parents. Qin Luo rubbed his forehead, feeling that these two were a perfect match. No wonder they found each other attractive. Choice 1. No wonder they are such good friends, very compatible. Send them a pair of Mandarin ducks, and tell them that the matchmaker will lock them in. Reward: S-level martial skill. Cloud, flash, step. Qin Luo found it a bit difficult. This was the first time the first choice offered a decent reward. But it wasn't enough. He wouldn't say a word until the following choices appeared. Choice 2. Get the two to agree to have you as their wedding witness, witnessing their love and being their guest. Reward: A-level martial skill, Namping sword technique. Qin Luo was speechless again. Here it came again. What kind of dog system was this? Testing him over and over and wanting him to be some kind of guest? Was he supposed to push his own, but in the future? The dog system didn't regard its own master at all. Choice 3. Tell them that you can rely on your strength to rescue your parents alone. Do you need to call someone for help when your parents are in danger in the future? Reward: Random one of the 7 emotions, sword intent. Sword intent. Qin Luo was overjoyed inside, but he didn't show it on his face. This was sword intent. Generally speaking, one must reach the Grandmaster realm to comprehend sword intent. Only exceptionally talented individuals could comprehend it at the 6th realm. Most importantly, having one of the 7 emotion sword intents meant there were 6 other types of sword intent. Comprehending sword intent at the 3rd realm was unheard of. With a limitless demonic body, he could easily defeat 4th realm martial artists. It was almost impossible to defeat 5th realm martial artists. If he had sword intent, he could likely kill a 5th realm great martial artist with a sneak attack. Like that 5th realm cultist just now. He didn't need to worry at all and could just sneak attack and kill with the demon execution sword. Qin Luo's mouth slightly curled up. Qin Jiang, and that someone, Shen Xiaomei, I want to ask you a question. I have already rescued my parents. I want to ask you, what is the purpose of your cultivation? Is it to rely on your family for a lifetime, accepting your family's protection? You cultivate your whole life just to live under your parents' care forever? As soon as these words came out, Qin Jiang and Shen Xiaomei felt a hint of unease in their hearts. Qin Luo painted them in a very unflattering light. My purpose in cultivating is naturally to become stronger and protect all citizens of the Great Xia from harm. Qin Luo extended his right index finger and shook his head. No. Your purpose for cultivating is just to gain the admiration of others, to satisfy your weak self-esteem. Qin Jiang's face froze, panic rising in his heart. He indeed had such thoughts, but how did Qin Luo know? Isn't cultivation just to earn the respect of the weak? Haha, we are not that superficial. Qin Luo, you seem to think very highly of yourself. So what is your purpose in cultivating? The dialogue between the two attracted the attention of many around them. Even Jiangling, who had been hiding his figure high up in the sky, was a bit curious. What exactly was his eldest son cultivating for? Qin Luo's smile disappeared. I am naturally different from you. I cultivate to have enough strength to protect the people I want to protect. I already have the strength to protect my parents and won't be like you, calling for my dad and mom when danger arises. Right at the Alchemist Association. Reward has been issued to the system space. Please collect it in time. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he specially reminded them. He was afraid Qin Jiang would forget. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiang's expression changed abruptly. He remembered the humiliating incident that day, how he was frightened by someone much weaker than him. He didn't know how to refute Qin Luo. Shen Xiaomei sneered. She didn't believe Qin Luo's nonsense. You are only at the 2nd realm now. Who can you protect? You can only protect your ordinary adoptive parents. If it were me, I could naturally also protect those weaker than myself. Right, you're the strongest. Do you dare to enter Floating Cloud City? I'm afraid you can't even protect yourself. Shen Xiaomei snorted coldly, lifting her snowy neck. She was a 4th realm martial artist, and with her talent and martial skills, she could fight and win against early 5th realm opponents. Qin Jiang thought about his talent, and the gap with Qin Luo had narrowed infinitely. With so many people watching, he couldn't fall behind. I will let you know what it means to be strong enough to save the world. We will rescue all the ordinary people in Floating Cloud City, except for your adoptive parents. Hearing this, Su Dachuan frowned heavily, feeling increasingly displeased. Not to mention that he thought Qin Jiang could never rescue all the ordinary people. His kind of petty thinking, dragging two ordinary people into their grievances, was too small-minded. Thankfully, he had never gone to the Qin family and spent a great price to bring Qin Jiang into the Demon Suppression Army. With this kind of character, he was unworthy to be a member of the Demon Suppression Army. Qin Luo said something to Su Dachuan beside him. Soon, he saw Su Dachuan wave his hand, signaling for people to bring his parents over. I have already brought my adoptive parents back. Now it depends on how you plan to save the entire city. Good luck. I have high hopes for you. Ha ha. Qin Jiang and Shen Xiaomei looked at each other in disbelief. They never expected that Qin Luo had already rescued people. Before coming here, they were still thinking about making Qin Luo kneel on the ground and beg them to help save the people. This was entirely different from what they had imagined. Shen Xiaomei couldn't accept it, staring at the Qin family couple. You are really lucky, not being shrouded by demonic energy. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. This woman was too cheap. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely have to teach her a lesson. It must have been that the previous confrontation wasn't intense enough. Aren't you going to save people? Why aren't you brave enough to go in yet? There are many people inside waiting for rescue. Qin Jiang coldly glanced at Qin Luo. He knew the other party was trying to provoke him, but he couldn't help it. I will let you know that the gap between us is like an ant and the bright moon. Qin Luo sneered and directly found a place to rest for a while. Qin Jiang had no skills but was great at talking big. He didn't have time to argue with him. Collecting his rewards was the top priority. This kind of fool couldn't stand others' mockery and would definitely rush in a floating cloud city without hesitation. Just let these two fools explore the way to see if there was any danger. Go ahead, and be remade soon. 071, a sudden change. The 10 Realms Demon Lord descends. Qin Jiang and his companions entered Floating Cloud City. As soon as they entered, they found it to be completely different from the outside. The entire Floating Cloud City was shrouded in demonic energy, appearing particularly cold and eerie. The demonic energy floating in the air constantly drilled into their skin. Hiss ha hiss. Ha, it's a bit chilly. This is my first time seeing demonic energy. Demonic energy can only be felt in the realm of the alien demons. We must be cautious. Young master, what should we do next? Qin Jiang pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on a few older individuals in the crowd. Before coming, his father had advised him to seek out those with experience. Share your thoughts. The elders nodded in agreement. At least he is not reckless. Being cautious is wise. Young master, I suggest we proceed carefully and first ascertain the combat strength of the Rebirth sect before making further plans. We are unaware of the enemy's strength. It's better to be safe. Qin Jiang nodded. He had his own life-saving trump card. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of these Rebirth sect followers. However, it was still best to ascertain their highest combat power. If they were merely 5th Realm Grand Martial Artists, relying on his talent, he could easily push through. Even against 6th Realm opponents, he could give it a try. Thinking of the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people calling him a hero, Qin Luo was already overwhelmed with excitement. All right, you go investigate the enemy's strength. If they're a bunch of trash, I will crush them directly. Qin Jiang waved his hand, exuding an invincible aura. Shen Xiaoyu looked at her beloved, her eyes filled with admiration. This is the boy she likes, possessing an aura of invincibility. This time, we will both make a name for ourselves in Great Xia. Qin Jiang whispered confidently. In Floating Cloud City, at the edge of an outdoor latrine, a strange figure cloaked in black was looking down at something on the toilet wall. Nodes. Finally found the right node. The strange figure's mouth made a sound like 2 wooden boards clashing madly. Let the people of Great Xia witness the power of our Rebirth sect. 3 minutes later, the air seemed to tear open a crack, coincidentally right above the latrine. From the crack, streams of pure, demonic energy poured out. A long, white jade hand emerged from the crack. Seeing this, the cloaked figure hurriedly tossed in the prepared spatial ring. The demonic energy surged, accompanied by sounds of chewing. This sacrificial offering is quite good. Go. As the words fell, one massive figure after another emerged from the crack. The cloaked figure stared intently at the foremost alien demon, which was over 5 meters tall. It exuded an incredibly pure, demonic energy. Xiang Qin had summoned many alien demons, but had never seen one with such an aristocratic aura. This foremost alien demon gave him that feeling. One after another, hundreds and thousands of alien demons poured out from the spatial crack. Apart from the first one, each of the others had varying degrees of injuries. Xiang Qin gasped inwardly. There were too many. In the past, he had only offered sacrifices of at most a few dozen, and the strongest had only been at 6th realm. Now among the alien demons, the strongest was already at 8th realm. Although he had offered sacrifices 10 times more than before, it was impossible to have this many, at least 30 in front. Their auras made Xiangqin's heart tremble. Initially terrified, he had now grown numb. As more and more alien demons appeared, the demonic energy in the world became increasingly intense. The spatial crack shrank and disappeared. Ha ha ha! This time, I can definitely make further progress. Xiangqin took off his clothes. With so many alien demons, with a slight exertion, he could definitely cause great damage to Great Xia. No need for disguise. Just a full-on assault. The alien demons looked around, their eyes filled with joy. They never expected that the female demon had really released them. Chittering, big waves, and many women. Your GG 18 cards. My Naiji is big and white. Xiangqin couldn't understand what the alien demons were chattering about. However, since this group of alien demons was given to him by the Demon Lord, they should obey his commands. With so many alien demons, what more could he want? It would be a one-sided massacre. He even wanted to transform all the ordinary people in the city into demon people. Now, Xiangqin had changed his mind. He wanted to slaughter, to crush directly. All troops, listen up. Charge! Upon hearing this, the alien demons instantly focused all their attention on Xiangqin. They had been defeated by enemies and exiled to the human realm, but they were not something a mere 7th realm human could command. All the alien demons turned to stare at the noble figure in front of the crowd. The figure shifted, transforming from a tall alien demon to a handsome youth about 1 meter 80 tall. The youth had a vertical eye on his forehead. His aura was not strong, only at 4th realm. The surrounding alien demons seemed to gaze at their king. Hide! The Vanguard team goes to check the situation. You come here, kneel down. Xiangqin's eyes widened. It was his first time seeing an alien demon speak human language directly. Moreover, facing a 4th realm alien demon, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. That gaze was like a high and mighty king looking down on ants. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, he declared, I am the 12th bishop of the Rebirth sect, serving the Demon Lord. You are all warriors sent to me by the Demon Lord. Dare you speak to me like this? The Demon Lord paused. This aura felt somewhat familiar. He remembered that this was an ant who had once given him some random sacrificial offerings. If it weren't for being bored, he wouldn't even bother responding to the other's plea. With a gentle wave of his hand, he initiated a soul search. The Demon Lord sensed the rich, ordinary human aura around him. With so many humans, swallowing them should allow him to return to 6th realm. Thinking of being a dignified Demon Lord, heavily injured and exiled here, the Demon Lord felt incredibly frustrated. You want to use humans to kill demons? How could I comply with your wishes? Xiangqin was stunned. Soul search? Something was off with these alien demons. No, you can't do this. He moved to escape. In less than 3 seconds, Xiangqin was seized by an 8th realm alien demon and brought before the Demon Lord. A pair of hands pressed down on Xiangqin's head, and countless memories flooded into his mind. In an instant, the Demon Lord understood the distribution of top combat power in Great Xia. Interesting, there are still a few strong ones. Conceal yourselves among the humans and await my orders. The Demon Lord waved his hand, and all the alien demons instantly transformed into various human forms. Upon seeing this, Xiangqin's eyes were filled with terror. What kind of monster had he summoned? The higher the bloodline of the alien demon race, the stronger their abilities. At least a mid-tier bloodline alien demon was required to possess the ability to transform. The ones he had summoned in the past were all low-tier bloodlines, merely possessing simple intelligence and obeying commands. In the next moment, Xiangqin felt as if something had been planted in his spiritual power. He instinctively wanted to resist or die. Calmly, as if stating a fact, Xiangqin froze, his body trembling slightly. He did not want to die. After a moment, he replied, Yes, master. Act according to your previous thoughts. I will send my subordinates to assist you. After the Demon Lord methodically finished giving orders, he beckoned to his strongest subordinate, preparing to observe the human world. 072, what is this thing? Jiang Zhengdao sensed a pure and extreme demonic aura that flashed and vanished. At least it had to be an 8-realm Demon King level of it to possess such aura. He found the cult stronghold in Floating Cloud City, but couldn't leave for the time being. After searching for a while, he didn't see that 7th realm bishop. He thought to himself that it was possible the rebirth cult leader had given the bishop a trump card. An 8 realm could already stir up great waves in the Great Xia. Even among the 10 great families, there were usually only 4 or 5 8 realm martial kings. Moreover, most martial kings had their own tasks, and only a few could return to rest in the Great Xia after a rotation. Jiang Zhengdao focused his thoughts and sensed a demonic aura. The rebirth cult leader is here. I want to see what you plan to do. Even if it wasn't absolutely necessary, Jiang Zhengdao didn't want to reveal his strength. After all, everyone wants to live a few more years. He wanted to see if his great-grandson and little grandson had any willingness to save ordinary people. Now the Great Xia had begun searching for candidates to succeed the 12 martial emperors. Considerations of temperament, talent, and various aspects would all be taken into account. If these two boys performed well enough, he would be willing to directly recommend them into the finals. This time, it was equivalent to a test he was giving to the two little kids as their grandfather. In some aspects of temperament, Jiang Zhengdao was indeed not satisfied with Qin Jiang. Jealousy, narrow-mindedness. After all, he was their grandfather and couldn't, nor did he want to, act with the same double standards and bias as his daughter. Since he was already here, he could see at this time. Outside Floating Cloud City, Qin Luo was sitting cross-legged, receiving his recent rewards. 7 emotions sword intent. Fear sword intent. Relying on the evil sword immortal talent. Qin Luo quickly mastered the fear sword intent completely. However, due to his currently weak body, he couldn't fully unleash the power of the fear sword intent. Qin Luo estimated he could only exert about 10% at most. After all, such sword intent usually required at least a 6th realm master to comprehend and control. In an environment filled with fear, relying on the evil sword immortal talent, he could also invoke the fear of living beings, greatly increasing the power of the fear sword intent. After merging, Qin Luo felt the power of the evil sword immortal talent and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Inside Floating Cloud City, what was most abundant at this moment was fear. Su Dachuan thought Qin Luo's control of the demonic energy had caused great harm to his body and was meditating with his eyes closed. When he saw Qin Luo open his eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Luo, I know using your trump card consumes a lot, but if it comes to it, can you send me in? I can suppress the rebirth cult by myself. Qin Luo waved his hand. Sending in a few people is easy, but sending in too many would indeed be troublesome. I still want to absorb emotional power for a while to increase my strength. It's a bit hard to decide. The Wujing magic art was indeed a divine-level cultivation method, requiring far more power to advance each realm than other methods. However, its strength was unquestionable. The Wujing magic power within him was far more pure and powerful than when he was at the 4th realm. It should be noted that he initially had an SS-level talent, which was already a rare existence in the Great Xia. Su Dachuan noticed Qin Luo seemed to be distracted and waved his hand in front of Qin Luo. Qin Luo, are you overexerted? Can't go on? Qin Luo curled his lip and said, Who can't go on? You're the one who can't. Su Dachuan laughed heartily and didn't team mind this little matter. Send me in. I just want to kill the rebirth cult and end this matter as soon as possible. Qin Luo waved his hand. Pick some elite ones. If I send you in, you must eradicate the rebirth cult completely. Qin Luo did not hide his anger. He could accept attacks on himself, but he absolutely could not allow harm to come to those around him, especially since his parents were ordinary people. What kind of evil cult is this? Just a bunch of bullies? Why don't they dare to act against Jiang Ling or Qin Zhuangyan? All right, 10 minutes later, Qin Luo looked at the densely packed, demon-suppressing army dressed in black armor before him. There were at least 1,000 of them. He rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at Su Dachuan. Is this the elite you picked? Su Dachuan nodded, raising his eyebrows. Yeah, my demon-suppressing army is all elites above the 4th realm. No need to pick. Qin Luo opened his mouth. He didn't know how many 4th realm rebirth cultists were inside, but he guessed there were definitely not more than 100. Since that was the case, let's deal with it early. Everyone has parents, including himself. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it should be fine. Okay. Qin Luo waved his hand, and the righteous Wujing magic power surged out, creating a 3 or 4 meter wide void as the demonic energy rolled. Su Dachuan waved his hand, and all the demon-suppressing army rushed in like a swarm. Once everyone was inside, Qin Luo followed in as well. Inside Floating Cloud City, when Jiang Ling sensed the void created by Qin Luo's invocation of demonic energy, she instantly teleported into the city. Her eyes flickered as she surveyed her surroundings, examining the city where Qin Luo lived. More than 10 years ago, she had come here and personally handed Qin Luo over to the Qin Daqiang couple, asking them to help raise him. After more than a decade away, Floating Cloud City hadn't changed much, just had a few new residential areas. It was small enough to see the end at a glance. Floating Cloud City was too small. Jiang Ling felt a bit bitter. This time, She had to find out why Qin Luo treated her, his mother, this way. Keeping her mind focused on her younger son, she temporarily did not sense any danger. Jiangling remembered the life-saving equipment she gave her younger son, which could withstand an all-out strike from an 8-realm being. Even she only had one such item. There shouldn't be any safety concerns. After Qin Luo entered Floating Cloud City, he immediately felt suspicious. The demonic energy inside seemed much purer, as if new demonic energy had been injected. The concentration of demonic energy had increased. Su Dachuan waved his hand, not caring at all. Qin Luo, look at what real elites are. With a wave of his hand, the demon-suppressing army split into more than 10 groups and charged in various directions throughout Floating Cloud City. Soon, under the overwhelming numbers and combat power, all ordinary people were rescued from the rebirth cult. Qin Luo followed behind the demon-suppressing army, absorbing their power. Fully utilizing his talent, his strength increased to the 3rd realm, which expanded the range of emotional power he could absorb considerably. Now, he could absorb within a radius of about 500 meters. Suddenly, Qin Luo sensed a very strange emotion within this range. Greed for flesh and blood. And then it was being forcefully suppressed. What on earth is this? Qin Luo's gaze fell on a dozen people in the crowd. This evil feeling was something he had never heard of before. Suddenly, within his perception, he sensed the aura of a person. Desire, an endless desire. He turned his head and looked into the distance at a tall youth. His instincts told him that if he could consume this person, he would gain a significant boost. Perhaps his bloodline could even rise from medium to high. A high-level bloodline would give him a chance to break through to the 7th realm and become a general under the Demon Lord. A group of 4th realm lowered their heads, forcefully suppressing the desires in their hearts. Just then, a group of people appeared behind Qin Luo. The leader was Shun Qiuyue. She was very frustrated. She hadn't expected that she and Qin Luo wouldn't even have to take action before the demon-suppressing army rescued everyone. The demon-suppressing army didn't know what was going on. So many strong people had come in. With this, how could the two of them make a name for themselves in the Great Xia? As a result, when she asked the demon-suppressing army, she learned that Qin Luo had somehow used some trick to let the army in. Suddenly seeing Qin Luo, Shun Qiuyue could no longer suppress her anger. Qin Luo, come over here. 073. Qin Luo is just a bit more talented and lucky. Qin Luo glanced back. How unlucky. He didn't expect to run into Shun Qiuyue here. He had just discovered something extraordinary and was preparing to have the demon suppression army deal with it. Such pure greed and bloodlust. Qin Luo had never felt in a person before. Only the alien demons worshipped by the past life sect were said to exhibit such emotions. Qin Luo, didn't you hear me talking to you? Shun Qiuyue looked around at the people. They were all the elite of the Shun family. There was no one beside Qin Luo, and no one could help him. She had to slap back the previous slap she received. Qin Luo didn't turn around. The more he engaged with someone like Shun Qiuyue, the more she would bounce around joyfully. He had more important matters to attend to. He already had a guess about those hidden people in the crowd. They were very likely alien demons. Alien demons that could transform into human form must have at least a medium-level bloodline. It was hard to tell their realm for now, so it was better to be cautious. With this thought, Qin Luo waved to the nearby demon suppression army. Hey, big brother, come over here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. The captain of the demon suppression army nodded in response. He was specifically assigned by the general to ensure Qin Luo's safety. The general had gone to find the bishop of the past life sect. As long as the bishop was dealt with, everything would be over. With so much demonic energy in the sky, ordinary people could only live if it was cleared away. What is it? Moments latte. Zhang Daoi's eyes flashed as he looked at the crowd. He was somewhat skeptical of Qin Luo's words. How could medium-level bloodline alien demons get in? A medium-level bloodline was equivalent to a C-level or higher talent in their Great Xia. Even among alien demons, medium-level bloodlines were extremely rare. Are you sure? Qin Luo nodded, and the malice directed at him was still rising. Alien demons liked to prey on those with high-level talents. His talent was so astonishing that he had caught the attention of alien demons. Qin Luo was unsure if there were others in different places, but these more than 10 could not be left alive. Shun Qiuyue was almost going crazy, her pale face filled with anger, appearing somewhat twisted. When had she ever been ignored like this? Did she really think that just because she had some special abilities, she could act as she pleased? She was just a discarded child of the Qin family. Shun Qiuyue angrily marched straight towards Qin Luo. Zhang Daowei raised his eyebrows upon seeing this. He was ready to inform the general about how to handle the situation. Get 2 people to notify the general. Under the shroud of demonic energy, there was no signal, making quick contact impossible. Qin Luo stood at the edge of the crowd, and many ordinary people had expressions of joy as if they had survived a disaster. He was very familiar with that feeling. With much less emotional energy, Qin Luo at least felt a bit regretful. At least he had saved many people. The Demon Suppression Army has arrived. It was the Demon Suppression Army that saved us. Thank you. I knew the authorities wouldn't abandon us. A soldier from the Demon Suppression Army smiled and shook his head. Actually, you should be thanking Qin Luo, the top scorer who walked out of your floating cloud city. He used a special method to get us in a floating cloud city. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to. Huh? Was it Qin Luo who helped? Where is he? Let's go thank him. Many people became excited upon hearing that it was Qin Luo who had helped. As the top scorer from Floating Cloud City, everyone knew Qin Luo. Even the elderly with pensions over 10,000 or toddlers barely learning to talk knew Qin Luo. So it was Qin Luo who saved us. No wonder he is the most outstanding genius from our Floating Cloud City. Back then, when Qin Luo was plotted against by the past life sect, I felt it was a pity, but fortunately, he awakened a new martial arts talent. My son's girlfriend's ex-boyfriend's female best friend, who is also my girlfriend, is a classmate of Qin Luo. If I had known earlier, I would have asked him to introduce me to Qin Luo. Maybe I could have made Qin Luo like me. Dream on. Someone as ordinary as you. How could Qin Luo like you? What ordinary? I'm a D level. Do you have that? Qin Luo clearly sensed the emotions of the crowd, which had once calmed down, suddenly rising. Shock, gratitude. He didn't expect such a situation to arise. The gratitude of the majority was so fervent, without any mixed emotions. Qin Luo was slightly stunned. He rarely felt such pure gratitude. Most people didn't say anything, but the emotional energy emanating from each person's head was unmistakable. Shun Xue listened to the countless thanks directed at Qin Luo around her, growing more and more jealous. Apart from having slightly higher talent than her, being a bit luckier, and being slightly better looking than Qin Jiang, in other aspects, he couldn't compare to her at all. All this praise for Qin Luo, which clearly should have been enjoyed by her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, unable to contain herself. This glory of enjoying the praise of thousands should have been hers. She charged directly towards Qin Luo, blocking his path. Qin Luo, why do you let the Demon Suppression Army in? We could completely capture all the past life sect members in Floating Cloud City. You're only going to alert the snakes in the grass. There might be some cultists mixed in the crowd. Zhang Dawei and a group of demon suppression soldiers all stared at Shen Shiyue. How could the Demon Suppression Army make such a mistake? All the past life sect members had already been captured. There couldn't possibly be any that slipped through the net. Even if there were a few, they couldn't cause any waves right under their noses. Qin Luo carefully analyzed the emotions conveyed by Shen Shiyue. Besides anger, there was also a great deal of grievance. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. He just didn't know how to deal with those alien demons. Captain Zhang, just control those past life sect members of the Four Realms as I instructed. Don't disturb them. We need to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiyue's heart stirred. She didn't even bother questioning Qin Luo. If she could kill all those past life sect members with a thunderous force, wouldn't she enjoy the admiration of countless ordinary people? She hadn't expected that Qin Luo had actually found a few that slipped through the net. Such merit could not be given to Qin Luo. Qin Luo, if you let me kill those past life sect members, I can temporarily not cause you any trouble. Just think about the feeling of being heavily injured and having your talent destroyed by those past life sect members. Do you want to experience that again? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo turned his head, his shoulders slightly trembling. Seeing this scene, Shen Shiyue's heart soared with joy. She guessed correctly. How could such experiences not leave a psychological scar? Qin Luo, if you bring out the past life sect members, I can help you take revenge. The techniques and martial arts I practice can completely help you take revenge. Zhang Dawei sighed at this scene. Indeed, experiencing such things would leave a psychological scar. It was understandable, a common human emotion. Qin Luo stifled his smile, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Is this your way of asking for help? If you're so great, why didn't you find the past life sect members yourself? Upon hearing this, Shen Shiyue broke down. She tried to suppress her inner fury. First, let Qin Luo find the past life sect members. You, what do you mean by asking you? You better understand your current position. Qin Luo waved his hand, signaling Zhang Dawei to proceed with the plan. Not long after, Su Dachuan's voice came through. Listen to Qin Luo. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dawei's voice rang out. Everyone, please be quiet. To prevent cultists from mixing into the crowd, we will conduct a check. In the crowd, more than a dozen alien demons suddenly looked up at the Demon Suppression Army. Had they been discovered? 074. The demon's great-grandson. Someone has inherited the legacy. A few alien demons were watching the demon suppression army. With the blessing of the demon lord, the people of the Great Xia could not possibly see through their transformation techniques, unless their cultivation was far beyond theirs, able to match the demon lord's realm. Only then did the dozen or so alien demons relax their guard and refrain from making any moves. The demon lord instructed them to blend in with ordinary people and wait for orders. That person must have at least SS-level talent. Otherwise, their aura couldn't be so enticing. Just wait. Those above S-level are all food for the demon lord. The leading peak-level alien demon quietly communicated with the other demons. You don't carry the aura of the rebirth sect. You can go home. Neither do you. You can go home too. Let's go. It's already under control. Zhang Daowei kept a close watch on Qin Luo's expression. An alien demon stood by, noticing that the demon suppression army said nothing, only instructing him to go home. Where did he go home to? He was just waiting for the demon lord's orders. Several other alien demons were also released, but they didn't notice that 30 or so members of the demon suppression army were silently surrounding them. Seeing the group of alien demons gathered together, seemingly confused, Zhang Daowei felt a growing doubt. Logically, after ensuring safety, ordinary people would definitely leave at once and return home. After all, with the backing of the demon suppression army, safety was guaranteed. This group of suspicious beings lingered around, seemingly waiting for other alien demons. However, he also found it strange, as a 6th-level master. How could he not see through a group of 4th-level alien demons' disguises? There wasn't a single flaw. On the contrary, how did Qin Luo see through it? Even if Qin Luo had triple S-level talent, his perception couldn't possibly be stronger than his own as a 6th-level master. Something was off. Shun Xiuyue watched Qin Luo from the side, showing no unusual behavior. She had never believed Qin Luo could detect the rebirth sect. Now, with Qin Luo's performance, she believed it even less. Leading the man who had cut off his own cultivation realm behind her, just to ensure her safety, she stepped in front of Qin Luo. Her eyes were filled with impatience. Qin Luo, you are just wasting our time. Moreover, if any of these people are from the rebirth sect, they could threaten so many lives. If anything happens, you will be the sinner. Zhang Daowei had already separated a dozen alien demons, surrounded by a group of demon suppression army members. What would Qin Luo do next? Qin Luo pointed at Shun Xiuyue. The 12 people over there are from the rebirth sect. You can go kill them. If you are afraid, the credit will be mine. Shun Xiuyue was taken aback, not expecting Qin Luo to try to win her over. He must be trying to pursue her. Did he really think a few rebirth sect cultists could buy her off? Impossible. You all go try and see if they're cultists. If they aren't, tell them Qin Luo falsely accused them of being cultists. Shun Xiuyue instructed her subordinates behind her, holding her proud neck high. She didn't believe Qin Luo's words. Qin Luo just wanted her to lose face. To slander ordinary people as rebirth sect members? After so many people praised Qin Luo just now, she felt very displeased. She must make Qin Luo's image in the eyes of these ordinary people collapse. She observed carefully. These few people were definitely not cultists. Just a few ordinary people. Qin Luo, I didn't expect you to slander a few ordinary people. Your character is truly too poor. Floating Cloud City. A few top experts, especially Jiangling, felt as if there was an unparalleled great demon hidden in Floating Cloud City. It made her feel uneasy, fearing for Qin Zhang's safety. She didn't know why she had this feeling, but her talent, the spirit's sword heart, was very accurate in sensing danger. She had relied on this intuition to avoid numerous assassinations by alien tribes. Could it be that the leader of the rebirth sect was lurking? There was a high probability it was to target her 2 sons. Most of Jiangling's attention was focused on Qin Jiang, while part of it was on Shun Xiuyue. After all, Shun Xiuyue had a very good relationship with Qin Jiang. The thread of her attention was on Qin Luo. If any of them were in danger, she could immediately provide assistance. Jiang Zhengdao stared at the leader of the rebirth sect, feeling that there was something off about this person's aura. Even in a situation where everyone in Floating Cloud City had been rescued, the reaction wasn't overly intense. The demonic energy permeating the air was something Jiang Zhengdao was all too familiar with. The purpose of the rebirth sect was to turn Floating Cloud City into a city of demons. Why is Ling here too? Why didn't it trigger a mad fluctuation of demonic energy? Jiang Zhengdao was puzzled and had no plans to see his daughter for the time being. At the same time, he sensed 2 bloodline auras. One of the bloodline auras was relatively weak, probably around the 3rd level. 3rd level? Jiang Zhengdao blinked. That aura must be his great-grandson Qin Luo. How could it be that in such a short time, he had gone from having no power at all to reaching the third level? It hadn't even been a month. Jiang Zhengdao had some vague guesses in his heart. Even if Qin Luo had practiced before, and his speed of recultivation was relatively fast, it couldn't be this fast. This was enough to show how extraordinary Qin Luo's talent was. Moreover, this kid used a sword, which could inherit his legacy. Jiang Zhengdao's pupils suddenly contracted as he inadvertently discovered something. He sensed that Qin Luo had a group of demon suppression army members surrounding more than a dozen alien demons. In his eyes, these more than a dozen were alien demons, but in the eyes of others, these were just people. How did this kid distinguish that these few were alien demons? Jiang Zhengdao's heart shook wildly, scanning the entire floating cloud city. Over 1,000 alien demons were hiding among the ordinary people in Floating Cloud City. In a luxurious martial emperor suite, the Eye of Heaven demon lord sensed a spiritual wave not weaker than his peak period. Immediately, he abandoned the plan to slaughter the entire demon suppression army in the city and turn them into nourishment to restore his strength. Even if he killed them all, he could only restore to around the 8th level, which wouldn't be enough to contend with a 10th level martial lord. As long as he didn't take action, the opponent wouldn't be able to detect him. It was just a pity that so many of his subordinates would have to stay here. Closing his eyes, the Eye of Heaven demon lord's eyes flashed with a strange color. Don't make any moves, hide. He used a unique ability of the demon race. Even a 10th level martial lord wouldn't be able to detect it. The Eye of Heaven demon lord turned around, saying nothing more. Just leaving a few useful subordinates would be enough. Suddenly, he sensed a very violent aura. It wasn't strong, only at the late 4th level. However, what surprised the Eye of Heaven demon lord was that it was actually from a person with SS level talent. By swallowing this person's talent, he could restore part of his damaged foundation. The Eye of Heaven demon lord withdrew his gaze and looked up at the dense demonic energy. This is his eye. Catching a person of S-level talent or above, he wouldn't hesitate to expose himself. 075. Qin Luo made a slight move, and Shenxiu Yu found herself in a predicament. Shenxiu Yu carefully observed these people, but couldn't find anything unusual. Realizing this, she walked straight towards them. Hello, I am Shenxiu Yu, the daughter of the 9 Realms Martial Emperor with S-class talent. Have you seen that person? They say you are foreign demons. I see you as ordinary people, and I don't want to see you slandered. Shenxiu Yu held her head high, waiting for the ants to express their gratitude. Over a dozen also sensed something was off. The number of demon suppression army surrounding them was too great. They had also received a signal from the demon lord, saying to capture the S-class talent. Was this human woman with a questionable IQ really S-class talent? The leading 5 realm had a flash of darkness in his eyes as he lowered his head and walked over. Thank you. You're a good person. Upon hearing this, Shenxiu Yu felt something was subtly wrong. These ordinary people should be excited, saying they finally met the daughter of the martial emperor. Wasn't this a once-in-a-lifetime honor? Why were they so indifferent? A 4-realm martial artist who had been following Shenxiu Yu restored his strength to the 6th realm. With so many present, they no longer needed to hide. He keenly sensed an extremely faint killing intent emanating from the person in front of him. Miss, step back. Something's wrong. The 5 realm hadn't expected to be discovered and immediately used his abilities. Suddenly, Shenxiu Yu felt the person in front of her change shape. It was as if an incredibly terrifying was tearing through the disguise of human skin and emerging from within. A massive, with teeth nearly as thick as her arm and a body over 10 meters tall, opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Shenxiu Yu stared at those enormous teeth, feeling as if she was about to die. She didn't have time to react at all. This wasn't a follower of the afterlife sect. This was an At this moment, Shenxiu Yu felt an immense resentment towards Qin Luo. It was all his fault for digging such a deep pit for her. Such a big pit. Qin Luo, I will haunt you. Just as the sharp, screeching sound rang out, a powerful force came from behind Shenxiu Yu. A 6-realm master reached out and blocked the attack from the 5 realm. The sharp, rage-filled claws were merely a millimeter away from Shenxiu Yu's nose. It was chilling, facing death directly. Shenxiu Yu suddenly felt a warmth in her legs, as a warm current surged from within her. Fortunately, the 4-realm martial artist had good control over his body and forcibly contained the warmth halfway. Shenxiu Yu sighed in relief, glad she managed to control it. Otherwise, with so many people watching, as the daughter of the martial emperor, it would be so embarrassing to wet herself. Qin Luo absorbed the shame, fear, and various emotions emanating from Shenxiu Yu. Compared to the emotions radiating from other 4-realm martial artists, Shenxiu Yu's were much purer. He stared intently at the six-realm master protecting Shun Xiaoyu. It was this person, otherwise, it would have already captured the S-class talent desired by the Demon Lord. Qin Luo glanced around. There were only a dozen or so, and he had no interest in continuing to watch. With so many, each could kill these with a single strike. However, he found a special method that had just used quite interesting. It had managed to intimidate Shun Xiaoyu's mind for a short time, leaving her in a daze. It had a hint of the roar of a river's lion. The people around also gathered closer. That had just sent them home as a mere delaying tactic. After confirming that they were hidden among the crowd, they could no longer allow ordinary people to go home. Zhang Dawei signaled to the crowd and then led Qin Luo to another location. Qin Luo, you need to help find the other. Otherwise, the safety of our fellow villagers will not be guaranteed. We still don't know how many are out there. It will be hard work for you. Suddenly, a boy looked at Qin Luo, feeling that this person looked somewhat familiar. Is that Qin Luo? Qin Luo really came back to save us. Damn, I just sensed something was off. I thought it looked a bit like him, but didn't dare to say it out loud. I want to confess to Qin Luo and ask if he likes D. In an instant, Qin Luo was surrounded by a group of people, including some girls trying to take advantage of the situation. They soon found they couldn't even squeeze in. Qin Luo was already surrounded by a group of boys who were fanatically admiring strong individuals. Qin Luo, give me an autograph. I want to learn from you. From now on, I won't worship Guan Eryi anymore. I have to worship Qin Luo. Zhang Dawei gently pushed, and a gentle surge of energy separated the surrounding people. We have important matters. Did you see them in the distance? It was Qin Luo who identified it. If they're still hidden in the crowd, we need to find them. The group turned back to look at the more than 10 people who had already been surrounded. The one leading them had a massive and hideous physique. Damn, it really isn't. Look at those people. They aren't afraid being so close to the Demon Lord. They must be. Thank goodness we have Qin Luo. Otherwise, we would probably have been eaten by the... That's right. Qin Luo is our Guan Eryi from Floating Cloud City. No, he is even more useful than Guan Eryi. He has protected us twice. Then we want to disturb Qin Luo. Let him help us catch the so we can live in peace. Qin Luo waved his sleeve, leaving without a trace. He and Zhang Dawei walked away, leaving Shun Xiaoyu enviously filled with jealousy and hatred. Shun Xiaoyu didn't understand why every time she targeted Qin Luo, he effortlessly resolved it. Even when Qin Luo made a slight move, she found herself in a predicament. She was unconvinced. Shun Xiaoyu glared at the, signaling her family to kill the. Why didn't these take the initiative to expose any flaws? If that were the case, she could strike and kill them, definitely causing a cheer. She was too lazy to kill these 4-realm and 5-realm. It absolutely wasn't because she was afraid of accidentally losing control and wetting herself. She slightly squeezed her legs together to prevent any leakage. Jiang Ling sensed the commotion caused by Qin Luo, and her unease grew stronger. Standing beside her was Qin Jiang. Now that has controlled all the followers of the Afterlife sect, how should I maintain the honor of the Qin family? Jiang was very displeased. He had originally thought he could easily take down all the Afterlife sect members. Unexpectedly, Qin Luo somehow managed to shield the fluctuations caused by the entering Floating Cloud City. He must have obtained it from that ancient relic. Why didn't Qin Luo hand over the pill formulas and those good things to him before leaving the family? Otherwise, all of this would have been his. Jiang Ling frowned. She knew very well what her younger son wanted to do. She fully supported such matters of maintaining family honor and bringing her face. When he appeared, she feared for Qin Jiang's safety and immediately revealed herself, following her younger son. With the by Qin Luo's side, there would be no danger. However, they were in Floating Cloud City, so they had to be cautious. Jiang Ling didn't voice her inner worries. She always felt like a terrifying presence was watching them. She hoped her son and younger son would not encounter that unsettling existence. More importantly, she hoped she was just overthinking it. Another gathering place. Qin Luo used the same method and found over 30 again. Among them was a 6-realm. To suppress it, Zhang Dawei and another 6-realm master were injured. After it was all over, Qin Luo took a tour through the crowd, causing a significant commotion. After absorbing the emotions of thousands of people, Qin Luo felt he was not far from the mid-stage of the 3 realms. After Zhang Dawei bandaged his wounds, he found Qin Luo. The general wants me to take you to see him. Qin Luo nodded. The appearance of so many was definitely not a good sign. The demonic energy above his head felt a bit strange, as if there were eyes within it. In a corner of Floating Cloud City, the heavenly-eyed demon lord stared at Qin Luo, looking quite surprised. An SSS-level talent, yet there was not a trace of talent's aura on him. Looking up at the demonic energy above, devouring an SSS-level talent's origin would be enough for him to recover part of the injuries to his foundation. If he could get another one, he could recover 90% of his injuries. The Great Xia was a place he could go anywhere. 076. As long as you call me mother, I will save you. Outside Floating Cloud City, Xiao Huahua led over 100 martial artists from the Four Realms straight into the demonic energy. Ji Tiansheng did not stop him. There were 8-realm and 9-realm martial artists inside who could suppress any crisis. Though he looked down on Jiang Ling's double standards towards Qin Luo, he also knew that the other party wouldn't just watch so many ordinary people die without helping. It was just right for Xiao Huahua to gain some experience. A monstrous talent with an SSS-level aptitude needs to undergo many trials to grow. When the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord sensed the fluctuation of talent from Xiao Huahua, his gaze sharpened. The black demonic energy surged into the world, crazily solidifying. Seemingly not satisfied, the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord took out many items storing demonic energy from his spatial ring. 10-realm martial sovereign, here as a little gift for our meeting. He wanted to compete with the 10-realm martial sovereign of the Great Xia. Go capture those S-level and above geniuses. Through the unique connection in the bloodline, the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord issued orders to his subordinates. 1 S-level talent, 1 SS level, and 2 SSS levels. After devouring their source of talent, he could definitely recover 99% of his injuries. Suddenly, Qin Luo felt a faint malice coming from the sky above him. The demonic energy in the sky became thicker and more concentrated. Su Dachun looked at Qin Luo. He had just received a transmission from a mysterious being. There are still many alien demons in Floating Cloud City. They must all be captured to find a way to deal with the demonic energy above. Qin Luo, you need to capture all the alien demons. Otherwise, it will be hard for the ordinary people of Floating Cloud City to survive. Qin Luo nodded. No matter what, he wouldn't lose out. All right, but I always feel like something is watching us from above. We must be careful. Su Dachuan was astonished. He felt the same. It seemed there was some terrifying presence lurking behind, occasionally peering at him. It felt omnipresent, yet as if it were right beside him. Su Dachuan did not know the exact strength of that entity. You go capture the ordinary alien demons. I'll handle everything. Qin Luo glanced up, feeling that the demonic energy seemed to be a bit closer to them. He activated the boundless demonic power within him and began to devour wildly. He didn't care who produced so much demonic energy. Anyway, it was all his nourishment. The more the better. He needed to be cautious. That malice seemed to be everywhere. General Su, stay a little closer to me. Su Dachun nodded. He searched around but could not find the source of his unease. Staying close to Qin Luo might help. After all, even he couldn't detect the alien demons, but Qin Luo could sense them. After entering Floating Cloud City, Xiao Huahua also cloaked himself in a black robe. Surrounded by nearly 100 martial artists from the Ji family, he still did not feel secure enough. Master, I feel something off. The demonic energy is too dense. Demonic energy is a type of energy. Your burning flame can refine demonic energy. Fang Yaoshi released a trace of spiritual power to sense the surrounding energy. After refining such dense demonic energy, Xiao Huahua could definitely elevate to the 5th realm. The reason ordinary martial artists avoid demonic energy is that it can affect human consciousness. If he could refine that power, the threat of the demonic energy would be greatly reduced. During this time, Xiao Huahua, relying on his status as a guest elder of the Ji family, had obtained many materials to restore spiritual power. Fang Yaoshi's spiritual power had now recovered to a level comparable to the 4 realms. If danger arose, he could temporarily possess Xiao Huahua to help him face it. Time passed little by little. Under Qin Luo's leadership, the demon suppression army managed to control all the alien demons that had mingled among the crowd. Only a few alien demons above the 7th realm, following the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord, remained uncaptured. The Eye of Heaven Demon Lord raised an eyebrow. Peering through the demonic energy, he discovered that the strange SSS-level talent kid was actually absorbing and refining the demonic energy he brought from the demon realm. The concentration of demonic energy was not enough for him to activate his talent and turn the entire Floating Cloud City into a demonic domain. His gaze fell on the alien demons that had already been captured. A trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. As long as he was alive, low-level subordinates could be produced in bulk in no time. With a thought boom, thousands of alien demons below the 6th realm instantly exploded, and endless black demonic energy surged. This scene immediately drew the attention of several high-level martial artists. Jiang Ling's heart tightened, and her ominous premonition grew stronger. She stayed close to Qin and Jiang, afraid of any accidents. What? Why did the alien demons suddenly explode? Qin Jiang watched as the alien demons, already controlled and incapable of resistance, suddenly detonated. His intuition told him something was amiss. This was high-level alien demons forcibly controlling the others to self-destruct, intending to turn Floating Cloud City into a demonic domain. Jiang Ling spread her spiritual power but found no abnormalities. The other party's control over the demonic energy was astonishing, possibly not weaker than her own. No wonder she felt like a terrifying presence was watching her. Jiang Ling felt relieved. If she hadn't come, Jiang Heir might have encountered an accident. Luo, if you're in danger, you can call for me. As long as you call me mother, I will come to save you. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow and looked around. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's voice echoed in his mind. Madam, please have some self-respect. Qin Luo spoke loudly. Knowing Jiang Ling could definitely hear him. She really was a persistent spirit. That statement made Qin Luo feel disgusted. What do you mean calling you mother to be saved? Does she really think you would encounter danger? At least he had a peak 8-realm martial king beside him. Qin Luo looked at the blood of the alien demons, faintly sensing something was off. General, all the alien demons have been captured. The rest is up to you. First, take me to the edge and let me out. So that you not that. He also sensed that something was wrong. Qin Luo was someone he valued. This kid helped without asking for anything in return. Very good. He cares about the world. Such a prodigy must not encounter any accidents here. All right. Su Dachuan grabbed Qin Luo's shoulder, preparing to send him out. Since they were already here, they might as well play a bit before leaving. Suddenly, the demonic energy from the alien demon's self-explosion was drawn by something. A cold voice accurately reached everyone's minds through the demonic energy. It was chilling, bloodthirsty, as if it wanted to devour all living beings. A 9-realm alien demon? Jiang Ling's heart sank. How could a 9-realm alien demon possibly appear here? A white elemental power radiated from Jiang Ling's body, resisting the encroaching demonic energy. In the distance, those not protected by elemental power looked dazed, swaying as they walked away. People of the Great Xia, let's play a game. Each side sends out 3 people. The 4 realms will determine the outcome. If you win, I'll return Floating Cloud City to you intact. If you lose, I only need 4 people. Or you can hand me those 4 people now, and I'll leave immediately. Su Dachuan firmly held on a Qin Luo, preventing the demonic energy from invading Qin Luo's body. Don't move. This demonic energy can erode the intelligence of those below the 4 realms. Qin Luo struggled a couple of times. With such dense demonic energy, how much would he improve if he absorbed it all? He really wanted Su Dachuan to let go. This was all good stuff. And there are experts. Which 4 people? 077. Saving the little son's sweetheart, but not saving his own son? Qin Luo, Xiao Huohua, Qin Jiang, Shun Qiuyu. The Eye of Heaven Demon Lord had his subordinates mention a few more names. These were all the names of talents he had collected who entered this place. Jiang Ling also had S-level talent, a peak martial emperor of the 9 realms, and was temporarily not his match. He had just used his talent, and most of his talent power was consumed. However, the outcome was good. The entire Floating Cloud City was under his control, with all beings below the 4 realms completely dominated by him. He could choose to forcibly control everyone below the 7 realms, but that would consume too much of his talent, almost depleting all his power. In 1 minute, my illusory reality would be completed. A flicker of desire flashed in the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord's eyes, a hope for the restoration of strength. The reason he could only control and erode beings below the 4 realms was to create the illusion that his power was only at this level. He also needed to give a group of people a moment of hesitation to think, so that his domain could be fully completed. Snatching someone in front of a peak martial emperor of the 9 realms was not an easy task. The third eye on the forehead of the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord slowly opened, revealing what seemed like a special world within. Jiang Zhengdao pretended to be controlled, his aging figure following the other ordinary people. He wanted to see which strange demon expert had come out. It had been too long since he had acted, and he feared the strange demon race had already healed. They still wanted to target his 2 grandsons. They were truly courting death. Qin Jiang heard the demon call his name, and his boiling blood instantly cooled down. He was still thinking of relying on his mother to save a city of ordinary people, enjoying endless glory. Gulp. Mom, what realm is that strange demon? You should be able to kill him, right? Jiang Ling shook her head. She did not tell the truth. Deep down, she felt that the strange demon might be even stronger than her. The 9 realms should be about the same as her. Now that this place had turned into a demon domain, it would be difficult for her to gain the upper hand. Qin Zhang's face was filled with panic upon hearing this. How could he be targeted by such a powerful being? According to his current cultivation speed, it would take him at least several decades to break through to become a martial emperor of the Nine Realms. Mom, I'm a bit scared. Jiang Ling looked at her youngest son, who was filled with fear, her heart aching. It was already quite good that her youngest son did not collapse in fear when encountering such danger for the first time. Qin Luo's words reached Jiang Ling's ears, and a trace of pain flickered in her eyes. Why did her eldest son refuse to even call her mom? So distant. She just wanted Luo to know that she cared about him. In such a dangerous situation, she was still thinking about protecting Luo. How could she not care about him? Suddenly, Jiang Ling felt a wave within the demon energy. Almost simultaneously beside Qin Luo and Qin Jiang, a strange demon appeared, using the cover of the demon energy. The strange demon moved within, and they could not see it at all. Black demon energy flowed through Jiang Ling's yuan power, transforming into a huge hand that reached for Qin Jiang. Jiang Ling snorted coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. A mere 7 realms wanted to attack her son. With a flip of her hand, a long sword appeared. The sword light was sharp, and the demon energy hand suddenly dissipated. Qin Jiang was startled by the sudden change. His face filled with fury. Even with a jade pendant that could defend against 7 realms attacks, he felt no sense of security. Thankfully, he had his mother around. Mom, Xiaoyu won't be in any danger, right? Please go save her. After Jiang Ling broke through the 7 realms' strange demon's attack, she prepared to break through the demon energy interference to save her eldest son. Su Dachuan might not be able to protect her eldest son under the strange demon's attack. But then she saw the 6 realms master beside Shen Xiaoyu, unable to withstand the 7 realms' strange demon's attack. Mom, I feel that Xiaoyu must be in danger. Her name was mentioned by the strange demon. Qin Jiang was a bit anxious. He was afraid that his mother would go to save Qin Luo. Qin Luo would definitely be targeted by the strange demon too, and Qin Luo had no strong protection. The 9 realms warrior from the Ji family was guarding outside. As long as he could stall his mother for a while, Qin Luo would be doomed. Mother, Xiaoyu and I have already privately pledged our lives to each other. I don't want to lose her. Jiang Ling felt some internal struggle. Both her palm and back of her hand had flesh. One was her eldest son, and the other was her youngest son's sweetheart. Luo was not in danger, and he didn't even want to call her mom. Let the eldest son wait a bit. Jiang Ling pulled Qin Jiang through the demon energy and appeared in front of Shen Xiaoyu. At this moment, Shen Xiaoyu was so frightened that her face turned extremely pale. She felt like she was about to die. The 7 realms' strange demon was too terrifying. When she saw Jiang Ling appear, along with Qin Jiang, she let out a huge sigh of relief. Aunt Jiang, Brother Jiang. Qin Jiang walked over and held Shen Xiaoyu's delicate fingers. Don't be afraid, my mom is here. Shen Xiaoyu was overjoyed and a bit shy, wanting to withdraw her hand. She felt immense admiration for Qin Jiang. With a martial emperor mother protecting him, Qin Jiang's future was bright. As for the so-called tempering that the older generation spoke of, Shen Xiaoyu felt it was unnecessary. Their talents were there. They just needed to steadily and peacefully improve for several decades to naturally become martial emperors of the 9 realms. All enemies could be crushed. Jiang Ling dealt a heavy blow to the strange demon within the demon energy, frowning in silence. Just now, as she came to save Shen Xiaoyu, the demon energy was too thick and began to erode her yuan power. This demon energy could already threaten a great master of the 7 realms. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's expression changed drastically, and the overwhelming spirit power of the 9 realms martial emperor erupted. Boom! The silent collision of spirit power made Jiang Ling's face turn pale. 10th realm demon lord. The aura of the eye of heaven demon lord. Fortunately, she managed to block the spirit power attack. Suddenly, Jiang Ling's expression changed drastically. A massive force enveloped Qin Jiang and the 2 of them, flying towards Qin Luo. Just now, that immense spirit power was the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord's talent ability. Illusory reality. It could pull their souls into a bizarre world of illusion and reality. In this world, the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord would excavate a person's deepest fears. Once they couldn't endure, they would be devoured by the illusory reality. Su Dachuan could not withstand the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord's power. Moreover, there were no treasures on Qin Luo that could defend against spirit power attacks. The entire floating cloud city, aside from a few strong beings above the 8 realms, all living beings opened their eyes and entered a special place. Whether ordinary people or the 6 realms masters of the demon suppression army, Qin Luo felt himself being pulled by an overwhelmingly powerful force, and his vision blurred. He opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. In a grayish space, there were countless people. Men, women, old, and young, as well as soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army in black armor. Endless feelings of confusion emanated from all around. The evil Sword Immortal's talent was operating, constantly improving. Where's this? How'd I end up here? Wasn't I just enjoying my favorite activity with 18 beautiful women? I want to go back. This dream is no fun at all. Qin Luo confirmed that a top-tier boss had appeared in Floating Cloud City. Boss, what's going on? You're not making me accompany you to die, are you? Qin Luo sensed an overwhelming feeling of resentment, almost comparable to Sadako. 078. I saved a city of people. I shouldn't have lost face for the Qin family, right? Xiaohua's voice came. Standing next to him was a man with a head full of white hair, yet with a youthful appearance. Qin Luo glanced back. This person should be Xiaohua's master. Who wants to die here with you? I haven't even had a romantic relationship yet. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but give Qin Luo the middle finger. A romantic relationship? Let's focus on getting out alive first. We don't even know if we can survive in this hellish place. Qin Luo shook his head. They definitely had to survive. Unfortunately, he didn't know what kind of method this was that could silently pull him in. Xiaohua cast a curious glance at Qin Luo. I know if you ask me, I'll tell you what it is. Qin Luo chuckled. Xiaohua knows nothing, even if he comes from a slightly better background. He's still someone whose uncle doesn't care for him and whose grandmother doesn't love him. How could he possibly understand the methods of these behind-the-scenes puppeteers? It must be Xiaohua's master who told him. I've been preparing to summarize my alchemy insights recently. The smile on Xiaohua's face stiffened, and he quickly wiped his face and walked up to Qin Luo. Boss, this is a special talent of the illusion reality realm. It can evoke the most fearful thing in a person's heart, and if one cannot conquer that fear, they will be forever trapped within. My master, the senior, told me that to cover an entire city, at least the 9th realm is needed, but this is likely a 10th realm demon lord. Our chances of survival are very slim. Qin Luo nodded, silently remembering the dangers within. If it really is a 10th realm demon lord, he could easily capture everyone in Floating Cloud City and refine them in an instant. Pulling us in here means he doesn't have complete confidence, and that is our opportunity. Hearing Qin Luo say this, Xiaohua felt a bit suspicious. This is what his master had told him. When encountering situations, do not panic. One must remain calm and analyze. Just as Qin Luo said, if it truly is a 10th realm demon lord, a single slap could kill them all. Fang Yaoshi heard this, but did not focus too much on Qin Luo. This kid has something. He is much stronger than Xiaohua. At least in the face of crisis, Qin Luo's performance is outstanding. Even he, at Qin Luo's age, could not have done what Qin Luo did. If he couldn't do it, there probably aren't many who could remain this calm, right? So we need to see what the situation really is. Just then, in the grayish space, a strong wave of mental power emerged, causing most people present to become dazed, as if they had lost their vitality. We must guard our hearts. Everything we experience is an illusion. Fang Yaoshi sternly reprimanded. He warned the two beside him. He didn't want anything to happen to them. Xiaohua would face many enemies in the future, and Qin Luo could help. The figure in front of them vanished, and Qin Luo felt as if his body was being obscured by some force. It hurts. It hurts a lot. He appeared outside Floating Cloud City. A man with graying hair reached out to check his breath, his eyes full of terror. The Lord of Floating Cloud City. How could the super genius of Floating Cloud City have such a rough fate? You saved so many people in Floating Cloud City. I will take you to the provincial city. No matter what, we must control your injuries. If your talent is gone, at least you can still live as an ordinary person. Qin Luo wanted to open his eyes, but couldn't. His talent shattered? His proud SS-level talent. The Scarlet Flame Sword Soul is gone? In his mind, the events replayed, and Qin Luo was both shocked and enraged. He was schemed against by the Rebirth sect, and his talent was lost. At this moment, a voice rang out. Young master, the family head asked me to take you back. The young master told me not to worry about your injuries, just to bring you directly to the family head's wife. I'm just a little butler. I really have no choice. I hope you wake up and don't blame me. Butler Gong Shu kneels to you. Qin Luo heard a thud, then felt as if he was being lifted into the air. A pill was stuffed into his mouth, turning into a force of medicine that sustained his life. He didn't know how long it had been, but Qin Luo finally felt strong enough to open his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, what met his gaze was the face of a couple. The couple's eyes were filled with deep, unshakable worry. The elegant noblewoman was channeling Yuan power to heal the injuries within him. Luo, you finally woke up. Your father and I were so worried. The dignified man wore a smile on his face. My good son, you didn't disgrace your father. You actually saved everyone. Qin Luo faintly felt that something was off. It gave him a sense that things were not unfolding according to the narrative. It was as if these two people were not real. Suddenly, Qin Luo felt that his body had become a bit stronger. In the illusion reality realm, the heavenly demon lord's beautiful and enchanting face flashed with surprise. How could this human kid, after being pulled into the illusion reality realm, continue to break through? He had already broken through to the mid-stage of the third realm. Extremely strange, when he saw Xiao Huahua, who also had an SS-level talent, being chased around by a big yellow dog. The heavenly demon lord was certain that it couldn't be an issue with his talent. Everyone's fears are completely different. The heavenly demon lord had seen someone who was afraid of the lights being turned off at night while fulfilling his duties with his wife. He had also seen someone who was afraid of a black python crawling into their pants. The most ridiculous thing he had seen was a human woman who was afraid of dreaming about doing it with a big truck. Humans are truly a bizarre race. Unlike their demon race, they fear nothing but death. The heavenly demon lord waved his hand, deciding to let Qin Luo experience the process of his talent's destruction again. After the talent was destroyed, it seemed the other party was not afraid. Strange. Next to Qin Luo's physical body, Su Dachuan stood quietly, watching, his eyes filled with guilt. He hadn't blocked that attack just now. If he had blocked it, Qin Luo wouldn't have ended up like this. Just then, the demonic energy parted, and a graceful figure appeared. Jiangling brought Qin and Jiang with her to Qin Luo's side. Looking at her eldest son, her brows were tightly furrowed, as if he had encountered an extremely difficult situation. Seeing this scene, Jiangling's spirit touched Qin Luo. She wanted to see what kind of pain her eldest son had endured. If she knew what her eldest son's greatest fear was, perhaps she could win back his heart. As soon as she made contact, she saw everything Qin Luo had experienced. From the first day, he came to the Qin family, full of anticipation to greet his parents, only to receive no response. He continued to persist every day, but from that time on, Jiangling noticed her eldest son's smile becoming less and less frequent. Her eldest son told the younger son that he was going out to massage and promote blood circulation, setting up a tent alone, even if Butler Gong Shu wanted to help. Old senior, this is a test for my parents. Your help might upset them. Jiangling couldn't bear to watch any longer. In the illusion reality realm, all scenes replayed, showcasing everyone's greatest fears and pains. If there were no painful experiences, various desires would seduce people to fall. Jiangling forcibly steadied her wavering heart and continued to watch. She saw Qin Luo spare no effort in guiding the younger generation of the Qin family to improve their martial skills, and he had also guided Shen Shuyue. Even after realizing that Qin Jiang and Shen Shuyue had feelings for each other, he had offered Qin Jiang advice. Finally, during a meal with all the younger generation of the Qin family, a few people led by Qin Yu mocked the adoptive parents of the eldest son. Unable to hold back, the eldest son demonstrated his martial skills and fiercely took down a group of people. Even their proud, youngest son, who tried to intervene, was no match for Qin Luo. At that time, both of them were at the peak of the third realm. Later, Jiangling learned everything. In the blink of an eye, within the realm of illusion and reality, Jiangling felt a pain that seemed to originate from the depths of her soul. Even she could not bear it. As she opened her eyes, she felt like an observer, watching what Qin Luo was experiencing. She saw Qin Luo fighting against the five-realm cultists of the Rebirth sect. She only saw Qin Luo collapse on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He intermittently uttered a line, cough, cough. I saved a city's worth of people. I shouldn't have brought shame to the Qin family, right? I wonder if my parents will give me the Qin family's token when they find out. 079. Knowing the truth, Jiangling's tears fell. Listening to these two sentences, Jiangling felt her heart shatter. She never expected that Qin Luo saved Floating Cloud City to uphold their honor as parents. Indeed, as the son of a couple who were both martial emperors of the Nine Realms, if he fled in the face of danger, it would be incredibly embarrassing if word got out. It turned out that her eldest son saved so many people in Floating Cloud City for them, to protect their honor. How ridiculous that she and her husband had questioned their eldest son. Soon after, Jiangling saw the city lord of Floating Cloud City preparing to take Qin Luo to the provincial capital for treatment. Then Uncle Gong appeared, taking Qin Luo away as a member of the Qin family. He reiterated the same words. Jiangling heard Uncle Gong say that the younger son had told him not to treat the eldest son's injuries and to take him back. This made her vaguely understand why the eldest and youngest sons were at odds. Alas, Heir cared too much about the identity of the Qin family's young master and made some mistakes. After this incident, she had to have a good talk with him. Ling watched quietly. Even though she wanted to wake Qin Luo, she couldn't. The illusory realm was the innate ability of the heavenly demon lord, and she couldn't disrupt it. She couldn't even call out to Qin Luo. The other party's mental strength far exceeded hers. If only her father were here, he could definitely break it. Ling saw Qin Luo being taken back to the Qin family and placed in the study. Just as he woke up, he was met with her husband's furious reprimand. Unfilial son. Qin Luo, I ask you, why didn't you say you were a member of the Qin family after saving a whole city? Ling once again heard her husband's questioning words, and her heart ached terribly. Luo Heir. She saw Qin Luo's Adam's apple move, as if he had swallowed blood. Ling knew that it wasn't blood, but the pain in his heart. She regretted not caring more about her eldest son. Ling couldn't imagine how she would feel if she were misunderstood by her parents like that. Finally, she understood why her eldest son treated her this way. It turned out to be because of the past. Ling dared not continue watching and exited Qin Luo's mental world. Qin Jiang looked at his mother, seeing her eyes red as if she had witnessed something extremely heartbreaking. Glaring at Qin Luo, Qin Jiang felt an overwhelming anger. Mom, did Qin Luo say something irritating in the illusory realm again? I'll make him kneel and apologize to you. Ling shook her head. Heir, don't say that. It's my own problem. The more she thought about it, the more heartbroken she became, as if someone was slowly cutting her heart with a knife. Tears flowed down her face like they were free. Qin Luo opened his eyes and swallowed the blood that had clogged his throat. He sensed an overwhelming feeling of heartache entering his mind. Something was off. Something was definitely off. Looking at the young master, Qin Jiang, questioning him, a sharp glint flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. Damn it. He remembered. This was in that demon clan's innate ability. Next, Qin Jiang was going to slap his back. Qin Luo's mouth twitched. A mere peak of the third realm thought he could lay hands on him. Did he really think it was like the beginning? Go to hell. Qin Luo threw a punch hard at Qin Jiang. The illusion flashed with a look of surprise and then dissipated. Qin Luo looked around at Shun Shuiyue, the double-standard couple. So many people. Qin Luo grinned, the killing intent in his eyes unabashed. Damn it. If he couldn't win in reality, he'd strike hard in the illusion. Qin Luo thought of everything he had experienced and charged straight at the murderer Qin Zhuangyun. Unfilial son, what do you want to do? Qin Zhuangyun had just been shouting angrily when Qin Luo's fist struck his face. His head tilted as if he had hit something solid. Seeing this, the boundless demonic power within Qin Luo surged uncontrollably. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Heir, why are you hitting your father? How can you do this to your parents? This is an unfilial act. Qin Luo turned his head and glared at Ling. I forgot about you, double-standard dog. Take my punch. His fists rained down, and the bodies of Ling and Qin Zhuangyun seemed unable to withstand so many heavy blows and vanished. The anger that had been building up in Qin Luo for a long time was not easily dissipated once triggered. His gaze fell on the many observing members of the Qin family. You all die. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, the entire Qin family was in chaos. The heavenly demon lord's eyelids twitched. So damn ruthless. Don't even spare the servants. Not even the chickens were let off, and the dogs got kicked twice. He saw Qin Luo digging 3 feet into the ground. Earthworms were cut in half. Eggs were smashed. What a ruthless person. The heavenly demon lord didn't know how much resentment Qin Luo had accumulated against the Qin family to be able to do such things in the illusion. Old dog, not satisfied? Let's do it again. Hearing this, the heavenly demon lord's mouth twitched. After the illusory realm breaks the illusion, there are still means to attack. But he was heavily injured now and could only play a role in trapping. Having just dragged so many people into the illusory realm, he couldn't spare much power to deal with Qin Luo. This kid was too strange. The heavenly demon lord shook his head, thankfully still having an SSS-level talent. As long as he could control one, he wouldn't be at a loss. His gaze fell on Xiao Huahua, and in a short time, a change occurred. Just moments ago, Xiao Huahua was being chased by a big yellow dog, but now golden flames appeared in her palms. Flames fell on the big yellow dog. Clearly capable of killing the big yellow dog with a single strike, she chose to torment it instead. The heavenly demon lord's mouth twitched. Damn it, are all the human geniuses these days livestock? Why can't they just act like humans? Sizzle. As if feeling it wasn't enough, Xiao Huahua controlled the flames to fall between the big yellow dog's hind legs. A wave of excruciating pain feedback hit the heavenly demon lord. He had just received countless kicks and punches from Qin Luo. The illusory realm was naturally not that weak. It would transmit the pain of the illusory beings back to him. It was just that his current strength was too weak to perfectly control the illusory realm, so he would feel some pain. The heavenly demon lord had Xiao Huahua trapped in one place. Xiao Huahua opened her eyes and softly called out, "Master, are you okay? Do you want to eat some dried plums?" After a long time without a response, a hint of sadness flashed in Xiao Huahua's heart as she murmured softly, "Master, I will remember. Next year on this day is your Memorial Day. It's a pity our time together was too short. I don't even know what you like. But I understand the hobbies of men are nothing but wealth and beauty. I will burn more paper for you, and I'll burn more beautiful women from 80 years old down to 18. Every type from A to Z will be included." The remaining trace of the alchemist's spiritual power attached to Xiao Huahua. He had originally intended to hide it to prevent unexpected encounters. He thought this kid had a bit of filial piety, but now it seemed not much. That 10th level demon lord was already heavily injured and unable to exert full strength. You could tell the demon suppression army, and perhaps they could slay him. "Oh, Master, you're not dead." Xiao Huahua's heart filled with joy. She didn't know if the time was the same, but it should be close. I'm definitely the first to break through the illusion. This big brother, I have decided to take him. 080. How could I possibly apologize to Qin Luo? Qin Jiang and Shun Chue stood aside, their expressions shifting constantly. What happened to Aunt Jiang? Why is she crying? Shun Chue was filled with gossip. This was the Nine Realms martial emperor, not some low-level genius like her crying. If this got out, it would definitely create a huge sensation. A strong sense of crisis arose in Shun Chuyue's heart. Aunt Jiang seemed to have come into contact with Qin Luo, as if she was checking on what Qin Luo had experienced in the spiritual world. The virtual reality amplifies a person's deepest fears. Could it be that the thing Qin Luo feared also frightened Aunt Jiang? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Or could it be that what Qin Luo did inside moved Aunt Jiang? The more she thought about it, the more she felt this possibility was high. Looking at Jiang Ling's expression towards Qin Luo, filled with pain and guilt, could it be that she felt she hadn't treated Qin Luo well enough? Wanted to make it up to Qin Luo? Shun Chuyue's alarm bells rang in her heart. This was dangerous, extremely dangerous. If this continued, her future position as the mistress of the Qin family might be unstable. No, she absolutely couldn't just stand by and watch this happen. She had to do something. She recalled what Qin Jiang had told her before coming, that they needed to give Qin Luo a chance to return to the Qin family. Shun Chue gently patted Qin Jiang, and the two walked to the side to whisper about something. After hearing Shun Chuyue's words, Qin Jiang's expression changed, looking as if she had eaten something unpleasant. How could I possibly apologize to him? What if he really wants to return to the Qin family? Don't worry. I believe he won't return to the Qin family. I'm here. The two occasionally turned back to glance at Qin Luo, their eyes filled with ill intent. Floating Cloud City. Somewhere, Jiang Zhengdao finally found a few Seventh Realm, drooling as they looked at a group of ordinary people. All the ordinary people in Floating Cloud City had gathered in one place. He carefully sensed, finding no other. After thinking it over, he still didn't make a move to kill them. Just hold on a bit longer. He had to catch that mastermind. His life was running out, and making a move would easily expose him. Therefore, he needed to end this quickly. Jiang Zhengdao had a vague feeling that this demon lord was likely injured like him. Otherwise, with the nature of, they would have directly devoured everyone. How could there be such a situation? It depended on who was more seriously injured. Jiang Zhengdao estimated that he could exert his strength to its fullest, and he should be stronger. Don't let me find you. Somewhere in Floating Cloud City. The Eye of Heaven demon lord sensed the crisis approaching. It should be that 10th realm martial venerable, who guessed his existence and was searching for him non-stop. However, he changed locations every once in a while, making it difficult for the opponent to find him for the time being. The sense of urgency in the Eye of Heaven demon lord's heart immediately increased. Those two SSS-level talented humans were unprotected by strong individuals. Perhaps he could make use of them. Previously, he had forcibly pulled all the people from Great Xia City into the virtual reality, exposing his mental power. If he exposed himself again, it would be easy to be targeted. Using a big move without any gain was a frustrating feeling. The Eye of Heaven demon lord waved his hand, a force enveloping over a dozen 7th realm or higher behind him. A group of transformed into human forms. Demon Lord, be cautious and wait for my summons. As long as you don't encounter the 10th realm human martial venerable, you won't be in danger of being seen through. No killing or eating humans. There are several strong humans who are not weaker than me. The group of strong individuals nodded one after another. They all knew the Demon Lord was severely injured, but unfortunately, there were restrictions from the Demon Lord's bloodline. Otherwise, they could also become Demon Lords by devouring the Demon Lord. In the Demon Clan, strength is respected. The Eye of Heaven Demon Lord naturally knew what his subordinates were planning. He still needed these subordinates to attract the attention of that 10th Realm Marshal Venerable. His current goal was to escape from this place. A 10th Realm Marshal Venerable, a peak 9th Realm Marshal Emperor, and a peak 8th Realm Marshal King. According to the information he obtained from the Demon Suppression Army, there was also a peak 9th Realm Marshal Emperor guarding outside. With so many top-level strong individuals, even at his peak, it would be difficult for him to cope. Moreover, now he was also greatly expending his talent power due to wanting to devour 4S level or higher talented individuals at once. Even dealing with ordinary 6th Realm Martial Artists had become somewhat difficult. The Eye of Heaven Demon Lord glanced at the virtual reality, still rolling in endless demonic energy. Using this to attract the attention of all the great Xia strong individuals was sufficient. As the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord left, his subordinates' gazes fell upon the virtual reality. Not a single one of the 13 had eyes that weren't filled with greed. So many souls. Devouring them would greatly enhance their strength. Why hasn't the Demon Lord collected the virtual reality? Perhaps the Demon Lord discovered the SSS level talent holders and wanted to devour those humans. You all quickly go protect the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is currently injured and needs your protection. The group of did not realize that there were strong individuals in Floating Cloud City far surpassing their own strength, especially among the 2 8th Realm. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with greed. The Demon Lord instructed us to hide among this weak human race. You all quickly hide. We must guard the Demon Lord's virtual reality well. The 2 8th Realm Demon Kings exchanged a glance, both seeing the greed in each other's eyes. The remaining more than 10 7th Realm reluctantly withdrew their gazes from the virtual reality. If they devoured the power within, they would definitely be able to advance to the 8th Realm. But there were 2 Demon Kings. They didn't even have the qualification to stay here. You few, hurry up and protect the Demon Lord. One of the Demon Kings was already quite impatient, looking as if he would be in trouble if he didn't leave soon. Seeing the Demon King like this, they quickly left, preparing to act at the right moment. Oof, this is human territory. If we devour so many ordinary people, we might be targeted by the strong among them, which would just attract attention to us. Exactly, do they really think they're Demon Kings, and without a Demon Lord, they can claim to be the king? The 2 Demon Kings exchanged glances and then prepared to devour the souls of the 20,000 people in the virtual reality. Whoever devoured more would be the better one. The 2 Demon Kings did not hesitate, their demonic energy bursting forth without concealment as they prepared to forcibly devour. At that moment, Jiang Zhengdao, who was still searching for the Demon Lord in the shadows, sensed the fluctuations of demonic energy. Good heavens, 2 Demon Kings. At this moment, Jiang Zhengdao remembered that the virtual reality was the means of that. The Eye of Heaven Demon Lord. He hadn't entered the starry sky for combat in a long time, but he had been paying attention to the strong individuals among them. Killing a Demon Lord, dying would not be a loss. The 2 Demon Kings reached out to touch the virtual reality, preparing to start devouring. In the next moment, an old man with white hair appeared before them. At first glance, he looked like a nearly dead old man. Sharp sword light flashed. The 2 Demon Kings still held expressions of surprise and greed in their eyes. Their bodies were violently shredded by the sword energy, black demonic blood surging into the heavens and earth. 2 diamond-shaped crystal cores radiating black light floated in the air. Good stuff. The great-grandson can absorb demonic energy. The Demon King Crystal Core is a worthy meeting gift. 081. No. Did you even deceive your disciple? The heavenly Demon Lord, who had been observing in the shadows, was utterly shocked by this scene. Hundreds of years ago, when he had just broken through to the 10th Realm, he heard that a Demon Lord wanted to invade the Great Xia, turning all the humans on the planet into blood food. To be safe, he also enlisted 2 other Demon Lords from different races. At that time, he thought that several 10th Realm experts could easily obtain countless blood food. But then, a newly promoted late-stage 10th Realm martial artist emerged, wielding a sword, and killed their once powerful peak experts. He chased the other 2 allied races into the depths of space, and they vanished without a trace. The heavenly Demon Lord heard that the man had been poisoned with a toxin capable of killing a 10th Realm martial artist, and it seemed he had died. Unexpectedly, the person who was supposed to be dead was now alive. However, his vitality was not strong, and it was unclear whether he was affected by the toxin. The heavenly demon lord retracted his gaze, no matter what. Seeing this old man kill an 8th realm demon king with ease meant that killing him would also be simple. Sword cultivators are unreasonable existences. He couldn't provoke him for now. An incredibly sharp sword aura spread outward from Jiang Jingdao. The heavenly demon lord turned back to take a glance, and countless demonic energies were obliterated by the sword aura. At that moment, he felt his heart shatter. He couldn't withstand even a trace of the opponent's sword aura. Had he discovered him? The heavenly demon lord was filled with regret. He shouldn't have stopped to see who it was. No, he was also a peak 10th realm. The other party couldn't possibly have discovered him. He was definitely trying to trick him. That old man was full of schemes. Jiang Jingdao surveyed his surroundings, suspecting that the old 6th demon lord was secretly observing him. The other party was indeed cautious enough. To be able to escape, he had abandoned 2 demon king-level subordinates. A bold move. As the demonic energy began to dissipate uncontrollably, Jiang Jingdao frowned. Such pure demonic energy was troublesome. His gaze fell within the illusory realm, where it seemed countless people were trapped. Jiang Jingdao sent a thread of spiritual power inside, and at first glance he saw Qin Luo spinning around like a headless fly. Goodness, this kid managed to defeat his inner demons and come out of the illusory realm so quickly. At that moment, Xiao Huahua had just woken up and was about to find Qin Luo, only to see him looking utterly content among the crowd. He looked as if he was on drugs. It seemed Qin Luo had already awakened for quite a while. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I only managed to do it so quickly with my master's help. How could Qin Luo be faster than me? Master, didn't you say I was the fastest? Fang Yaoshe stood nearby, appearing unfazed, even with the beauty at his side. Yet, he was beginning to doubt his own strength. How could it be so fast? He had taken several minutes to face the things he least wanted to confront. Yet Qin Luo was quicker than him. Perhaps he had always had it easy and never faced anything he didn't want to confront. Xiao Huahua nodded seriously. It must be, not like that, right? Suddenly, he remembered that Qin Luo had sacrificed his talent to save an entire city. SS-level talent shattered. That kind of pain would surely be unbearable for most. What about his previous talent? Fang Yaoshe gently stroked his beard, a hint of determination on his face. You've never seen someone with dual talents. I've seen quite a few. Perhaps he intentionally shattered his previous talent to unleash an SSS-level talent. Xiao Huahua's eyes widened, muttering in disbelief. No way. There are people with dual talents? SS-level talent can be discarded? Xiao Huahua knew very well how rare SS-level talent was. If it were him, he would do everything to preserve both talents. Fang Yaoshe nodded. He had never seen any dual talents, especially not of this caliber. It was simply impossible. As a master, he had to provide some explanation. Otherwise, it would seem too ignorant. So, Qin Luo is a ruthless person willing to give up a rare talent. In this regard, you're not as good as him. Xiao Huahua was unconvinced. With the same SSS-level talent, his entire life had never been weaker than others. Yet, his master said he was inferior to Qin Luo in this aspect. He was supposed to be Qin Luo's big brother. After thinking it over, he came up with a rebuttal. Perhaps the 2 talents' origins would conflict, forcing him to give one up. Fang Yaoshe nodded. That was indeed possible. Hearing the commotion, Qin Luo opened his eyes and glanced at Xiao Huahua. 2 extremely strong emotions of confusion washed over him. One moment incredulous, the next defiant. Why so many? Quiet. I'm thinking of a way to save so many people. If they don't get out, they might die in here. Qin Luo waved his hand at the 2, indicating not to disturb him. Fang Yaoshe's mouth twitched. A mere 3rd realm martial artist thinks he can break the illusory realm? How is that possible? Even he couldn't break the illusory realm. One could only wait for the sustaining power to dissipate and then fade away. Once the power fades, it would automatically disintegrate. Hearing this, Qin Luo was overjoyed but didn't show it. He was worried that Xiao Huahua's master would rescue everyone, so he said this on purpose. With so many intense emotions of fear, greed, and lust, how could he bear to let them go immediately, since they would dissipate on their own? That couldn't be better. He had already broken through to the mid-3rd realm, quickly approaching the late 3rd realm. Perhaps the quality wasn't high enough, but the quantity was sufficient. Qin Luo even felt a bit reluctant to let so many good people leave. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't strong enough right now. If he could cover the entire floating cloud city, letting so many people out wouldn't be a problem. He could absorb them just the same. Xiao Huahua sat nearby. Since he couldn't get out for now, he began to cultivate. His S-level martial skill had already reached great perfection. Jiang Zhengdao looked at the illusory realm, wanting to tear it apart with one sword and release everyone's souls. But he was afraid of hurting Qin Luo and the others. Sensing the power maintaining the illusory realm slowly dissipating, he calmed down. Powerful spiritual forces flipped through floating Cloud City, searching everywhere. More than a dozen seventh realm foreign demons hiding in the crowd trembled in fear. How could there be such a powerful expert in the Great Xia? They were almost on par with the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord still cared for them, knowing they were no match and letting them hide among the crowd. Jiang Ling sensed her father's spiritual power and was filled with joy. So, her father had unknowingly entered. She could have her father help explain things to Luo. After learning what Qin Luo had experienced, she had lost the courage to face him. She understood why her eldest son was so indifferent to her. Dad, you have to help me. Jiang Zhengdao waved his hand, putting family matters aside for now. Everyone, find that severely injured 7th realm foreign demon. Their strength is around the 4th realm, so be very careful. Jiang Zhengdao had just received news from the soul of a demon king that the heavenly eye demon lord had been severely injured by a female demon. Upon hearing this, Shen Qiuyue and Qin Jiang were instantly excited. Around the 4th realm? Wasn't this a stroke of luck from heavens? Let us go. The two of us must work together to catch him. Let this fool be trapped inside. Qin Jiang's face flushed as if he could already see the headlines in the media. Qin family's Qilin's son, Qin Jiang, bravely battles the 10th realm demon lord and emerges victorious. 082, leave a killer move. The sound waves rolled in. Everyone in Floating Cloud City heard it. Suddenly, all the demon suppression army members who were not pulled into the virtual reality and the 4-realm warriors for various families fell into a frenzy. I must capture the 10-realm demon lord. The family must reward me with resources to break through to the 7-realm. You all stay put. The 4-realm demon lord is not something you can handle. Let me track it down. You fools, that's a 10-realm demon lord. Even if severely injured, it is still an invincible existence among the same realm. I don't want to be devoured by the demon lord. You don't get it. If we can't fight it, we can sell the clues to others. A black dog sat beside, its deep blue pupils fixed on a group of demon suppression army members. The eye of heaven demon lord, having listened to countless ants it could have easily exterminated before, actually thought it could kill this giant dragon. A surge of anger rose in its heart. However, the current situation was stronger than the individual. It was severely injured and had consumed too much power, making it impossible to contend with so many demon suppression army members. It must kill an S-level talent to recover some of its essence. If it weren't for the damage to its talent, those 2 SSS-level beings would have been refined by me already. The Eye of Heaven demon lord grew more furious the more it thought about it. Once having possessed it, losing it made it even more painful. It must find a chance to escape. Otherwise, staying in this small place would eventually lead to discovery. The Eye of Heaven demon lord had its sights set on the weakest S-level, a human woman named Shen Qiuyue. Cowardly and vain, she was too easy to manipulate. With a thought, the Eye of Heaven demon lord ordered 2 subordinates to disguise themselves as 4-realm warriors to attract attention. There were too few subordinates left, only a little over 10. Although they were all 7-realm, they were still 2 lacking in front of a 9-realm martial emperor. Losing one means using one less, so they must be used sparingly. The Eye of Heaven demon lord didn't care about the lives of its subordinates. The only regret was that with fewer subordinates, it had to do everything itself. Shen Qiuyue and Qin Jiang each led a group of 4-realm warriors, searching for suspicious individuals amidst the demonic aura. Be careful. The demonic aura is still too dense. Our 4-realm energy won't last long. They should all be dead, leaving only the last severely injured demon lord. If you find any suspicious targets, immediately injure them heavily. Then let me capture them. Shen Qiuyue's face turned red. If she defeated a demon lord of the same realm, wouldn't she become the number 1 of the new generation in the Great Xia? That would be a huge merit. Over the years, the number of 10-realm demon lords killed in the Great Xia could be counted on one hand. After hearing her father's words, Jiang Ling's heart tightened. She glanced deeply at her eldest son still in the virtual reality. Even a severely injured 4-realm demon lord was not something her younger son could handle. Her eldest son had Su Dachun protecting him, so he would be fine. Her younger son, aside from having life-saving equipment, had no one to protect him. Once her father helped, her eldest son might return to her side. First, she needed to help her younger son capture the demon lord and secure a spot in the 12 strongest martial emperor rankings. Jiang Ling thought to herself. Once her younger son secured a spot She would then help her eldest son. The Ji family had always been someone else's family, and it couldn't invest too many resources in Qin Luo. From her experience as a former martial emperor, Jiangling believed her eldest son would certainly not refuse to become a martial emperor, as long as her eldest son was willing to forgive her. She would do everything to help him secure a spot. The prerequisite was that Qin Luo was willing to call her mom. Jiangling was unwilling to stay and continue facing Qin Luo's expression as if he were looking at a stranger. Once her father was done, he would naturally help her. After Jiangling left, Su Dachuan inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. From his observations, Qin Luo and Qin Jiang were like two sharp needles opposing each other. With these few people staying here, who knows what trouble they might stir up? If Qin Luo and Qin Jiang ended up fighting, he couldn't stop Jiangling. With such a large gap in realms, he had no strength to fight beyond his realm and might not be able to stop Jiangling. That kid, who knows when he can come out? Inside the virtual reality. Confused? Qin Luo chuckled slightly as many waves of such emotions appeared around him. Looking around, more and more people began to awaken. Where's this? Wasn't I just on the day my dad died at the hands of the alien race? Damn, I thought I was about to be crushed by the 100-ton king as a speed bump. Thankfully, it's just a dream. Qin Luo's heart stirred. Using the sword intent of fear and the evil sword immortal talent, he was still a bit far from the late stage of the third realm, and this virtual reality was about to collapse, so he probably wouldn't break through to the late stage of the third realm. People were almost back in their bodies. First, he would use his talent to store some fear emotions, integrate them into the sword intent, and create a killer move. He said he would do it in case of an opportunity in the future. He would use the sword intent of fear to take out those two clowns jumping around in front of him with one sword. However, he had to find an opportunity. He couldn't let anyone catch him. Otherwise, with the temperament of Qin Zhuangyun and his wife, they would definitely pursue him. A deep killing intent flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Luo saw the entire space seemingly shatter, and after a dizzying swirl, his consciousness returned to his body. Feeling the immense and boundless magical power within him, close to the late stage of the third realm, Qin Luo was very satisfied. Bruce, with the fear he had stored using his talent, once integrated into the sword intent, killing a 4-realm should be easy. Awakened? There is a 10-realm demon lord, currently severely injured, hiding in Floating Cloud City. If captured, you might have a chance to become a martial emperor. You could take a chance. Qin Luo's eyes flashed with doubt upon hearing this. 10-realm demon lord? Is that the mastermind who can pull people into the virtual reality and continuously provide various emotions? Are you sure it's only 4-realm? No hidden tricks? You're not a transformed demon trying to send me to my death, are you? Su Dachuan stared blankly at Qin Luo, unable to help but admire his imagination. If I were a demon lord, you'd have been dead long ago. You little brat, are you going or not? I feel like they are not all dead yet. If you go, I'll hide behind you and just happen to catch them out. Your SSS level talent is a delicious temptation that can hardly resist. Qin Luo couldn't help but express some international friendship to Su Dachuan. Benefits? If you want me to attack, you cannot give me benefits, right? Su Dachuan pondered for a moment. Qin Jiang and the others have already gone to catch it. They might have already found it. If they have found it, with his talent and the Qin family's background, he is very likely to become a martial emperor. Qin Luo's eyes widened as he took out the demon extermination sword he had prepared for a long time, which had yet to taste blood. I, Qin Luo, cannot stand to see the common people suffer. I must pull out the demon lord. A cold light flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. Becoming a part of the 12 martial emperor rankings? What a daydream for Qin Jiang. Although he didn't know what benefits there were in the 12 martial emperor rankings, he just couldn't let Qin Jiang obtain it. He loved seeing Qin Jiang's expression when he was thwarted. It would be best if he could find an opportunity to cut down both the demon lord and Qin Jiang with one sword. 083. So happy. Qin Jiang performs a body slam against a sword. Inside Floating Cloud City, the demonic energy swirls, and many ordinary people gather together, not daring to go outside. They huddle closely, as just now the Eye of Heaven demon Lord commanded them to gather silently. They are terrified. We should stay under the protection of the demon-suppressing army, and not take any chances. A 4th-realm martial artist can easily crush 10 enemy with a single slap. Let us wait until those strong ones capture the demon lord before we go out. They have also heard the voice of that mysterious powerhouse. The demon-suppressing army breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing this situation. They were afraid that a crowd might try to take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Fortunately, the methods used by the demon lord just now, made everyone obedient. We will stay here. After all, I want to go looking for the Demon Lord. I'm only at the 4th realm and probably can't take a single move. Not to mention the Demon Lord, even an S-level talent of the same realm. We probably can't withstand 3 moves. It all depends on the Qin and Ji families. Many in the demon-suppressing army have a clear understanding of their own strength and dare not get involved. The demonic energy surges. Several 7th realm masters form protective shields with their internal energy to isolate the demonic energy outside. Many ordinary people already have red eyes, beginning to be affected by the demonic energy. Qin Luo puts on the remaining bull warrior mask and looks around. In case of an emergency, he can slash a few times and run. Qin Luo thinks this through and feels that the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord is most likely to be here. The desire of the alien demons for life is very great. Moreover, the more people there are, the easier it is to hide. With the methods of the Demon Lord, it is difficult to find him hidden among the crowd. Qin Luo releases his aura without reservation. Mid-4th realm, not particularly strong, exuding an extremely upright aura. The several members of the demon-suppressing army responsible for guarding notice a masked person lurking nearby. Just as they want to approach, they sense the aura on the person. Extremely upright, very upright. Without needing to ask, they know it is a normal person. The aura of the rebirth sect and the alien demons is very strange. How could there be such a righteous aura? A few members of the demon-suppressing army click their tongues in wonder and can't help but speak to Qin Luo. Why does it feel like a legendary righteous aura? Isn't it very difficult to cultivate Confucianism? However, the righteousness on this person is too strong. Getting close to him makes me feel ashamed. Yes, I don't know what kind of person could cultivate such a righteous energy. Qin Luo stands aside, originally thinking of explaining his identity. Seeing that the demon-suppressing army did not come over, he breathes a sigh of relief. Now only Su Dachuan knows his identity, which makes it easier to operate. Walking and searching. Mom, who is that person? Why is he wearing such an ugly mask? Qin Luo walks along the edge of the crowd, constantly discerning if there are alien demons. Disgusted with me? Following the emotion, Qin Luo finds a person in the crowd. Exceptionally short, resembling a dwarf. The boundless demonic energy on himself, righteous energy, will affect certain special techniques or energies. Disliking oneself is likely a problem. Qin Luo watches the dwarf closely. About 10 minutes later, Qin Luo notices the dwarf exuding an extremely strong sense of greed. It seems he wants to devour everyone. Good boy, this is the first time encountering an alien demon who can control his instinctual emotions. The emotions are even stronger than those encountered before at the 6th realm. Most likely, it is a 7th realm. There is also a possibility that it is that Demon Lord. Qin Luo thinks for a moment and decides to leave it to the professionals, signaling Su Dachuan that he has found the target. After confirming the target, Su Dachuan does not act immediately. He is somewhat curious about Qin Luo's ability to discern alien demons. However, thinking of the righteous energy exuded by Qin Luo, Su Dachuan feels it is normal. Ancient texts record that in ancient times, Confucian cultivators cultivated righteous energy. That kind of special energy can easily suppress alien demons. Qin Luo is likely to have inherited Confucian cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a righteous aura. Truly an SSS-level talent, able to comprehend cultivation methods from some remaining ancient texts. Each faction has some Confucian cultivation methods, but after countless attempts, no one has succeeded in learning them. You should pay attention to that person. He might be a hidden member of the rebirth sect. Su Dachuan transmits to his 7th realm subordinate, then continues to conceal his figure, following behind Qin Luo. 20 minutes later, Qin Luo finds another hidden alien demon among the crowd. This alien demon constantly exudes a greedy aura. Qin Luo raises an eyebrow. There's another expert? 1, 2, 3. 3 hours later, Qin Luo raises an eyebrow, having found 6 alien demons. If these alien demons suddenly erupted in slaughter among the crowd, it's unimaginable. The fact that he could find them is already impressive. These auras must be above the 7th realm alien demons. If he approaches now, he might get crushed. Su Dachuan senses the locations of the several alien demons Qin Luo mentioned. They are distributed throughout the crowd, making it difficult for him to suppress all of them at once. For a moment, Su Dachuan is also at a loss. He can only hope that the old expert who just spoke will take action. Qin Luo leaves, his intuition telling him that these alien demons are not 10th realm demon lords. If they were all demon lords, knowing there was a life and death crisis, They wouldn't be able to control their instincts. How could it be a 7th realm alien demon? And it even used my life-saving jade pendant. The young master is mighty, using himself as bait, but unfortunately, he didn't capture that 10th realm demon lord. Young master, this 7th realm alien demon is most likely the last one. Finding the demon lord will suffice. Don't talk, I have my own judgment. Behind Qin Luo, a 7th realm alien demon is being restrained, the demonic energy surging. A pair of pitch-black demonic eyes, dull and lifeless, with black demonic blood dripping to the ground, instantly corroding it into pits. Hiss! The unpleasant smell irritates countless people around. What a terrifying aura. Just looking at it makes me feel incredibly oppressive. Wow, is this the 7th realm? Even if captured, I wouldn't dare to look directly at him. Who is that? So young, and he dares to use himself as bait? Qin Jiang enjoys the admiration of the ordinary people around him, feeling increasingly proud. Qin Luo still doesn't know he must look like a headless fly now. Even scared stiff by the demon lord and not daring to come out. He walks around with the 7th realm alien demon among the crowd. Every time he reaches a place, it causes countless people to be shocked. He inadvertently catches sight of a person wearing a bull-headed mask standing nearby. Seeing the other's shocked expression, he feels very pleased. Qin Jiang slightly nods, appearing very approachable. Qin Luo rubs his forehead. He is indeed shocked. Just now, he sensed a strong, killing intent flashing from several alien demons. This is getting interesting. Qin Luo's heart stirs. He takes out the demon slayer sword and stands by waiting. Suddenly, waves of demonic energy erupt, rushing towards Qin Jiang from all directions. Boom! An alien demon closest to Qin Jiang suddenly attacks. Qin Jiang feels the demonic energy around him, and a glimmer of excitement flashes in his eyes. As expected, he knew it. Boom! The jade pendant emits a white light, blocking the alien demon's attack. However, due to the alien demon's charge strike, his jade pendant cannot withstand it and shatters. His body is sent flying backward under the immense force. The fool behind me, wearing a mask and holding a strange sword, stood there motionless, as if scared silly. Qin Jiang's eyes widened, and her body became uncontrollable, heading straight towards the sword in that person's hand. Get out of the way. Don't block me. 084. He charged towards my sword and still asked me to apologize. The sword's blade reflected light, piercing into Qin Jiang's eyes. He panicked. This alien demon's attack was too strong, completely reckless. The force was so great that it sent him flying backward. Of all the bad luck, how could there be such a fool? Activate. His current strength was completely unable to change direction. Mom, save me. Not far away. Jiang Ling had already sensed her son was in danger. However, besides Shun Shuyue, there's also a faint demonic aura lurking. The moment she sensed her younger son being knocked away, she acted immediately, arriving first and instantly controlling the 7th realm alien demon. Turning around, she found someone who was so scared he had gone dumb, tightly gripping a sword, seemingly frightened by the alien demon. He stood motionless, the sword tip pointing at her younger son. Before she could react, she heard the sound of the sword piercing through, striking right at Qin Jiang's waist. Qin Jiang felt a sharp pain. He had been hit in a crucial area. That was his kidney. I can't take it. It hurts. Mom, am I going to die? Qin Luo was overjoyed, finally receiving some interest. He could clearly sense the demon slayer sword absorbing something. Feeling the pain emanating from Qin Jiang, Qin Luo grinned. Pulling out his demon slayer sword, a spray of blood erupted from Qin Jiang's kidney, several meters away. At the same time, there was an extremely strong stench. Qin Luo sheathed his sword, appearing as if he had been scared silly. Boom! Qin Jiang stared fiercely at Qin Luo. He wanted to slap this person to death, but the pain in his body left him unable to muster the strength. He just wanted to see if his kidney was in trouble. Just now, he felt as if something extremely important had been sucked away from his kidney. What if it affected certain functions? Mom, save me. I feel like I'm going to die. Jiang Ling slapped the alien demon to death and casually tossed it aside. It was all because of this 7th realm alien demon that there had been a delay. Yuan power entered Qin Jiang's body, sensing that his younger son's kidney had been sliced in half. The anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. The violent aura of a 9th realm martial emperor was instantly released. Seeing the alien demon's body tossed aside, Qin Luo rushed over immediately. The demon slayer sword had now been unsealed with Qin Jiang's blood. It could devour living beings and increase in rank. Qin Luo remembered that the demon slayer sword was only at the 1st rank. Devouring a 7th realm alien demon would at least raise it to the 3rd rank. The Demon Slayer sword pierced the alien demon's chest. A surge of power flowed into Qin Luo's body, gradually strengthening his physique. First rank, second rank, third rank. In just a few breaths, the Demon Slayer sword evolved into a third-rank weapon. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. If he devoured a few more alien demons, it could at least reach the fifth rank. Truly a powerful weapon rewarded by the system. Boom! Qin Luo immediately sensed Jiang Ling's murderous intent. She did not hide it, wanting nothing more than to slap him to death. After feeding Qin Jiang a pill, his injuries stabilized. Her eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. Suddenly, Jiang Ling noticed something was off. The eyes behind a mask were too familiar, extremely cold. She had only seen this kind of gaze on her eldest son. Jiang Ling panicked. Looking again at the person's form, he looked exactly like Qin Luo. Luo? Su Dachuan sensed this scene and was stunned. He knew Qin Luo's identity and had originally thought that Qin Luo wore the mask for safety. How could such a thing happen? The Spirit Sword Martial Emperor, this was an accident. The seventh realm alien demon's attack, using its aura to intimidate, caught everyone off guard. I didn't expect Qin Jiang to go near the crowd. No one anticipated the alien demon hiding in the dark. Su Dachuan explained, but seeing that Jiang Ling was unresponsive, he gritted his teeth and added, "He is one of our demon suppression army." Qin Luo glanced at Su Dachuan. He was a good person. After making eye contact with Jiang Ling, Qin Luo turned and left. He hadn't intended to kill Qin Jiang. Just being able to strike Qin Jiang was an unexpected joy. Qin Jiang had life-saving equipment. Once he had murderous intent, it would definitely activate. He remembered that Qin Jiang had once boasted in front of him that Jiang Ling had given him a bracelet capable of withstanding a strike from an 8th realm martial king. If he had had murderous intent in that last strike, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stab Qin Jiang's kidney. Seeing his eldest son unwilling to say a word, Jiang Ling felt even more bitter. Her face was filled with pain. She thought of her younger son slandering her eldest son. Her eldest must have resentment in his heart, right? She didn't want to see siblings turn against each other. Luo, you hurt your brother, and you won't even say a word of apology? I know you didn't mean it, but you still have to tell your brother you're sorry. Qin Luo turned back and coldly glared at Jiang Ling. He charged toward my sword and still wanted me to apologize? Have you got a tumor in your head? As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Jiang felt as if his head had exploded. He originally wanted to kill the person who hurt his kidney. He didn't know why, but even after taking the pill, Qin Jiang felt that his kidney didn't seem as strong as before. Qin Luo, stand still. Come here and kneel down to apologize to me. Qin Jiang no longer held back, channeling his internal power and fiercely striking towards Qin Luo's head. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to condense in his substance. Su Dachuan was stunned. What should he do? Is there a reader emperor to tell him? Urgently waiting, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Su General, no need. He wants to kill me, but he doesn't even know how much he weighs. Qin Luo's eyes flashed with excitement. The limitless demonic power within him was far stronger in quality and quantity than before, even better than the fourth realm. Qin Jiang was merely at the later stage of the fourth realm. It was just right to test Qin Jiang's strength. Seeing that Qin Luo hadn't called for help, Qin Jiang felt contempt. Don't think that having SSS level talent means you can compete with me. This palm will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Red Yuan power rolled in his hand. The air seemed to become scorching. Jiang Ling's expression was painful. It was all flesh that had fallen off her body. No matter who was hurt, she would feel heartache. Suddenly, Jiang Ling sensed an incredibly sharp aura appeared on Qin Luo's hand. Sword aura. Jiang was definitely not a match. The sword aura was extremely powerful. She had condensed it when she was at the peak of the fourth realm, about to break through to the fifth realm. How could Qin Luo suddenly condense sword aura? Jiang Ling reached out, slapping Qin Luo back. Qin Jiang was overjoyed. His mother was on his side. The Yuan power became even more violent and struck fiercely at Qin Luo's chest. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Qin Luo spitting blood and getting seriously injured. A sinister smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Qin Luo looked at Jiang Ling, channeling limitless demonic power, operating the limitless demonic body. Instantly, the surrounding demonic energy rolled and condensed into a ball. It greatly reduced Qin Jiang's attack. Bang! The fists collided. Qin Jiang stood still, while Qin Luo was pushed back several dozen meters, suppressing the rolling blood energy. Qin Luo had already tested Qin Jiang's strength. The Yuan power carried an extremely scorching burning force. His talent seemed to be much stronger than before. His strength was considerably higher than his own, but it was still limited. Under the mask, Qin Luo's lips curled slightly. It wouldn't be long before he could surpass this person. Madam Jiang, you did well. Bullying the weak with numbers, I remembered that. Qin Luo took a deep look at Jiang Ling, then turned and left, leaving behind a bewildered Jiang Ling and an incredulous Qin Jiang. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he possibly block my attack and act like nothing happened? 085. Why doesn't Qin Luo understand his own difficulties? Qin Jiang was stunned and speechless. He recalled the time when Qin Luo returned to the Qin family from Floating Cloud City and how he was crushed during their sparring. Impossible. Qin Luo absolutely cannot recover his speed so quickly. Damn, Qin Luo is too arrogant. How dare he disrespect you like this? I must teach him a harsh lesson. Jiang Ling seemed not to have heard him. The words Qin Luo had just said deeply hurt Jiang Ling's heart. What does it mean to bully the weak with numbers? She simply didn't want her two sons to turn against each other. Why doesn't the eldest son, understand the struggles of his mother? Jiang Ling looked at her youngest son. She had seen everything in the illusory realm. She knew that Qin Luo had never deceived them as a couple, and that everything else was done by her youngest son. How could he treat his elder brother like this? Is this the son she raised? Seeing that her mother did not answer him, Qin Jiang felt that something was off. Jiang Heir, I don't want to dwell on past grievances or rights and wrongs. In the future, I hope you and your brother can get along well and avoid any more accusations against each other. Qin Jiang felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. What did mother see in the illusory realm just now? Why was she suddenly speaking so sternly to him? It must be that Qin Luo spoke ill of him. Otherwise, how could mother treat him this way? Okay, I must have misunderstood before. Mom, I will pay more attention in the future. Qin Jiang lowered his head, not daring to look at his mother, presenting an image of a good child who admits his mistakes. Looking at her obedient youngest son, Jiang Ling felt even more heartbroken. Whatever she said, her youngest son immediately knew where he was wrong. Unlike the eldest son, who never gave her a chance to make amends. On the streets of Floating Cloud City, only the Demon Suppression Army was searching for the Demon Lord's whereabouts. Besides that, no ordinary person could be seen. Su Dachun hid in the shadows, watching Qin Luo's back. It looked so desolate, as if one person was bearing the weight of everything. Jiang Ling's actions just now left him dumbfounded. Stopping Qin Luo from attacking the youngest son, but not preventing the youngest son from attacking the eldest son? Such a double standard. Even if Jiang Ling was a ninth realm martial emperor, he looked down on her. At this moment, Su Dachun truly understood. Don't be fooled by how some people appear on the surface. Once you strip away the facade brought by power, you don't know what kind of person they really are. Ultimately, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and wanted to know Qin Luo's thoughts. What do you think about what your mother did? Qin Luo did not turn around. He simply thrust the demon-slaying sword in his hand gently toward the sky, still stained with Qin Jiang's blood. Jiang Ling has nothing to do with me. Seeing the scene, Su Dachun opened his mouth. Qin Luo did not release his aura or use any killing intent. But with just this simple sword thrust, he instantly understood Qin Luo's thoughts. That is, to strike without mercy. Is this what it means to be a swordsman? Decisive in killing. In Floating Cloud City, the true form of the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord was staring at Shun Xiuyu. He planned to control Shun Xiuyu and find a chance to escape. This person is the daughter of a martial emperor and has no brains. She can take him out of here. Once he leaves Floating Cloud City and escapes the sight of those few people he cannot currently match, he can swallow millions and restore his peak strength. If he drags this out, sooner or later, he will be caught by that 10th realm sword cultivator and killed with a single sword. In his prime, he wasn't afraid of the opponent. He naturally needed to be cautious now. The Eye of Heaven Demon Lord did not feel ashamed. Everyone has their peak. Don't mistake a moment for eternity. When he first rose from obscurity, he suffered greatly. What is this now? However, before that, he needed to add some fuel to the fire. The demonic energy was not dense enough to block the mental power coverage of 10th realm martial sovereigns. Occasionally, the mental power of that swordsman swept through the air. Despite the opponent's mental power being controlled very small, it was still unable to hide from him. He remembered that during the battle with 3 10th realms, one of them had a poison that could kill a 10th realm demon lord. The opponent had not suppressed him with force and broken through the demonic energy, most likely because they were affected by that toxin. The vast majority of their strength was used to suppress the toxin. The Eye of Heaven Demon Lord was temporarily uncertain, but he felt he had an 80% chance. He only needed to lure the opponent over to test it out. He lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to draw on the demonic energy. The demonic energy rolled, gradually fluctuating around Shun Xiuyu. Even those at the 7th realm Grandmaster level sensed the unusual fluctuations of the demonic energy. Qin Luo was constantly absorbing demonic energy, but his level was too low, so the absorption speed was not fast. Relying on the infinite demon body, Qin Luo could easily perceive the abnormality of the demonic energy. He quickened his pace and walked towards the distance. Likewise, several seventh realm hidden among the crowd were filled with madness. A pulse of excitement came from their bloodlines. The demon lord was going to elevate one of them to the demon king level. With such dense demonic energy, once absorbed, they could completely reach the peak of the demon king. Several seventh realm immediately sneaked away. Among the crowd, a commander of the demon suppression army who had been monitoring the seventh realm breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't guarantee that they could kill the while ensuring the safety of ordinary people, so they could only keep monitoring. If this group of dared to break through, the strong fighters outside could easily suppress them. Jiang Zhengdao rubbed the crystal core in his hand, sensing the surging demonic energy. He had just killed 2 8th realm demon kings in an instant, which had already affected his injuries. If he wanted to live a few more years, he still had 1 sword's worth of power left. He had to ensure that he could completely kill the Eye of Heaven Demon Lord. A 10th realm demon lord, even if his level was only 4th realm, would definitely have hidden backup power. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. Jiang Zhengdao moved slightly and rushed into the distance to see what this Eye of Heaven Demon Lord wanted to do. In less than a minute, everyone above the 7th realm gathered near Shun Xiuyu. The fluctuation of demonic energy was nearby. The Eye of Heaven Demon Lord might be here. Sister Yu, be careful. Qin Zhang hurriedly pulled Shun Xiuyu to Jiang Ling's side and stood quietly. Even though he knew Shun Xiuyu must have life-saving equipment, he still didn't feel safe staying next to a 9th realm martial emperor. I always feel like someone is watching me, wanting to swallow me whole. Don't worry, I have my mom here. Shun Xiuyu nodded, looking at Qin Zhang. Just that one sentence gave her an incredibly solid feeling, truly worthy of being the person she chose to depend on for life. Jiang Ling protected the 2 juniors behind her in case of any accidents. Countless demonic energies were gathering. If seen from the outside, the demonic energy enveloping the entire floating cloud city was converging into a very small area. 200,000 ordinary people looked up at the sky, feeling the beauty of life. They didn't know who saved them. Ji Tianqing's eyes flashed with brilliance, signaling the martial artists who came to support to evacuate all the ordinary people. There must be a big demon among the last traces of demonic energy. Even a 7th realm could not have such control over demonic energy. Qin Daqiang and his wife looked at the rolling demonic energy, their worries growing stronger. This senior is our son, all right? Could you please help us see where our son is? Ji Tianqing glanced around, but did not find Qin Luo, who was still in the demonic energy. At this moment, the demonic energy had condensed to a radius of only 500 meters. 086. Strong ones are always the sneaky types, only striking in emergencies. Qin Luo stood amidst the thick demonic energy, feeling a sense of exhilaration as if a fish had returned to water. The infinity demon body was leaping with joy, rapidly absorbing the rich demonic energy. Su Dachuan appeared beside Qin Luo, his face heavy with concern, one eyebrow raised. Be careful, my mental perception range is only about 3 meters, and it's still shrinking. I estimate that even the injured Emperor Jiangling can barely sense a radius of 10 meters. Even an injured demon lord, being only at the 4th realm, has trump cards we cannot contend with. Qin Luo remained silent. He felt that he could perceive a range of over 30 meters. In such dense demonic energy, as long as he was within that 30-meter range, even the slightest fluctuation could be sensed by the infinity demon body. It seemed that his perception here was even stronger than that of a 9th realm martial emperor. This gave him a strong initiative. Qin Luo certainly wouldn't say this out loud. Since he was already heavily injured, he didn't believe the opponent could unleash unlimited powerful moves. Just now, a virtual real realm was created. Now another one could be made. Capturing a 10th realm demon would be a significant achievement. Demons can be captured by everyone except for members of the Qin and Shun families. They just couldn't be caught by these people. He didn't know how important the 12 martial emperor sequence was, but how could these people get what they wanted? The demonic energy field was still shrinking, appearing from a distance like a giant black hole on the ground. Qin Luo absorbed Su Dachuan's heavy emotions nearby. 2 meters. 1 meter? Su Dachuan's eyes were filled with shock. No wonder he was a 10th realm demon lord. He managed to reduce his perception range to just 1 meter using demonic energy. At 1 meter, if there was a sneak attack, he would find it hard to react. Qin Luo, be very careful. Qin Luo nodded, feeling even more excited. Relying on the talent of the evil sword immortal, he had sensed the positions of everyone or every demon within the entire demonic energy field. 10. Seventh realm. One with a weak aura, seemingly exuding endless greed and panic. That was definitely the injured 10th realm demon lord. It was very close to Shun Chiyue, less than 10 meters away. Everyone's emotions were very tense. Among them, there was an unexpected one. The emotion was not intense, mixed with a hint of difficulty. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. Was this level just a difficulty? Even the double-standard Jiangling was exceptionally serious, fearing an accident. General Su, how strong is the one who just noticed the heavily injured demon lord? Su Dachuan was taken aback. Did Qin Luo not know who the other party was? Even his own grandfather didn't he know? The Qin and Jiang families had some intrigue. A long-famous strong person in Daxia, stronger than Jiangling. Qin Luo's heart stirred. It was definitely a 10th realm. Only a 10th realm would have such strength, feeling that facing the trump card of a 10th realm demon lord was merely a difficulty. It seemed he didn't need to take action. It was better to be cautious and not expose too much strength. He just needed to keep an eye on the heavenly demon lord. These strong ones were all sneaky types, only coming out to resolve matters at critical moments, enjoying the admiration of countless people. Qin Luo's heart tightened. One of the 7th realm seemed to be continuously increasing its aura. Peak 7th realm, breaking through to 8th realm in the blink of an eye. Early stage, late stage, peak of 8th realm. Half step 9th realm, early stage of 9th realm. It had increased its strength to this level and then stopped. Everything was silent and unnoticed. Meanwhile, the other 9 7th realm also had a certain increase, rising to the early stage of the 7th realm. Qin Luo's heart moved, and he immediately sensed the aura of the 10th realm demon lord, rapidly sliding down. 4th realm, 3rd realm, ultimately seeming to turn into an ordinary being. Qin Luo grinned. A mad idea surged in his heart. They had all turned into ordinary beings. Perhaps he could capture the heavenly demon lord. That virtual real realm could pull a person's consciousness inside and slowly torment them. For him, it was like carrying a power bank. The main thing was that he could pull certain people inside and torment them at all times. Similar to the human emperor flag in novels, an excellent item. The more Qin Luo thought about it, the more excited he became. Perhaps he could give it a try. However, to ensure that the opponent had no trump cards left, he still needed to think of a method. In the demonic energy field, Xiao Huahua was communicating with Master Fong in his heart. He no longer wanted to refine the demonic energy to enhance his strength. Master, can you sense where that demon lord is? If he's heavily injured and still unleashing powerful moves, he might have already fainted. As long as I capture him, we'll be prosperous. Master Fong tried to sense. 1 meter, 2 meters. Although he knew he hadn't reached his peak, the suppression of the demonic energy was too strong. I'll give a direction. You hurry and escape. I cannot perceive the situation nearby. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua was stunned. The flame in his heart seemed to be frozen by an SSS-level absolute ice. His master couldn't perceive either. Xiao Huahua looked around. There was only a 6th realm master protecting him. It was specially sent by the Ji family. In this case, wasn't his safety guaranteed? Xiao Huahua struggled for 2 seconds, then decisively left. He knew that only by living could he enjoy. He had to be resolute. The golden burning flame on his body rolled, blocking the demonic energy, trying to turn him into a demon. Qin Luo should have also gone out. I'll go out first. It's still better to have a high realm mother. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Huahua prepared to go out according to Master Fong's guidance. 2 minutes later, Xiao Huahua felt he had returned to the original place. Master, what is going on? It's so dark. Isn't it reasonable to get lost? Xiao Huahua, I really want to report this. Master Fong felt a bit awkward. Who knew this demonic energy had a confusion function? It's too bad your talent is dying in the hands of the demon race. Come with me. Just then, a person walked out from the demonic energy. The thickest demonic energy seemed to be split open by a sword, not daring to come close to the man at all. Xiao Huahua turned back, looking at Jiang Zhengdao emerging from the demonic energy, with graying hair and an incredibly sharp aura. This person was a top sword cultivator. Following him wouldn't bring danger. Thank you, senior. Xiao Huahua cupped his hands and prepared to follow Jiang Zhengdao closely. Walk in front, display your talent. Attract the demon race. Xiao Huahua stared blankly at Jiang Zhengdao. He suddenly felt a bit regretful, wondering if it was possible to backtrack. Use him as bait? What if he doesn't protect me? After being remade, would he still have an SSS level talent? All right, A sword cultivator approved by my master must have strong lethality, and the safety should be fine. Next to Qin Luo, a ninth realm stood quietly 10 meters away, staring at the few people in the demonic energy. The greed in his eyes was unabashed. Boom! The demonic energy rolled. Two black hands broke through the demonic energy, reaching for Qin, Jiang, and Qin Luo. The aura of the ninth realm instantly suppressed the two. Jiang Ling's expression was grave. She knew there was a problem. The ninth realm exuded an incredibly violent aura. That was a manifestation only after the bloodline of the demon race was burning. This 10th realm demon lord was desperate. No way. Just after exchanging a palm with the Jiang Ling felt a powerful mental shock. She couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Oomph. In an instant, a giant figure emitting white light, towering over 100 meters, appeared. It was incredibly sacred, its radiance illuminating the surroundings and dispelling some of the magical aura. The enormous commotion instantly drew the attention of those within the realm of magical energy. Behind Jiang Ling, Shun Xiuyu and Qin Jiang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as a trace of black magical energy flickered in their eyes. Mom, save me. 087. Are you ready? Your dear brother has arrived. The 9 level exudes a powerful aura of a 10 level. Although it is only at the early stage of the 9th level, it is not at a disadvantage against Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling has to protect her young son behind her and cannot unleash her full power. Su Dachuan grabs Qin Luo's shoulder and appears beside him. There are also 9 peak level 7 level who cross the demonic energy field and instantly appear in Floating Cloud City. There is no frenzied slaughter. After quickly identifying the direction, they flee in all directions. Caught off guard, they hit the defenders outside unexpectedly. Ji Tianqing's palm shot out a powerful force, instantly killing 3 peak level 7 level. There are also 2 8-level martial kings guarding outside, who killed 2 as well. For a left, and Ji Tianqing and others simultaneously chase after them. Wow, was that just a peak level 7 level? How could such a level of suddenly appear? Fortunately, we have top-level powerhouses guarding us. Otherwise, if these escape, they would definitely bring great trouble to our great Xia. This demonic energy is condensed together, resembling a black hole. I don't even dare to take a glance, not knowing what is happening inside. What happened? There is a super at the level of a 10 level inside. I don't know if the general and the spirit sword martial emperor can catch it. A 10 level? How could such a level of appear within our great Xia territory? What has the beast of the rebirth sect done? It is already severely injured. If anyone can kill it, that would be a great achievement. Who knows which person will kill that 10 level when it's 4 level injured? I hope it's Qin Luo from Floating Cloud City who kills it. Qin Luo has sacrificed so much to save us, going alone into danger, unlike those family members who have someone following them for safety wherever they go. Yes, I saw that so-called young master of the Qin family, followed closely by the spirit sword martial emperor, prioritizing extreme safety. The citizens of Floating Cloud City, who are already safe, look at the black demonic energy and silently pray for Qin Luo. They don't want Qin Luo to face the same situation as before. It's not easy for Floating Cloud City to have a super genius. It would be a shame if he dissipates like floating clouds. Qin Daqiang listens to the heartfelt blessings from the fellow villagers around Floating Cloud City, feeling a bit moved. Everything his son has done is not in vain. Even ordinary people know to be grateful. The Qin family is truly something. Luo, you must come back safely. Amidst the demonic energy, Qin Luo walks towards the 10 level. From the emotions emitted by the other party, it seems to have been drained of all power, even exuding a sense of joy after surviving a catastrophe. It seems to have completed all preparations and has relaxed. Su Dachuan follows Qin Luo closely, not daring to stray too far from him. The pressure from this demonic energy is too strong on them. He also perceives that the demonic energy is rolling continuously, as if something is fighting inside. However, due to the distance, he cannot sense it clearly. Qin Luo can sense that there are only 2 left in the entire demonic energy. The strongest one, a 9 level, is filled with madness and fear in its emotions. It seems that if it doesn't flee, it will die. Qin Luo absorbs the energy and quietly walks over. I will send you out. The battle here is too terrifying. Jiang Ling's cold voice spreads out, and Shun Xiuyu and Qin Jiang both nod crazily, their faces full of intense fear. At this moment, Jiang Ling's mind is entirely focused on her opponent at the early stage of the 9th level. Her attack has been greatly reduced by the demonic energy. The peak level of the 9th level is only able to reach a stalemate with at the early stage of the 9th level. This is a disgrace for her. The unique of the 9th level martial emperor resembles a deity standing tall. Endless white light instantly disperses a large amount of dense demonic energy. Seizing this opportunity, Jiangling senses the direction. The demonic energy inside has a confusing effect, making it hard to find the way outside. A great force envelopes Qin Jiang and Shun Xiuiyue, sending them out. At the same time, in Qin Luo's perception, who has already lost all power, rushes towards the position of Qin Jiang and Shun Xiuiyue with a strong sense of surprise. Ding. Choice triggered. Choice 1. You are a good, evil sword immortal who does not hold grudges. You will kill the all-powerful to free the temporarily controlled Qin Jiang and Shun Xiuiyue and pray for Qin Jiang's forgiveness. Reward. Compassionate sword heart. When you are recognized for doing good deeds, the power of your swordsmanship will increase slightly. Qin Luo glanced at it. Sword heart? He understands that for sword cultivators, it is necessary to condense the sword heart to break through when advancing to the next realm. However, he doesn't want to save these two people. Not killing them with a single sword is already a mercy. Qin Luo also gathered a very important piece of information. That is, the 10 level has already lost all its power. No wonder it was so happy just now. It has already controlled Qin Jiang and Shun Xiuiyue. With their identities, they could indeed help the 10 level escape. However, since he knows this, he must capture the Choice 2. You are just sword immortal who, in order to save the people, is willing to feed the. Please pierce through this identity. Hoa, SS level sword technique, demon repelling sword technique. This is created by a 9th level martial emperor and has great lethality against races that cultivate demonic energy. Qin Luo shook his head. This choice is also not very satisfactory. There is no sincerity at all. What he wants is to see how to choose for Qin Jiang and Shun Xiuiyue. However, this choice is also acceptable. If he pierces through the identity of the 10 level, at least the 12 strongest martial emperor rankings for these two would temporarily disappear. Choice 3. Qin Jiang believes he is not weaker than SS level talent. It is time for him to understand the gap with SS level talent. The person who saved him turned out to be the brother he looked down upon the most. Shun Xiuiyue likes people who are much stronger than herself. In her heart, Qin Luo seems not much stronger than her. Reward. Secret technique, 9 steps to heaven. 1 step, 1 tread, 9 steps to heaven. Qin Luo looked at it, his heart rejecting it. Yet he felt this choice was too satisfying. Saving these two people is too frustrating. The introduction to the secret technique seems a bit impressive, but he is also a bit reluctant. The comprehension of sword intent at the 3rd level will definitely hit Qin Jiang hard. As for Shun Xiuiyue, she likes strong people. It's better if she doesn't like him. General Su, go help suppress that 10 level. I don't want our great Xia citizens to be harmed. Hearing this, Su Dachuan's heart shook. He seemed to have underestimated Qin Luo's heart. Now Jiangling is not in any advantageous position. No one knows if this 10 level still has any means. If he goes to help, he can also restrain it. For the sake of saving the people, he is willing to sacrifice his own safety and even not care about grudges. Su Dachuan feels that if his parents treated him this way, they probably wouldn't be as magnanimous as Qin Luo. They might even wish for Jiangling to lose to the 10 level and suffer a bit of injury. Good kid. As long as it's not someone at the 12 martial emperor level causing you trouble in the future, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo couldn't help but label Su Dachuan as a coward in his heart. Isn't it just the fear of double-standard couples? Go ahead, go ahead. After Su Dachuan left, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Qin Luo's mouth, and his demeanor changed instantly. Qin Jiang, are you ready? Your dear brother is coming. 088. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Amidst the demonic energy, a tall man holding a long sword stepped forward. At that moment, Shun Xiuiyue was holding a black cat in her arms. It was the Tianyan demon lord, who had just escaped and was still feeling grateful. He had exhausted all his power and could only temporarily confuse Qin Jiang and Shun Xiuiyue. Both of their minds were seated with fear, trapped in a spiritual world, temporarily under his control. Once he left and regained a certain amount of strength, he would then implant mental control in the two of them, turning them into his slaves. With these two as his pawns, the Tianyan demon lord envisioned himself gradually controlling the entire Great Xia. If he devoured so many lives from the Great Xia, he could definitely break through to the elusive 11th realm. He would become the demon saint, causing the entire demon race to tremble. He would take revenge on the woman who exiled him and lash out at her fiercely. Young Master Shao, are you all right? Do you want some Lulu plums? A few members of the Qin family approached, quickly shielding Qin Jiang and Shun Qiuyue as they left. Qin Jiang opened his eyes wide, looking around. He could clearly see the situation outside, but his body was completely out of control. What was happening? I need help. Quickly call my mom to save me. Qin Jiang panicked. This feeling of being completely out of control filled him with immense fear. It felt as if his life could be easily taken away. Someone come save me. Qin Jiang watched helplessly as he and dozens of Qin family members moved farther away. The 10th realm inside is about to make a desperate counterattack. We need to leave quickly. Yujia, let's go back together. It's safer. Qin Jiang looked at the black cat in Shun Qiuyue's arms. Its deep blue eyes seemed like an unfathomable abyss, ready to consume his soul. Qin Jiang felt his soul tremble. He realized this was the 10th realm. The 9th realm in the demonic energy was just a smokescreen released by the 10th realm. The fear of death that surged from the depths of his soul instantly shattered what little rationality Qin Jiang had left. Help me. If anyone can save me, I will give them endless riches and glory. At this moment, Qin Jiang was already in despair. He had been stripped of control over his body. He could only watch quietly as he and Shun Qiuyue left with the 10th realm demon lord. Shun Qiuyue was in the same situation. She could only watch helplessly as she held that terrified her and made her soul tremble. Is there anyone to save me? Qin Jiang, don't you have a trump card that can withstand a 7th realm master? Qin Jiang, quickly activate your trump card and kill this top. Shun Qiuyue screamed sharply in her heart. She was in despair. She felt helpless, like a man who had been kicked in the vital spots. Is there anyone to save me? Shun Qiuyue and Qin Jiang exchanged glances, both seeing the struggle and fear in each other's eyes. It was as if they were asking, who could come to save him? At that moment, Shun Qiuyue felt something shatter in her heart. She had always believed that Qin Jiang was stronger than her and could shield her from the storm. In the face of danger, his performance made her feel too inadequate. Even with her mother's protection, he could still be controlled by a 10th realm. She and Qin Jiang had just wanted enough security, hadn't they? Now that he couldn't provide her with enough security, was it right to have like the wrong person? How she wished for her Prince Charming to come riding on a rainbow to rescue her. If someone could save her, she would be willing to pay any price. Shun Qiuyue silently thought. At this moment, Ji Tianqing had just returned after killing 2 7th realm when he saw Qin Luo waving at him. Senior, can you help me? I have something. Qin Luo originally thought that the 10th realm demon lord had left with the 2, but unexpectedly, he brought a large group of people with him. His current combat power was only at the 4th or 5th realm and couldn't take on so many lackeys from the Shun and Qin families. After thinking it over, he decided to find someone to help. Ji Tianqing nodded, and after hearing Qin Luo's request, his eyes showed some confusion. What do you want to do, kid? Qin Luo waved his hand. Senior, just watch from the side. All right. Ji Tianqing lifted Qin Luo, noticing that the kid had been wearing a smile, as if he was looking forward to something. He began to wonder what this kid was up to. Stop. I need to check if there are any among you. Ji Tianqing's authoritative voice rang out as the aura of a peak 9th realm martial emperor was instantly released. The members of the Qin and Shun families trembled in fear. The Tianyan demon lord's heart skipped a beat. A 9th realm martial emperor. He was not a match for him right now. Had he been discovered? That was impossible. His disguise was flawless. Even a 10th realm martial sovereign couldn't see through it. No way, because he had dispersed all the demonic energy and was using his true form. The Tianyan demon lord controlled Qin Jiang and stepped forward. Ji family members, don't think that just because you're strong, you can do as you please. Once my mom kills that 10th realm demon lord, I'll come back to deal with you. Ji Tianqing coldly glanced at Qin Jiang, his disdain evident in his eyes. The offspring of Jiangling and his wife has turned out to be such a brainless son. It's quite embarrassing for the son of a martial emperor. Thinking about how the couple had abandoned the more talented Qin Luo, Ji Tianqing felt it was somewhat normal. Shut up. Ji Tianqing released Qin Luo. Check if there are any. Qin Jiang and Shun Qiuyue looked at Qin Luo, not knowing what he was planning. To their surprise, Qin Luo walked straight towards them. The surrounding members of the Qin and Shun families dared not speak. They were all suppressed by Ji Tianqing's aura. Even without Ji Tianqing's pressure, they wouldn't dare to act. Qin Luo had a good relationship with the Ji family. As long as he didn't do anything excessive, they wouldn't have the guts to attack him. The Tianyan demon lord saw the smile on Qin Luo's face and felt something was off. He always felt that this kid was targeting him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My disguise is impeccable, but why was his heart racing a bit? It must be because he was about to escape, excited. Qin Luo, what are you doing here? Hurry up and get lost. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened before. Qin Jiang shouted angrily, trying to get Qin Luo to leave. Shun Shuyue reached out to hold the black cat, a look of disdain appearing on her face. Qin Luo, I won't like you. Hurry up and get lost. Don't come bothering me. Qin Luo stepped forward, quietly gazing at the two. You two poor souls. How can you speak to your savior like that? Qin Jiang and Shun Shuyue were stunned for 2 seconds, their conscious minds realizing something. The Qin Luo they had always looked down on was here to save them? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a 9th realm martial emperor couldn't see through the Tianyan demon lordess disguise. How could Qin Luo possibly see it? What are you talking about? I, Qin Jiang, have SS level talent and need your help to survive? I'd rather die than let you save me. Hurry up and get lost. Don't disgust me. If you don't leave, I want to be polite. Qin Jiang took out a weapon from his spatial ring, releasing the aura of a late 4th realm. He stared intensely at Qin Luo, ready to attack at any moment. Qin Luo, hearing this, beckoned to Qin Jiang with a finger. Being controlled by a 10th realm demon lord, all your life-saving equipment must be gone. Without any protection, Jiangling isn't around? Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? A smirk appeared on Qin Luo's lips as he raised his hand high, delivering a slap. Slap. The entire scene fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. 089. If you practice swordsmanship, seeing me is like a cicada seeing the blue sky. Wow. That's so intense. Is this something we can watch without paying? This is a conflict between 2 top geniuses. I didn't expect Qin Luo to be so bold as to dare to lay hands on Qin Jiang. This is exciting. Let us see how the battle between these 2 top talents unfolds. Beside them, a 6th level master responsible for Qin Jiang's safety had a troubled expression. Should he intervene or not? There is still a top powerhouse watching nearby. If he intervenes, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single finger from the 9th level martial emperor. Ji Tianqing watched quietly. This kid has such a violent temper. Shen Shuyue stood by, silent. She felt a strange sense of relief from her trapped consciousness. She had been slapped, and now Qin Jiang was slapped too. For some reason, Shen Shuyue felt much more balanced. It turned out that Qin Luo treated everyone equally, and even Qin Jiang wouldn't be spared. Qin Jiang covered his face. Even though he was controlled, he couldn't suppress his inner anger. A slap went straight towards Qin Luo's head. He activated his talent. Red elemental energy flickered with a violent aura. If it hit, Qin Luo would undoubtedly die. Qin Luo was waiting for this opportunity. After dodging the attack, he wanted to let enough people see it. Qin Jiang snorted coldly in his heart. How dare he slap him? Not even his parents had slapped him. And Qin Luo even stabbed him with a sword. If it weren't for his mother stopping him, he would have killed Qin Luo long ago. The eye of the demon lord's pupils flashed with a deep blue light. Since he wanted to kill this person, let him add fuel to the fire. Brother against brother. What a wonderful scene. Seeing the two entangled, the eye of the demon lord breathed a sigh of relief. After hitting Qin Jiang, he couldn't hit himself. He was too weak now, unable to defeat even a 1st level martial apprentice. It seemed he wanted to use the excuse of an alien demon to deliberately take revenge. The eye of the demon lord relaxed, quietly lying in Shun Chuyue's hands. Using Qin Jiang to attract Qin Luo's attention, once this was over, he would deal with this person. An SSS level talent, as long as he recovers, he can kill this person and restore his injured essence. Qin Luo glanced back at the eye of the demon lord. Who would have thought that the great eye of the demon lord would be a black cat? Still wanting to kill him? After failing to defeat Qin Luo for so long, Qin Jiang grew increasingly furious. Boom! No longer hiding anything, his SSS level talent erupted. Several 5th level grand martial masters nearby felt the anger emanating from Qin Jiang. The eye of the demon lord saw Qin Luo being chased, and his greed surged. No longer suppressible, he could rely on Qin Jiang's status to kill Qin Luo. Shen Shuyue also released her aura, ready to assist Qin Jiang. Kill Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you slapped my face, today I will return the favor. The murderous intent of the two was unmistakable. Shen Shuyue took out her long sword, gripping it with one hand. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes. Could it be that Qin Jiang and the others really intended to kill someone? This posture didn't seem fake at all. Ji Tianqing frowned. The murderous intent from these two was genuine. They truly wanted to kill Qin Luo. Given the current situation, they still wanted to kill Qin Luo. Although Qin Jiang and Shun Shuyue were foolish, they weren't that foolish. He felt that something was off. Qin Luo looked at the two and finally got them to attack together. He had deliberately dodged for so long just to get them to strike at the same time. After all, with so many people watching, if Shan Shuyue didn't act, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to kill someone for no reason. If only he had enough strength, he wouldn't have to fear the Qin family. He could just kill them directly. And anyone who dared to say a word would be dealt with by a single sword. With his current level, still not invincible, Qin Luo needed to work harder. His relationship with the Ji family was merely cooperative. Once he truly killed Qin Jiang and the others, the Ji family would never offend two major families for him. Qin Luo was very clear about this. Interests were the most important. Lightly swinging the demon-slaying sword in his hand, he could finally taste Qin Jiang's blood again. Qin Jiang and Shan Shuyue attacked from the left and right, forming a pincer attack against Qin Luo. The onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads. Qin Luo was at the 3rd level and had managed to last this long against Qin Jiang, which was already impressive. Unfortunately, with Shan Shuyue added to the mix, Qin Luo was simply no match. At most, he would be defeated after 10 moves. It seemed that Qin Jiang, having been slapped, was enraged to the point of losing his mind. Ji Qiansheng was already prepared to rescue at any moment. Qin Luo was certainly not a match for the two geniuses attacking him. He would stop Qin Luo from dying here. If a 9th-level martial emperor couldn't withstand the attacks of two 4th-level fighters, that would be too laughable. Qin Jiang looked at the person who had made his parents less satisfied with him, and his murderous intent was almost palpable. Killing him would make him go to hell and repent for offending you. Death was the best destination for Qin Luo. He didn't deliberately compete for the position of head of the Qin family. He also couldn't take away his parents' love. It was as if a demon was whispering. Qin Jiang's consciousness gradually lost control. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Kill Qin Luo. Shan Shuyue was the same. Their pupils turned slightly red. Qin Luo smiled faintly. The things he had prepared for these two could finally be brought out. In everyone's eyes, it seemed as though Qin Luo was stunned by the two's aura, standing still. Just as their swords were about to land on Qin Luo, a special power suddenly burst forth from within Qin Luo. The fierce sword intent emerged. Qin Jiang and Shan Shuyue were sent flying backward at an even faster speed. Thud! The murderous glint in their eyes instantly turned crystal clear. An endless fear engulfed them. Their bodies trembled all over, as if their souls could be easily destroyed. The two collapsed on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. The weapon in Qin Jiang's hand flew away, embedding itself in the ground. He felt death approaching and immediately spoke. Save me. Shan Shuyue was the same. The fear seemed to penetrate her very soul. Even being controlled by a 10th-level demon lord didn't bring this kind of despair. How could Qin Luo be so strong? Before losing consciousness, Shan Shuyue could only think this. How could he be stronger than the combined power of Qin Jiang and herself? How'd I end up choosing someone so weak? Qin Luo looked at the now-conscious Qin Luo, stepping forward with a mocking smile. The tip of the demon-slaying sword pointed at Qin Jiang's nose. You don't practice swordsmanship. Seeing me is like a frog in a well seeing the moon. If you practice swordsmanship, seeing me is like a cicada seeing the blue sky. Hearing Qin Luo's words filled Qin Jiang with rage. The cold sword, the terrifying sword intent, left him unable to utter a word of rebuttal. He had just used all his killing moves, yet he was still no match for Qin Luo. You just used a life-saving method. Qin Jiang couldn't believe that Qin Luo could comprehend sword intent. He only lost to Qin Luo because he didn't have life-saving equipment. The eye of the demon lord flew out from Shan Shuyue's hand, fell to the ground, and after struggling a few times, tried to get up and escape. He forcefully suppressed the instinct to flee, lying on the ground as if dead. Even he had never seen anyone comprehend sword intent at the 3rd level. Moreover, it seemed that this sword intent was incredibly terrifying. It was as if merely touching it would awaken the fear within living beings. Don't see me. Don't see me. Don't drag me into your brotherly matters. 090, Qin Jiang. Mom, Qin Luo stole my credit. Hiss. It's so terrifying. I didn't sense it wrong, right? Is this sword intent? I haven't even comprehended the 6th realm. And others have comprehended it at the 3rd realm? Damn, that statement is so impressive. But I seem to have no reason to refute it. We thought of all the famous sword cultivators in the history of the Great Xia, but we couldn't think of anyone so monstrous. Damn it. When I was in the 3rd realm, I was still drinking milk, and Qin Luo had already broken through. You're still drinking milk at the 3rd realm? I was still using magic in my blanket at the 3rd realm. The fear of sword intent invading Qin Jiang's consciousness didn't last long before he fainted. Qin Luo was very satisfied with this result. He prepared to cut the opponent's neck with a sword. Boom! A force suddenly appeared, attacking Qin Luo's back. A sixth realm martial artist from the Qin family finally reacted. Qin Jiang cannot die here. Qin Luo can defeat Qin Jiang, but he cannot kill him. If that slap hits, Qin Luo will definitely be seriously injured. Stop. Qin Luo turned around and glanced at his surroundings. Killing someone here? He probably wouldn't be able to escape either, and he smiled. The Ji family can't possibly shield him from two frenzied ninth realm martial emperors. He needs to find a suitable place in the future. Don't be nervous. I'm just greeting Qin Jiang and sending him something. Most of the Qin family members couldn't hold back upon hearing this. Just now, the stance Qin Luo took with the sword was not for greetings. Who greets someone by aiming for their neck? Sending something probably meant sending Qin Jiang to the afterlife. Ji Tianqing stared blankly at Qin Luo. He knew there were too many astonishing sword cultivators. Like Qin Luo's grandfather, he was a monument that every sword practitioner would reference. The opponent comprehended sword intent, seemingly only at the peak of the fifth realm. Speaking of martial arts realm, their Ji family sanus also comprehended it at the peak of the fourth realm. Could it be that this kid Qin Luo's talent is even more terrifying than SSS level? Ji Tianqing's eyes were deep, not knowing what he was thinking. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew closer. The Tianyan demon lord lying on the ground felt increasingly anxious. Eventually, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. His body was lifted up, suspended in midair. Slap! A blow landed on his head, making him dizzy. The Tianyan demon lord's anger surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to open his eyes. He was afraid of being killed by Qin Luo. The merit of killing a 10th realm demon lord was too tempting for Qin Luo to ignore. Qin Luo absorbed the fear and anger from the opponent, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It turns out that even a 10th realm demon lord feels fear after losing power. He needs to find a way to control the 10th realm demon lord. The Qinglong Academy should have something, and if not, the Ji family should have it. At worst, he could give up some profits from the beauty-enhancing pills in exchange for a technique or something else that could control the Tianyan demon lord. Shen Shuyue slowly woke up and saw the demon lord in Qin Luo's hands. Recalling the powerful sword intent that had enveloped her moments ago, her face was filled with fear. She never expected that Qin Luo's strength far exceeded theirs. Even Qin Jiang, whose talent had improved by a level and was close to the fifth realm, was not a match. Shen Shuyue felt extremely complicated inside. She thought back to when she was at the Qin family, sparring with Qin Luo, who had fed her moves, presenting himself as a graceful young master. Now, he didn't even have the mood to look at her. This stark contrast made it hard for Shen Shuyue to accept. She wondered what she actually liked about Qin Jiang. Previously, Qin Jiang's strength was slightly above hers, but she was a rare alchemy genius. If she focused on improving her strength, she confidently believed she would not be weaker than Qin Jiang. After all, Qin Jiang had two martial emperor parents personally teaching him, while she had relied solely on herself. From this perspective, she and Qin Luo still had much in common. Shen Shuyue's heart trembled as she secretly glanced at Qin Luo. She found that he had already captured the Tianyan demon lord. Her heart sank. This was endless honor. It all belonged to her. She couldn't let Qin Luo leave. After all, she had a childhood betrothal with Qin Luo. Qin Luo, stop. Shen Shuyue woke up and quickly ran towards Qin Luo. She didn't dare to snatch it forcefully. Qin Luo wasn't without protection. Qin Luo heard her, but acted as if he didn't, directly walking up to Ji Tianqing with the Tianyan demon lord in hand. Qin Luo, stop. I have something to discuss with you. Shen Shuyue ran over, glaring at Qin Luo in anger. How could he act this way? She had taken the initiative, yet he ignored her. Spit out if you have something to say. Shen Shuyue felt wronged as she listened to Qin Luo's words. This cat was saved by me from the realm of demonic energy. You should give it back to me. If you give it back, I can give you a chance to pursue me. Qin Luo looked Shen Shuyue up and down. An average girl. Is this how you talk to your savior? It seems she hasn't woken up from the control yet. Senior Ji, please wake her up. I suspect Shen Shuyue has already been controlled by the Tianyan demon lord. The Tianyan demon lord said nothing. Whether in Qin Luo's or Shen Shuyue's hands, his fate would not end well. Shen Shuyue definitely knew his identity. He had just spent all his strength temporarily seizing control over the two of them, and after being attacked by sword intent, they had regained their intelligence. Ji Tianqing quietly observed the two and suddenly understood something. His gaze fell on the black cat in Qin Luo's hand. The Tianyan demon lord? There was obviously something wrong with the situation where Qin Jiang and Shen Shuyue attacked Qin Luo. Knowing he was present, they still attempted murder. It turns out they were controlled. He was curious how Qin Luo knew this. Capturing the Tianyan Demon Lord was a great achievement. And alive, he could extract more information from the Tianyan Demon Lord's mouth. I will have someone come to test. Generally speaking, after being controlled by someone else's spiritual power, residual spiritual energy will remain deep in the soul. If controlled, it can be easily detected. After Ji Tiancheng finished speaking, he opened his mouth to take the Tianyan Demon Lord into his hands. Let me see this cat. It looks quite cute. The Tianyan Demon Lord's body trembled. There was still a chance to escape in Qin Luo's hands. In the hands of a peak 9th realm martial emperor with his current state, there was no chance to escape. At this moment, he had fallen into a life and death crisis. Qin Luo shook his head in refusal. This is my credit. I won't give it up. He certainly wouldn't give it up. He was still thinking about controlling the Tianyan Demon Lord and using his talent as a power bank for himself. Locking up people like Qin Zhang's family and Shun Shuyue in a virtual reality realm would provide him with countless emotional powers. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. He must treat them as he was treated. Just then, demonic energy ripped apart. A peak 9th realm foreign demon was killed. Jiang Ling, the peak 9th realm martial emperor's aura swept around. He moved, appearing in front of his youngest son. Yuan power flowed into him, awakening Qin Jiang. After waking up, Qin Jiang's eyes were still filled with fear. No, Qin Luo, you can't kill me. Jiang Ling frowned, once again channeling Yuan power to calm his son's emotions. What's wrong? Qin Jiang settled down, the fear on his face gradually disappearing as he looked at Qin Luo in the distance, feeling extremely unconvinced. Mom, Qin Luo wants to kill me. The next moment, he saw the Tianyan Demon Lord in Qin Luo's hands. Mom, that cat is the Tianyan Demon Lord. I caught it first. Qin Luo wants to steal my credit. Mom, please help me get it back. Qin Jiang glared coldly at Qin Luo, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. In the distance, Jiang Zhengdao tore through the demonic energy and brought Xiao Huo out. He stood quietly at a distance, wanting to see how his daughter would handle the situation. 091. Qin Luo, I hate you. Jiang Ling's heart stirred slightly. No wonder she didn't feel the oppressive sensation of facing a 10th realm demon sovereign when battling that early 9th realm foreign demon. She thought it was just her illusion, but it seems the opponent had forcibly elevated his subordinates to the 9th realm by some means. Jiang Heir is not bad. She actually managed to discover the trace of the heavenly demon sovereign. Jiang Ling moved her figure and appeared in front of Qin Luo, her graceful eyes fixed on him. Luo Heir, why did you take something that your brother discovered first? Shun Shuyue glanced back at Qin Jiang, who seemed to have someone backing him, and her eyes regained confidence. For some reason, she found it somewhat ironic. Qin Jiang's confidence was entirely given by his parents, completely different from the innate confidence of Qin Luo. Even when faced with the questioning of a 9th realm martial emperor, Qin Luo remained unfazed. In comparison, Qin Luo was the true man. The boy she liked must ride the rainbow and wear golden armor, pushing through invincibility, standing atop the Great Xia. In the past, Shun Shuyue thought Qin Jiang would be that kind of person. Now it seems she might have overthought it. Shun Shuyue suddenly felt that she didn't like Qin Jiang that much anymore. A man who relies on his parents for everything. Doesn't that make him a mama's boy? Aunt Jiang, we were controlled by the heavenly demon sovereign and attacked Qin Luo. He didn't want to kill us. It was only after he used his sword intent to defeat us that we managed to break free from the control of the heavenly demon sovereign. Upon hearing this, the entire place fell silent, especially Qin Jiang, who was completely thrown off. He and Shun Shuyue had privately pledged their lives to each other. How could she not speak up for him, but instead help others? In his impression, Shun Shuyue had always detested Qin Luo to the utmost. Why was she suddenly acting differently today, speaking for Qin Luo? Can someone tell him what happened in those few seconds when he just fainted? Sister Yu. Shun Shuyue remained silent, not looking at Qin Jiang. She seemed to have already understood her feelings. What she liked was not Qin Jiang, but a boy who could provide her with a sense of security. It now appeared that Qin Luo could offer her even stronger security. Qin Jiang's eyes widened, a faint ominous premonition creeping in. He had never seen Shun Shuyue with such an expression. Jiang Ling was momentarily speechless, almost swayed by Jiang Heir again. Jiang Heir, is it true? You were just controlled by the heavenly demon sovereign? Qin Jiang lowered his head, signaling his silence. He couldn't understand why Shun Shuyue would speak up for Qin Luo. He would have to ask her later. Jiang Ling, seeing this, didn't say much more. She was already a bit scared. If she said a few more words, who knows what cold words might come out of Qin Luo's mouth. That gaze was still so cold, looking at her as if she were a stranger. Luo, I am leaving. Jiangling had already sensed her father's aura. She did not hear her eldest son's words of retention. Qin Jiang was very angry, feeling that ever since Qin Luo left the family, nothing he did went smoothly. When Qin Luo was in the Qin family, he could still control everything. Could it be because Qin Luo didn't come home? Qin Jiang raised his head to look at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, I can speak well for you to mom and dad, so you can return to the Qin family. However, I have a condition. You must give me the recipe for the beauty-enhancing pill, and you need to hand over the things you obtained in the ancient ruins to the family. And the heavenly demon sovereign, you must give it to me. Forget it. I'll treat you a bit better with Sister Yu and let you share some glory. Shun Shuyue looked at Qin Luo with some anticipation. She also wanted to have the honor of capturing a 10th realm demon sovereign. Qin Luo, I think this is feasible. This way, you can return to the Qin family. It couldn't be better. At this moment, Shun Shuyue felt a bit conflicted. Qin Jiang definitely liked her. Qin Luo probably had some good feelings for her too. But because so many people were present, he was embarrassed to say it. Otherwise, according to the past, Qin Luo would have already told her to leave. Being liked by two of the most outstanding boys in the Great Xia, she suddenly found it hard to choose. Shun Shuyue suddenly thought of a novel she had read before. She was also an S-rank talent, a third-tier alchemist, and an incredibly outstanding girl. Why couldn't she, like the female lead in the novel, have several husbands? Qin Luo would be responsible for fighting outside, while Qin Jiang would help her cultivate together to enhance her strength. Qin Luo, hurry up and agree. I will help you persuade Annie. Qin Jiang nodded. It seems Sister Yu had just retreated to advance. Truly worthy of Sister Yu. The girl he liked. Qin Luo looked at Qin Jiang, who was full of confidence, as if returning to the Qin family was a favor to him. And there was also Shun Shuyue, who seemed to be inexplicably getting infatuated. There was an indescribable feeling. He just felt they matched well. You must be tied down. Don't go out and harm others. My things, you are not worthy of having. The Qin family? What was that? Qin Jiang's smile froze. In his heart, the Qin family was the top family in the Great Xia, second only to the Ji family, which could suppress the Qin family. Being able to bring Qin Luo back to the Qin family was an honor for Qin Luo. Could Qin Luo refuse? Qin Jiang felt a sense of pride in his heart being trampled on the ground by the other party. You. Qin Luo couldn't be bothered with the two of them. The urgent matter was to control the heavenly demon sovereign. If he couldn't grasp the little life of the heavenly demon sovereign in his hands, he would have to kill it. Qin Luo did not want a ticking time bomb beside him. Shun Shuyue stared blankly at Qin Luo, her beautiful face filled with grievance. She was doing this for Qin Luo's good. How could he treat her like this? Qin Luo, I hate you. After saying that, Shun Shuyue covered her face and left. Tears of grievance welling in her eyes. Only one person was left, almost thinking he was the heartless one. Qin Jiang, seeing his beloved leave, glared fiercely at Qin Luo, then chased after her. In the distance, the old butler of the Qin family, Uncle Gong, watched this scene and sighed inwardly. If the family head did not make any other changes, it was likely that Qin Luo would never be able to return to the Qin family in his lifetime. He would relay everything to Qin Zhuangyan. Looking further away, the legendary family head of the Jiang family was also present. The situation seemed to be getting more and more complicated. Qin Luo looked at Ji Tiancheng. Senior Ji, is there any way to control the life of this pretending to be dead thing? Hearing Qin Luo's request, Ji Tiancheng's eyes widened. He didn't expect Qin Luo to be so bold as to want to control a 10th realm demon sovereign. The heavenly demon sovereign could no longer pretend. Qin Luo, you're seeking death. I, the heavenly demon sovereign, would rather die than be controlled by you. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's hand moved the demon-slaying sword, pointing the tip at the neck of the heavenly demon sovereign. A demon sovereign never becomes a slave? The heavenly demon sovereign widened his eyes. He actually felt a sense of suppression from his sword. It was as if just a poke from this sword would kill him. Gulp. Everything can be negotiated, as long as you don't make me a slave. Everything is negotiable. You take your time. I'll rest for a bit. The heavenly demon sovereign cowered. He was a demon sovereign. There were very few ways to control his life. He didn't believe Qin Luo had a way to grasp his life in his hands. In the distance, Jiangling looked at her father with grievance. Dad, Luo Heir still doesn't want to come home with me. Please help me. Jiang Zhengdao had seen everything that just happened. For a moment, he didn't know how to face his eldest grandson. What if his eldest grandson asked him, why didn't you come out before? And now that I've caught a 10th realm demon sovereign, you show up? How should he respond?